I was disowned by my entire family after being falsely accused of sleeping with my cousin's fiancée. Now, the truth has finally come to light. How did my life even become this? Seriously, I can't even wrap my head around it. Family disowned me, friends turned their backs, and I'm even banned from my favorite pub. I swear, I didn't do anything to deserve this. Okay, let me start by reintroducing myself. I'm Alex, and this is the living hell story that started about 3 months ago. I was honored to be a groomsman for my cousin, Ethan, who was getting married to Chloe. Chloe had been one of my closest friends since we were toddlers playing in the sprinklers. The wedding day arrived, and I was busy directing guests to their seats. Everything was normal until Ethan stormed in, dragging a group of groomsmen and other people after him, all looking agitated. Ethan looked at me and growled, "Alex!" Before I could even mumble a reply, bam! A punch landed square on my face, then, bam, bam. A combo of punches, you guys. He was yelling while hitting me, "How could you do this? I know everything." The groomsman jumped in, finally yanking him away from me. I was astonished, my mind whirling, and I couldn't understand anything. What's going on? What did I actually do? They hurriedly took me out of the room, leaving me with a lot of questions in my head. The next stop was the clinic. My lip was swollen, my nose was bleeding, and my left eye was going black and blue. The doctor patched me up and asked if I wanted to pursue charges, but all I wanted to know was why Ethan had freaked out. Dad texted, "Wedding is off. You have till the end of the day to get your belongings out of the residence." WTF, I hadn't lived with my parents in months, but I still kept some stuff there. This text was like an extra hit in the belly, and I hurried immediately to their house to get some explanations. When I entered the house, my parents and siblings stared at me as if I were a criminal. It was then that I realized I was being accused of sleeping with Chloe, Ethan's future wife. What? I was shocked. I disputed it immediately, but no one listened. My brother slammed a bag containing my belongings at my feet and kicked me out. "Get out. Don't ever return." I was absolutely disoriented, not knowing what was going on or where it was coming from. I attempted to contact Ethan for an explanation, but he had blocked my phone number. Calling anyone in the family resulted in being yelled at or getting hung up on. I finally decided to call Chloe. The initial call was a catastrophe. We were both yelling and blaming each other, but when we settled down, we recognized something was wrong. We were both caught in a trap, but we had no idea who set it or why. To avoid making matters worse, we agreed not to meet in person and instead texted and emailed to put things together. No matter how hard we tried, we kept hitting dead ends. Everyone believed we were having an affair, but when we asked for proof, they remained mute. When I finally spoke with Ethan, he asked for proof that I hadn't slept with Chloe. I was stunned. My family cut off contact, acquaintances turned their backs, and even my favorite coffee shops and pubs refused to serve me. It turned out that Ethan had connections all over the place and was not afraid to use them. After Ethan moved out of her apartment, her family abandoned her, and friends evaporated. To make matters worse, her co-workers were making her life terrible. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I told Chloe I was leaving this dead-end town. She agreed, and we decided it was better to go our separate ways and start over somewhere else. Throwback Thursday, 5 years later. It's been 5 years since I last had a proper conversation with my family. 5 years since my cousin Ethan's almost wedding. Back then, I was accused of sleeping with Chloe, his soon-to-be wife. Those accusations were completely fabricated, but who cared? Ethan punched me in front of everyone, the wedding was cancelled, and my entire family turned their back on me. At first, I tried to clear my name, begging them to believe me, but after a while, I realized it was pointless, so I left everything behind and moved away. Chloe went through the same thing. Her family also believed the lies and disowned her, so she, too, decided to start over, but in different states. The incessant accusations and gossip exhausted me, so I decided to break off all links with people from my old life, except for Chloe. She was the only one who fully understood what I had gone through. We kept in touch through social media and the occasional phone conversation, but that was it. For the past 3 years, I've been with Olivia, an amazing woman. I told her the whole story about Chloe and me, every painful detail. Surprisingly, even though they've never met, Olivia and Chloe get along great. They even share a love for the Hunger Games. Every other week, they hop on Zoom, sipping wine and snacking, chatting about books and life. It's amazing. Olivia and I have been invited to Chloe's wedding next month, which will be the first time I've seen her in 5 years. I have big plans of my own. I'm going to propose to Olivia, not at the wedding, nor even during that trip. I don't want to overshadow Chloe's big day, but the prospect of sharing my life with Olivia grows stronger by the day. So why am I telling you all of this? Because last week, something happened that shocked me to the core. A ghost from the past decided to re-emerge. Update. That day, Olivia was working from home. She does it frequently these days, when she doesn't want to deal with the terrible traffic. Her job is rather flexible. I'm not that fortunate. Olivia contacted me around lunchtime. She typically contacts me when I'm at work, so seeing her name appear on my phone in the middle of the day seemed suspicious. Her voice was unsteady as she told me what had happened. After going out for lunch at our favorite shawarma establishment, she returned home to find a letter posted to the door. "We need to talk, I'll be returning tonight." Although there was no signature, she believed it was for me because my name was on the door. Olivia was terrified by the note, so she locked all the doors and stayed inside all day. When she told me about it, I requested an early leave from work and rushed home. We stayed up late that night, waiting to see who left the note, and even though I didn't think it was necessary, I didn't say anything when Olivia grabbed a baseball bat and placed it next to the couch. She was clearly on edge, and I didn't want to make things worse. But no one came, and the night was silent. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. No strange notes, no unexpected visits, just an odd, disturbing silence. Then, on the evening of the third day, the doorbell rang, and I opened it to see a man standing there, looking exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days, and smelling faintly of alcohol. "Hey, Alex," he began, his voice raspy and familiar. "Long time no see." A shudder rushed down my spine as soon as he spoke. I recognized the person standing in front of me as Ethan. Honestly, I didn't want to allow Ethan in. The last time we spoke, he almost hurled a beer glass at my face, so when he popped up unexpectedly, I wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet. This is how our first discussion went. "Ethan, won't you invite me in?" "Me? No. I don't think that will happen." "Ethan. Okay, fair enough, I came to apologize. I know the truth now." "Me. I accept your apology. Goodbye." I was about to slam the door, but he wouldn't give up so simply. "Ethan. Wait. Are you not going to let me explain?" "Me. Not really. An explanation could have been useful back then, before everyone I cared about turned away from me. But what good will it do now?" "Ethan. All right, you have a point. But I'd still like to apologize to Chloe. Can you provide me her contact information?" My response: "I could, but I'm not going to." "Ethan. Come on, Alex. I just want to apologize to her." "Me. I'll tell her you're attempting to contact out. If she wishes to talk, she will contact you directly, but you should keep away from her." That was all I wanted to say, so I slammed the door and went away. Through the door, I heard him cry, "Unblock your mother? She wants to speak to you." I didn't respond. Instead, I went straight to the living room, where Olivia was waiting. I told her everything that had just transpired, and we both agreed that the first step should be to phone Chloe. If anybody needed to know about Ethan's reappearance, it was her. When I called, Chloe was astonished, and she made it obvious that she didn't want Ethan to receive her contact information, which I assured her I would never give him. It took me a few days to determine what to do about my mother. Finally, I cleared her phone number and texted her a simple message. "Heard you wanted to talk?" A few minutes later, my phone buzzed with an incoming call. I let it ring and texted back, "Text only, no calls." She replied quickly, "Mom. We know you spoke with Ethan. We want you to come home." Me. "I am at home. Mom. You understand what I mean. We'd like to apologize and welcome you back to the family." Me. "I accept your apology. I am staying here. Your mother. We just want to make things right." Me. "I will think about it. Goodbye." I realize it probably sounded callous, but when the people you care about throw you away like garbage, it changes you. Right now, I'm not ready to let my old life interfere with the life I've created here. Olivia, Chloe, her fiancé, and I are all on the same page about this. For the time being, nothing has changed. We've agreed to keep the past firmly in the past. We'll talk about it again after Chloe's wedding, but for now, remaining out of contact feels like the safest option. Wedding vibes, the truth is out. Chloe's wedding was amazing. A day full of joy and love that she absolutely deserved, after everything she's been through. After some long conversations, I decided to return to my hometown to meet with my family. It wasn't an easy decision, but I felt that I needed to close this chapter, one way or another. I requested that Chloe's parents and Ethan attend the wedding. I also noticed a familiar bridesmaid sitting alone, looking uneasy and withdrawn. I couldn't pinpoint why I thought she was significant until later when I arrived at the meeting. When I arrived at the meeting, my mother immediately tried to hug me, but I gently stopped her and kept a safe distance. Before anyone could say anything, I took out my phone, turned it on the speakerphone, and placed it in my shirt pocket. "Chloe's on the line," I stated. "She's listening to everything, but her microphone is muted. If she wishes to speak, she will unmute. If she decides she is finished with this talk, she will disconnect. It is entirely her decision." Chloe's father frowned. "Why isn't she here herself?" I looked him directly in the eyes and said, "Because she informed me last week that she doesn't feel safe after what occurred 5 years ago. Could you blame her? Ethan didn't just punch me that day. He also smacked Chloe. And didn't even give her the opportunity to defend herself." Hearing that, Ethan's face became pale, and a murmur of concern swept through the room. Yet, they eventually began to describe what had happened. 2 years after the scandal, Ethan married Megan, the bridesmaid I had noticed at the wedding. Their marriage was rocky from the start, with constant arguments. During one of those fights, about 6 months ago, Megan slipped up and admitted that she had sabotaged Chloe's relationship with Ethan, only to hear about it throughout their marriage. Megan stated that she was the one who told Ethan that Chloe was having an affair with me. She claimed to have observed it but couldn't provide any evidence, and she made it all up to pull them apart. When Ethan brought this accusation to the family, everyone believed him without question. They assumed he wouldn't ruin his own wedding unless he had a good reason, and they just took Megan's word as gospel. They didn't stop to talk to me or Chloe, nor did they give us a chance to explain or defend ourselves. Now that the truth had been revealed, they wanted to apologize, make things right, and welcome us back into their lives. I sat there for a moment, contemplating what I'd just heard, before turning to Megan. "Let me get things straight. You wanted to be with Ethan so badly that you damaged Chloe's life to get her out of the way. You built your fleeting happiness on lies, on betraying those who trusted you. Was I just collateral damage? How does it feel to know that all you built was based on someone else's pain?" Next, I looked at Ethan. "We've grown up together, guy. Chloe, you and I felt like family even before we became one. But instead of approaching us, you simply believed her falsehoods and tore our lives apart. How could you do that?" Finally, I addressed Chloe's parents and my own. "To both of you, I will pose the same question. You reared us. I believed you were aware of our identities. But when the initial complaint was leveled, you didn't even engage in a civil conversation. You did not believe we were worth the opportunity to defend ourselves. You basically assumed the worst and brushed us aside. How could you do it?" Nobody said anything. They just sat there in silence. Following a lengthy pause, I continued. "I know where I stand with all of you now. You made it apparent 5 years ago that you did not believe I was worth it. No phone call, no talk. You showed me my spot, but it isn't here. I cannot speak for Chloe. She will make her own decision on what happens next. If she accepts your apologies, she will contact you. But do not hold your breath. As for me, I'm finished. I'm returning to my true house, which I created after you all abandoned me. And, while I'm relieved to finally know what occurred, all of this could have been avoided if anyone here had exercised common sense 5 years ago. Maybe this will still feel like home." I walked out, blocked their phones again, and contacted Chloe to make sure she hadn't missed anything crucial. We both decided that this was the end of the line, and we'd keep out of communication with everyone involved. The next morning, as I drove out of town, I had a sense of closure. This would be the last time I ever came back here. My future was waiting for me back home, with Olivia. I already had the ring, and it was finally time to ask her to marry me. Engagement goals. A new beginning. And that was how my life turned a new page. After all the pain and loss, I found true happiness. I learned that family isn't always blood, but the people who love and accept you unconditionally. I learned that the truth always wins, even if it takes a long time. And I learned that no matter what life throws at you, you can always stand up and build a better life. My mother-in-law ruined my wedding moment. She spilled wine on my dress right before the ceremony, all with a fake, calculated smile. So, where do I even start with this mess? My life feels like a reality show gone wrong. You know, the kind where the protagonist keeps tripping over her own feet. However, in my case, my feet are entangled in a whole lot of family drama. Okay, let me back up and set the scenario. I am Ava, 36, and I am married to Liam, the most amazing, frustrating, and completely loyal man in the world. Is there a catch? Liam is a soldier. He is now deployed. Again. And this time, it seems like forever. The quiet in between times is crucial, as it can feel like a giant tomb. Liam is brave and determined, and I admire him beyond words. The other day, he unexpectedly called, offering a brief moment of connection before suggesting I connect with his mother, Meredith. I was stunned. "What are you talking about?" My voice was definitely sharper than I intended when I asked. He groaned, exhausted. "Meredith hasn't been herself since Dad's death. Her loneliness is extreme." "For real?" "I am. We've all struggled with this deployment's isolation." Liam's words hit me hard. This deployment has been tough, and I miss him so much it hurts. But then he proposed that Meredith and I might support each other more and spend time together. I was initially skeptical. Meredith and I? Close. We've always had a polite, distant, frigid relationship. But then I saw his point. We're both lonely and clutching on Liam. Considering becoming a buddy-buddy with my mother-in-law could help us both feel less alone. Sharing simple things could help us feel less alone. I'm considering reaching out to her, though it's scary. "Oh honey, you won't believe what happened," I said Liam, desperately attempting to lighten the mood. Meredith was all I could think of. Our relationship has been tight since the wedding. I call it the wine incident. It started on my wedding day. Can you fathom the burden of planning everything? The endless matching, military-style seating charts, and flowers that threatened to bankrupt me. I struggled to be calm and not lose it. Knowing I was close. I tried to absorb those peaceful minutes before the wedding, you know? To realize I was marrying my dream man. Later, Meredith, my beautiful mother-in-law, decided to appear. She's good at pressing my buttons, very similar to a superpower. That day, it was obvious. Her plan was obvious. She was determined to cause trouble. Everything was trivial and pointless. As I prepared to feel calm and excited, Meredith, with a mischievous smile, spilled an entire glass of red wine on my wedding dress. My white wedding dress. Can you imagine? She stained this enormous crimson stain over immaculate white silk. My existence felt like a slow-motion horror film. She blamed it on clumsy hands and being flustered because her baby boy was getting married, as if that made it okay. It was dreadful. My heart broke. It's still bothering me. The whole event felt planned. "Honey, you wouldn't believe what happened." I just knew she did it on purpose. Her sly eye sparkle revealed her entirely. It was intentional, I'm sure. After that, everything changed. It was like someone had ripped a hole in our relationship, revealing all this tension I hadn't noticed before. It was simple and comfy. Now every time we saw each other was dreadful. Passive-aggressive whispers and barely veiled jabs were taxing. What were once light-hearted talks became tense, uncomfortable encounters full of underlying hatred. It was like walking on eggshells. I became exhausted and drained by the incessant negativity, leading me to withdraw. I felt no urge to resist or stoke the fire. "You know how much I value Liam." He spoke about it with such pain that I couldn't ignore it. I had to change things. It hurt, but I had to mend it. Part of me didn't want to, so it was hard. It ached so fresh and raw. I tried because Liam was hurting. I couldn't let things stay broken, especially because his feelings were involved, even if it meant putting myself through it again. A leap of faith, honestly. Though I wasn't sure it would work, I owed it to him and maybe even myself. "You won't believe this, honey." He told me about his intense training, weariness, and dread in the army. My heart hurt for him. He'd been through so much, and I wanted to help him in any way I could. It seemed like my duty. After years apart, I hoped Meredith had matured. I said, "Look, if it means that much to you, I'm definitely willing to try. I believe in supporting the people I care about, you know?" He smiled. "That's my girl. I know it might be tricky, given everything that happened before, but maybe we'll find we have more in common than we remember." "Yes. I'll go into it with an open mind, I promise." But I added, feeling irritated. "If Meredith tries any of her wine-throwing shenanigans again, I'm going to have a serious conversation with her. Absolutely no more sabotage. I'm not putting up with that again." His chest rumbled as he laughed. "Now, let's do this for us, me, and Meredith," he added, squeezing my hand. "Thanks, Ava." A little thank you meant everything. It felt fantastic to help him and leave my comfort zone. Naturally, I have reservations, but seeing how much it means to him makes it all worthwhile. I hope, maybe even pray, this time will be different. Cross your fingers. I told him, I'll make it right when I get back, truly meaning it. That weighty talk with Liam about his mother was heartfelt. It made me realize I needed to contact Meredith, despite my fear. Our past wasn't exactly a series of memorable events. I tried for Liam and our family. Braced, sent the message. Meredith, Liam mentioned you might like to get together sometime. Let me know if you're interested. Her response confirmed my fears. That passive-aggressive tone and well-crafted reply. Ava, how kind of you. Liam did tell me to strive to be better. That single word hung in the air like a terrible stench. It felt like a cold rain on a hopeful summer day. Still, we started spending time together. It was excruciating at first. The tension was palpable, you could practically taste it. Every interaction was a minefield. Slowly, though, things shifted. We started to find common ground, remembering old family stories, laughing about silly things we did as kids. It wasn't a sudden transformation, but it was bearable. The old Meredith, whom I knew well, resurfaced. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to others, with snide remarks and subtly undermining observations. I felt alone in noticing it, constantly on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It felt like one of those over-the-top high school movies, but it was my life, and it was infuriating. I felt like she was doing it on purpose, and it was slowly driving me mad. This awful situation lasted months, and my frustration kept growing. I was tired of playing the nice girl, pretending everything was fine, and smiling when inside I was screaming. The forced smiles and fake pleasantries felt hollow. I couldn't ignore the elephant in the room any longer, no matter how much I dreaded the confrontation. I finally had the courage to talk to Meredith one afternoon at her apartment, sipping tea that ironically tasted bitter, matching my mood. My heart was pounding like a drum solo as I tried to find the right words. It felt like forever before I could start. I frantically exclaimed, Meredith, I can't pretend anymore. I thought things were getting better, but these repeated digs and subtle barbs hurt me. She looked at me with her usual innocent expression, that perfect little mask of, I have no idea what you're talking about. But this time, I wasn't buying it. The carefully constructed facade felt flimsy and transparent, almost laughable. I knew I'd reached my limit and couldn't stomach it anymore. I knew this talk, however difficult, had to happen to get this off my chest, regardless of the outcome. The quiet after I spoke felt heavy with unspoken words and tension. I took a big breath, annoyed, but then I was determined. I said, you understand. I'm exhausted from pretending. If we want to solve this, we must discuss it honestly. The situation quickly escalated, with yelling and increasing tension. I half expected Mrs. Gable next door to call the police. I realized how much resentment had built up during all that shouting. It wasn't just about that stupid spilled wine on my wedding dress. That was just the straw that broke the camel's back. It was years of little things, miscommunications, and things left unsaid. Of course, we stopped shouting, but the silence was suffocating. Everything seemed heavy, weighed down by what we'd said. I left Meredith that day feeling exhausted, like someone had sucked all my energy out of me, but I also felt free. It was like shedding a tremendous weight I'd been carrying for so long. My mother-in-law and I had a messy, raw emotional outburst that left me feeling jumbled and relieved. However, a deep sadness followed, leaving me clear-headed. Some hurts are too deep for tea and polite chit-chat to fix. After that screaming match, I sat in the living room, exhausted and drained. All that constant tension, the endless little arguments, it felt like the walls of this huge house were closing in, suffocating me with memories and unresolved issues. The days turned into a blur, and this crushing loneliness settled in everywhere. Liam's still deployed, miles and miles away, and the house feels even more desolate without him. It's a constant painful reminder of how much I miss him and how far we are apart. I'm exhausted from this constant emotional seesaw, so I started thinking about moving. I need a fresh start. It's not a decision yet, but the thought feels comforting, like an escape from this suffocating feeling. Moving to a smaller house felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Yes, the money was a perk, but I genuinely wanted a simpler, snug, calm atmosphere. You know how it's been lately? I remember bringing it up with Liam on one of our video chats and being shocked how readily he appeared to agree. At that point, I'd only talked about the finances and how much easier it would be. I didn't want to bother him with the turmoil. He added, "Honey, I can't shake this feeling that there's more to this," looking at me attentively like he was seeing through me. Another fight with Meredith? Does this move involve her? I breathed a tremendous sigh of relief and frustration, relieved that I didn't have to pretend and frustrated that I'd even had to fake it. Yeah, I informed him. It's partly because of her, Liam. I tried. I really did. I gave everything. But I stopped, feeling like a failure. Despite my efforts, it seemed like hauling a boulder uphill, tiring, and ultimately pointless. I need a fresh start, a room to breathe, since she's so combative. Every conversation feels like walking on eggshells, a perpetual war. I'm exhausted. God bless Liam, he understood. He nodded with his kind, empathic nod on the video conversation and said he knew I tried so hard. He replied, Ava, if it's causing you this much stress, you need to put yourself first. That was a huge relief. Why does his mother dislike me? I don't understand. He claimed trying to talk to her is like hitting a brick wall. Obviously, he loves me. He concluded, if moving is what it takes to make you happy and give us some peace, then let's do it. Hearing those words lifted a big burden. Not running away, but choosing to create a space where we could breathe. It was great to know he didn't blame me and understood. It wasn't just his support, but his words. His point wasn't to lecture or guilt me, it was genuine understanding that makes you feel recognized and valued. I was encouraged that prioritizing my well-being was necessary, not selfish. I needed a location where I could thrive, not merely exist, without anxiety. That conversation changed me. Talking to him gave me strength and purpose. Knowing I had his unconditional love and support encouraged me to face whatever came next. Moving wasn't a panacea, but it was a necessary step toward inner peace. Looking around our old living room, I dreamed of a new, warm environment without bad memories or unsaid tensions. I needed that leap of faith to create a secure area where Liam and I could be ourselves, away from all the unpleasantness in our life, especially with Meredith. 3 months later, I'm situated in my new apartment. So stylish, so me. Leaving that old place with its heavy, lingering unhappiness felt like shedding skin. I'll never forget this amazing feeling. My 36th birthday was approaching, and I was excited. For my first birthday in my new house, I wanted it to be special. I usually left the apartment the night before to let my friends and family decorate as a surprise. But this year was different. My place was too small for a huge celebration. Instead, my closest friends were already celebrating early before our flight tomorrow, creating an intimate and fitting atmosphere for this new chapter. That brought calm joy, you know? Peaceful satisfaction in this quieter, more personal celebration. I wouldn't exchange this sensation. It seemed fitting to celebrate a new beginning calmly and joyfully. It was great for marking this new period of my life, which finally felt mine. Imagine, we were jammed into my apartment, excited for our excursion. The air was full of laughter and pre-vacation enthusiasm. Everyone was excited, then, bam! The phone vibrated. Text from Meredith. Something about calling her quickly was urgent. My gut flipped. I couldn't ignore it. It seemed unusual to go from excitement to anxiety. I excused myself, claiming to retrieve something from my room, my heart racing. Closing the door, I called her. My phone holding hand shook. I said, Meredith, what's wrong? She had a biting voice. It punched me. She blasted me. What the hell is wrong with you? She shouted about my behavior and how she'd had enough. Wow, I was shocked. I mumbled, excuse me? What are you talking about? I couldn't believe she was talking to me. I was shocked and hurt. It hurt a lot. The pre-trip enthusiasm was gone, replaced with a terrible knot in my gut and growing bewilderment and hurt. What happened to make her behave that way puzzled me. It was so unlike her. I needed to process this badly. I needed a minute, just to breathe and figure out what to do next. What my problem seriously is that what this is all about? I couldn't believe her, it felt like she was attempting to divide me and my son. She sneered, you're upset because I told him the truth. It was ridiculous. I asked, what's up, Meredith? You're being unreasonable, I don't have the energy for this, and I'm exhausted dealing with your negativity. Your unhappiness isn't my concern, just leave me alone, I need to enjoy this birthday weekend. She then dropped this unbelievable gut-wrenching bomb. She spoke with a mix of resentment and elation. You won't enjoy your birthday this year. I warned you, so consider it a preemptive strike. My pulse raced against my ribs as I mumbled what on earth you were talking about, perplexed and terrified. The sheer audacity of it all was amazing. Was she actually this malicious? She smiled. A wicked, twisted look that sent shivers down my spine. So serene, her voice was almost unsettling. After not receiving an invitation, I felt underappreciated, so I decided to make your birthday truly memorable. I couldn't wait any longer, so I went to your house and destroyed everything. The decorations, the beautiful new furniture, everything, shattered. The words hung in the air heavy and suffocating. A wave of nausea hit me. It was like a physical blow to my birthday, marred by her invasion of my privacy and malicious cruelty. Looking back, I should thank Meredith for their terrible decorating this year. It looked like a stranger had moved in. It was that horrible that when she called and told me what she'd done, my jaw dropped. Her grin was almost audible over the phone. I was speechless trying to picture it all, but she blurted out, "Surprise, happy birthday Ava, hope you're having a blast." And that's when I started laughing. It was such a shock that the absurdity of the whole situation hit me, and I couldn't stop. I laughed so hard it threw her, yet I could hear her perplexity. She was serious and sure she'd offended me. She exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? You should be sobbing." I finally caught my breath to respond. "Meredith, you're such a goofball. You think you're so clever. You stunned me with your unexpected birthday gift, which was probably the greatest I could have wished for. Who needs a nicely adorned house when you can get this reaction right? It makes me laugh just thinking about it. The most amazing, crazy, outrageous surprise was precisely what I needed. Meredith, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I screamed, "You're despicable. Absolutely despicable." I couldn't get over it. She was so easygoing at first. "What's that like?" It was nothing. I told her it wasn't my house. "Meredith, did you think?" Wow, I was shocked. Totally speechless. It felt weird, like I was witnessing a crazy movie. I told her carefully as much as I could. I relocated 3 months ago and could hear her brain short-circuiting. Deafening silence followed. Then I realized how astonished she must have been. Sheriff Liam and his family now live in the house she broke into, making everything worse. We've only met twice, but you could tell he's the loveliest dude. You could tell he worked hard to prepare his kids. Just thinking about him and his family made my gut clench. It seemed so terrible. I think Meredith's initial amazement was turning into pure panic. I could hear her unsteady, strained voice. Like seeing a dam break. The weight of her actions was falling on her. It wasn't simply a house or vandalism. Her goal was the sheriff's home, the new sheriff who was just moving in with his family. Every trembling syllable I heard was carved with the understanding of her massive error and how devastating the ramifications could be. I heard her take a sudden, shaky breath. She was starting to realize how much danger she'd gotten herself into. The terror in her voice was almost palpable. "Oh my God. Ava?" She muttered, her voice cracking. The words hung in the air, heavy with desperate panic. An odd laugh came to me. My toxic best friend overstepped by claiming maid of honor, disrupted wedding plans, and planned her wedding on my date to create chaos. Original post. Some background info about this girl. Let's call her Jess. At this point in her life, she's kind of a hot mess. She's one of those people who airs everything on Facebook, who has a new love of my life every month, and a new best friend every few months. Her relationships and friendships usually end terribly, with both sides hating each other. How did I become her best friend? Well, she hasn't always been this way. She was relatively normal 5 years ago when I met her, save for the normal, early 20s drama. But in the last 2 years, she's lost her mom to cancer and her grandpa to old age, and she doesn't have any other family. She dropped out of school and found out her boyfriend at the time was cheating on her. After the breakup, I was acting like a shoulder to cry on since she had pretty much hit rock bottom. A few months later, she was telling everyone how close we were and started tagging me as her best friend. A few months ago, I got engaged. Unbeknownst to me, she started telling everyone she was my maid of honor, even though I've always planned on making my sister my maid of honor. But this was right after Jess's mom had died, so I just improvised and said I would have 2 maid of honors. It's still not what I would have liked, but I literally couldn't bring myself to tell this poor girl I don't consider her my best friend. That was my first mistake. About a month after I got engaged, she met a guy. 2 weeks later, she was engaged. A week later, she was married. A month later, she was divorced. Separated? I don't know if it's legal yet. I don't know if anything was legal, but she changed her last name and is still going by that, so I'm guessing it was legal. Ever since the divorce, my own wedding planning has become unbearable. She is constantly telling me how marriage doesn't work, love can't save things, etc., etc., and criticizes how much I'm spending on my wedding when she had hers for a few hundred. Vegas wedding? It's gotten to the point where she's rude to the vendors I'm meeting with, but she gets really upset when I don't take her to meetings since she's the maid of honor. So I'm at the point where I just want to cut her out of the wedding, like I should have done in the first place. However, when I confessed this to a mutual friend, my friend let me know to be careful because Jess can be really vindictive. When she found out her ex from a few years ago was getting married, she tried to contact the bride and tell her he was cheating on her. He wasn't. One of her last besties was fired from her job because Jess made multiple email accounts and regularly contacted customer service complaining about her. And since she knows so much info about my wedding already, I'm really terrified that she'll somehow try to sabotage it. So basically, I don't know what to do at this point. I feel like this wedding is getting away from me, but I also don't know if it'd be less painful to keep her a part of it, Because it would save me all the drama. I don't know what she's capable of, so I'm really worried that she'll somehow make everything harder for me if I don't just grin and bear it. Help. Clutter girl I've been comforting through traumatic times turns out to be batshit crazy, and now I think she's going to ruin my wedding if I don't go with the flow. Relevant comments. Comment 1. To add, it might be a good idea to have passwords with your vendors to confirm your identity. OP, thank you for the advice. I was actually considering the password thing, but I don't know if that's taking things too far. I guess I'm kind of worried about vendors resenting me for being high maintenance. But I hear about bridezillas, momzillas, in-lawzillas all the time, so hopefully this isn't the worst they've seen. Comment 2, Jesus just told her, Jess, you knew him for 3 weeks before you married him. What in the ever-loving fuck did you think was going to happen? If I've only been seeing a girl for 3 weeks, I won't even poop with her in a half-mile radius. Oops, seriously, the week before the wedding was everyone kindly saying, you sure? You've known him for awfully short time. And she responded, everyone's jealous because they can't be us. Yeah. Comment 3, sounds like you need to have a very uncomfortable talk with this girl. Tell her what you told us here and let her know her negative attitude has no place in planning your wedding. You're sorry things aren't working out for her, but she is not allowed to pile this stuff on you. Tell her that you cannot have her as a maid of honor, and since she seems to think so negatively about marriage, you wouldn't expect her to do this. Up to you if you even let her attend the wedding as a guest. Oh my God, I haven't even thought about explaining how her negative attitude towards marriage could be the excuse for not having her in the wedding party. That sounds ridiculously logical, but I've been blinded by a flurry of crazy. Thank you. Update. Guys. This went full-blown crazy. Before I could have a conversation with Jess, she confronted me about it. Apparently the mutual I confided in let the whole story leak, and a twisted, more dramatic version made its way back to Jess. Shit, meet a fan. It was an hour or two of me trying to explain to Jess in a somewhat calm manner that I felt she had overstepped her boundaries, and it was really taking a mental toll on me, while she yelled about what a terrible friend I was and how she's tired of putting all of her faith in the wrong people, and how she was tired of trying her best to be a good maid of honor. I made the mistake of pointing out that I had never asked her to be my maid of honor in the first place, and she responded with, well then I must be delusional. The first step is admitting you have a problem, so. Progress. Needless to say, we aren't on speaking terms. Shortly after that I took all of your advice and called all of my wedding vendors and let them know that my fiancé and I were going to be the only people making any decisions, and set up a confirmation word with them. Apparently this shit happens a lot because nobody even asked why. I accidentally forgot to contact the bakery making our cake, but luckily they called me and asked if I was certain I wanted to cancel the wedding cake. Apparently there was a voicemail left on their machine. Wonder how that happened. Here's where things get really nuts. A few weeks after our blow-up she apparently met some guy who is the love of her life. A few weeks after that they're engaged. I can't make this shit up. She did it again. Then our mutual friends get invitations for her wedding, which is the same date as mine. But since they had RSVP'd for my wedding, a lot of them couldn't make it. A few days before her wedding, they have to cancel because he's already married. And you know what? So is she. I guess she never got officially divorced from that first quickie wedding. So as far as I know, no wedding actually happened. I have no idea if they still plan to. I'm just glad to be away from that circus. But anyways, I got married a few weeks ago. Everything was wonderful, the weather was great, and everyone present was a joy to be around. Except maybe my uncle, who gets a little too dancy when he's drunk, but you know. Family. Thank you to everyone who responded, and to everyone letting me know I'm not helping matters by going with the flow. I will be actively practicing caution when making friends, by running from crazy and not comforting it. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Anyone else think mutual friends are kind of shitty? She was the one who told OP to be careful about Jess, yet she decided it would be a good idea to blab about what OP told her, knowing full well it would get back to Jess. Now instead of telling Jess on her own terms, OP got ambushed instead. OP. I actually asked her about it a few days after the blow-up. Her defense was that she didn't actually tell Jess, she told another mutual friend of ours, who told someone else, who told someone else, who told Jess, so technically it wasn't her fault. Which is how by the time it got to Jess the story was somewhere along the lines of, OMG, Bubble Sex 1 is telling everyone you're ruining her life and sabotaging the wedding. All of us met at work, we all worked at the same restaurant long ago, and it was always a drama-filled place. A lot of the same people still work there and still thrive off of the drama. I'm thinking it's time for me to move on from that specific crowd. Cliques are fun in middle school. In your 20s, not so much. Comment 2. I will be actively practicing caution when making friends. By running from crazy and not comforting it. I'd like to nominate the first candidate for your new policy. The mutual friend, who somehow let the story leak, and repeated to Jess a twisted, more dramatic version of what you had confided in her. Ope. I've decided to distance myself from that crowd. We're at different points in our lives, and I just don't find gossiping all that fun. My real besties, from high school who were all bridesmaids, have all grown up and we would never pull this crap. Comment 3. I bet Jess was never actually getting married this time. It was just a plot to ensure at least some of your friends didn't make your wedding. Oop. I suspect that as well, but since she's done it before I wouldn't be surprised if she actually went through with it. I'm assuming they were both trying to get divorced before the wedding and realized they wouldn't be able to in time, because some stuff takes time and can't be erased in a jiffy, so they couldn't do it. I get the feeling this guy is either really stupid or just as crazy as she is, so at least they've found each other? My wife started overspending and left the kids to go on a trip after I got promoted. Am I the asshole for filing for divorce and blocking her cards? My wife, Meredith, and I, both 38, have been married for the past decade and together for about 13. We've had a somewhat typical relationship, with no affairs or significant misunderstandings, and our families get along well together. We also have 2 amazing children, a 7-year-old girl and a 5-year-old son. We come from comparable financial backgrounds. Our parents raised us comfortably, but we weren't spoiled. I'm not sure how she got into the habit of being a spendthrift anytime she thought she could afford it, even if only a little. I believe that's been my main complaint about her during our relationship. She doesn't always realize that we shouldn't spend all of our money right away. She subscribes to the "it's just money" school of thought, which is something we've always differed on. However, it has never been a major issue for us to quarrel over, and we have nearly always ignored it. This became a big concern a year ago when I was promoted to CFO at my company, which came with a large compensation increase. Obviously, I informed Meredith of my expected salary, and I recall reminding her that just because I was getting a rise did not mean we should suddenly begin living above our means. I don't think she heard me, though, because she began splurging frequently shortly after my promotion. It began with buying sprees. She then began spending my money on nice items from well-known brands, even going so far as to redecorate our home. She got rid of all of our perfectly decent furniture so she could replace it with brand new, trendy pieces. You can imagine how much that must have cost me because she made no contribution to any of these expenses, despite the fact that she is a working woman. The main difference is that she is a high school teacher while I work longer hours in corporate. I have to admit that my wife handles most of the domestic tasks and spends the most time with our children. That was her initial defense. She expressed her dissatisfaction with working all day and felt entitled to a reward for her efforts. She reminded me that when I had to work late at night or travel regularly for work prior to my promotion, she was the one who held down the fort at home. With 2 young children, that was also a difficult chore. I understood where she was coming from, so even though I attempted to persuade her to cut back on her reckless spending, all I did was talk to her and hope she understood my worry. But she didn't, and things just got worse. She kept spending more money. I'm not a miser, but whenever I tried to talk to her about her spending habits, she treated me like one. She'd make me feel bad for attempting to stop her. We had recently fought a lot about our finances. Even though I was making decent money following my promotion, we hadn't been able to save much because of her extravagant spending. Then, last week, she pushed all boundaries. When I got home from work, I discovered that the babysitter had been summoned, and instead of Meredith, she was caring for the kids. I was obviously perplexed because we generally only contact the babysitter when both of us need to go out. Meredith hadn't told me about her plans for the day, which she generally does, even if it's only to meet friends for breakfast or something else. I do the same for her. I tried calling her several times but couldn't get through. I eventually asked the babysitter to clarify what was going on, and she informed me that Meredith had reportedly hired her to remain with the kids for a week, day and night. This made me even more bewildered, as I had no understanding what was going on. I let the babysitter handle the kids while I tried to phone Meredith and her parents, but neither of them answered. I even tried contacting her pals, but they had no idea what was going on either. After nearly 3 hours of attempting, she finally answered my call. I instantly placed her on blast because her behavior was so irregular, and I felt entitled to an explanation. She explained that she couldn't react earlier since she and her parents were on a flight. They had decided to take a family trip to Miami, so none of them could return my calls. She didn't think she needed to elaborate anymore. I had to ask her why she had left me and the kids behind to travel to Miami with her parents without first addressing it with me. I already knew she planned to stay for a week because the babysitter had told me. When I began questioning her, she did not take it well. Instead, she told me that I had no business referring to her in that manner because she had done everything in her power to secure her family's happiness. She felt it was time for her to do something for her parents as well. I attempted to tell her that I didn't mind her doing things for her parents, but the fact that she didn't think it was necessary to discuss it with me first worried me. That had been the situation for the previous year. She had never contacted me before making important financial decisions. She simply cut me off harshly, saying she needed and deserved a break, and hung up. I tried contacting her several more times, but she did not answer. That was the final straw for me. I had tolerated her conduct for a long time, but I couldn't take it anymore. I immediately made a couple calls to block her credit cards. Her personal card was the only one that continued to work. After confirming the cards were blocked, I began receiving phone calls and messages from her, but I turned off all notifications. I then called a buddy, who connected me with his divorce lawyer. I explained the scenario to the lawyer and requested him to begin drafting divorce papers for me right away because I'd had enough. 2 days later, Meredith returned home. When I answered the door, she instantly apologized for her actions. She claimed she had no idea how hurt I would feel. She claimed she took the next available aircraft back home as soon as she realized the enormity of her error. She claimed that she would have returned earlier, but storms had canceled all flights, forcing her and her parents to wait. Now that she was back, she stated she was willing to discuss and tell her side of the story so that we could work things out. It was too late, however. My lawyer had already delivered the divorce papers to me for signature the night before. I tossed the papers at her and told her she had to deal with them because I was done with her. While she was still reading the papers, I shut the door. A few seconds later, she began shouting at me, knocking on the door, and imploring me to open it. She continued saying that I could not do this to her. It hurt a lot to see her like that, but I honestly couldn't handle it any longer. Fortunately, our children did not have to witness their mother's emotional breakdown, nor did they have to see me ignore her. I'd sent them to stay with my parents for a few days, expecting that something like this would happen. Meredith continued to knock on the door for nearly 15 minutes before giving up and leaving, likely to return to her parents. She has been attempting to chat to me for the past week. I've muted her everywhere. I haven't blocked her because we still have the kids to think about, and even if I do, I'll have to unblock her someday, so it seems pointless. Out of curiosity, I read a few of her messages. It has been a mixed bag. Most of the time, she apologizes profusely, not just for the most recent episode, but for everything that has occurred. She has promised to attempt to curb her costs and be more responsible with our finances. However, her texts occasionally take on a different tone. She accuses me of being ruthless and says I can't waste 13 years of our relationship and a decade of marriage on this. She says that if I want to work things out, I must want to do so with her. She recently wrote me a message in which she acknowledged that I was upset with her, which was understandable, but reminded me that we have 2 children together and must consider their well-being. She accused me of being overly egoistic, stating I was only concerned with myself and my wrath, not the children. She went on to say that most people try to work through such issues before filing for divorce. For some reason, her message stuck with me, most likely because she mentioned the kids. Now I'm reevaluating the entire scenario. I'm beginning to worry if I'm being too hard on her. The notion of divorce has also taken its toll on me, and I realize that I may not have been thinking about the children as much as I should have. I've been visiting them at my parents' house, trying to keep things under control, but I know they're unhappy. They will probably be even more sad without their mother in their life. Despite her flaws, Meredith is a good mother. She was not lying when she said she had always tried to make our family happy. Perhaps I am making a hasty decision by filing for divorce so quickly. Update 1. Hey, after reading the comments, I realize there are some topics I still need to talk with my wife before making such a big decision. Not just those in the comments, but also my friends and family, agree that chatting with her could be good. So, yesterday, I decided to contact her and offer to meet her for lunch and discuss. We opted to keep the kids out of it, despite the fact that she missed and wanted to see them. For practical reasons, I didn't think we'd be able to communicate effectively if they were present. I did, however, tell her that she was welcome to visit my parents whenever she wished. When we eventually met, it seemed weird at first. Then she went right in and started apologizing for everything. She stated her point of view and informed me that she thought I was always being frugal with money instead of simply trying to enjoy our life. She conceded, however, that she did have an issue with overspending and had been in denial about it for so long. She saw herself as the ideal wife and refused to accept that this was a problem she needed to resolve. She also said that because of my job, she often worried that I wouldn't be able to spend enough time with my family or at home. In some strange manner, She was simply trying to keep herself occupied since she was really lonely. That was something we'd discussed previously. As a high school teacher, her hours were relatively short, yet she spent the majority of her time at home each day. She didn't have many pals because her former friends were either busy during the week or spent weekends with their family. She expressed her desire to spend time with us because weekends were the only time I could be with the family. Because of this, she hasn't been able to form any significant connections in the 10 years after we married and had children. Whatever friendships she had before had begun to grow apart, and she now only saw those friends on occasion. She said that she thought that shopping would help her cope with her loneliness and boredom. Retail therapy was the one thing that made her happy. She became preoccupied with remodeling our home, going on shopping sprees, and making big purchases because it gave her something to focus on. For some reason, she felt like she was accomplishing something worthwhile with her time and money. The trouble was that she didn't realize she was beyond regular spending limitations, which is why we had so many conflicts. She really apologized and agreed that she should have told me about it. She found it quite difficult to admit to herself that this was a genuine problem. As she told me this, she began crying, and I realized how lonely she had gotten. It's true that after our marriage and having children, she had little time for herself. I had to admit that a big portion, if not all of this was due to the sacrifices Mom had made for me and our family. When we had our firstborn, she spent less time with her friends and family because someone had to stay at home in the evenings to finish the task. I'd arrive home late, and it was nearly hard for me to divide the tasks or take over responsibility for our infant since I was so fatigued. When we had our second child, she went above and beyond to manage 2 children and the household so that I didn't have any problems. Of course, it was teamwork, but she was still on the team and performed admirably. As we talked, it dawned on me how much effort we had both put in over the last 10 years to secure our family's happiness. I concluded that I couldn't waste all of those years simply because I was sad. Yes, I was outraged and extremely wounded by her actions, but she saw the problem and was determined to change. I believed I owed it to her and our children to try to make our marriage work. I tried to console her while she was crying, telling her that I was willing to work on our marriage. However, I thought it would be best if we took a few days apart to cool off, and she agreed. We were both being realistic. After all, we had just had a massive dispute, likely one of the most serious in our relationship, especially because I had gone so far as to see a lawyer. That's a significant event, and I believed that taking some time apart to reflect on our behavior would be beneficial. I couldn't expect her to be away from the kids for too long, so I told her they were staying with her in-laws and she could visit whenever she wanted. She was pleased with the choice, and the meeting ended on a positive note. We also agreed to meet again exactly a week later. In the meantime, I intended to contact my lawyer to cancel the divorce procedures. Update 2. Hello, Meredith and I met again yesterday. We have been in touch for the past week, and we both acknowledge that our marriage is far from perfect. It hasn't been ideal in a long time, and we both agreed that we needed to work on it. We chose to attend a marriage counselor and committed to making it work. We agreed that it shouldn't be too difficult because we still love one another. As long as we can agree on one thing, we can overcome whatever obstacles that arise. This week apart provided me with valuable information and opportunity to ponder on my life. She wasn't wrong about anything. She was right when she stated I spent a lot of time at work, and she was also right about how much money she spent. We were both excessive in our own ways, and it had a negative impact on our marriage, to the point where we were thinking about divorce. That clearly has to change. As I said in my last update, I am grateful that so many individuals supported my decision. Of course, there are still others who believe I'm doing the wrong thing and have labeled me a doormat for even considering giving our marriage another chance after what she did. But that doesn't matter because she's the mother of my children and we've been together for a long time. One fight is insufficient to erase that. Besides, we're not only doing this for ourselves, but also for our kids. They definitely need both of us in their lives. I've already spoken extensively about my decision and discussed why I arrived at this determination. Neither of us was flawless, but now that we've identified the flaws on both sides, we're tackling them together. It is fine if this causes some people to be upset. After all, you only have the information I've provided, but I've been in this relationship for years and know this is the best way forward. I don't dismiss anyone's advice or life experiences, but a few people being dissatisfied with my decision on an online forum won't change or affect it. That is all. Having said that, I'm quite pleased with my choice. When Meredith and I met yesterday after our 1-week vacation, we were both in a much better mood. We hugged as soon as we saw each other, and that hug gave me confidence that I was doing the right thing. It was evident that neither of us were prepared to let go. She was the first true love of my life, and I have been the same for her. We just lost touch in our relationship while juggling professions, families, and other commitments. As folks say, life got in the way. But don't worry. She's finally moved back in. She returned this morning, and I also brought our kids home from my parents' house. Now we're all living together as one happy family under the same roof, and I hope to keep it that way for the rest of our lives. I know the last 2 weeks have been extremely difficult for all of us, particularly the children. At least Meredith and I are grown-ups who can manage our emotions better than they can. As much as my children adore their grandparents, they both missed us horribly. I could see the joy on their faces when we all got back together, and I never want to put them through something like this again. Knowing that I'm doing the best thing for my family makes it easier to forgive Meredith. During our chat yesterday, Meredith and I agreed that what she had done was wrong. She explained that the only reason she went without notifying me was that she knew I would be upset. She believed that as a grown woman, she shouldn't have to beg for permission from anyone. We worked through it, realizing that it wasn't about asking for my permission, but about being honest with me and thinking about our family, which she hadn't done. She apologized again, and I assured her that I was ready to go on and start again. That's how we got back together. Even today, a few hours later, when the kids had fallen asleep, we spoke again. She apologized to me for being so insensitive, particularly during the last year. She burst into tears again, and I soothed her. We made several pledges to each other. This time, we're determined to keep our pledges and not forget about each other, or our children, while living our lives. That was the worst mistake we've ever made, and we're determined to avoid it again. Update 3. It's been almost 6 months since my previous update. I purposefully waited until now to post anything because, even after my last update, many people questioned whether this would work. Some accused me of being a doormat, or a pushover, because I gave my wife another chance. A few even took the time to contact me directly to express their thoughts. None of this matters now. We've been attending couples counseling for 6 months and are actively working on our issues. Guess what? It has been working in our advantage. We've never been happier together, and the kids are doing great as well. We're no longer constantly arguing or making subtle jabs at each other without recognizing it. We had no idea how much our behavior had been harming the children until we began addressing it. We've been working on it slowly as well. Instead of suppressing our frustrations and acting out like children, we began communicating directly with one another. That's made all the difference. Of course, we still need to put in effort. Sometimes it's important to keep our cool, but other times it's better to let it all out and have a genuine disagreement. But, at the end of the day, we're still together and have always been able to work through our differences. That is what is actually important to us. Everyone in our lives is relieved we did not go through with the divorce, especially our parents. Initially, they weren't completely opposed to the idea, but they eventually concluded it would be too severe. Honestly, I don't think obtaining a divorce would have made either of us happy. We'd both be miserable. That being said, remaining together isn't for everyone, but it was the greatest option for us. I have maintained all of my vows to Meredith, and she has kept hers to me. I've reduced my job hours and am trying to spend more time with my family. We've been going on weekend getaways, having supper together, and spending time with the kids. I'm gradually discovering how much I've been losing out on, and frankly, I don't believe the rat race is worth sacrificing family for. This change may have an impact on, or possibly slow down, my professional development. I am not concerned about being passed over for future promotions. I'll devote as much time to work as required, but I won't allow it consume my life. Meredith has also started to live a more fulfilling life. Instead of devoting all of her time to her family and then splurging all at once, she has begun to spend time with her friends and pursue new interests. She now prioritizes self-care, which has been a nice adjustment. She appears to be a lot happier and is no longer prone to overspending. In short, we're all happier than we were 6 months ago, or even before that. We're all really delighted we decided to keep together. Update 4. Hello everyone. It has been almost a year since my last post, and in a few weeks, Meredith and I will be throwing a party and ceremony to reaffirm our marriage vows. The last few months have been incredible, so we decided it's the perfect moment to renew our vows. This ceremony will be far grander than our previous wedding. When we married, we were both just starting out in our careers and relied largely on our parents to finance the wedding costs. We couldn't make it too enormous, as it would have been unreasonable. This time, however, we are splurging a little, and happily, we agree on it. We've earned this. But it isn't the finest part. Meredith gifted me with a set of really costly platinum cufflinks yesterday. She explained that she had meant to wait until the wedding to give me her gift, but she couldn't wait to see the expression on my face. For the fact, they were extremely expensive, and she makes significantly less money than I do. It wasn't about the material value of the present, it was about its sentimental significance. I knew it would have burned a hole in her purse, but she went ahead and did it. She told me she was grateful to have me in her life because she thought any other man in my position would not have taken her back after what she had done. But I did. I placed her and the family first. She wanted me to know how grateful she was for everything I did for her, and the cufflinks were her modest mark of appreciation. I'm not normally an emotional guy, but I ended up crying since our relationship has been a long road, and we've finally arrived at a point when everything feels perfect. Also, I'm not complaining, but most of the time, I've been the one to give such expensive gifts. Not just to Meredith, but to everyone in my family. I had never been on the receiving end before, so this was a big deal for me. I told Meredith just how grateful I was for her. I also told her that, at the end of the day, we're a team, and our priority will always be family. I told her, and I will say it again, I am grateful to have her in my life. My stepmother tricked my dad into missing my wedding by faking a crisis with her daughter. Now she's upset because she's banned from my house. For perspective, my biological mother is not in the picture and has never wanted to be. Aside from giving birth to me, I cannot recall anything mom has done for me. When I was younger, it hurt a lot because I believed I had done something wrong to have her hate me and leave. Now I know better. My father married my stepmother when I was 8 years old. Now that I'm an adult, I understand why dad remarried, even if I wish he hadn't. My stepmother pretended to have a soft place for me while dating my father. It was her way of winning him over, but I was never deceived. I could tell from the way she handled me when he wasn't present. I attempted to tell my father, but he assumed I simply didn't like her since she wasn't my mother. He said having a mother figure in my life was beneficial and that I should learn to accept her. I realized he needed companionship, perhaps more than I needed a mother, so I chose to endure my stepmother. She wasn't completely nasty to me, but she didn't care as much as she wanted my father to believe she did. She always did the bare minimum rather than going above and beyond. I didn't expect her to because I wasn't her biological child, but it still hurt. Claudia, my stepmother, had never married nor had children before meeting my father. My father and Claudia tried to have children for years before ultimately having one. My sister is 6 years old today, and she is really gorgeous. I adore her and would do anything for her. As you can tell, I am much older than she is. The wedding day. My father was meant to attend my wedding today, but he was unable to do so due to my stepmother. When I got to the location, I was surprised to find neither of my parents present. I called my father, and he informed me that Tessa, my younger sister, was missing, and he and Claudia were looking for her. I was afraid. This couldn't happen on my wedding day. I honestly wanted to cancel the whole affair, but my father reminded me that we had guests who had taken time off work and flown to attend. He told me I couldn't disappoint them and made me pledge to wait an hour. If he wasn't returned by then, I should go on with the wedding. When the hour was up, they still hadn't found Tessa, so I had no choice but to proceed with the ceremony. I was devastated. In addition to my husband, my father is the most significant person in my life. He was supposed to lead me down the aisle, but he wasn't even present. I was heartbroken, but also felt terrible for being upset because my sister was absent. A few minutes after we exchanged vows and were about to begin the reception, my father called to say they were on their way. When they came, I discovered that Tessa had gone home with a friend. The school accepted it because her best friend's mother was also authorized to take her up if her own mother was unable. Claudia pretended she didn't know and apologized excessively for everything. I didn't believe her since something didn't make sense. After everything had calmed down, I questioned Tessa why she went home with her closest friend when her mother had not instructed her to. Tessa responded, "Mommy told me to go with Ryan but not tell anyone." Claudia had purposefully caused my father to miss my wedding, blaming it on Tessa's disappearance. By this point, the reception was almost done, and my husband and I were about to leave. My father continued apologizing for missing the wedding, but I told him he shouldn't blame himself, but rather the lady he married. He stated that was a serious accusation. I told him that wasn't an accusation if it was true, and I asked Tessa to repeat what she had previously told me. She did it so that everyone could hear. I could see the wrath on my father's face as he struggled to suppress it. He asked Claudia if what Tessa had stated was true. She didn't answer right away, so he had to shake her out of her thoughts by shouting. What she said next startled me. Claudia admitted that she thought my father only cared about me, gave me everything I needed, and frequently neglected her and Tessa. She admitted that she wanted the first wedding when my father walked a bride down the aisle to be Tessa's, not mine. She considered Tessa to be her first and only daughter. She said that I had always had all of the attention in my life, and it was time for Tessa to get some too. Claudia expressed jealousy that my father would escort me down the aisle. Tessa is just 6 years old, for crying out loud, and Claudia was prepared to wait 20 years for that time. Instead, she destroyed my wedding to draw attention away from me. Claudia was the closest thing to a mother I'd ever had, and all she had to do was accept me as her daughter and enjoy her time as the mother of the bride. My biological mother was not invited to the wedding, so it wasn't like two mothers were fighting for me. My wedding was not the moment for her to be insecure about her and Tessa's status in the family. Nothing she said made sense to me. It's tragic that it took so long for my father to recognize who she really is. What has already been done is irreversible. It will always be true that my father missed my wedding for no legitimate reason, and it hurts tremendously. Claudia expressed no remorse. She expressed everything as if it were true, expecting everyone to comprehend and agree with her. She has always been this way, unable to admit her mistakes and unable to apologize. This time, though, she had gone too far. She tampered with our lives in an unpleasant manner. My father was terribly disappointed, but he didn't want to make matters worse on my wedding day, so he excused everyone, stating that we would discuss it later. We did not travel for our honeymoon right away since we had arranged a Thanksgiving ceremony the day after the wedding. Claudia acted as if nothing had happened the day before the service. She urgently tried to be polite to me, overcompensating with praises and excessive attempts to ensure everything was in order, despite the fact that everything had been arranged months in advance. Honestly, all I needed from her was a real apology, but it didn't appear that I was going to get it. That explains why she was doing so much. So that we could go on, she needed to understand that there is no moving forward without a genuine apology. Even though it won't reverse what happened, she must accept she was wrong and truly apologize to me, my father, and my husband before we can move on. My spouse has always believed my family was chaotic, and this further supports his opinion. His family dynamics are quite different from mine, quiet, prim, and proper, whereas mine feels far more ghetto in comparison. We intended to have lunch at the church where the Thanksgiving service would be held, which was close to our new home. I was on the edge of canceling because I didn't want to deal with my stepmother any longer, but being with my husband has taught me to see the broader picture and not behave rashly. Despite my reservations about canceling, I realized it would be more detrimental than beneficial. She did everything during lunch to persuade me to talk to her, but I refused. This was not something that could be overlooked, and no one would just move on. The tension in the air was evident, and I'm sure everyone expected me to lash out at her. Then, during lunch, she made a statement that referred to me as her daughter. That was the breaking point for me. I informed her that she had no right to call me her daughter. There was no point in pretending she cared about me or wanted the best for me because her behaviors demonstrated otherwise. I made it obvious that I did not want her, or anything associated with her near me, especially Tessa. I was tired of tolerating her only to make my father happy. I asked her to leave and warned her not to return to my place. Lunch had ended, and it was time for everyone to leave. Some of my pals stayed behind to cheer me up and assist me with packing for my honeymoon. Months later. It's been months since my wedding, and things have not improved. I haven't seen or spoken with my stepmother since that Thanksgiving feast. I've excused myself from every function that might bring us together. My father tried to talk me into reconciling with her, but I refused. I do not want her in my life. My father once asked me a striking question. Was I willing to end my relationship with Tessa? I didn't react since I was too annoyed to consider Tessa at the time. However, I now feel terrible about putting her in the center of all this. She did nothing wrong, but I punished her. My father informed me that Tessa misses me a lot. He mentioned that she'd cried and asked for me multiple times, which crushed my heart. Still, I wasn't ready to let go of what had happened, so I did nothing. Am I doing to Tessa what my real mother did to me? I know it isn't precisely the same, but I can't stop feeling guilty. NTA. I believe you simply need time to process your emotions before returning to Tessa's life. I can't imagine how you feel knowing your father missed your wedding. NTA. Your father could have done more than just shout at her to obtain the facts. It did not appear that he took command of the situation. He must guarantee that his wife makes amends, even if it means using force. My fiancé and I have been together for several years. She met my daughter Kylie, who is 15, and they seem to get along well. However, I am not comfortable with her parenting my daughter. I do not want her to dictate or try to parent her. Many people may not like that, but it's what Kylie and I are comfortable with, and we talked about it before I got engaged or allowed my fiancé to move in. This was not sprung on my fiancé either. She was told this long before we began dating, got engaged, or moved in together. It was never new knowledge. I told her that I understood if she didn't like it, but it was a barrier I was establishing for my daughter and myself. She appeared to understand at the time. If you want more context, seek up Nacho Parenting. I've never had a problem with someone not enjoying this setup. My concern is that she suddenly has a problem with it, despite knowing about it earlier. After she moved in a few months ago, she began taking Kylie to school. I never expected or planned for her to do that, yet she awoke an hour early to drive my kid to school. Things got heated when she went to Kylie and informed her she couldn't go out because she had homework to do. This sparked an argument because Kylie was attempting to explain, but my fiancé kept cutting her off, saying, "Nope, you can't go out." When I went in, I clarified that Kylie wasn't going to a hangout, but to the library to study for a group test her teacher had planned. My fiancé was surprised and remarked, "Well, she doesn't need to be going out like that anyway. She won't focus in a group." I informed her that it was not her decision to make. I drove Kylie to the library and returned to find my fiancé seething. She accused me of embarrassing her and claimed Kylie wasn't even studying. I informed her again that she had no right to influence what my daughter did. If she had real issues, she should have contacted me, but she had no business arguing with my child in that manner. She replied, "Oh, so I can send her off, pick her up from school, and deal with all of the inconveniences, but I can't discipline her?" I told her no, she couldn't, and reminded her that this wasn't about parenting. The problem was that she had willfully crossed a barrier that had been explicitly communicated from the beginning. I told her she went out of her way to cross that limit and then tried to defend it later. That was her decision. She departed, claiming she was too angry to converse at the time. Now I feel as if I'm being set up. She was aware of this boundary and is treating it as something she can wear down over time. NTA. You set a clear and firm limit, and she continually violated it, then became angry at you for holding her responsible. If your fiancé is unable to accept this, you may need to reassess your relationship. These are huge red flags. She ignores your and Kylie's very fair boundaries and then gives you the silent treatment when questioned. She also tried to shift the responsibility onto you, claiming you embarrassed her. NTA, but I believe you should really rethink your relationship with your fiancé. It appears she believed that as you became closer as a family, she would be able to make judgments about Kylie's parenting. However, her behavior throughout this circumstance appears to be controlling. The drinking age here is 18. I work at a club with crazy hours, so one Saturday morning after work, some of my coworkers and I decided to have a few beers in my house. There were 4 of us, ages 32, 27, 25, and 19. Working in a club, we're used to seeing people become trashed, so we realized the value of recognizing our boundaries. Nobody was compelled to drink. We'd all worked 10 hours on our feet, so there were only 4 women sitting around a coffee table with whiskey, tequila, gin, and mixers. Jenny, 19, continued to pour shots as the rest of us sipped our drinks gently. We all agreed to pace ourselves and take Ubers home once we were inebriated. Then the drama began. Jenny began sobbing, first from delight, then loneliness, and last from alcohol. She spam called her ex constantly, lost her phone, and then asked that I find it so she could call her ex to pick her up. Spoiler alert, he never arrived. Jenny refused to go home, even if one of us accompanied her. So I tucked her into my bed and told her to rest. She then asked me to cuddle her, and as I did, she began grinding on me. I instantly excused myself. Later, she exited the bedroom, returned to the couch, and began contacting her ex until losing her phone in the blankets. Then she vomited on the couch. When I went to check my room, I discovered that she had also vomited on my bed, which had spread and saturated for about an hour. Yum. Jenny handled everything with a glassy-eyed dismissiveness that some colleagues sought to justify because of her age. Every blanket in my flat came into contact with vomit. When she finally woke up, over 6 hours later, I persuaded her to agree to leave. She ignored the mess she had made. I snapped and asked her who she thought would clean up all the puke and where she expected me to sleep. She reluctantly promised to clean my bed and bedding, but she has been putting it off ever since. The bed was cleaned 2 days later, and she didn't mind that I had to remain at my partner's house in the interim. She hasn't returned the bedding she promised to dry clean, and she gets offended when I ask for updates without being overly pleasant. She blamed her behavior on drinking, and some colleagues think she's just young and going through things. They say I'm being too harsh, but this smacks of entitlement. I've been a drunk girl before, but I've always apologized for my faults. Jenny, on the other hand, seemed to believe that my life will continue as usual even without a bed or blankets. I am a broke student working in the service business, so none of this is simple for me. Am I being inconsiderate? NTA. Don't take drunks home anymore. If she had puked once, she should have been in the restroom. Unfortunately, you may have to accept the loss and clean everything yourself next time. I've been in your situation. I cleaned up after a friend and then informed her she wasn't allowed at my house again since she was intoxicated. I even put her in the bathtub to sleep it off, with a bucket nearby. Thank God for waterproof mattress covers. You were not inconsiderate. You allowed an intoxicated person to stay at your house, throw up everywhere, and did not ask her to leave until she was sober. You're correct. She should go out of her way to make it up to you. Sure, she's young and had a rough drinking night. You don't want to punish her, you simply want to be made whole for her actions. Here's what you should do: politely but firmly ask her to return your stuff or pay for replacements. Say anything like this: Jenny, I need my sheets and stuff returned before tomorrow. If you can't do that, I'll need the money to replace them. You spewed up on every blanket and sleeping surface I own, and I need them cleaned or replaced. Please send me specified amount, or the clean things at the end of the week. Explain to your coworkers that you are not being harsh or carrying a grudge. You just cannot afford to cover the cost of ruined products. Even children realize that their acts have repercussions. Am I the asshole for telling my mom she can't share a room or a bed with her boyfriend in my home? When I, 27 female, was in college, I met my boyfriend and we moved in together, sharing a place with some friends, after dating for a year. I was 19 when we met and 20 when we moved in together. We decided from that point onward to take turns spending Christmas with our families. But the first year we were supposed to see mine, my mom made it clear my boyfriend could not stay and we weren't sharing a room or a bed in her house. My dad argued in favor of letting it happen since I was an adult and living with him already, but mom said no. She hated that I wouldn't stay at their house then and instead booked an Airbnb. She said I should respect the rules of her house and I told her I was, but I didn't want to tell my boyfriend to be alone on the holidays and especially when his family had welcomed us together happily. After that I made it clear there would be no coming to visit like that if I couldn't sleep with my boyfriend. My mom said it wasn't like we were married, so she had every right to that rule. 2 years ago my dad died and for 11 months my mom has been in a relationship with her boyfriend. They don't live together exactly, but according to my brother he was there most nights while he was still there. My mom and brother aren't really talking right now. My brother could hear mom and her boyfriend in bed and he hated it, so he moved out. He's also 22 and had wanted to, but it gave him the push to move. My mom was furious and demanded to know why he was leaving out of nowhere, and she freaked when my brother told her he was tired of hearing them. It started mom off on him not being happy for her that she found someone again after dad died. My mom seems to be missing my brother being around, and she told me she misses having her kids around her, so she wanted to visit for a week or two soon. She wanted to bring her boyfriend along and I told her she can't share a room or a bed with him in my home. I told her I do not want to hear that. She got mad at me and said she's a grown woman and should be allowed her freedom. I told her she was all right denying it to me and I wasn't even planning to have sex in her house. But it sounded like she doesn't care if we hear or not, and I'm not dealing with it. I also told her I wasn't going to reward her with sharing with her boyfriend when she has been so strict with me about it. My mom accused me of acting like a petty child. My seal accused me of being ungrateful after a trip with my brother, claiming I owed her thanks for babysitting her own kids. My 22F brother, 35, surprised me 6 months ago by planning a trip to Scotland for my birthday. He knew I've never traveled before and wanted to take me to my dream country. Due to tight finances, it was just the two of us, which I was okay with since at the time him and I were close. For context, my brother is married and has 2 kids under 6. His wife, 34F, had said she was happy for me and didn't mind holding down the fort for a week while we're on the trip. Her and I have never been close and quite frankly just tolerate each other for the sake of keeping the peace. She's never been a fan of how close my siblings are with each other. It all comes down to growing up in different family dynamics, Anyway, the trip was amazing and I loved every second of it. I was on such a high when we came back that I thanked my brother so many times for doing this for me until he told me to shut up. Lol, I thought everything was good and we resumed our lives normally. Imagine my surprise when I get a text 3 days after coming back from my SIL telling me off and calling me rude and ungrateful cause I didn't send her a text thanking her for babysitting on her own and having to do everything around her house for a whole week while I had fun with her husband. Yep, that's exactly how she worded it. I was flabbergasted. This is the same woman who smiled and told me to have fun on my trip, and now she's berating me for not thanking her for doing me a favor by taking care of her kids for a week. Am I crazy, or is that totally irrational and just weird? I told her I'm not sure taking care of your own children is babysitting, or doing someone else a favor, and she blew up at me calling me a terrible ungrateful brat and that I never show appreciation for anything. I was so confused by all of this and called my brother, but he doubled down and told me the trip wouldn't have been possible had she not volunteered to take care of their kids so we can have fun, and that I should be thanking her for doing it for me. I was and still am confused on why I need to thank a mother for taking care of her own kids. Anyway, to keep the peace I told her thanks for doing it, but she decided I wasn't being sincere and convinced my brother to go low contact with me. My siblings and my mom were confused by all of this but kept telling me to just bite my tongue and not stir the pot any further. But I'm just hurt and confused. My relationship with my brother has been strained since, and it's taking a toll on me. I just need outside opinions cause I'm genuinely confused on whether or not I'm the asshole in this whole mess. This is my first time posting and English is not my first language, so excuse any errors. Edit. I can't reply to everyone, so let me clear up a few things I feel I should have included. They do not share finances. She has never spent any money on anything related to me. Also, last year she took a trip with her siblings abroad as well, and no, I don't know if her siblings thanked my brother for watching his kids. Finances were tight as my brother was paying out of his own pocket and wouldn't have been able to take anyone else with us. This trip was a birthday gift, not a family trip, so no one expected to join. I did thank them both when I was first told about the trip, and I asked my brother if he was sure it was okay for us to go, and he assured me we were set and I only needed to have fun. I later learned that she didn't contribute anything to the trip and said she wouldn't have wanted to take a trip with me anyway. Hope this clears something's up. Update. 5 days later. Thank you to everyone for the insight on my previous post. The post kinda blew up in a way I wasn't expecting and the responses were overwhelming, but I now understand that I did not react correctly to her texts. This is a long update since a lot has happened. To clear up a few things before I continue with the update, a lot of you are fixated on the fact that I said finances are tight. I didn't mean their overall finances. They have separate finances, and from my understanding, they only share finances when it comes to their household and kids. Anything else they pay from their own pockets and don't interfere in what they spend their money on as long as the kids are good and household is running smoothly. So since my brother was paying for this trip on his own, he couldn't take many people with him as that would put a bigger financial burden on his personal savings. They're doing fine financially. They take family trips once a year. I did thank them both when I was initially told about the trip. My Sil later made a snide comment about how this was all my brother and she didn't contribute to the trip at all. Last year Sil and her siblings went on their own trip while my brother took care of everything and he was fine with it. My family dynamic is apparently confusing you guys, but we're 5 siblings that are very close and hang out regularly and have a close bond with our mom, especially since our dad passed away. We are from an Asian country and the culture here and the bonds between families are different from the West. To those who said maybe she's salty, I'm getting a trip when I've never helped them out. I babysat my Sil's babies for 5 days a week for months each time her maternity leave ended, and each time they stopped needing me to help out only my brother thanks me, and that's fine with me. Sil has never thanked me or my siblings for anything we do for them. She says the fact that we're so eager and willing to drop everything to take care of each other is weird and unhealthy. I did thank her once I realized I should just keep the peace and tell her what she wanted to hear. Still, she didn't accept my thank you after I made the babysitting your own kids comment. I understand I was an for saying that now, since a lot of you have pointed out that it was rude and that I'm not a mother and don't get it. But to be fair, her texts were full of insults. She kept doubling down on the fact that she was stuck babysitting because of me. Many of you asked why I wasn't offered the ticket and went on my own. In our culture, women, especially young ones, don't travel on their own without either a family member or their husbands. It's not about control but more out of protection for us, so going on my own wouldn't have been an option. On to the update. Strap in, this is a long one. So I talked with my mom to better understand the situation, since many of you said I'm not a mother and don't get it. And she said my Sil worded it wrong, but maybe she just wanted gratitude for helping my brother out, cause being a parent isn't easy. I understand that I reacted to her messages wrong when I could have just said a simple thank you, but neither I or my mom understand why she was so aggressive towards me in her texts. The aggression is what made me become so defensive. I found out from my siblings and my mom that my brother only paid for the tickets and the accommodations, and that my eldest brother is the one that provided the pocket money for food and buying stuff on the trip, and that my siblings chipped in but didn't want the credit since my brother wanted this trip to be like a thank you for helping them out so much with their kids over the years, and that he had cleared it with his wife and she had given him the go-ahead. She also told me that he had asked Sil if she wanted to come with us on the trip and leave their kids with my mom, who was fine with that. But she declined as she and I aren't close and it would have been weird for the both of us. My mom told me that my brother actually asked her to check in every day with Sil to make sure all was well and to see if she needed anything. She also said my brother asked Sil's sisters to check on her as well. It turns out Sil had taken the week off of work. I didn't know that. And for 4 out of the 7 days we were in Scotland she dropped her kids off at my mum's, and the other 3 days when my mum called Sil said she had her sisters with her and didn't need any help, so what the hell was she so mad about? It's clear to me that she wasn't abandoned by my brother as some of you suggested. My siblings initially wanted to just keep the peace, but after I showed them my Sil's text they were surprised and appalled by her words. They thought this whole thing was a simple misunderstanding and now understand that it had become bigger and that my brother and I aren't talking. My sister decided to investigate and called my brother to understand what happened, and it turns out my Sil told him that my mum and siblings didn't check in on her at all, which is a lie. My sister even dropped off food for them twice. And that the kids were upset their dad left them and were throwing tantrums all the time, also probably not true, and that this wasn't what they had agreed on when he told her about the trip months ago. He was too busy trying to calm my Sil down to confirm with the family whether or not it was true. My sister then asked him if he'd seen the text his wife had sent me, and he said he hadn't, but that Sil told him she'd just asked me for a simple thank you for all her hard work, and that I blew up at her and told her she didn't deserve anything since she didn't pay for the trip and that she was entitled. He said he was hesitant about believing that since he knows I'd never outright disrespect someone like that even if I don't get along with them, but she insisted that it happened and that she had no reason to lie, and as her husband she needed his support, not his questioning, and that's why he sent me the text saying I needed to thank her. My sister then let my brother know about everything that happened and told him, more like demanded, that they apologize to me, which I didn't think was necessary. I just wanted my brother to talk to me again, and he sounded upset and told her he'll figure this out after talking to his wife. Spoiler alert, it didn't go well. Sil and my brother had a massive fight and he demanded to know why she lied and caused so much drama, and she broke down and told him that he was too close to me and my siblings and that she hated how the whole family babied me, I'm the youngest, and that his siblings' relationship with each other made her uncomfortable and she just wanted him to put a little distance between himself and us because her family isn't as close to each other, and kept telling her our close dynamic is weird and toxic. He told her her behavior is unacceptable and that she caused a rift between not only him and I but also him and the rest of his siblings as well, because now they're mad at him. My brother did call me and he apologized for doubling down on what his wife said. He said it was already tense in their house and he was just trying to keep the peace and be supportive, but he shouldn't have treated me this way. When deep down he knew I wasn't at fault. He also let me know that for the time being Sil will go NC with my siblings and I while they go to marriage counseling and Sil goes to therapy cause her behavior wasn't normal. He sounded exhausted and defeated and I just told him we're all here for him if he needs us. He made it clear that the NC is only for my Sil and assured me he won't limit his contact with me and apologized for doing so without even talking to me first. I asked him if he'd like me to reach out to her and apologize for what I said and give her a sincere thank you, but he said no, that it was never about the gratitude to begin with and that it's apparently a bigger issue between them that they need to figure out on their own, that we shouldn't contact Sil unless she reaches out first as she doesn't want to have any contact with us. He also apologized for her language with me on the text, but I told him not to worry about it. Safe to say Sil's relationship with us is never going to be the same again after this, and to be honest I wasn't the biggest fan of hers, but I was civil and polite to her in the past cause my brother loves her and we've never had any issues prior to this. I do feel really guilty that all this happened because of the trip planned for me, but my siblings keep telling me it's not my fault. My mum says I should have just thanked my Sil and kept the peace instead of having this all blow up so much, but my siblings told her that even if I had apologized it wouldn't have mattered as my Sil would have found something else to cause a problem. But they also told me what a lot of you had mentioned in the comments, that saying thank you was the polite thing to do, and that taking care of kids full-time is not the same as babysitting them for a few hours, and it would have been good to tell her she's appreciated. But they understand that I don't have the understanding of what it means to be a parent, and that having someone basically verbally attack me wouldn't have made me reciprocate with kindness. And I get it, I was ignorant about it and I acknowledge that. There are a lot more details, but that's the gist of it. Brother and Sil's marriage is strained and so is his relationship with us, but I hope that everything works out okay. I really love my brother and hate seeing him so defeated. Part of me wishes we never went on that trip because all this drama is draining. To clarify something, the only reason I was questioning the whole "I babysat my kids as a favor to you" is because I always see people criticizing fathers who say that and calling them out because kids are the parents' responsibility and not a chore or a favor for anyone. I thought this applied to both mothers and fathers, but perhaps I was mistaken because my only point of reference on this topic is what I see on the internet as I'm not a mom, and since a lot of you have said I'm the AH and that she deserved a thank you and a gift. I messed up the thank you part, but I did buy her a magnet for their fridge since she likes to collect them. I went a little crazy and brought back little souvenirs for myself and everyone else as well, and it would have been weird and rude to give her kids gifts and not her, so I got every single family member a small Scottish-themed present. I was excited about being in Scotland, lol. Thank you all for your insights and advice. I really appreciate it whether you thought I was or wasn't the AH. All your opinions put things into perspective for me. Some comments were outright nasty though, and I didn't think name calling was productive or necessary, but oh well, that's the internet. Also, if you saw the OG post on some podcast sub, it's because my friend saw my post and told me to post it there cause she's a fan of them and thinks the podcasters would be entertained by it. I wasn't seeking out validation from a different sub, she was just excited by the idea that her favorite podcast might read out a post about someone she knows. She's weird but I love her so I did it, that's all. Fiancé uses my deepest trauma to win a game, revealing a competitive obsession that ends our relationship. Original post. I don't even know how to type this or explain my thoughts right now, so I apologize if I seem scattered. I, 31 male, have been engaged to my fiancé, 29 female, Emily for the past 3 months, together for 2 years. She has been the only relationship where I felt safe enough to open up and discuss my past trauma. Many nights I have cried into her arms, and she has been there to comfort me. She goes to therapy with me and has been a rock in our relationship. I have been getting much better since I have really opened up about it and have been able to live a better and liberating life the past 2 years until last Saturday. Emily is ultra competitive, not just in sports, but in life. She will do whatever it takes to win and be first. She has lost friendships, family relationships, jobs, and money. She understands this and has been trying to get better by going to therapy, stating she doesn't know why she is like this. She seemed to cool down over the summer, but she is still very competitive. Even her parents have such an idea because they were not athletes and have never pushed her to be. And her siblings are confused when this all started. I was a former college athlete and yes, I am competitive but not so much anymore. And recently my friend group has begun a monthly game night. I was on a 4-month win streak. We played board games, old video games, painting, basketball, and even football. And it was all in good fun, but Emily last month was so angry she did not win. She walked home and did not want to talk to me for at least 2 days. Before we left for game night, I asked her to please have fun, and it doesn't matter who wins. She promised she would try. As game night came to an end, Emily and I were tied with one more event. Rules are if it is man vs woman, the lady chooses the final game. She selected N64 Mario Kart. I am the king of that game, I never lose. I asked her if she really wanted to do that and called me a chicken and said she would beat me at my own game. I should have backed off, but I caved, and we raced. Now, common knowledge is let her win, and trust me, I thought about it, but she gets really angry if she thinks you let her win. Her attitude is way worse then. As we started racing, it was a tight race. She kept hitting the banana peels, but she kept catching up. The last lap she started trying to distract me by saying, "He snores when he sleeps," basic middle school insults. Then she tried bumping me to distract me, but I was locked in. I responded back, "At least I don't keep hitting the banana, love," very simple and fun. We are in the final leg of the race and that's when she snapped, "At least I didn't get saved by my own family." I froze up and dropped the controller and she passed me and won. She was jumping up and down with joy, screaming and dancing that she finally won. From what my friends told me later, that she kept that up for a good while until she saw my face, and that's when she stopped. My friends were in complete shock, asking me if that was true. I could not speak. I couldn't breathe and was fighting back all the inner demons I had swirling in my head. I simply got up and wished them a good night and started walking. I was in a trance. I didn't know where I was walking to. Emily tried calling and texting asking where I was, begging for me to call and come home. Kept saying she is sorry. Just wanted to win so badly, and don't know why I said that. I simply needed space, and I told her to please stop calling me. I don't know what to do. I love this girl and trusted her. But use that trust to win a effing video game. My friends are asking me about my past and won't leave me alone. I guess all I am asking, is there any way back from this, or is this the end? Do I dump her or try and work this out? Any advice would be very helpful. TLDR, fiancé used my childhood trauma to win a video game. Top comments. Comment 1. Man, she got serious issues. In my eyes there is no coming back from this. How could you ever trust her again? Comment 2. Dude, right? Like, what's to say she won't do it again and blame her competitive personality for it? Comment 3. She used your biggest, deepest wound, one that she only knew about because you trusted her, to win a dumb game. She exposed your biggest, deepest wound to other people without your consent. There is no coming back from this. You shouldn't want to come back from this. How will you ever be able to trust her with anything again? She has shown you who she truly is. You deserve better. I am very sorry you had this experience. I hope you are okay. Edit. I want to thank everyone for their comments and DMs. I have been reading all of them for the past 3 hours. I guess I knew this was the end of this relationship, but But after spending 2 years with someone and had strong feelings and trust, I wanted to see if a majority of people could see something else that I didn't that could save it. And reading the comments, I guess I overlooked those massive red flags that Emily had. I decided to sit down with my friend group tonight and tell them my past. It will be difficult and will text Emily tonight and meet with her tomorrow. I will update tomorrow after that conversation. OOP updated same post to our Nochka January 10th, 2025, 2 days later. Update. Hey all, I want to thank everyone again for all the support. It helped me clear up my head and really reflect on the past few months with Emily and finally see the red flags I ignored or didn't press hard enough on. First of all, I need to get this off my chest. From ages 11 through 13 I was SA by my aunt. She would come over to babysit and she would do the deeds and have me do stuff to her. She would threaten me if I ever spoke out. I tried to tell my parents if she could not babysit, but my mother told me that her sister absolutely loves you and wants to spend time with you since she can't have children. If it wasn't for my dad forgetting his wallet one night, I believe she wouldn't have been caught. My mom went mental and did not believe any of it and went on the campaign tour around town saying she is 100% innocent and I am just confused. My dad went into the bottle and tried to enter the shadow realm because he couldn't forgive himself for missing the signs. My mom then threatened me to make an announcement that her sister is not a predator and then attacked me. My dad divorced my mom and she and my aunt moved elsewhere. All these years later she truly believes her sister didn't do the deeds. My dad and I are okay. He does not want to be around me much because of the guilt. Second, I met with my friends and told them my story and they all apologized and promised to help protect me in the future with relationships. They told me what happened after the event. Emily was trying to defend herself by claiming I didn't mean to say it. He took it the wrong way. I just needed to win this? I love him and didn't mean it? She has been calling all of them begging for them to please help her win me back and she will do whatever it takes, and see anyone to help her with her condition. Meeting today with Emily. My friends invited her over and would sit in the other room while we talked. Emily was unhinged and came flying into the house trying to hug me, but my friends held her back and told her to just sit. I asked her why she said what she said. Emily. I don't know, I just needed to win so badly. I followed up with why she needed to win this one. Emily. Because, it was your best game and, I don't know, I just needed to win. I again asked why she needed to win, what was the importance of winning. Emily through her tears. I don't know, I needed to win. She kept repeating the same line over and over, so I asked if she had planned on using my trauma against me and if that is why she chose Mario Kart. I have never seen someone go white so fast. Emily just looked at me and put her hands in her face and blurted out, I can't stand not winning and I knew you would get distracted, and I could win and finally feel great. Because these past 4 months I've been so depressed from feeling like a loser and knew I could win with this plan. I was in shock and couldn't believe she said that. I realized that some of the commenters were right. She had this planned. I am still trying to gain control of my thoughts on this one. You had this planned? I asked Emily. Yes. I didn't think about what would happen after. And when I saw your face, I knew I messed up. Please, I want to get help and will do anything, please don't end this. I asked if this was another competition in her head to win me back. No, I mean in a way yes, but not like that. So if you win me back, you'll feel better that you won. I told her I can't trust her anymore. What if we had kids, will you see them as competition? If your friends are being flirted with, will you try and get more attention for the win? What if I am simply doing something and you blurt that out again to win? She had to be escorted out by my friends and was told by one of them I should get a restraining order because her mentality of losing you may break her mind and do whatever it takes to win me back. So again, thank you everyone for all the comments. I am going to get more help and take a break from dating until I find someone who I can trust 100%, and now my friends will be on extra guard for any Emily sightings and future dating red flags. My sister tried to reunite me with my ex for years, even ambushing me while pregnant. I cut ties for my family's safety. I began dating my brother's best buddy when I was 16. We were dating until I graduated high school, and when he proposed, I turned it down. There was a lot of drama, with my family urging me to reconsider because we may have a lengthy engagement or reunite later. My connection with my brother, 36, was strained for a while, but the one with my sister, 32, never recovered. She was sure that my ex was the best person for me, and it got terrible when she began dating my ex's brother. My siblings invited my ex everywhere, even family gatherings. I remained silent because he was also their buddy, but things got out of hand when my sister insisted on us reconciling. She tried everything, from setting up blind dates to forcing us to share a room over the holidays. Regardless of the event, my ex was always invited. I eventually had enough and asked my parents to intervene. They were honest with my siblings and stopped inviting my ex so frequently. My sister, unlike my brother, did not back down. It all came to a head when I met my spouse on a semester abroad. He was from a different university but the same country, and we simply clicked. It was beautiful, and we got engaged after a year together. Except for my sister, the rest of my family was pleased for me. She kept telling me that I was in the honeymoon phase and would grow out of it. Despite numerous confrontations and attempts to reunite with my ex, I warned her that if she did anything else, I would cut her off totally. My sister made me maid of honor for her wedding and planned for me to spend all of my time with the bridal party, which included my ex. She even set up one of her friends as my husband's date. We only learned this at the reception, when the unfortunate girl attempted to make a pass at my husband. My sister said that was fine because we weren't married yet and could explore things with other people. I left the party. The next day, I told my parents and brother that, while I wouldn't force them to pick, I would not speak to my sister again. If they attempted to mend our relationship, I would also cut off communication with them. My father and brother backed my decision, but my mother was upset and attempted to compromise. She stopped after 2 attempts. I have not spoken with my sister in 6 years. She's tried everything, from gifts to tantrums, but I refuse to participate. At family gatherings, I pretend she doesn't exist. Initially, she made sarcastic remarks or attempted to generate drama, but since no one supported her, she quit up. She had a meltdown when she realized she had been invited to my wedding but would not be participating in any preparations. My brother has expressed regret for putting up with her antics for so long, and his relationship with my ex has deteriorated. They still talk, but they're not as close as before. My mother's birthday was a few weeks ago, and I finally confirmed that we are expecting our first child. This is not the first grandchild, but it is the first granddaughter. Everyone was delighted, except my sister. My mother noticed her reaction and invited me around for tea a few days later. My instincts told me not to go, but I wanted to be positive. The first thing I saw when I arrived was my sister's automobile. Upon entering, I noticed my sister, her husband, my ex, and my ex's mother. They had planned an intervention, accusing me of using a childish tactic to ignore my sister for too long. My ex tried to defend his previous behaviors by calling them romantic, but his mother claimed I was hurting my sister, who only wanted the best for me. She apologized on my sister's behalf and insisted that I forgive her. As they chatted, I secretly texted my father, brother, and husband for assistance, staring at my mother in bewilderment. Then my brother-in-law had the guts to call me hurtful and insist on acting like an adult, because I was going to give birth to a baby. My mother started reading a letter about how upset she was that her daughters were not close. She admitted my sister's mistakes, but said they were well-intentioned. My sister responded with her own sorrowful letter, essentially repeating what the others had said. I didn't say anything till my brother came, apparently enraged. He took my belongings and expressed anger and disappointment. We sat in his car until my father and husband arrived. My brother continued to apologize as I sobbed uncontrollably. After leaving, I wrote an email to everyone involved, except my mother, containing my lawyer's contact information and explaining that I no longer wanted to be contacted. I warned that any additional efforts would result in my contacting the police. Nobody has approached me personally, but my father has said that my mother and sister are hysterical. They aim to make things right, with my sister even suggesting that she become involved in my baby's life, potentially as a godmother. My father is currently staying with my brother, and they both completely support me. However, some family members disagree with my decision. Some mutual acquaintances have even contacted me to express their concern for my sister, who is spreading accusations that my husband is keeping me away from my family. To clear the air, I wrote a public post outlining all that had happened. My sister, brother-in-law, and ex are now receiving harsh criticism, which, while not fully my intention, I believe is justified. My mother is still distraught, which makes me feel awful, but not as horrible as her intervention did. I recently decided to chat with my mother about laying ground rules for any future contacts. These include family therapy, set boundaries, no sharing personal information with my sister, and separate holidays. Most importantly, I informed her that if she did something like this again, I would cut her off permanently. She believes these stipulations are excessive, but has decided to comply. However, she mistook this for rapid access to baby news. I explained that it is a process, and she must demonstrate that she has changed. My father and brother refused to speak with my sister and continue to apologize for not intervening sooner. I forgave them because they demonstrated growth. My husband supports whatever option I choose, but my mother-in-law is concerned whether cutting off my mother completely is the best strategy. Ultimately, it is my decision, but I am split about what to do with my mother. Update number 1. I'd want to thank everyone for their help and advice so far. I'd like to provide some additional context indicated in my comments, as I can't respond to each one individually. My ex and I split up when I was 18, and he is now 37. The breakup occurred because I did not want to be married or engaged at the moment. My sister's desire to reunite with him derives from her fixation on the idea of us marrying brothers and being best friends. My mother has always been polite to my husband, but I'm beginning to feel it was all a ruse, which makes me quite sad. My ex has had other relationships since our breakup and has 2 children with one of them, but he is never married. My sister believes that his refusal to marry anybody else is romantic, since it demonstrates that he only ever intended to marry me. However, I've heard that his obsessive behavior extends beyond me. He behaved similarly with his children's mother. My sister has encouraged him to refocus on me. She believes his assistance will put her back in my good graces, allowing her to be a decent aunt. My brother started distancing himself from my ex after I expressed my displeasure with having him around all the time. This transition occurred while I was attending college and visiting my family during breaks. My brother also made an extra effort to welcome my husband, which affected his friendship with my ex, who felt betrayed. Now, my husband is one of my brother's closest friends, and my brother only communicates with my ex when it concerns my nephew, my sister's son, or to avoid being impolite. While both of my parents first appeared supportive of my desire to avoid my ex, it turned out that only my father really agreed. On the day of the tea party, my mother informed my father that she was preparing my favorite tea and pastries for some quality time, but he was unable to stay. My father left to visit my uncle, believing it to be a considerate gift. He is now outraged that he was misled. My husband tried to get along with my sister when they first met, but now he simply ignores her, assuming she is mentally ill. We don't know if she is, but her actions remain unacceptable. The tea party ambush, which featured my ex and his mother, was intended to help me face the root of my issues with my sister, according to their official version. To clarify a few facts, we are not Indians, are not extremely religious, and there is no income discrepancy between my husband and my ex. If anything, my husband might be slightly better off financially. Finally, my sisters-in-law, my brother's wife and my husband's sisters, are outraged by the scenario. My husband and his sisters intend to approach their mother about her comment. Meanwhile, my brother and his wife are thinking about going no contact, ENC, with my mother permanently. They have chosen not to allow her to see my nephews for a while. The more I think about it, the more I believe I'll have to go to North Carolina with my mother for my child's sake. My husband is devastated by the possibility that all of her previous contacts with him were fabricated, but he is even more unhappy that she made me cry and doubted myself as a nice person. While there are still numerous conversations to have with my family about my mother, I have decided to seek a restraining order against my sister and my ex. Semi-update. I spoke with my mother, but she insists she knows best. She labeled me a nasty person and stated that she would pursue grandparents' rights or even custody. While I know none of what she said is true, I was still concerned, so we sent her an official letter about it. My father has recently moved out of their home permanently, telling her that he could not accept her tormenting her own child. My brother and his wife have also agreed to travel to North Carolina with her. I realize this may appear abrupt, but I believe I underestimated how much sorrow I felt following the intervention. Afterward, my husband spoke with everyone, urging them to think seriously about what they valued, but he made it plain that we would not raise our child in a toxic environment. It's one of the several reasons I adore him, reason number 3271, to be specific. My spouse has been saddened by my mother's deception and has determined never to give her anything again. My husband and his sisters also spoke with my mother-in-law about her comment, explaining why it was unacceptable. Fortunately, she is a compassionate and caring individual who comes from a supportive family, so she took their concerns seriously. Meanwhile, my father and brother continue to apologize for any part they played in the incident. My father is still in astonishment that things have progressed to this degree, describing it as unreal. Regardless, they are completely supportive of me and have committed to assist me in fighting any bogus attempts made by my mother and sister. Update 2. I'd like to thank everyone for their beautiful messages and encouraging words. Things are both wonderful and dreadful right now, but I'm trying to remain optimistic. My brother and his wife sat down with my nephews and explained that Grandma was ill and had attempted to harm Auntie, me, and their younger cousin. They informed the boys that Grandma would no longer be a part of their lives, but assured them that she still loved them. It was a difficult topic, but the children were intelligent and understanding. They also learned that my sister is no longer a part of their life. The boys didn't appear to care since they already detested her, Not only because of my circumstances, but also because she hasn't been very nice to them. My mother lost it when she found out she was being cut off and began claiming she had rights and would be able to visit her grandchildren. My father is presently looking for a permanent residence, but he will stay with us until January, primarily because my brother's mother-in-law is visiting and we have available space. He is quite sad about everything and has already contacted divorce lawyers, relocated his bank accounts, and made other required procedures. He has received innumerable emails, messages, and phone calls from my mother but has not responded to any of them, as recommended by his lawyer. In addition, the lawyer advised him not to block her for the time being. My father pondered forgiving her, but a few days after my previous post, my mother and sister showed up uninvited at my place. My sister had never visited my house, and my mother knew I didn't want her there, but she ignored my wishes. The cleaning lady, who was unaware of the circumstances, allowed them in. I observed their car as I was returning from errands. This time, I did not go inside. Instead, I contacted my relatives for assistance, and my husband's sister, who was close, arrived swiftly. She challenged them, telling them to leave or risk arrest for trespassing. They went, but I began to feel unwell. We went to the doctor, who told me that the stress was affecting my health and possibly endanger the baby. My father, along with my brother, uncle and husband, went to my parents' home to collect all of his stuff. My sister was there, yelling at my husband and accusing him of destroying her family. My father attacked my mother and sister, telling them that they had nearly murdered my kid and that he no longer wanted anything to do with them. Since then, my sister has been sending desperate messages to my brother, begging for assistance, but he refuses to intervene. I am devastated and saddened for my nephew, who is losing so much family because of his mother's behavior. However, this is the truth of the matter. Regarding my mother's threats about custody and grandparents' rights, my lawyer wrote her a letter noting that her actions were harmful to both my health and the baby's. The letter warned that continuing harassment would result in legal penalties. My brother also wrote her a letter highlighting her harassment of me. Both my mother and sister have declined therapy. While they may be mentally sick, it is evident that their actions have been consistent for a long time. I've resolved to prioritize enjoying the holidays with my supportive family, being healthy, and continuing therapy. Update 3. I received several requests for an update, so I thought I'd give a little more. First and foremost, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has left comments, notes, and suggestions. You have helped us become more cautious and prepared. Some folks wondered how we found out the baby's gender. We waited until after 20 weeks to announce due to a past loss. We had planned to announce the news when the miscarriage occurred the previous time, so we waited this time to preserve our feelings of security. Unfortunately, we were stupid to imagine that this announcement would be special for my mother. After posting, I gave the problem to my husband, who read all of the suggestions and comments. We conducted a thorough sweep of the house and, happily, discovered nothing unusual. However, we still felt insecure, so we moved to a hotel with my father. We later discovered there was a tracker on my dog's vest. My dog is small, cold, and routinely wears a vest, so we never considered checking there. We discovered the tracker when my father took him for a walk around the hotel, and my sister appeared, asking him about me and offering reconciliation. I was outraged and heartbroken, so we decided to relocate. Fortunately, we can afford it. We are renting out our old house to avoid leaving it empty, but I no longer feel at ease there. It seems destroyed and poisoned now. Unfortunately, my parents' house feels the same way, not only for me, but also for my brother, husband, father, sister-in-law, and my husband's family. We changed all of our phone numbers, purchased new equipment, and informed employers, friends, and the police about the problem. We also began individual and family therapy. Despite the fact that I have sincerely forgiven my father and brother, they are filled with remorse. We're all healing as a unit. Meanwhile, my sister and mother claim that they are not wrong and refuse to attend treatment. My father has prepared a new will. My sister's son will receive a trust fund and some inheritance, but my sister will receive only a modest sum. He is utterly finished with her. I originally felt sorry for her, but I've chosen to devote all of my energies to my daughter. My baby has arrived, and we consider ourselves really fortunate. It hasn't been the experience I expected because my mother isn't present, but many friends and family members have surprised us with their love and support. Toward the conclusion of the pregnancy, we got so careful that we tested people we didn't know by telling them I was going into labor. This approach worked, and we figured out who was still leaking information to my mother and sister. We cut them off right away, and the remainder understood once we explained our reasoning. My ex, whom my friends now refer to as Bates, began spreading false information that the kid was his, claiming we were having an affair due to my undying love for him. Fortunately, nobody believed him. My husband phoned Bates' job, outlining the situation. Long story short, Bates was suspended pending an internal review. I am almost certain he will be dismissed, as his boss has requested additional information and has apologized excessively. My mother has tried to find us, but everyone who knows where we are has stopped communicating with her. My father's lawyer issued her a letter informing her that, due to her instability, any communication would henceforth be handled through legal channels. I've recently been living with simply my husband and my father because I felt horrible about him being alone. He insists that he will be all right and that none of this is my fault, but I still feel terrible for him. He has been an excellent babysitter, feeding, and diaper changer. My nephews are still as affectionate as ever, and my father even got to see my sister's son. This occurred because my sister began producing threatening videos, claiming she would harm herself if my husband did not stop alienating her family. My father emailed her, offering to see her son but warned that if her threats persisted, he would contact the police. Fortunately, this appears to have ended the behavior. Finally, someone claimed that I gave Bates false hope. This could not be further from the truth. I spent years feeling uneasy, hoping he would move on. After speaking up and meeting my husband, I spent a lot of time fighting with my sister over this topic. I had a really long engagement, so I married after my sister. I still love my mother and sister, but I've chosen a healthier lifestyle for myself and my family over love. During this journey, I've learned incredible loyalty, love, and compassion from those around me. Strangely, I feel fortunate that everything exploded since it revealed who actually supported me. Update 4. We formally moved into our new home, with my father moving into the guest house. After numerous discussions, both within and outside of treatment, we agreed it was best for him to remain with us while preserving our separate places. We're still renting out the old house and will determine what to do with it later. My father now sees all of his grandchildren together around 3 times per week. However, he must meet my sister's child separately since she would not allow him to take her son unless she knows where he lives. While this may appear to be a fair concern, considering her unstable behavior, we do not want her anywhere near our new house. My mother complained to the lawyers about how unfair it is that my father gets to see his grandchildren, but there is nothing she can do. About a month ago, my father made a revelation that made me anxious. He stated that he has been paying for my nephews, my sister's sons, education and babysitting, which is why she continues to allow him visitation. He felt horrible about keeping it from me and didn't want any secrets between us. I assured him everything was all right and begged him not to feel bad about it. On Mother's Day, my father received an email containing a link to an Instagram account. The account included a sorrowful video about how my mother has been abandoned by the majority of her family, and how my sister is a saint for supporting her. It was sad and irritated me, yet I forwarded it to our lawyer. My father filed for divorce in May, and the process is still underway. My mother insists he is in the wrong, but my father has informed me he would rather drink bleach than reconcile with her. I suppose that's it. For Father's Day, my brother and husband took my father out, and they had a great day. My sister attempted to create drama by posting various things online, but we stopped my father from viewing them so he could enjoy the day. They also went camping with the kids, sort of. They booked a hotel suite, pitched a tent in the middle for the elder kids, and set up a little teepee for the newborn. Moments like these remind me of how much joy my baby has given to our life. I'm overjoyed to see my spouse as the wonderful father I knew he'd be. While it is exhausting, the support we have gotten from family and friends makes me really grateful. My sisters-in-law and I now use a calendar to organize activities for the children, ensuring that they are age-appropriate and fun for them. We have also made it obvious to the children that they do not have to spend time with someone they dislike, and that their feelings are important. Right now, all the youngsters are enamored with the infant and have declared themselves her protectors. We've done small gatherings like breakfasts, and family time has become enjoyable rather than stressful. Without my sister present, the atmosphere is much lighter. I know it's horrible to say, but she constantly appeared to drain the positivity from the room. My mother-in-law, Mil, also enjoys spending time with the baby and typically stays in the guest room once a week. She has been really respectful, constantly asking gently and making it obvious that she does not want to overstep or take the infant to sleepovers. I feel heard and valued by her. Despite this, I've broken down at times because I mourn my mother, the mother I believed I had, not the one who warned me I'd be a bad mother and a cruel woman. My therapist reminds me that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and urges me to focus on the good. Speaking of positives, Bates got fired from his job. Not only that, but his reputation in his sector has been entirely destroyed, on a nuclear scale. His brother, on the other hand, was unaffected because his industry does not place a high value on reputation, and as far as I know, he is still employed. Bates gave me a 12-page, double-sided, single-spaced letter about how sad he is that I am denying him what's his, and how my husband feels so threatened by him that he had to kill him professionally since he couldn't demolish anything else. I say seems because I did not read it. My lawyer did and provided a synopsis. I also heard through the grapevine, no, I don't ask. They just tell me since they know he is tracking me, that his children's mother had moved away, and he didn't care. He reportedly stated that it was for the best. This man does not care about his children and prefers to play family with me and my baby. Unfortunately, Bates will not be homeless because his mother has already allowed him to move back in with her. I doubt he'll learn anything from this. Not the most flashy of updates, but it is what it is. Oh, and my spouse burned or donated every single object given to him by my mother or parents, with my father's permission. He claims life is too short to allow her any space, even in memories. Hi, Reddit, I haven't seen you in a long time. I have a few updates for you. First, I'd like to thank everyone for their remarks and letters. Every time I come into this account, I am greeted with largely pleasant sentiments, which I appreciate greatly. For those looking for updates, the majority of them are good, so let's get started. My parents are now divorced following numerous disputes and tantrums by my mother. She maintained the house and received a lump sum settlement, but that's all. My dad is like a new guy, and we are all overjoyed for him. A little throwback. Despite the drama, we did not fire our cleaning lady. She has been assisting my husband's family for decades, and I was quite concerned about her being out of work due to my wild family. My father spoke with her, telling her she was on paid vacation until we had a new house and asking her to wait for us if she wanted. She was overjoyed, and her family was really grateful. Through this relationship, my father met her sister, who operates a nail shop, and they are now dating. She is a nice woman with adult children, so she knows our family's dynamics. My father has made it obvious that he does not want to move in or marry again, and she is content with that because she cherishes her independence. My mother almost had a stroke when she learned about his new relationship. She continued referring to it as a late midlife crisis and accusing him of being a sugar daddy. I haven't spoken with her, but I know she's hurting financially. She was never adept at budgeting and relied on my father to limit her excessive spending. My sister is also struggling now that my father has ceased aiding her with money. He was originally prepared to continue supporting her for the sake of my nephew, but things changed when my nephew began calling my child an affair baby, claiming she wasn't with her real dad, and even pushing one of my husband's nephews at a party, claiming they weren't actually cousins. The children were perplexed and promptly informed an adult. My father attempted talking to my nephew, but he continued saying the same things. When my father told my sister about it, she remarked, "Kids always tell the truth." That was the final straw. My father cut them off financially and informed her that adjustments needed to be done before he would reconsider. She panicked and screamed, but she refused to give in. Bates is still unemployed. Ironically, his employment involved vulnerable women and stalking, so he was sacked. The organization did not want the scandal to harm them, so they fired him. Bates has sent me 2 more handwritten, rambling letters, but because he only has my lawyer's address, they will be read, filed, and dealt with by my lawyer. My lawyer is a champion. A surprising thing occurred in the supermarket shop. A random woman approached me and inquired whether my baby was Bates's child. I was speechless. She told me he has images of us on his page and blamed me for hurting such a good man. It turns out that Bates is still spreading the story that my kid is his and that I adored him. What surprised me the most was that the photo she mentioned was never made public. It was only shared once with a family group. My husband and I immediately felt there was a rat in the family. After further inquiry, we discovered that my dad's 2 sisters were giving information to my mother. My father was terribly saddened, but he had no concerns about cutting them off. My brother and his family are doing well. We've spent family vacations together, and they've also stopped communicating with my mother and sister. My sister-in-law acknowledged she was never a fan of our mother, but she kept the peace for the family. My mother-in-law stays amazing. She is thrilled to get overnight babysitting privileges. She occasionally gathers all of her grandchildren under one roof, which they like. She even had to make her social media accounts private because my mother was stalking her, which she handled beautifully. My hubby continues to be my rock. We're thinking about having another baby or adopting. It is an honor to have these chats, and I am glad every day for the support system we have. I still miss my mother, the one I thought I had. I sometimes cry when I think about the milestones I can't share with her anymore. But, at the end of the day, she is not a decent person, and my family's safety comes first. This Father's Day, my husband and father went camping. It went smoothly, with the exception of a few mosquito bites and sunburns. Life is improving, and I'm determined to focus on the good. I was always ignored and undervalued by my parents. After my divorce, they exploited me financially and treated my son as a burden. I, 42F, work as an emergency room physician at a large Boston hospital. I am a single mother with a 7-year-old boy named Lucas. Today, I need to express something that has been bothering me for decades concerning my family dynamics, specifically my parents' behavior and its impact on my life. When I was 5 years old, my sister Abigail was born. Our parents told me that I was going to be a big sister and that it would be fantastic to have a lifelong buddy. They didn't mention that I had become invisible in our household. Every morning, Mom would prepare Abigail's breakfast to order. 2 eggs sunny side up, toast cut diagonally, just how my princess likes it, while tossing me a box of cereal without looking at me. The contrasts were evident throughout our daily lives. In elementary school, Mom would spend hours assisting Abigail with her schoolwork, gently explaining each problem. When I sought assistance, the reaction was always the same. You're smart enough to figure it out for yourself. They'd come to all of Abigail's soccer games, cheering from the sidelines, but they always had previous engagements when I had science competitions. When I required braces, Dad moaned about the price for months. Every dentist appointment was accompanied by sighs and murmured remarks about expenses. 2 years later, when Abigail required braces as well, money became irrelevant. They even got her the beautiful clear ones I had requested but was rejected. They're an investment in her confidence, Mom told her book club pals, as if my confidence wasn't important. My academic achievements were regarded with indifference. Straight A's in advanced science classes elicited distracted nods, yet Abigail's B+ in normal math prompted a joyful supper at her favorite downtown restaurant. During parent-teacher conferences, they hardly listened when my teachers commended my outstanding achievement in biology and chemistry, but smiled with pride when Abigail's teachers emphasized her engagement in class discussions. Birthday celebrations became a sharp reminder of our differing standing within the family. My parties were basic affairs, supermarket cake and a few pals in the backyard, if I was lucky enough to have one at all. Abigail's celebrations were full-fledged events, complete with bouncy houses, hired entertainers, custom-made cakes, and intricate theme decorations. One year, they even engaged a professional event planner. I once overheard Mom telling a friend, "Well, Abigail just appreciates these things more. Our older one is too practical." The remarks hurt, but I learned to ignore them. The toughest part was watching Abigail transform from a wonderful child to someone I scarcely recognized. In our childhood, we used to make blanket forts and make up funny stories about fantastic adventures. However, years of being treated as if she could do no wrong took its toll. By middle school, she had become exactly what you would anticipate. "Where's my blue sweater?" she'd ask, ransacking my closet without permission. "That's mine, Abigail. Mom bought it for my birthday." "Well, I need it for Jessica's party," she would explain. "Don't be selfish, let your sister borrow it," Mom would often say. My items became communal property, but I was not allowed to touch anything Abigail owned. I learned to pick my battles, expect nothing, and seek validation elsewhere. School became my refuge. While Abigail was being praised for her role in the school play, she had 2 lines. I was quietly winning science fairs and devising my escape plan. I participated in every academic club conceivable, volunteered at the local hospital, and spent my summers conducting research internships. My guidance counselor became my best champion, assisting me in applying for scholarships and providing wonderful recommendations. I shivered with excitement when my acceptance letter to Harvard Medical School arrived, along with a full scholarship. Finally, I figured, they'd have to recognize my accomplishments. I waited till dinner to ensure everyone was present. Instead of celebrating, Abigail dominated the evening with a dramatic reenactment of her 7th grade student council election campaign. "I got a full scholarship to Harvard Medical School," I said during a rare pause. "That is nice, honey." My mother responded, "Abigail, sweetie, tell us more about your campaign posters." Medical school became my haven. During those early years, I only returned home for important holidays, and even then, I counted the minutes until I could escape. Every visit was the same. Abigail's accomplishments were highlighted, while my dean's list standings and prominent internship offers received little attention. I poured myself into my studies, succeeding at emergency medicine rotations and receiving wonderful referrals from renowned doctors. In my 3rd year, I began an emergency medicine rotation at Massachusetts General Hospital. That is where I met Marcus. Marcus was a medical device sales agent, showcasing new trauma equipment to the department. Despite my normal cautious approach to relationships, something just snapped between us. He was unlike anyone I'd dated before, genuinely engaged in my work, supportive of my career goals, and seemingly unconcerned by my ambitions. After graduation, we got married in a simple ceremony. I got a job in the ER at Mass General, and everything felt fantastic. When our son Lucas was born, Marcus appeared to be the adoring father I had hoped for. We bought a house in a good school area, established a lovely nursery, and I felt I'd finally found the family life I'd always desired. But something changed once Lucas turned 1. Marcus became aloof, started working late, and canceled our date nights. Initially, I ascribed it to the difficulties of new fatherhood and my rigorous job as an ER physician. I suggested couples counseling, date nights, and even a trip, but he always found an excuse. Deep down, I sensed something was wrong, but I wasn't expecting what happened next. The confession happened on a routine Tuesday evening. I was feeding Lucas in his high chair when Marcus strolled in, looking as if he hadn't slept in days. "I need to tell you something," he explained, his voice quivering. "I have met someone else. Her name is Catherine. She is a patient's family member, and I am in love with her." My world collapsed in that moment, but years of emotional suppression had trained me to remain calm. The divorce was unexpectedly cordial. Marcus went to Colorado with Catherine, but he insisted on paying substantial alimony and child support. "I may be a terrible husband," he observed at our most recent meeting, "but I won't be a terrible father." True to his word, he has stayed active in Lucas's life through regular video conversations and holiday visits. Marcus's family became an unexpected source of support after the divorce. Regardless of what happened to their son, Tom and Betty remained dedicated grandparents to Lucas, and their daughter Avery became the aunt my sister never was. Every time we visited their house, Lucas would light up and run right to the toy zone they had put up exclusively for him. Tom would get down on the floor and play with trucks, while Avery always had a new game or craft project planned. My own parents' home was a very different scenario. I tried to see them on occasion, hoping they'd want to bond with their only granddaughter, but their apathy was heartbreaking to witness. "Don't let him touch that vase," Mom would say, scarcely looking up from her magazine. "And make sure he doesn't run around too much, he'll scratch the hardwood floors." Lucas would cling to my leg, sensing the frigid air. The contrast grew much more striking when Abigail showed up during our visits. "Here's my successful girl," Dad would beam as Abigail walked in, talking about her new job at a trading company. They'd completely disregard Lucas's attempts to show them his latest drawing, instead focusing on Abigail's every word about workplace politics and client meetings. I'll provide updates shortly regarding recent occurrences that have made me reconsider everything about my relationship with my parents. It's still fresh, and I need time to comprehend everything. For the time being, my emphasis is on my son and the family members who have demonstrated the true meaning of unconditional love. Update number 1. Thank you all for your encouraging words. I've gathered my ideas and wanted to discuss how things changed following the divorce, especially my career and my parents' behavior. After Marcus left, I put myself into my job at the ER. I began working on the most difficult cases, those that other doctors generally avoided. Last year, there was one exceptionally tough case, a patient with many traumas and a convoluted medical history. 3 previous hospitals had transferred him because they deemed him too risky. I spent 16 hours stabilizing him and collaborating with many doctors, and he came through. That instance piqued the department head's interest. "Dr. Mitchell," he called me into his office one morning, "I've been following your performance. How do you feel about leading our new trauma response team?" It meant increased responsibility, longer hours, and a significant wage boost. I agreed without hesitation. The team's success rate under my guidance much exceeded expectations. We decreased critical response times by 30% and had the highest survival rate in the hospital's history. My research papers on emergency trauma protocols have been published in top medical publications. Then followed the promotion to senior attending physician, complete with a corner office and a salary that made my eyes wet. With my newfound financial stability, I purchased a lovely 3-bedroom apartment in an excellent school area. Lucas was pleased to have his own room. "Mom, can I paint the walls blue? Like the ocean?" he inquired, his eyes gleaming. "Of course, sweetheart," I said, "we can do whatever you want." That weekend, Tom and Avery helped us paint, making it a family project. Betty brought baked cookies, and we ended up getting more paint on ourselves than on the walls. This was the point at which my parents' relationship began to change. It started with casual questions about my new lifestyle. Mom began phoning more frequently, asking about Lucas and arranging weekend trips. Initially, I was cautiously optimistic. Perhaps they'd want to be true grandparents to Lucas. The initial visit appeared promising. Mom actually got down on the floor to play with Lucas' train set, which I had never seen her do before. Dad even got him a new toy truck. But then the requests began to arrive, initially in tiny numbers. The refrigerator is making strange noises. The bathroom needs some repairs. Each time, they'd say how tight their finances were and how they couldn't possibly afford it alone. I agreed to help, remembering all of Abigail's dance classes and summer camps that they had paid for but had denied me. Each request was followed by brief intervals of focused attention on Lucas. They'd invite us to dinner, inquire about his school, and express interest in his life. But it didn't last long. Meanwhile, Lucas was excelling at his new school. His teacher informed me, he's exceptionally bright, particularly in science, just like his mom. Avery was beaming at the parent-teacher conference she and I went together. My folks, however, were too preoccupied that day. Every Wednesday, Avery gets him up from school and takes him to science club, which she began doing after observing his interest in my medical books. Tom and Betty have been constants in our lives. They come up every Sunday for family dinner, and Betty has been teaching Lucas how to bake. Last week, they baked chocolate chip cookies together, and Lucas boldly said, "I want to be both a doctor and a baker when I grow up." My parents' financial needs escalated to include a new water heater and house renovations. Then came the biggest one. "Sweetie," Dad called one Sunday, "your mother and I have been considering acquiring a new car. The payments would be costly for us, but with your new position." They named a character that would have made me choke a year ago. Now it was manageable. What followed, however, really struck a chord with me. "We'd pay you back, of course," Mom promised me, but we both knew they wouldn't. "We just need something dependable to drive Abigail to her job interviews. She's having a difficult time in that trading company. You're aware of how intense office politics can be." I agreed to help primarily out of habit. During our usual coffee meetup, Avery realized that something was amiss. "You seem tense," she commented, swirling her coffee. "Have your parents asked for money again?" I told her about the car, and she scowled. "You understand you don't owe them anything, right? Just because you're successful now doesn't mean you have to support their lifestyle." I dismissed her worries, assuring myself I had more than enough money. Wasn't it worth it if buying my parents' attention allowed Lucas to have grandparents in his life? But something felt wrong deep down, the way they'd casually discussed breaking off contact when I hesitated on a payment, and how their interest in Lucas appeared to be directly linked to my financial contributions. Last week, everything came to a head in unexpected ways, but that's another post I'll write when I'm ready. I have to leave now for my shift at the hospital, but I wanted to thank everyone for their kind words. Reading your stories about comparable events has made me feel less alone in this situation. Update 2. The recent occurrences I stated have dramatically altered my outlook on my relationship with my parents. I need to explain what happened during my emergency hospitalization last week. I was in the middle of a presentation at our weekly trauma team conference when the first wave of pain struck, sharp and unexpected, causing me to double over in mid-sentence. Our senior surgeon, Dr. Henderson, identified the symptoms immediately. "Classic appendicitis presentation. We need to get you into surgery." The irony of an ER doctor being an emergency patient did not escape my notice. My mind was racing with thoughts of Lucas as I prepared for surgery. He needed to get picked up from his robotics club in 2 hours. Tom and Betty were on a cruise, while Avery attended a conference in Chicago. Under normal circumstances, I would never approach my parents, but I was out of options. I called Mom when the nurses started my IV. It took 4 rings before she responded. "Mom, I'm in the hospital. My appendix needs to come out immediately. Could you please pick up Lucas from school? I'll need someone to watch him for a couple of days while I recover." The silence that ensued was deafening. "Oh honey, that's not possible," she exclaimed, her voice abruptly icy. "Your father and I are getting ready for Abigail's promotion party. She finally made junior executive at her company, and we're hosting 50 people at Luistro tonight." "Mom, please," I cried, attempting to maintain my voice despite the mounting anguish. "Lucas needs to be picked up in less than 2 hours. I don't have anyone else right now." The nurse adjusted my IV and gave me a compassionate look. "Well, that's not really our problem," she said harshly. "We're in a hurry to get to the restaurant. We can't be babysitting right now. Besides, you know how Lucas is. Always being so noisy and touching everything. It's quite a burden, really." I couldn't believe what I heard. "A burden? He's your grandson. After everything I've done for you, I've been paying your car loan for the past year, every time you needed money." She interrupted me with a laugh that froze me to the bone. "Oh, we won't be needing your handouts anymore. Abigail's new position comes with an excellent salary. She's going to help us instead of you." The call went dead. I lay in the hospital bed, phone still clamped to my ear, tears mixed with cold sweat on my cheeks. The nurse softly touched my arm. "Doctor." Mitchell, do you have someone else we can call? I called Avery with shaky hands. She picked up on the first ring. Before I could finish explaining, she was already in action. Text me the school details. What time does he need to be picked up? Don't worry about anything else, I've already booked a trip back. We'll have a sleepover with my dog Max, won't we? Lucas enjoys playing with him anyway. But your conference, I started protesting. Stop it, Avery said forcefully. Lucas is my nephew. The conference can wait. Focus on getting better, okay? Lucas will be okay with me, I promise. The next thing I remembered was waking up in recovery, disoriented from anesthesia. My first conscious thought was about Lucas, but there was already a text message from Avery waiting. Lucas is having a blast. We made pizza and created a blanket fort. Max is on guard. Don't worry about anything other than getting better. She uploaded images over the next 2 days, showing Lucas helping her bake cookies, falling asleep in a mound of plush animals, and building Lego hospitals, just like where mommy works. When I was discharged, Avery took me home, having already stocked my fridge, scheduled a cleaning service, and set up a cozy recuperation area in my living room. When I went in, Lucas ran to embrace me, stopping just short when he realized I was ouchy. Aunt Avery let me help make breakfast every morning. And Max slept in my blanket fort, he stated triumphantly. The next day, while recovering from surgery, I came upon dozens of images from Abigail's promotion celebration, which had been posted on the same day I had surgery. Mom and Dad were beaming triumphantly beside Abigail in her expensive dress, with champagne toasts and an exquisite cake that must have cost a lot. Everyone was laughing and partying while I lay in a hospital bed, their grandson disregarded as a burden. That night, after Lucas had fallen asleep, I sat down at my computer. First, I canceled the automatic monthly transfer to my parents' account for their car payment, and then I blocked them on all social media platforms. Looking at the framed photo on my desk of Lucas and me in the park, laughing together while Max chased bubbles around us, I felt something change inside me. I've been trying to buy my parents' love with money and tolerance for years, but real family, real love, is Avery flying back from her conference without hesitation, Tom and Betty FaceTiming Lucas every night while on their cruise, allowing him to show them his latest drawings, and Max the dog guarding my son's blanket fort while I'm in the hospital. I need some time to comprehend everything, but I'll post another update soon. For the time being, I'm focusing on recovery and being present for my son. The hospital granted me 2 weeks of medical leave, and Avery insists on staying with us until I'm back on my feet. Yesterday, she assisted Lucas in decorating my recovery room with his science fair paintings, to make it pretty like the hospital, he stated honestly. But better because it has my art. The realization that my son has never experienced the kind of conditional love I grew up with makes all of this worthwhile. He understands that he is loved for who he is rather than what he can contribute, and that may be the greatest gift of all. I'll post update 3 shortly on what happened when my parents discovered their monthly car payments had stopped, but for now, I need to relax and enjoy this tranquil time with my true family. Update 3 First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone for their encouraging comments and messages, which helped me persevere through what followed. As many of you predicted, my parents did not take the canceled car payments well. It began with a flood of voicemails and texts, each more desperate than the last. I blocked their numbers, but they started using different phones. The messages ranged from guilt-tripping, "How could you do this to your own parents?" to angry threats. "We'll tell everyone you're an ungrateful daughter." to tearful pleas, "We're going to lose the car because of you." There was no mention of Lucas in any of the messages, and there was no apology for how they treated us during my hospitalization. Everything was about them, their demands, their car, their feelings, their social status. Then came the flying monkeys, and distant relatives and family acquaintances began phoning to tell me how I had broken my parents' hearts. "They're getting older," my Aunt Susan admonished. "It's your duty as their daughter to help them." I wanted to question where their sense of duty was when their grandson needed them, but instead I simply blocked those numbers. Last Sunday, I was sitting in our backyard, watching Lucas and Max play fetch while Avery grilled burgers for lunch, when a car I didn't know drove into my driveway. Mom stepped out with her best church social smile. "Paula, sweetheart," she shouted out, using my first name, which she only does when she wants something. "How are you? We've been worried since you stopped returning our calls." I stayed sat, keeping my voice quiet for Lucas' sake. "What do you want, Mom?" She sat on the edge of a patio chair and smoothed her fashionable skirt. "Well, since you ask, your father and I are in a bit of a predicament with the vehicle payments," she began, letting out that theatrical sigh I knew so well. "You see, we assumed Abigail would help us with her new position and all, but when we asked her," she stopped for dramatic effect. She just refused. Can you believe it? She said she had her own expenses to worry about after everything we'd done for her. The irony was nearly too much, and I tried not to chuckle. Oh, she said, her voice lowering. We were hoping you could start helping with the payments again, just until we figure something else out. When I didn't react right away, she said, we could lose the car, you know, and then how would we go to all our social engagements? This time, I couldn't contain my laughter. It spilled forth, sharp and bitter. Mom, this isn't funny, she said. We could lose the car. Do you know what is funny? I said. 3 months ago, while I was being rushed into emergency surgery, you labeled my son, your grandson, a burden. You couldn't be bothered to assist us since you were too busy celebrating Abigail's advancement. The same Abigail who now refuses to give you a cent. We were just busy that day. You know how these things are, she stuttered. No, Mom. I know precisely what it was. I was helpful when I paid your debts. Lucas and I became problematic once you believed Abigail could replace me as your personal ATM. That is not fair. We have always what? I cut her off. Have you always favored Abigail? Always treated me as if I were second best? Always took my assistance for granted until something better came along. Paula, please, her voice broke. You called my financial assistance handouts, remember? Right before you hung up on me while I was in the hospital? So, guess what? The handouts are done. I'm done attempting to purchase your love. I've had enough of you treating my baby as if he's less important than Abigail's luxury purses. I'm just finished. But the car? I stood up, fully free of the burden I'd carried my entire life. This is no longer my problem. Goodbye, Mom. Lucas dashed over, Max bouncing beside him. Mommy, see what I can do, he screamed, throwing the ball in a beautiful arc, which Max caught midway. Mom opened her lips to say something, but I interrupted her with a look, and she walked back to her borrowed car and drove away. That evening, we had our customary Sunday family meal with Tom, Betty, and Avery. Lucas proudly demonstrated his new ball-throwing technique as Tom barbecued and Betty set up the patio table. As I saw my son laugh as Avery taught him how to make s'mores, I felt at ease about my decision. Last week, Lucas brought home a family tree project from school, and he had put Tom and Betty right next to me, with Avery and Max nearby. Marcus had his own small branch, and we've maintained things friendly there with regular video chats and holiday visits. However, neither my parents nor Abigail appeared on the page. Is everything okay, Mommy? He asked, showing me his work. Miss Johnson said family trees generally include more members, but I told her these are all we need. I posted his drawing on the fridge next to a photo from his previous birthday party, with all of us gathered around the cake and real grins on everyone's faces. It's perfect, baby, I told him. Totally perfect. Sometimes the family you're born into isn't the family you're supposed to have, and you have to let go of the people who should have loved you in order to make place for the ones who do. It took me 42 years to grasp that lesson, but witnessing Lucas grow up in an environment filled with genuine, unconditional love was well worth the wait. Thank you to everyone who shared their tales in the comments. You gave me the strength I needed to break free from the cycle of conditional love and manipulation. Lucas and I are doing well because we are surrounded by folks who demonstrate what true family means every day. My sister fell into addiction and abandoned her child. I chose to adopt my nephew despite family judgment. I, a 28 female, work as a product manager for a software firm, primarily remotely. I've created a life that I'm actually satisfied with. I've never desired children, and it's become a source of contention with my family. If you were at our annual family reunion last weekend, you'd think I was a bad guy for not having children or devoting my life to chasing them. Family reunions are meant to be enjoyable, right? A time to gather up with family, eat too much food, and perhaps giggle at embarrassing childhood memories. Well, mine was more of an endurance test. The tension was palpable from the moment I walked into the house, the covert glances exchanged between aunts, the overly broad smiles, and the loaded questions. Everything was there. I had hardly hung up my coat when the first jab was delivered. You're still single, huh? My cousin Patricia, 35F, spoke loudly enough for the entire room to hear. Patricia, who has 3 children and always writes about them on social media, was holding court in the kitchen, displaying her youngest's most recent school photos. Must be good to have so much free time. What are you even doing with yourself? I smiled nicely and shrugged it off, because what is the point of participating? But it did not end there. Another relative joined in, discussing how their lives truly began after having children. Then someone else inquired, have you ever considered adoption? I mean, it's not too late, but it's more difficult as you get older. It was as if they had planned this routine, an organized ambush aimed to make me feel insignificant. They said it all with faux sweetness, as if they were attempting to assist, but the verdict was as apparent as the lemonade on the table. Even my mother joined in, quietly saying that I was wasting my prime years and that every woman should experience the joy of parenthood. My father nodded in agreement, adding that they would have liked to have more grandchildren. I tried to divert by highlighting my work accomplishments and hobbies, but it didn't help. My accomplishments were never taken seriously here. They only valued diapers, report cards, and family Christmas photos. At some time, the conversation turned to my younger sister Lauren. Growing up, she was the golden child, beautiful, charming, and always the center of attention. Lauren was in the spotlight whenever there was one. But everything changed when she got pregnant at 21, dropped out of college, and became associated with the wrong crowd. Addiction followed, as did a series of poor decisions. She eventually withdrew from our lives completely. I last saw her years ago, during a court-mandated family therapy session that concluded with her storming out. Nobody had heard from her since. When Lauren's name came up, the room became quieter. It was as if everyone agreed not to linger on it for too long. My aunt casually added that Lauren's son, Jake, was now in foster care. She spoke it as if she were discussing the weather, detached, easygoing, and without passion. I froze for a while, trying to digest what I'd just heard. Jake, I had never met him, but I knew he was around 10 years old. He was living with Lauren and one of her boyfriends when I last heard from him. Apparently, that did not last. What do you mean, he's in foster care? I asked. My aunt shrugged. You know how Lauren is. Her decisions caught up with her. Poor kid, what can you do? I looked around the room, hoping for someone to say something, anything, but they all continued their talks. It was as if Jake did not exist. I pressed my parents about it, but they dismissed me. You wouldn't understand, my mother replied. It's not that simple. The remainder of the evening was a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about Jake, a 10-year-old youngster abandoned by his mother and rejected by those who should have cared for him. And here they were, lecturing me on duty and family values. When I came home that night, I couldn't put it down. I started exploring, attempting to learn everything I could about Jake. It didn't take long to get some information. He'd been in the system for a while, moving between families. The more I read, the angrier I became. How? How could my family simply pretend he did not exist? How could they sit around judging me and ignore a youngster in need? The next morning, I called a social worker and inquired about Jake's status. It was not a decision I took lightly. I knew it would be complex and messy, but I couldn't bear the thought of him being forgotten. If my family does not stand up, perhaps I can. This was not about demonstrating something to anyone. It wasn't about deflecting their criticism or making myself feel better. It was about Jake, a child who deserved better than the hand he was dealt. I wasn't about to let him fall between the gaps. I spent the next day making calls and figuring out how to meet Jake. The social worker I spoke with informed me that Jake had been in foster care for several years. He'd been transferred between families and, reportedly, had behavioral issues. When I inquired what that meant, she referenced difficulty adjusting, acting out, and suffering at school. It did not surprise me. How could a child go through what he did without having some scars? The social worker was wary about allowing me to visit him. She said that Jake had trust issues, and that meeting new people could be intimidating for him. But, upon learning that I was a family member, albeit a minor blip in Jake's life, she consented to arrange a supervised visit. She advised me to control my expectations. A week later, I arrived at the foster care center for the meeting. My palms were moist, and I was constantly adjusting my backpack strap. I didn't know what I was getting into. The social worker brought me into a small room with mismatched furnishings and colorful peeling paint. Jake sat at a table and drew on a sheet of paper. His hair was scruffy, and he appeared considerably smaller than I had imagined for a 10-year-old. He didn't look up as I stepped in. I sat across from him, unsure what to say. The social worker introduced me as his aunt. Jake returned his attention to his sketch after a fleeting peek at me. His shoulders were slumped, and he held the pencil hard. I did not want to push him, so I simply commented on his drawing. He was drawing a robot, detailed and exact. When I complimented it, he murmured, "Thanks," but continued working. The initial meeting was quiet and unpleasant, but I felt an attraction to him that I couldn't explain. He didn't trust me. Why would he? But I knew I wanted to return. When I told my family about the visit, it went about as well as one would imagine. My mother rolled her eyes and told me I was overly theatrical. My father scoffed and said I was playing hero. My cousins laughed and joked about how much I would regret it. It stung, but that didn't matter. I was not doing this for them. I returned to see Jake several times during the next 2 weeks. He was always guarded, but he began to open up. I took him a sketchbook on one of our visits, and his face lit up for the first time. He adored drawing robots, spaceships, and superheroes. He was also skilled at it. When I asked him about his favorite movies, he ran off a litany of animated films. I made a mental note to watch them later so I would have something to discuss with him. He gradually began to share small aspects of his life. He told me about his mother, how she used to sing to him when he was younger, how she smelled like strawberries, and how she stopped coming up when he needed her the most. It was painful to hear, yet I did not intervene. I let him speak. I had no illusions about how difficult the adoption process would be when I decided to begin. The paperwork alone was daunting, and the system was designed to filter out anyone who wasn't completely dedicated. Some of my friends were supportive, while others raised eyebrows. They reminded me that Jake arrived with baggage, and asked if I was prepared for the responsibilities. It did not change my mind, but it made me reflect on how unprepared I felt. My folks were furious when they found out. They accused me of insulting the family and heaping further humiliation on them. My mother even accused me of stealing Lauren's child, which was ludicrous given how they had wiped their hands of him. After one too many arguments, I stopped returning their calls. Fortunately, not everyone was against me. I had a handful of close friends help me set up Jake's room. We painted the walls a gentle blue, installed shelving for his sketchbooks, and added a little desk where he could draw. I wanted him to feel like he had his own space, even if he wasn't living with me yet. During one visit, Jake told me that he had been bullied in foster care. The other kids taunted him for not having a real family. I could see how much that affected him, even though he tried not to show it. I promised myself I'd modify it. He deserved to feel protected and wanted. The process stalled when the agency requested family references. My parents refused to vouch for me, claiming I was unfit to raise a child. It felt like a hit in the belly, but I didn't let that stop me. I discovered coworkers and friends who were more than happy to support me. Update. The custody court is planned for next month, so I've been preparing in my spare time. The social worker cautioned me that these hearings may be intense. They examine every element of your life to see whether you are suitable to be a parent. My remote work position turned out to be a benefit. They appreciated that I had a flexible schedule to fulfill Jake's requirements. Jake stayed with me for the first time overnight yesterday. I was nervous, maybe more than he was. I had packed the fridge with snacks that I thought kids would enjoy and purchased extra blankets in case he became cold. He arrived carrying his sketchbook, which seemed to be his security blanket. We attempted making pancakes for dinner because he remarked he'd never done it before. It was a total disaster. The batter got everywhere, on the ceiling, don't ask, on our shirts, and somehow in my hair. But then something incredible occurred. Jake laughed, not a polite chuckle, but a true gut laugh. It was the first time I'd heard him actually laugh, and it made the entire disaster worthwhile. Later that night, while I was tucking him in, an entirely new experience for me, he asked if he might hang glow-in-the-dark stars from the ceiling. In case I stay again, he explained quietly. My heart almost burst. After he went to sleep, I sat in the living room and cried. Happy tears? Overwhelmed tears? Fearful tears, all at once. The most unusual element has been adjusting to video conversations with my team while having indications of kid life in the background. During today's morning stand-up, my supervisor discovered a half-finished robot drawing pinned to my wall. When I told her about Jake, her entire face brightened up. It turns out her child is also interested in robots. She offered to link Jake to some online art programs. My cousin Patricia has been circulating tales in the family group chat about how I'm not mother material, and that this is simply one of my phases. I exited the discussion. Anna, another relative I've never been very close to, shocked me with a private message. She expressed her admiration for what I was doing and offered to help. She has taught art to children of Jake's age before. The social worker came by today to check on Jake's room setting. She saw that the art materials were organized by type and color, Jake's system, not mine, and commented on how he's already personalizing the area. She also added that his current foster home said he's been more involved and communicative since our visits began. Last night, Jake showed me a drawing he had been working on. It was unlike his typical robots and spacecraft. This one featured two folks sitting at a table eating pancakes. That's us, he remarked, before abruptly changing the subject. I had to excuse myself to the bathroom so he wouldn't see me cry again. The most difficult thing has been dealing with my parents' silence. They have not spoken to me since I legally began the adoption process. Dad did pass by my house once. I noticed his automobile slowing down, but he did not stop. Mom blocked me on Facebook after I shared a photo of Jake's painting desk. Their rejection hurts, but seeing Jake slowly emerge from his shell reminds me why I'm doing this. Tomorrow, we have another meeting with the adoption counselor. Jake requested if he might bring his sketchbook and show her his progress. The counselor believes art therapy could be useful for him, and I agree. For the time being, I'm taking things slowly, attempting to build trust and stability. Some days are more difficult than others, yet they all feel right in some way. Update number 2. The home inspection was more thorough than I anticipated. Last week, the social worker called to plan it, and everything in my flat seemed inadequate. I spent days childproofing corners, changing furniture, and triple-checking every possible safety concern. I also reconfigured all of my business cords to avoid tripping. During the inspection, she spotted Jake's artwork conspicuously displayed in what was once my home office and is now his art room. She paused briefly in front of his most recent work, a realistic picture of a futuristic city. She smiled and remarked, "He's going to feel at home here." Those words had a different impact than any family acceptance could. The financial hardship has been real, however. My savings have been depleted due to legal bills, home improvements, and preparing Jake's place. I canceled my gym membership and began meal preparation instead of buying takeout. Every spare dime goes towards making this happen. My startup's HR department astonished me by giving adoption aid benefits. I had no idea we had them. Then came the shocking news. My parents had filed a legal objection to the adoption. They wrote a letter to the court, stating I'm mentally unstable and using Jake to prove a point. The claims were ludicrous. They dubbed me a workaholic who can't even take care of a plant. I had to engage a lawyer to refute their accusations. Anna really stepped up. She submitted a compelling letter to the court praising my character and dedication to Jacob. She also recounted how the family had previously failed him, which allegedly caused a disturbance at the last family gathering. I was not invited. Jake has been asking questions regarding the process. Yesterday, he asked whether he could keep his last name or if he had to take mine. The idea that he's thinking about these details causes my heart to accelerate. I told him it was his decision. He nodded and returned to drawing, but I could tell he was processing it. The court date is scheduled for next month. My lawyer believes we have a good case, especially because none of my family members who opposed the adoption attempted to help Jake themselves. Still, the wait is nerve-wracking. Jake picks up on my nervousness, so I've been trying to keep optimistic around him. On a more positive note, his art instructor contacted me about entering one of his pieces in a school exhibition. Jake was hesitant at first, but after I showed him some famous robot art online, he became enthusiastic about the concept. It would be his first time displaying his work in public. I have to remember that, despite all of the legal battles and family drama, this is about providing Jake with stability and love. Sometimes, when I watch him engrossed in his art, finally feeling safe enough to create freely, I know deep down that this is right. Update 3. Life with Jake has settled into a new normal, albeit not without its problems. The most difficult part has been establishing routines, which his prior foster families struggled with. We worked together to design a weekly timetable that includes plenty of time for art. Getting him up for school remains a daily battle. Who knew 10-year-olds could be so clever in their excuses? But we are making progress. The school situation has been difficult. Jake's teacher called me in for a meeting last week. His math and science grades could be improved, but that wasn't her main concern. She noted that he becomes exceedingly anxious during parent-teacher conferences or when other students discuss their families. During the latest family tree project, he shut down and refused to cooperate. I've been working with Jake's school counselor to assist him handle these situations. We're working on alternate projects that honor diverse types of families. His art instructor has been especially helpful, allowing him to stay in the art room during lunchtime when he requires a peaceful environment. She describes his technical abilities as excellent for his age, particularly his perspective sketching. The custody hearing last week was very stressful. I was unprepared for how personal the inquiries would become. They inquired about everything from my work schedule to my personal life, hoping to evaluate whether I could create a stable environment. When they questioned my decision to adopt as a single parent, I held firm. I mentioned how my remote work flexibility allows me to spend more time with Jake than in many traditional family situations. In terms of work, my staff has been remarkably understanding. During a recent video call, Jake broke down in the background because he couldn't find his favorite sketching pencil. Instead of becoming annoyed, my coworkers shared their own parenting disaster experiences. Following that, one person sent Jake a professional art supply kit. Mrs. Thompson, my neighbor, provided the biggest surprise. She's been teaching art at the local community center for 30 years and offered Jake private lessons. He was first cautious about working with someone new, but when he saw her studio, which was filled with sculptures and paintings, his eyes lit up. It has now become a weekly routine. Last night, we had our first significant breakthrough. Jake was working on a new drawing, darker than his typical work. When I inquired, he finally opened up about his time in the system. He talked about feeling like he was always moving, and how he stopped unpacking his bags at new places because he knew he wouldn't remain long. He handed me a little sketchbook he had hidden, packed with drawings of the many rooms he had slept in. Some postings occurred just a few days apart. The conversation was difficult, but important. We ended up sitting on the floor of his art room till late, looking at his drawings and telling me stories about each location. Some made him giggle, while others made him quiet. When he came to the drawing of his present room, I saw it was more detailed than the others. I like drawing this one, he told me, because I'm not scared to remember it. We are still working on his trust difficulties. He occasionally hoards food in his room, a behavior he developed during more unstable times. Instead of confronting him about it, I purchased a little refrigerator and assisted him in organizing his snack hoard. Small steps, but they matter. The familial drama continues to emerge. My aunt sent me a passive-aggressive email about real parenting and how I'm playing house. I didn't react, but Jake overheard me discussing it. This morning, I discovered a drawing on my desk depicting a superhero version of myself blocking lightning bolts with an art shield. It made me laugh and cry simultaneously. Update 4, Lauren showed up to my door uninvited yesterday. I hadn't seen her in 3 years and scarcely recognized her. She requested to see Jake, stating that she had gotten clean and was ready to be a mother again. When I explained that unexpected visits were not permitted under our current arrangement, she became hostile, accusing me of taking her son. The confrontation turned ugly. Lauren began screaming about her maternal rights, which drew the attention of neighbors. Mrs. Thompson, bless her, just happened to be walking by. She hurriedly whisked Jake, who was happily in his art room with headphones on, into her house before he could see anything. Lauren refused to go, so I had to contact the cops. After they escorted her away, I discovered she had also been bothering my parents, demanding they fix this. It appears she has been sleeping at a halfway home downtown. My mother called for the first time in months, not to encourage me, but to recommend that I consider Lauren's feelings. I hung up. Jake's therapist planned an emergency session following the incident. We've been working through his feelings around Lauren's reappearance. He's puzzled, angry, and mostly afraid. He asked me if he needed to go back to her. When I assured him that he didn't, he showed me a drawing he'd been working on, a fortress with numerous locks and security systems. The symbolism was not subtle. My counsel has been wonderful throughout this. She assisted me in filing a restraining order against Lauren and is currently attempting to limit any future contact to monitored visits only. The court seemed sympathetic, particularly after Lauren's outburst at my house. The family has separated into two factions. Most people still agree with Lauren, alleging that I am depriving a mother of her kid. But a few people, including Anna and, surprise, one of my older uncles, have begun to come up about Lauren's history of desertion. The family group chat has devolved into a battle zone. Jake's art teacher suggested submitting his fortress artwork to a child art competition centered on emotional expression. She sees it as an outlet for him to express his emotions via art. Jake agreed, but asked that the drawing be modified first. He put a figure to the top of the fortress, someone maintaining watch. When I asked about it, he simply replied, "That's you." Work has been my refuge through it all. My staff has been extremely accommodating, allowing me to adapt my schedule as needed for legal meetings and treatment visits. My manager even connected me to another colleague who had gone through a similar adoption process. Their guidance has proven useful. Jake and Lauren had their first supervised video call today. It was brief and awkward. He showed her some of his most recent artwork, but her attempts to reminisce about their time together just made him withdraw. Later, he spent hours in his art room creating robot armies. The therapist claims that this is his way of protecting himself. I've begun chronicling everything, every interaction with Lauren, every family message, and every event. My lawyer believes it's critical for retaining custody. It can feel weird at times to keep track of my own family's attempts to undermine Jake's stability. The most difficult thing is watching Jake battle with conflicting loyalties. He shouldn't have to deal with this much intricacy at his age. But yesterday, when he asked whether he could start calling me Mom, I learned that family can be established in the midst of chaos. Update 5. Jake's art teacher entered one of his works into a regional competition without notifying him. He won first place. When she mentioned it in class, the other students applauded. The tournament organizers intended to highlight his work in a special assembly and give him an award. Jake was scared to speak in front of everyone, but he was determined to do it. The morning of the assembly, he donned the button-up shirt we had chosen jointly, fidgeting with its sleeves. When they announced his name, he approached the podium, clutching his latest sketchbook. His voice shook at first, but it strengthened as he spoke. Art allows me to say things that I cannot say aloud. It makes me feel less alone. The scene was ideal, until Lauren emerged in the back of the auditorium. I saw her first. She appeared unstable and disturbed. Before I could intercede, she began making her way to the platform, calling Jake's name. The school security responded immediately, but not before she yelled allegations about me wrecking their family. Jake froze on stage, his words forgotten. I approached him just as his art instructor was taking him away from the pandemonium. Later, in the stillness of his art room, he worked discreetly on a new piece. A dark, swirling composition that revealed much about his emotional state. That incident was the final straw. Lauren's behavior at school served as evidence in the subsequent emergency court session to get a permanent restraining order. The judge also granted my request to limit her interaction to written communication, which would be reviewed by Jake's therapist. My parents' reactions were predictable. They bombarded social media with posts about how I'd manipulated the system and stolen Jake from his real family, but their campaign failed spectacularly when Anna intervened. She shared a thorough narrative of how the family had ignored Jake's demands for years, including screenshots of earlier messages dismissing his predicament. The truth quickly spread throughout our neighborhood. Other parents at Jake's school began sharing anecdotes about how he had helped their children feel more confidence in their own artwork. His art teacher documented his improvement and the great impact he made on other children. Even my company's CEO, who had met Jake during our virtual Bring Your Kid to Work day, sent a public statement of support. We conducted an art display in our backyard yesterday, which was Jake's idea. He invited his pals from school, neighbors, and even some of his former foster brothers. The theme was building new worlds, which is his specialty. As guests passed through the improvised gallery, I noticed Jake confidently explaining his artwork, which would have been inconceivable a year ago. Mrs. Thompson assisted him in organizing the pieces chronologically, beginning with his early robot sketches and progressing to his most recent works. The development was striking. From hard, mechanical forms to more fluid, emotional compositions. His most recent drawing, which was prominently displayed, depicted a group of people making something together. "It's about choosing your family," he told the tourists. My parents drove past during the show but did not stop. "It does not hurt anymore. We've created something stronger than their judgment, a family defined by choice rather than obligation." Jake's most recent school report demonstrates development in all subjects, and his art portfolio has been accepted into a prominent summer program. The fortress drawing that created so much turmoil is now displayed in our living room. Jake recently added windows, gardens, and open gates. "It's still strong," he explained. "But it's also a home." Tonight, as I went through congratulatory notes from the art show, Jake glanced up and stated, "I never have to pack up my art supplies anymore." It wasn't only about the goods. We both knew it. It was about finding a sense of belonging and establishing roots. Our family may not look like what my parents had envisioned, but it is real in our own. Every drawing on our walls represents a piece of our story. My brother got my fiancée pregnant before our wedding. My family wants to forgive me, but I cut ties and moved away. This is going to be a long story, and it's exactly as strange as it sounds. I will try to be as concise as possible, but there is a lot to discuss. I don't care if anyone believes this or not. It's so ridiculous that I have to rant. Also, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, but I'll leave out any details that could identify me to anyone unfamiliar with the situation. I'm 32 years old, and up until a few months ago, I was engaged to my girlfriend of 5 years, Sarah. My younger brother Mike is 29 years old and has always been our family's golden child. To properly understand the seriousness of this betrayal and why it affected me so hard, I need to provide some context for our family dynamics and how we reached this point. Growing up, Mike could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, whereas I was continually admonished and punished for little offenses. This was not your average sibling rivalry or subtle partiality. It was outright and intense. If Mike broke something, I'd be accused. If he began a fight, I would be grounded. If we both got straight A's, Mike would get a new video game console, and I'd get a pat on the back and a reminder to keep it up. Our parents, Tom and Linda, were constantly making excuses for their favoritism. "Mike's younger. He needs more attention. You're the older one, you should know better. Mike's just more sensitive. We have to be careful with him. The constant barrage of unreasonable standards and gaslighting made me feel useless and disliked in my own home. As we grew older, the favoritism became more obvious. And when I was accepted to a good college on a partial scholarship, my parents barely mentioned it. When Mike opted to attend community college, they gave him a big party and purchased him a car for commuting. Never mind that I had been biking 5 miles each way to my part-time job for several years. I moved out as quickly as possible to get away from the harmful surroundings. I supported myself in college by working 2 jobs and taking out loans. Meanwhile, Mike dropped out of community college after just 1 semester, claiming that it wasn't for him. Our parents commended him for knowing himself, rather than conforming to societal expectations. They even backed his string of unsuccessful business projects over the years, regardless of how badly planned or hopeless they were. No matter how much distance I tried to build, my family was always able to pull me back in. Holiday dinners were a nightmare of subtle insults and less than subtle comparisons. Are you still in that entry-level position? Well, Mike is thinking of starting another business. He's very entrepreneurial. Never mind that I was slowly developing a secure job while Mike squandered our parents' retirement savings. Despite everything, I attempted to keep contact with Mike. He was still my brother after all. However, it was always one-sided. I'd reach out to connect, but he'd either ignore me or find a way to make the conversation competitive. If I was promoted, Mike would suddenly have a large opportunity come up. If I began dating someone, Mike would undoubtedly be in a serious relationship. I met Sarah while trying to reunite with Mike. She was a friend of one of Mike's brief romantic relationships, and we hit it off right away. Sarah was everything I wanted in a partner: intelligent, amusing, caring, and breathtakingly gorgeous. We started dating, and for the first time in my life, I felt completely satisfied and cherished. My folks, however, were not delighted. They made snide jokes about Sarah being out of my league, and questioned what she saw in me. Mike, on the other hand, took an uncommon interest in my life. He was always asking about Sarah, wanting to know everything about her. At the moment, I was simply relieved that he appeared to be interested in something in my life. Looking back, I should have seen the red flags. Sarah and I moved in together after a year of dating, and it was great. We both had successful careers, traveled much, and discussed our future plans. For the first time, I began to believe that I could have the life I had always desired. A successful profession, a loving partner, and possibly children someday. On our 4th anniversary, I proposed to Sarah. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a nice supper at home and a moving speech. I was overjoyed when she said yes. We planned on having a long engagement and taking our time planning the wedding. We weren't in a hurry. We had our entire lives ahead of us, or so I believed. When we informed my family of our engagement, their emotions were diverse, to say the least. My mother put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, how nice," in a tone that implied it was anything but. My father grunted and said, "Good luck with that," before returning to his television. Mike had the oddest reaction. He congratulated us, but his smile was unnerving, almost predatory. I disregarded it at the time, attributing it to my own fears. The following year was dominated by wedding preparations and job stress. Sarah and I were both working hard hours to save for our wedding and a down payment on a home. We weren't seeing each other as much as we used to, but I figured it was simply a phase. Every relationship has difficulties, right? Looking back, I should have noticed the symptoms. Sarah became distant, always on her phone, smiling at texts she dismissed as coming from work friends. She began going out more with her friends, returning home late and smelling of booze and cologne. I still trusted her entirely. I never imagined her cheating, let alone with my own brother. Sarah began to behave strangely a few months ago. She was temperamental, angry, and frequently nauseated. I was excited about the chance that she was pregnant. We hadn't been trying, but we had discussed having children someday. I began brainstorming methods to help her, such as nursery colors and baby names. Then, one night, she sat me down, tears running down her cheeks, and delivered the bombshell. She was pregnant, but the baby was not mine. I was stunned. Yes, we hadn't been intimate much lately because of our tight schedules, but I never anticipated her to cheat. When I asked who the father was, she broke down and muttered, "It's Mike." My entire universe came crumbling down at that point. Everything I thought I knew, everything I had based my existence on, was shattered. I couldn't breathe or think because I was overcome with feelings of betrayal and grief. Sarah attempted to explain, her words falling out between sobs. Apparently, it began during our engagement party. Mike had approached her, saying she was making a mistake by marrying me. He used her weaknesses, telling her she deserved better and that he could offer her everything I couldn't. It wasn't a one-time event. They'd been having an affair for months. I kicked Sarah out that night. I couldn't stomach looking at her or being in the same room as the lady who had deceived me so totally. She begged me to forgive her, saying it was a mistake and she loved me. But all I could think about was how many times she had lied to me, slept with my brother, and done so while wearing the ring I had given her. After Sarah departed, I confronted Mike. I can't recall what I said. It was all a swirl of wrath and pain. At first, he tried to dismiss it as a drunken mistake that didn't mean anything. But when I questioned him, he grew defensive, saying, "Well, maybe if you'd been a better fiancé, she wouldn't have come to me." I saw red. I got in my car and headed to his apartment, intending to make him regret what he said. I'm not sure what I was planning to accomplish, but when I arrived, our parents were already present. Mike presumably called them first, telling them about Sarah seducing him and apologizing. And you know what? They believed him. They always do. My mother immediately began lecturing me about forgiveness and family, while my father stood there with his arms crossed, obviously disappointed in me but not in his beloved Mike. I tried to explain what had happened, but they refused to listen. They kept encouraging me to forgive Mike and support Sarah during her pregnancy because family comes first. I lost it. Years of pent-up hatred and anger finally came out. I told them how I felt about their strange sense of dedication, how they had always preferred Mike over me and had never taken my side or backed me. I informed Mike that he was no longer my brother, that he had died for me. I told my parents they could have the son they'd always wanted because they no longer had me. I stormed away, ignoring their shouts and pleads. I traveled for hours without a destination in mind, simply wanting to get away from everything and everyone. When I finally arrived home, I saw dozens of missed calls and messages. Sarah begged for another opportunity, and Mike alternated between apologies and accusations. Most of the messages, however, came from my parents, who demanded that I grow up and make amends. I disregarded them all. I rarely ate or slept. I called out of work, using up all of my vacation days. I couldn't face anyone or bear the thought of explaining what had happened. I just sat in my apartment, going over every detail of my relationship with Sarah and every encounter with Mike, trying to find out where I went wrong. It has been 3 months now. To cope with everything, I moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, and began treatment. But my family refuses to quit up. Despite my efforts to break off communication, they continue to intrude into my life. They've started coming up at my office, hoping to ambush me and demand a reconciliation. My mother approaches me in the parking lot, sobbing about how I'm tearing the family apart. My father leaves scathing voicemail messages, imploring me to man up and forgive Mike. Mike himself has attempted to approach me multiple times, but I have managed to dodge him thus far. They've even used flying monkeys, extended family members dressed as concerned parties, to guilt-trip me into forgiving Mike. Aunts, and cousins I haven't spoken to in years suddenly phone, reminding me how important family is and how I should let bygones be bygones. It's as if they live in a parallel reality where Mike and Sarah made a minor mistake rather than a life-altering betrayal. I received a message from Sarah yesterday. She is keeping the baby and intends to co-parent with Mike. And guess what? My parents are pleased to become grandparents, conveniently ignoring the circumstances and the disparaging remarks they made about Sarah when she was with me. The letter was filled with apologies and explanations, including how she and Mike found real love amidst this horrific scenario. She even had the nerve to say that she hopes we can all become friends someday, for the sake of the child. I am at my wit's end. Part of me wants to break all links, relocate to another state, change my identity, and start again somewhere no one knows about this mess. But another part of me is so angry that I want to stay and fight, to show them how twisted the situation is. I do not know what to do. This betrayal has affected every aspect of my life. I cannot take being alone with my thoughts. I haven't even considered dating again because the thought of trusting someone like that scares me. I've also lost friends as a result of this. Those who believe I should take the high road and reconcile with my family, as if I'm the bad person for refusing to play happy families with the people who have caused me the most pain. The thought of Sarah and Mike raising a kid together, a child who should have been mine, is like a constant knife in my gut. I understand, cognitively, that the child is innocent in all of this. It's not the baby's fault that its parents are liars and cheaters. But I can't force myself to feel happy about its presence. My parents have begun to consider how I should participate in the child's life and how I will become an uncle. The thought makes me feel physically uncomfortable. How can I look at this child without seeing the ultimate emblem of my brother's betrayal? So, Reddit, my question is, am I an idiot for not forgiving my brother and ex-fiancé? Is it wrong to want to lose connections with my family over this? Any advice on how to proceed would be highly welcomed, as I feel as if I am drowning in a sea of deception and gaslighting. I apologize for this lengthy post. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate it. Writing it all out has been cathartic in a way. I'm not sure what I'm hoping to achieve by sharing this. Validation, wisdom, or simply the opportunity to scream into the void and have someone, anybody hear me. Edit. Oh my God, this blew up overnight. Thank you all for your assistance and advice. I'm astounded by the response, and it will take me some time to get through all of the comments. However, I wanted to answer a few typical queries. Yes, I have contacted a lawyer about obtaining a restraining order against my family. It is currently in progress. I do not intend to have any contact with the baby. It is not the child's fault, but I cannot become involved without losing my mind. For those who are curious about my work, I have already spoken with HR about the matter. They are aware and supportive. They've increased security at the front desk and given me the option of working from home more regularly. I am grateful for their understanding. Many of you have inquired whether I had contemplated moving to another city or state. It is definitely something I am thinking about. My company has offices in several other cities, so a transfer could be possible. I'm considering the advantages and cons. To those suggesting a DNA test, Sarah has admitted to the affair, and the timeline is congruent. I see no reason to believe the child is not Mike's. Even if it were my child, I doubt I could ever look at him without thinking about this treachery. The sheer number of people who have had comparable experiences has overwhelmed me. It's sad to understand how common this type of betrayal is, but it's also weirdly reassuring to know I am not alone. Thank you for sharing your stories. To the individual who inquired whether I had explored legal action against Mike for alienation of affection, I looked into it, but it is not recognized in my state. Even if it were, I doubt I have the energy for a judicial struggle right now. Several people have noted that Mike's behavior appears narcissistic. I've started reading about narcissistic personality disorder, and a lot of it rings true. It helps me comprehend, but it does not justify his conduct. Those inquiring about Sarah's relatives are as startled and outraged as one would imagine. They have stopped communicating with her and have reached out to offer me their support. It's a minor comfort, but I value it. To the person who inquired if I'd ever considered having my own children. To be honest, this entire experience has made me rethink if I even want a family. I'm trying not to make any big decisions while I analyze everything. I'll keep you posted if something big happens, but for now, my priority is to recuperate and move forward. Thanks again, Reddit. You have helped more people than you realize. Your support and recommendations have given me a lot to think about, and they've really been a lifeline during this difficult time. I may not be able to answer every remark, but please know that I read them all and they have helped me feel less alone. Update. Hello Reddit. It's been nearly 2 weeks since my previous post, and it has been a roller coaster. First and foremost, thank you for your invaluable assistance and guidance. I didn't anticipate my post to go viral. Reading through all of your answers has been upsetting and somehow reassuring. It's disturbing how regular this type of deception is. The past few weeks have been really hard. Remember how I mentioned that I was working on getting a restraining order? That became a tremendous ordeal. My lawyer had filed the papers, and we had a hearing planned. I assumed it would be simple given the proof and the constant harassment, but I was mistaken. My parents arrived to court with their own lawyer, a high-powered attorney dressed in an expensive suit who most likely costs more per hour than I do in a week. They attempted to portray me as the insane one, claiming I was ripping the family apart over a simple misunderstanding, as if Mike had stumbled and fell into my fiancé. Fortunately, the judge did not buy it. She issued the restraining order against Mike and my parents, but only after my mother sobbed in court and my father stared at me as if I had committed murder. Mike's reaction, however, I swear, if looks could kill, I wouldn't have left the courthouse alive. As we were leaving, Mike attempted to approach me, but my lawyer intervened, reminding him of the newly issued restraining order. Mike simply scoffed and stated, "This isn't over. You can't hide behind a piece of paper forever." I'd be lying if I said his remarks didn't make me uncomfortable, but at least I have some legal protection now. My job situation has also been a nightmare. Remember when I mentioned my family visiting my workplace? It all culminated last week. I was at a client meeting when my assistant alerted me to the fact that my mother was raising a disturbance in the foyer. Apparently, she had brought a photo album and was showing my coworkers baby images of Mike and me while crying about how close her boys used to be. When I arrived downstairs, I found her surrounded by several uneasy-looking colleagues. She was in the middle of telling a story about Mike and me bathing together when we were toddlers. When she recognized me, she attempted to approach me, babbling about organizing a baby shower. I cut her off, telling her she had to go immediately or I'd call the cops for trespassing and breaching the restraining order. Her expression looked as if I had smacked her, but after everything they had put me through, I couldn't care. Security let her out, and I spent the next hour coordinating with my boss and coworkers to minimize the damage. Most of them understood, but I could tell some were concerned about the drama I was bringing into the office. But it was the interaction with Mike that truly threw me off course. Last Saturday, I was in the gym, trying to let out my rage on the punching bag. I was so absorbed that I didn't realize someone was approaching until I heard his voice. I looked back, and there was Mike, smirking at me as if he hadn't just broken the restraining order. He began shouting loudly, making sure everyone nearby could hear. I ordered him to go before I contacted the cops, but he laughed and said he was going to tell them I had threatened him and Sarah. That's when I lost it. I struck at him, landing a punch squarely on his jaw. He stumbled back, then pounced at me. We ended up on the floor, trading blows like children again, but this time, there were no parents to separate us, no one instructing me to be the bigger person, and let Mike win. I managed to land a couple decent hits before the gym staff intervened. Mike's nose was bleeding, and I could feel my face swell. We were both shrieking, attempting to break free and go at each other again. The gym manager threatened to call the cops, which ultimately shook me out of it. I grabbed my belongings and fled. I was driving home, still shivering from the adrenaline rush, when I received a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I responded. Sarah was shouting at me about breaking Mike's nose and suggesting he would require surgery. I couldn't stop giggling. Sarah being unhappy with me after what they had done was plain ludicrous. I sarcastically apologized if I irritated her little boyfriend, whom she had been sleeping with behind my back for months. She started crying, moaning about how frightened she was, how the baby could feel her suffering, and how I was so selfish. I hung up and blocked her phone. The consequences of the brawl were serious. The news traveled quickly within our social circle. My phone was inundated with texts from friends and relatives, some of whom were supportive, while others chastised me for assaulting my poor, defenseless brother. Sarah's parents contacted me again, expressing their support for me as well as displeasure in their daughter. It was a minor consolation, but at this point, I'll take what I can. The restraining order does not seem enough anymore. Mike has already demonstrated his willingness to violate it, and I am truly afraid about what he may do next. The legal consequences have been a nightmare. My lawyer contacted me the day after the gym incident to inform me that Mike had filed assault charges against me. I described how Mike broke the restraining order and provoked me. My lawyer groaned and said we'd fight it, but it might be a tough struggle because I threw the first punch. We are in the process of filing charges against Mike for breaking the restraining order. My lawyer believes that this will strengthen our case, but nothing is assured. I've had to give police statements, show them my facial and knuckle injuries, and explain why I was defending myself against my own brother. The entire process is humiliating. To make matters worse, Mike and I have been permanently barred from the gym. While I don't blame them, it's terrible because the gym was one of the only locations where I could express my anger in a healthy manner. My cousin Amy, with whom I've always been close, called me lately. She's been under a lot of pressure from her family to support me, but she's standing firm. She explained what had been going on behind the scenes. Apparently, my parents have been telling everyone that I'm having a mental breakdown. They claim that Sarah and Mike's relationship began after Sarah and I split up, and that I'm simply envious and unwilling to move on. According to Amy, the majority of the family is suspicious, but some are buying into the story. It's infuriating to know they're spreading lies about me while I'm still trying to recuperate. Work has been difficult, to say the least. After the event with my mother generating a disturbance in the lobby and the argument with Mike becoming viral on local social media, I can see my coworkers are nervous around me. Earlier this week, my manager summoned me to his office. He began by saying he regarded me as an employee and recognized that I was going through a difficult time. Then he dropped the bombshell. He proposed that I take a leave of absence until things settled down. He referred to it as a personal sabbatical, paid, of course, but it was evident that the decision had been taken. I wanted to fight, tell him that work was the only thing keeping me sane right now, but I knew it would be fruitless. I agreed, thanked him for his understanding, and began to pack up my office. As I was leaving, I overheard two coworkers whispering about how my brother got my fiancée pregnant. I slammed my office door louder than required as I walked out, taking some tiny joy in seeing them jump. I would be lying if I said none of this bothered me. I've begun taking long trips at night just to get out of my flat. Sometimes I find myself parked outside my old house, the one I shared with Sarah, wondering how my life became so messed up. In the midst of all this commotion, I found comfort from an unexpected source. Sarah's younger sister Emma. She messaged me on social media, apologizing for her sister's actions and offering her support. At first, I was skeptical. What if it was all a trick? But after speaking with her, I understood she was equally outraged by Sarah's acts as I was. Emma has kept me informed about Sarah and Mike's lives. They appear to have moved in together, living as if they did not wreck several lives in order to be together. Emma claims Sarah is attempting to portray herself as the victim, crying to anybody who will listen about how she never meant to hurt anyone, and that she and Mike are soulmates who found each other against all odds. It makes me sick to my stomach, but I appreciate Emma keeping me updated. After all, information is power, even if it is knowledge that I would rather not have. The social media impact has been a nightmare. I've always been a quiet person, but this event has thrust me into an unwelcome limelight. Someone, most likely one of Mike's friends, posted about our feud on a local Facebook page. The post did not identify our names, but it recounted the situation in enough detail that anyone who knows us might figure it out. The comments section became a battleground. Some individuals defended me, claiming Mike received what he deserved. Others classified me as unstable and said I ought to be locked away. I made a terrible mistake by reading some of the comments one night after too many beers. I threw my phone across the room so forcefully that the screen cracked. Since then, I've deleted the majority of my social media profiles. I can't handle the continuous notifications and messages from people I haven't spoken to in years, all of whom suddenly want to know the juicy details of my personal life. With everything that has happened, I have realized that I cannot stay in this city any longer. There are too many memories and opportunities to run into Sarah, Mike, or my parents. I've started looking into internal transfers at my company, and there's a promising opportunity in our Seattle office. It's not ideal, I've never liked the continual rain, but at this point, I'd go to the moon to get away from all of this upheaval. I haven't made any final decisions yet, but the prospect of a new beginning is growing more appealing. A new city, a new apartment, and a new life where no one recognizes me as the person whose brother cheated on his fiancée. My parents have remained abnormally silent since the restraining order was imposed. I'm simply waiting for the other shoe to drop, for them to find a new method to force their way back into my life. Meanwhile, Sarah has been spreading the word about her pregnancy far and wide. Emma tells me she's been posting continuous updates on social media, including ultrasound photographs, belly shots, and messages about how blessed she and Mike are and how thrilled they are to start their family. Each new update feels like a fresh wound, triggering the pain just as I thought I was beginning to recover. So that is where things stand. 2 weeks ago, I believed my life couldn't get any worse, yet it has. I am still angry and wounded, but also exhausted. I am tired of justifying myself. Reddit, I suppose this is less of an update and more of a cry into the void. I'm not sure what I'm asking for anymore, advice, pity, or perhaps a time machine to prevent me from ever introducing Sarah to my brother. Whatever happens next, I will attempt to keep you all updated. Your encouragement meant more to me than you understand. It's comforting to be reminded that there are still good individuals in the world, even when everything appears to be full of betrayal and deception. Hello, Reddit. It's been a week since my last update, and I'm here with what I hope to be my final post about this calamity. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their assistance and advice along this journey. Your messages have been a lifeline at the darkest days in my life. A lot has happened in just 7 days, and I'm still trying to digest everything. I guess I'll start with the major news. I'm moving. Yes, I took the risk and accepted a transfer to our Seattle location. It wasn't an easy decision, but with everything that had transpired, I realized I needed a new beginning. The choice came following a particularly difficult day last week. I had just returned from another meeting with my lawyer over Mike's assault allegations when I noticed a message in my mailbox. It came from Sarah. I nearly threw it out, but curiosity got the best of me. Inside, there was an ultrasound photo and a handwritten letter expressing her and Mike's joy over their baby. She said she hoped I could find it in my heart to be pleased for them and that their child would be overjoyed to have me as an uncle. I saw red. Before I knew it, I had cleared Sarah's phone number and contacted her. She picked up on the second ring, so I let loose. I told her precisely how I felt about her, Mike, and their beautiful little family. I told her she was insane if she thought I'd ever want anything to do with that child, and that she, Mike, and the baby could all go to hell. It wasn't my best moment, but it felt liberating to finally express all I'd been keeping back. That night, I realized I couldn't live in this city any longer. I called my supervisor and informed him that I wanted to relocate to Seattle. To my surprise, he appeared relieved, probably concerned about how all of this drama would reflect on the organization. He promised to expedite the papers, and by the next morning, it was official. I had 2 weeks to collect my belongings and relocate across the nation. My family and social circle were quick to learn about my move. Unsurprisingly, my folks were furious. They turned up uninvited to my flat, defying the restraining order once more, to try to persuade me not to go. My mother cried, accusing me of abandoning the family, while my father raged at me for being selfish and immature. I didn't participate. I contacted the police and had them removed for breaking the injunction. My mother shouted as they were let out, telling me that I would regret it, that family is everything, and that I was wasting it. I slammed the door and returned to packing. Mike did not contact me directly, likely due to ongoing legal issues, but he did write a lengthy statement on social media. He talked about how some people can't handle seeing others happy, and how he and Sarah were rising above the hate to focus on their new family unit. It was plainly directed at me. I'll admit it hurt to see how many people liked and commented on his behalf, but I told myself that their opinions are meaningless because they don't know the truth. Sarah's remark was the most unexpected. Following our phone talk, she confided in her sister Emma, who has been keeping me updated on their condition. Emma informed me Sarah had a breakdown, stating she knew what she and Mike had done was wrong and was frightened of the future. My cousin Amy, bless her, offered to help me pack. While we worked, she told me more about what was going on in her family. Apparently, my aunt, my mother's sister, had a furious dispute with my mother. She accused her of consistently preferring Mike and pushing me away. She even informed my parents that they were reaping the repercussions of their years of favoritism. I won't lie, it felt good to hear that someone in the family was finally calling them out. My lawyer promised me that my move would have no effect on the pending legal dispute. We're still pursuing charges against Mike for breaking the restraining order, and we're fighting the assault allegations he made against me. My lawyer feels certain that the judge will see through Mike's lies, especially given his history of violating the injunction. Moving across the nation may potentially help our case, as it demonstrates that I am not a threat to Mike and have no intention of dealing with him. I'm not sure if I will post another update after this. Part of starting over is leaving the past behind, and as helpful as this group has been, I believe it is time for me to move on from this sad chapter. I need to focus on creating a new life rather than obsessing on the past. So, I guess this is it. Wish me luck, Reddit. I have a whole new life ahead of me in Seattle, and I plan to make the most of it. Thank you for staying with me throughout this. Your help has been tremendous, and it's reassuring to know that there are still good people out there, even in a world filled with betrayal and deception. Am I the asshole for telling my grandfather my family treated me as an outsider at Thanksgiving, causing him to cut off their financial support? On Thanksgiving morning, as I awoke in my Chicago apartment, the customary fear crept into my heart. Another year brings another family reunion. This year's event took place at the Breakers, a premium resort hotel in Palm Beach, Florida. It was our yearly family trip, and my grandfather covered all expenses. I sighed deeply as I finished checking my suitcase. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. I'm Helen Walker, a 33-year-old research director at a pharmaceutical business making $160,000 per year and living alone in Chicago. I've progressively increased my assets through diligent investing. Money is necessary, but dignity is far more valuable. My grandfather's words rang through my thoughts. He is a great businessman who built his money on building. He taught me everything I know about financial management. He has been enthusiastically teaching me about investing and asset management since I was a child. He's the only one in the family who fully understands me. In stark contrast is my sister Catherine, a former flight attendant who is now a full-time housewife. She appears to be well off, living with her husband and 7-year-old kid. However, this lifestyle would be impossible to maintain without our grandfather's monthly support. Their hefty mortgage payments, auto loans, and daughter's private school tuition are all covered by grandfather's assistance. Catherine's social media feed is still loaded with gorgeous images about new designer bags, costly dinners, and luxurious vacations. She seemed obsessed with depicting a lifestyle that is distant from reality. My parents are similar. George and Margaret look to be living a pleasant retirement in Florida, but that too would be unsustainable without grandfather's assistance. Their retirement fund planning, the deposit for the posh retirement home, it all rests on grandfather. My parents have always been chilly to me yet indulgent to my sister. That has not altered since childhood. During my undergraduate years, I used scholarships to pay for my tuition and worked part-time to supplement my income. Meanwhile, my sister relied solely on our parents for everything, from studies abroad to living expenses. The disparity is a terrible memory. Another of grandfather's sayings was, "Become someone who can stand on their own 2 feet." I lived by those principles, studying and worked tirelessly to achieve independence. I made a profession in the pharmaceutical sector, increased my assets through investments, and created a life that does not require anyone's assistance. My own hard work paid for the high-rise flat with a view of Chicago's cityscape. Moderate luxury within my means is the lifestyle I've chosen. As I lifted my bag, my uneasiness about this year's Thanksgiving increased. Every year, our family's warped relationships worsen. My sister's competition for appearances, our parents' prejudiced adoration, and grandfather's concerned expression. In the taxi to the airport, I thought about this year's trip. The Breakers, a prominent five-star hotel founded in 1896, features Italian Renaissance architecture and magnificent suites costing more than $800 per night. The Thanksgiving special supper was estimated to cost $200 per person. Despite the opulent surroundings, our family's reality was weak and skewed. My sister's lavish lifestyle and our parents' comfortable retirement were all castles constructed on the sand of grandfather's approval. This year, those misconceptions were about to hit their limit. Everyone must have observed, but no one dared to speak about the truth that awaited us. On Thanksgiving Day, Florida's warm sunlight streamed through the taxi window from Palm Beach International Airport to the Breakers. I arrived at the luxury resort in good weather. I was the last to arrive. I strolled inside the gorgeous Italian Renaissance-style edifice, carrying my navy Rimowa luggage. My basic yet lovely theory dress had wrinkled somewhat from the lengthy travel. The lobby extended out into a neat, respectable area. Luxurious chandeliers gleamed above, as footsteps echoed silently on the marble floor below. Other visitors had already begun to enjoy their Thanksgiving afternoon in their own unique ways. On my way to the front desk, I saw my folks. They appeared to be discussing something in a quiet corner of the foyer. Mother wore what appeared to be a new resort dress, while father dressed casually and appropriately for his age. They averted their gaze as soon as our eyes met. "Miss Walker, I apologize, but I cannot find your reservation," the front desk staff replied sheepishly. They continued examining the screen, unable to conceal their astonishment. "I can see the reservations for your family members, but..." At that point, the sound of expensive heels approached. I turned to find Catherine approaching us with a proud look, a Hermès Birkin bag on her arm, and a Cartier watch shining. "Oh, Helen finally made it," her voice was deliberately sarcastic. As other customers focused their attention on us, the front desk workers proceeded to examine the system. "How strange that there's no reservation," Catherine continued, her voice rising in volume, evidently intended to attract attention. Her Louis Vuitton suitcase stood out in comparison to my blue case. "Actually," Catherine drew closer with a triumphant smile, "I only made reservations for our family." Her words resonated around the foyer. "A room for me, my husband, and daughter, and one for mom and dad. Just for the real family, you see." A minute of quiet occurred. The front desk personnel were speechless, and our parents turned away even farther. The air around me seemed frozen. I took a slow deep breath and said without changing my expression, "I see. Then I'll leave." My voice came out more calmly than I expected. I adjusted my grasp on the suitcase handle and pleasantly nodded to the front desk workers. I took out my smartphone and launched the taxi-hailing app. "Wait," Catherine's voice increased slightly, but I was already about to exit the foyer. Feeling the front desk staff's sympathetic look, I began strolling toward the entrance. My sister, despite being caught off guard by this unexpected event, maintained a triumphant grin. Our parents stood uncomfortable and frozen in place. Only my footsteps resonated through the hushed lobby. The afternoon sunshine coming through the main door seemed unusually bright. While waiting for the taxi, the palm trees swung in the gentle breeze. The Thanksgiving weekend I had planned to spend at this luxurious resort had come to an end in a matter of minutes. However, in this moment, a peculiar sense of release washed over my emotions. Grandfather's words resurfaced. "Become someone who can stand on their own 2 feet." I felt like I now understood what he meant. During the few minutes I waited for the taxi, I looked at the hotel's stunning facade. The Adam-style architecture recounted the story of nearly a century of history. Luxury cars decorated lavishly for Thanksgiving continued to arrive, accompanied by well-dressed families. Through the lobby glass, I could see my niece, Amy, in a costly dress that was inappropriate for a 7-year-old. She was fidgeting behind her mother, possibly searching for me. Every Thanksgiving, it was my tradition to bring her a gift. This year, I had prepared a pearl hair clip, which was still well wrapped in my suitcase. As I entered the waiting taxi, I informed the driver, Palm Beach International Airport. On my smartphone, I was already looking for the next available flight to Chicago. Though airfares were high during Thanksgiving, this did not concern me at all. Rather, The emotional energy I'd squandered each year over this season appeared far more costly. The Breakers building appeared smaller in the rearview mirror. Its form, glistening in the afternoon sun, seemed to represent our family's apparent glamour. And suddenly the first break had emerged in the facade. I had no idea what would happen next, but one thing was certain: there was no going back. The taxis inside created a peaceful environment away from the outside noise. The air conditioning maintained a pleasant chill, and the luxury leather chairs gradually relieved the stress from earlier. Outside the window, Palm Beach's characteristic resort panorama flowed past, with neatly aligned palm trees, white luxury mansions, and occasional glimpses of the Atlantic's shimmering surface. Views that would typically captivate me seemed curiously distant. I pulled out my smartphone and dialed my grandfather's number without hesitation. The ringtone appeared to last longer than normal before he eventually responded. "Helen, what is wrong?" Grandfather's voice maintained its customary calm. "I have something to report," I said, speaking in a straightforward manner. I described the events at the hotel without emotion, just the facts. The missed reservation, Catherine's words, and how I left. I described everything chronologically. On the other end of the telephone, I could hear grandfather's breathing becoming slightly rougher. He was definitely able to contain his rage. However, I added no words of condolence. "I understand. I'll handle this from here," said grandfather, his voice low and husky. In those simple remarks was a foreshadowing of what was to come. Shortly after hanging up, incoming calls began to come in. First, Catherine reported over 10 missed calls in 15 minutes. "Helen, Amy wants to see you. She was looking forward to our yearly Thanksgiving. Can't you consider a child's feelings?" Her text continued. "My friends are coming to dinner tonight. I had planned to share a great family Thanksgiving photo on Instagram. Do you understand how uncomfortable this scenario is?" Catherine's voice became increasingly frantic. Between these calls, we started receiving emails from our parents. "We could have created another room," Mother wrote, "but as Catherine mentioned, we prioritize our genuine family. Are you independent now?" Father's email was even more inhumane. "Catherine has a family, a husband and a child. You understand, correct? Can't you just put up with it for Thanksgiving?" The following email contained spiteful calculations. "That's always been your problem, only thinking about yourself, never considering the family." Mother continued, her tone making me appear like the villain. "We had everything scheduled for social media updates. We were meant to take beautiful photographs of you and Amy. Everything is ruined now." My chest clenched as I read each message, but these were phrases I should be used to by now. My sister and I have been subjected to this type of bigotry since we were children. As the taxi approached the airport, a new wave of messages flooded in. "Amy is crying because you are selfish. She had been waiting so long to see her aunt," Catherine wrote, still using her daughter as a shield. Behind her words, I simply saw vanity and pride. Mother sent additional sarcastic emails. "Poor Catherine. If you understood how concerned she is about Amy's future, you'd understand. However, children's education requires money." However, at this moment, I felt no need to respond. If anything, I was relieved that they had displayed such obvious real colors. Just before we arrived at the airport, grandfather sent us an email. "I am proud of your decision. I understand everything." When I heard those words, my eyes welled up with quiet resolve rather than despair. It represented the start of a new chapter. My smartphone continued to get repeated calls. Anxious messages from Catherine demanding, "Answer the phone right away." Accusatory emails from my parents alleged, "Your selfishness is tearing the family apart." However, I had already reached a point where no one's voice could reach me. I got out of the taxi and started heading toward the international terminal. While purchasing my travel to Chicago, I had a peculiar feeling of emancipation. This was the moment of liberation from the bogus, real family. About 30 minutes after boarding the plane heading for Chicago, grandfather sent a new email. All family members were among the awardees. "The following is my final decision to be announced," grandfather began the email in his usual dignified tone. "On Thanksgiving, an incident occurred that severely harmed our family's dignity. The callous treatment of Helen is an insult to the Walker family name and cannot be permitted under any circumstances. I am immediately freezing all financial support for George, Margaret and Catherine. I must remind you that your opulent lifestyles are completely dependent on my assistance. Those who have lost sight of family's essence, wallowing in vanity and pretense, are no longer eligible for such privilege." Just as I finished reading, calls from my sister started rolling in. Her worry was clear from the frequency of incoming calls. "Helen, please answer the phone. Convince Grandpa," she said. Messages left on voicemail documented my sister's panicked voice. It was obvious that her life would become untenable without the monthly payments. All of her living expenses were based on grandfather's monthly support of $30,000. Emails from our parents also poured in. Their earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by pathetic pleading. "Helen, this is about our retirement. Could you please talk to your grandfather again?" The $150,000 deposit for their booked luxury retirement home would be forfeited, and their medical insurance benefits would be discontinued. Our parents appeared to be panicked by the prospect of their retirement security crumbling in an instant. "Do something, he'll listen if it's you, won't he?" Mother's email included unusual words of remorse. "I'm sorry for saying such terrible things earlier, but this is a family crisis." I silently turned off my smartphone. A large sea of clouds stretched outside the window. The beautiful family Thanksgiving images that had been shared on social media year after year would not be uploaded this year. Catherine may suffer a greater blow than the financial consequences. The jet was flying steadily into Chicago with no turbulence. The individual next to me appeared to be planning Thanksgiving dinner, reviewing recipes on their smartphone. Normally, at this point, I would have been in the hotel lounge giving Amy her present. When I arrived in Chicago and connected to my house Wi-Fi, I saw over 100 unread messages. Most were from my sister, and their content became increasingly frenzied. "What am I supposed to do? I won't be able to pay the loans. What about Amy's school fees?" Emails from our parents had also become extremely serious. "We might not be able to get the retirement home deposit back. What are we supposed to do now? I can't sleep at night thinking about the medical insurance." However, what grabbed the most attention was grandfather's final notice, which was distributed to all family members. "This measure is irreversible. Consider it the consequence of your own actions. Any objection to my decision will result in the termination of all remaining support." I calmly read the incoming mails. Their previously disdainful demeanor had entirely turned into desperate appeals. Never before has each family member's genuine nature been displayed so vividly. I set down my smartphone and brewed tea in the kitchen. By now, I should have been enjoying the hotel's sumptuous dinner, a $200 Thanksgiving special course per person. Remembering that sum made me smile somewhat. Every year, my sister's family would post about this opulent supper on social media, despite the fact that they were struggling to make monthly credit card payments. A second call arrived, this time from my sister's husband. Words condemning his wife's spending habits were mixed in with the panic and perplexity. It appeared that fissures were forming in their marriage as well. Our parents sent more detailed pleas. The retirement home won't refund the $150,000 advance payment. Medical insurance will be self-paid from next month. Because of you, our retirement. Following those statements, he repeatedly defended my sister and criticized me. It was as if they had learned nothing. I pulled a lemon out of the refrigerator and put it in my tea. Tomorrow, I will go back to work as usual. The pharmaceutical company's initiative anticipated further study of data analysis. A $160,000 annual salary and steadily accumulating investment trusts, a solid life foundation developed via my own labor. The night panorama of Chicago from outside the window gleamed silently. The lights of the high-rise buildings resemble stars. Suddenly, I remembered my credit card statement. Full payment every month, moderate luxury within my means, and no debt. Grandfather's favorite saying came back to me. Vanity is for others. Savings are for yourself. In this city, I had carved myself my own path. As grandfather mentioned, I had matured into a self-sufficient individual. And now I was convinced that I had made the proper decision. Incoming calls continued to ring on my smartphone, but the voices were no longer audible to me. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, in early December, Chicago had its first snowfall. Days were spent absorbed in new initiatives at the pharmaceutical company's lab. Despite the monotony of the everyday routine, my family's condition has changed dramatically. The alterations were initially visible on social media. My sister's Instagram, which had been updated virtually every day, had suddenly gone silent. Her most recent image, from the day before Thanksgiving, was a shot of her Hermes purse at an exclusive restaurant, along with the hashtag Dream Lifestyle. The compliments, "What a wonderful life," now appeared terribly sarcastic. Father's emails eventually expressed genuine regret. "I'm reflecting on our years of extravagant living. We spoiled Catherine too much, and we were cold to you. I'm sorry." Similar messages arrived from Mother. With their medical insurance subsidies removed, they were suddenly aware of the true expense of healthcare. Our pension alone is nowhere near enough. I finally understood how luxurious we were living. Catherine's position was far more severe. I got an unexpected call from her spouse. "I've discovered hidden debts she kept secret. I'm shocked by the credit card bills. We can't maintain this lifestyle anymore. With grandfather's backing abruptly withdrawn, their opulent facade crumbled. We're considering moving to a cheaper house, looking at public schools for Amy too, according to him. His voice was filled with tiredness and resignation. Catherine cries every night. Their marriage itself appeared to be in peril. In comparison, my life has stayed quiet. I arrived at work at 8 a.m. He returned home at 6 p.m. Weekends were spent attending financial study groups, revising my saving strategies, and living within my means. I was just elevated to team leader for a new research project. My pay is likely to improve steadily. Investment trust activities are progressing smoothly, with no concerns for the future. Grandfather's words resonated in my mind. Vanity brings momentary satisfaction, savings bring lifelong peace of mind. The weight of grandfather's comments was now felt strongly by the entire family. While my parents were concerned about retirement and security, and my sister was struggling with debt payback, I was simply living my normal life. Over the last 2 weeks, the number of emails and phone calls has substantially decreased. The urgent contacts that arrived daily during the first few days have reduced to once or twice a week. Their content, too, was rapidly turning towards resignation. Amy will be transferring to public school. She'll take the school bus. My sister's most recent email demonstrated symptoms of embracing reality. The idyllic private school existence she had shared on social media would never be seen again. Our parents were also thinking about moving from their luxury Florida neighborhood to a cheap condominium since they were having trouble paying their medical bills. Their fantasy of a comfortable retirement had fallen quickly. We've been living with wrong values for years. That was written in Father's most recent email. It was unclear whether this awareness would serve as a catalyst for the restoration of actual family relationships. Last week, I received a simple email from Grandfather. Awakening to the truth of life sometimes brings pain, but it's necessary pain. Your decision gave them an important lesson. I didn't respond. I quietly saved the email. New stars twinkled in the cold sky over Chicago. 3 months after Thanksgiving, early indications of spring began to surface in Chicago. My life had not altered, rather, it had gotten more meaningful. The new project at the pharmaceutical company was going well, and last week I received word of another promotion. My achievements as research director were recognized, and my compensation was raised to $200,000. Investment trust activities were likewise performing well, with assets increasing steadily. From my office window, I could view the wide surface of Lake Michigan. The waves sparkled in the spring sunlight, conveying a peaceful hope. New research data was piling up on my desk. My most valuable time was spent working. Grandfather recently sent me a simple pearl necklace for my birthday. The attached card contained a single phrase in his usual, exquisite handwriting. True brilliance dwells in those who stand on their own feet. I'd started having little touch with my folks. They'd relocated from their upscale Florida community to a more inexpensive condominium. Despite their struggles with medical bill payments, they appeared to be gradually adjusting to reality. Luxury brings momentary joy, but there's genuine security in a grounded lifestyle, Mother wrote in an email showing genuine understanding for the first time. My sister's family had relocated to a typical suburban neighborhood. Amy had started attending public school and was becoming accustomed to riding the school bus. Catherine's social media accounts remained inactive. How empty it all seems now, posting just to keep up appearances, she stated in an unusual email. Days spent struggling with credit card payments tested their marriage, but they were no longer avoiding reality. I had started setting new ambitions. I intended to achieve more in pharmaceutical research and eventually run my own research team. I hoped to share my knowledge and experience with young scholars. During the holidays, I attended finance and economics study groups. The individuals I met there lived strong, practical lives. The real chats, devoid of pretension and ego, were refreshing. The Thanksgiving incident taught each family member valuable lessons, including the value of financial independence, the futility of a pretentious lifestyle, and, most importantly, the true definition of family. Grandfather's final words lingered in my heart. Real bonds can only be born after overcoming hardship. In my desk drawer, the pearl hair clip I had prepared as Amy's gift was still nicely wrapped. Perhaps someday, when she discovers actual value, when she appreciates the importance of standing on her own 2 feet rather than counting social media likes, this clip will be appropriate to show her. Outside the window, early spring winds rustled through the street trees, signaling the start of a new season. I ended my engagement to my fiancée. After she wanted a break to explore her ex, I sold our house and disappeared. Hello everyone, after what feels like an eternity, I, 27 million, Decided it was time to discuss what has been going on with me recently. Here's the thing. Until lately, I thought I was marrying the love of my life, Tessa, 26F. We'd been together for 4 years, and for the most part, I thought we were solid. But now I'm sitting here, wondering why I didn't see this coming sooner. Tessa and I met at a birthday celebration, introduced by a mutual friend. She was humorous, confident, and had a no-nonsense approach that I enjoyed. I'd dated previously, but no one connected with me as she did. We hit it off quickly and moved in together after a year. Things felt natural, as if we were all on the same page about professions, marriage, and eventually creating a family. She was a freelance graphic designer, and I worked as a project manager for a technology business, so our schedules were very similar. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was enjoyable. We had been discussing getting married for a time, but it wasn't until last year that I proposed. Nothing fancy, just a simple supper at home for the two of us. Tessa seems thrilled. She cried, hugged me, and agreed. That night, we began to envision our future. A fall wedding, a limited guest list, and this charming little site by the lake. It seemed like everything was falling into place, or so I thought. The initial red flags were little and evident. They were little sneaky flaws that I ignored because I didn't want to overthink. For example, Tessa's enthusiasm for wedding preparation faded after a few months. She was all in at first, sending me Pinterest boards, searching through wedding outfits, and asking about small details like whether I preferred tulips or roses for the centerpieces. But suddenly it simply stopped. I'd ask her questions like, "Hey, have you chosen your bridesmaids yet?" And she'd shrug it aside. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about it," she said again. The same thing happened with her clothing, cake, and music. Every decision we'd been so enthused about had become something she wanted to postpone. "There's still time," she'd say. The wedding seemed like an afterthought. At the time, I told myself it was just stress. Wedding planning can be overwhelming, right? Plus, Tessa had a lot going on at work. I assumed she'd snap out of it eventually. What I didn't realize was that her lack of enthusiasm wasn't about the wedding, but about us. The true slap in the face happened one night while we were out with some friends. Someone brought up the dumb TikTok game, which you've probably seen. It's the one where you have to answer personal questions while keeping a straight face and not passing judgment. Everything was going well until someone said, "If you could relive one relationship, which would it be?" Without thinking, Tessa responded, "Oh, probably Dylan." Just like that. Dylan. Her college ex. The person who cheated on her. The moment she uttered that, the room became awkwardly quiet. She giggled awkwardly and attempted to backtrack, saying, "I mean, not that I'd want to. It's just a significant element of my past." I wanted to confront her right there, but we were among friends, so I let it go. Later, when we were alone, I asked her about it. What was it about Dylan? Why would you choose to revisit that relationship? She simply shrugged it off as if it were no big thing. "It was a stupid game, Liam. Don't take it so seriously." She grinned and shifted the subject. I didn't press it because, honestly, I didn't want to start a battle over something that could have been minor. But, deep down, it stayed with me. Following that, her behavior became more difficult to ignore. She was using her phone more frequently, going through her texts with a cheeky little smile. She began creating vague explanations for why she couldn't hang out or why she would cancel plans at the last minute. "Oh, sorry, I just have a lot of work to catch up on tonight," she'd typically remark. Or it may be, "I promised my mom I'd visit this weekend." The justifications were not particularly suspicious, but they were stacking up. It seemed like I had become less of a priority. Then came Friday night, which changed everything. I arrived home from work early, excited to spend the evening with Tessa. I was hoping we might order in and binge watch something, a quiet night. When I came in, however, the atmosphere seemed odd. She was seated on the couch, holding her laptop, but she wasn't working. She was staring at the screen, absolutely unfocused. "Hey, I'm home," I murmured, hoping to relieve the tension. "You're early," she said, as if it were a negative thing. I shrugged it off and went into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner, but the silence in the house was oppressive. Usually, she'd ask how my day was or tell me about her own. What about tonight? Nothing. Finally, I looked around and asked, "Is everything okay?" She shut her laptop and glanced at me. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about." And my stomach sank. You know how you feel when you know something horrible is going to happen but you can't stop it? That was me, standing there like an idiot with a spatula in one hand. I approached and sat across from her. "All right," I said. "What is going on?" She paused, as if she were trying to find the proper words. She just came out with it. I've been thinking about us. And about Dylan? I swear that I almost laughed. Dylan, are you serious? What about him? She bit her lip and avoided my gaze. I suppose I need some time to consider things through. I'd like to take a break and see whether there's still something there with him. I couldn't believe what I heard. Do you want to take a break and date your ex? Are you out of your mind, Tessa? We've got engaged. It's not like that, she responded hurriedly, as if she could smooth things up. I just want to know if I'm making the right choice with you. And if it doesn't work out, I pledge to come back. That's when I discovered how deep her chutzpah was. She assumed I would sit around and wait for her to decide whether I was good enough. Something inside me moved at that very instant. I did not yell or blow up. I just sat there staring at her, wondering how the hell I hadn't seen this coming. I wasn't sure how to answer at first. My fiancée recently informed me that she wants to take a break to explore things with her ex, Dylan. What can you say to that? Finally, I asked. So, what does this break mean to you? My voice came out more calmer than I felt. She straightened up slightly, as if she had been ready for this conversation. I believe we need some space to figure things out. I'll take some time to see if my feelings for Dylan are genuine, and you are welcome to ponder on us as well. I couldn't believe the audacity. Wait, I replied, leaning forward. You're saying you need to date your ex, but I need to reflect on us? What kind of backwards logic is that? Tessa sighed, as if I were the one acting unreasonable. It's not about you doing something wrong, Liam. This is about me figuring out what I need. She seemed to have practiced this. The way she spoke, the way she avoided eye contact, it was as if she had already decided this was going to happen and simply wanted me to accept it. You know this sounds insane, right? I muttered. You don't just put your fiancé on hold while you go play what if with some guy who treats you like garbage. Her face tightened, and for the first time, I realized how stubborn she could be. I'm not asking for permission, Liam, I'm telling you what I need. That one landed differently. I wasn't just sad anymore, I was angry. I stood up and began pacing, hoping to calm myself down. So what, Tessa? You're just going to pack a bag and head over to Dylan's place? Is that your big plan? No, she insisted. It's not like that, I don't know what it looks like yet, but I need clarity before we move forward. I owe it to myself to know I'm making the right decision. You owe it to yourself? I asked, laughing cruelly. And what about what you owe me? We're engaged, Tessa? We're supposed to be building a life together, and now you're telling me you need to test drive your ex to make sure I'm good enough? I never said you weren't good enough, she replied, her voice rising. But if we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, I have to be certain. And right now I'm not. That was it. She wasn't simply interested in exploring things with Dylan, she was also unsure about me. Even after 4 years together and all of our plans, she was still unsure. It struck me all at once. She hadn't realized how painful and stupid her plea was. She believed this was reasonable, that I'd just sit there while she figured out whatever foolishness was going through her head. I stopped pacing and glanced at her, really stared at her. You know what? Sure, I responded, my tone bland. Take your break. She blinked, surprised by how quickly I agreed. Liam, I'm not trying to hurt you. I need space to figure things out. I nodded and kept my expression bland. All right. If that's what you need. She paused, as if she expected me to argue or fight for her. When I didn't, she stood up, took out her laptop, and murmured, I'll stay at my mom's for a bit. This isn't forever. We'll talk when I've had some time. Okay, I replied simply. She looked at me, wondering how to answer, and then disappeared into the bedroom. I could hear her moving around and throwing items into a bag. I remained calm on the couch, but my mind was already turning. If she really wants a break, that's okay. Let her have it. Several minutes later, I heard the front door close. She was gone, perhaps believing she had abandoned me here to wait and worry. She had no idea I was not going to sit around and do nothing. She could have her fantasy, but I had other ideas now. I'll provide an update once I've set some things in motion. This is not going to end the way she expects it to. Update 1. Thank you for your feedback and suggestions on my last post. A lot has happened this week, and I'd like to report how things are going. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone in this community for their wonderful support. Many of you mentioned that I don't just sit around waiting, and you were correct. I've been busy putting everything into motion. First, I called my pal Noah. He's been my best friend since college, and he's not the type of man to sugarcoat things. After hearing the full story, he brought over pizza, and we spent the entire night scheming. Dude, you realize she's going to try to crawl back once things don't work out with Dylan, right? Noah reminded him. He was correct, of course. The more we talked, the more obvious it became that I needed to be proactive. This was not about vengeance, it was about regaining control of my life. I began with the house. Tessa doesn't seem to recall that it's entirely in my name. She loves to act as if it's our home, always talking about the curtains and paint colors she chose, yet I'm the one who pays the mortgage. I phoned a realtor first thing Monday morning. The realtor came by to see the property, and we decided to list it right away. The market in our neighborhood is now hot, and we already have several potential purchasers. Tessa has no idea. She probably believes I'm sitting here in our shared home, waiting for her to sort out her feelings. The next step was to gradually remove her from my life. You remember the Live Laugh Love placards she insisted on putting up? Gone. Did she have to have those beautiful throw pillows? Donated. Her clothing and personal belongings that she left behind? I carefully packaged them all up. But this is where I became strategic. Instead of just dropping her belongings off at her mother's house or having her come fetch them, I hired a moving company. They took everything to her mother's house and left a short note. Here's your stuff. Good luck with Dylan. I know some of you may think this is petty, but I disagree. I'm not being vengeful, I'm being efficient. She wanted some room to think things through? Well, she's got it, literally. The most fascinating moment came when mutual friends began asking questions. Instead of playing the victim or slandering her, I simply stated the truth. Tessa decided she needed to explore things with her ex before committing to marriage. I decided I deserve better than being someone's backup plan. You should watch how people respond to that. No drama, no accusations, just facts. It's amazing how rapidly the story changes when you don't try to control it. I've also been making moves at work. I applied for a position at our West Coast office that I'd been considering for a long time. If the house sells, which seems quite likely, and I get this job, I'll be starting over on the other side of the country. Tessa has attempted to contact me several times this week, first with lighthearted texts like, "Hope you're doing okay," and progressing to progressively concerned messages when she learned I was actually making changes rather than simply waiting around. Yesterday, she was in a panic when her mother informed her that the boxes had been delivered. "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this is over?" I kept my response simple. "Because it is over, Tessa. You made your choice, and now I'm making mine." She began crying, claiming that she simply wanted time to figure things out, that I was being quick, and that this was not what she meant when she asked for a break. "What did you expect?" I questioned her. "That I'd sit here like a faithful puppy while you test drove your ex? That's not how this works." "But what if I realize you're the one I want?" She was weeping. "Then you'll have learned a valuable lesson about not taking people for granted," I said before hanging up the phone. The weird thing is that I'm no longer upset. Instead, I feel liberated. Every box I pack, every move I make feels like I'm reclaiming parts of myself that I didn't realize I'd given up. Noah came by again yesterday to assist me with packing the house. He also saw the change in me. "You seem different," he observed. "More focused?" He's correct. I'm different. When Tessa first revealed her desire to pursue things with Dylan, I felt like my world was falling. Now I see it wasn't my world collapsing, but rather the false reality I'd been living in finally disintegrating. I have more things in the works, but I will hold them for the next update. For the time being, I'll simply say this. Sometimes the greatest way to respond to someone treating you as an option is to completely remove yourself from their list of options. Stay tuned. This narrative hasn't ended yet, and I have a feeling Tessa is finding that her break to straighten things out isn't going to go nearly as planned. Update 2. I appreciate all of the feedback on my recent update. Things have escalated significantly, and I'd like to tell you how the situation has evolved. Remember how I mentioned applying for the West Coast position? Okay, I got it. The timing could not be better. The house is under contract, and the closing is slated for next month. But that's only the beginning. What's particularly interesting is how Tessa's Dylan exploration is unfolding. Through mutual connections, I discovered that their restored passion isn't quite the fairy tale she envisioned. Apparently, 4 years haven't changed him much. He's still the untrustworthy guy who cheated on her in college. But here's when it gets good. Tessa has attempted to control the narrative on social media. She has been sharing vague, inspiring phrases about finding yourself and following your heart. So I decided to play the same game, but with a twist. I created a single factual post. Update on my life. Excited to announce I've accepted a position in San Francisco. Sometimes when one door closes, better ones open. Looking forward to this new chapter. The comments and texts began pouring in. People congratulated me, inquired about the relocation, and, of course, wondered about Tessa. I kept my answers basic and honest. We're no longer together. She wanted to explore other options, so I'm exploring mine too. This set off a fantastic chain reaction in our social circle. Remember those friends who weren't sure about the situation? Watching me handle this with grace as Tessa shares cryptic relationship quotations completely changed the atmosphere. Then came the professional consequences. Tessa's freelance design employment is primarily based on recommendations and networking. Sarah, 29F, a mutual contact in the computer field who used to refer many clients to Tessa, contacted me. I need to know what happened, Sarah explained over coffee. Tessa's telling people you're having a temporary separation to grow individually, but something feels off. I shared Tessa's note about wanting to date Dylan. Sarah's look said it all. She did not believe it. By the end of the week, numerous potential clients had pushed back their projects with Tessa, not because I said anything nasty, but because, honestly, who wants to work with someone who takes commitment so lightly? Tessa sensed the shift. Her texts become more frequent and frantic. Why are you telling people about Dylan? You're ruining my reputation. This isn't fair, I just needed time to think. I answered to the last one. You got what you wanted, time and space, how I spend mine is no longer your concern. Then came the turning point. Dylan, in his wonderful wisdom, shared a photo of them together at the restaurant where Tessa and I had our first date. It was evident she was attempting to recreate our history with him. It was both sad and funny. The post didn't last long, but the damage was done. Our friends witnessed it, and the remaining few individuals who supported Tessa's finding myself story lost respect for her. Even her own sister contacted me. I'm so sorry about how she's handling this. You deserve better. What is the most satisfying part? I didn't have to be vengeful. I simply lived my life freely and honestly, whereas Tessa attempted to play both sides. The truth has a way of emerging. She visited my office yesterday. Dylan seemed to have already revealed his true colors, flirting with other women, being untrustworthy, a familiar story. She was crying. I made a huge mistake, she cried. I was scared of commitment. I thought I needed to know if there was something better out there, but I was wrong. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. I simply gazed at her calmly. No, Tessa. The best thing that ever happened to me was you showing your true colors before we got married. She attempted to argue, claiming that we could fix this, that she would go to counseling, and that she would prove she could be trusted again. I simply shook my head. You don't get it, do you? This isn't about Dylan anymore. This is about you thinking you could keep me as a backup while you explore your options. That's not love, that's convenience. She left my office distraught, but I felt better than ever. The house closes next week, the majority of my belongings are packed, and my new life in San Francisco begins in a month. The funny thing is that some folks think I'm being overly tough. Everyone makes mistakes, they explain. However, this was not a mistake, it was a choice. There are actually several options available. Each time she texted Dylan. Every time, she lied about where she was. She spent every second planning to put our romance on hold. These were all options. I'll provide another update once the move is complete. For the time being, I'll leave you with this. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, but rather getting better. And this is exactly what I'm doing. Next update. Update 3. Thank you for following my journey. This will be my final update, and I have some interesting developments to report. San Francisco is everything I imagined it would be. My new apartment has a stunning view of the bay, and the tech scene here is fantastic. My new office team is fantastic. It's refreshing to be around people who prioritize growth and innovation over drama. But first, let me catch you up on how things ended back home. The closing went smoothly, and the house actually sold for more than the asking price. It was interesting to see Tessa's reaction after finding out through mutual friends. She didn't believe I'd sold the house until she drove by and saw the new owners move in. Here's where it got really interesting. Remember Dylan? He reached out to me, of all people. He sent me a long message about how he never meant to cause problems and that Tessa had contacted him first, months before she requested the break. Tessa had been planning her little exploration for quite some time. She had been messaging Dylan for months, carefully laying the groundwork for her backup strategy. What's with the irony? Dylan ended their relationship because, as he put it, if she could do this to you, she could do it to anyone. Tessa's professional fallout has been significant. Remember all the clients she'd lined up? Most of them discovered other designers, not because I said anything, but because word spreads in the industry. One of her largest clients really contacted me. We heard what happened with the engagement, They told us. We're looking for someone who can commit to long-term projects. Do you know any reliable designers? I recommended a talented acquaintance of mine, and she received the contract. Karma, I suppose. Tessa's social media meltdown has been something to see. Then came the sorrowful quotations about losing your sweetheart, followed by angry posts about toxic people who can't handle growth. Finally, she made urgent attempts to show everyone how delighted she was. The final one was quite interesting. She wrote about beginning her own design firm. 3 days later, she began sending out job applications. Last week, her sister contacted me again. Tessa has apparently been staying with their parents, stating she needs time to heal from our separation. Her sister's exact words were, "She really thought you'd wait for her. When you sold the house and moved, it broke her fantasy completely." The most reassuring moment occurred during a video call with our old friend group. They were telling me about local gossip, and someone described seeing Tessa at a coffee shop, explaining to a potential customer why her portfolio website was down. Apparently, she forgot that I was the one who set it up and maintained it. She couldn't figure out how to restore her hosting membership when it expired. Not my concern anymore. My new life here is coming together well. I've joined a local rock climbing club, begun taking Spanish lessons, and even adopted a dog from a local shelter. His name is Zeus, and he's a greater companion than my ex-fiancée. The tech community here is really inviting. Last week, I was invited to speak at a developer conference, which would not have happened if I had stayed at home. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not dragging dead weight. I had one last interaction with Tessa. She sent me an email requesting some old images from our shared cloud storage. I had previously downloaded what I wanted and terminated the account several weeks ago. Her email stated, "I know you're trying to erase me from your life, but you can't just delete our memories. Those 4 years meant something." My reply was simple. "You're right. Those years taught me what I don't want in a partner. Thanks for the lesson." Some mutual acquaintances believe I am being very harsh and should be more understanding of her moment of confusion. However, that wasn't a moment. It was a calculated decision to keep me as a safety net while she pursued what she believed to be a better option. What is the most important thing I've learned from all of this? Sometimes the worst things that happen to you result in the best outcomes. If Tessa hadn't shown her true colors, I could have married her, only to learn her genuine personality years later, possibly with children in the mix. Instead, I'm in a lovely city with a wonderful job, making new friends, and feeling optimistic about the future. The anguish of betrayal has been replaced by thankfulness for the gunshot avoided. Thank you to everyone who has followed the story and offered advice. Your encouragement helped me remain strong when I might have faltered. And for anyone going through a similar situation, know this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Don't wait around for them to alter their mind about you. Life is too short to be someone's backup plan. Sometimes the best thing you can do is walk away and make things better for yourself. That's it for now, guys. This chapter of my life has officially ended, and I couldn't be more excited for the next one to begin. Take care, and thank you for everything. Overshadowed by my parents' favoritism toward my twin, I reached out to my uncle, who encouraged me by gifting me a car. I, 23F, need to get this off my chest. I've been holding this in for so long, trying to tell myself that things will eventually change, but recent events have shown me that I can't keep pretending any longer. This is about my twin sister, Emma, 23F, and how our parents, Linda, 48F, and Robert, 50M, treated us differently throughout our lives, including our professional jobs at one of New York's major corporations. Growing up in our suburban home wasn't too bad, assuming you didn't mind being continually overshadowed. Mom is a real estate salesperson who lives for open houses and client lunches, someone who views every social contact as a potential sale. Dad owns his own accounting firm, and they're all about upholding the perfect image: a spotless home, manicured lawn, country club membership, and private school tuition. However, that meticulously produced image functioned best when Emma was the focal point. I first noticed the trend around the age of 6. It wasn't evident at first, more like puzzle pieces that only made sense years later. When we went shopping for school supplies, Emma got the trendy backpacks and elegant pencil cases, while I got the practical, robust ones because they'll last longer. Emma's birthday parties were elaborately themed affairs with professional entertainment and personalized cakes. My family gatherings were simple since you prefer quiet celebrations, don't you, sweetie? The holidays were when the disparity became painfully obvious. Every Christmas morning, Emma would open the latest must-have toys, the costly dolls, the newest gaming systems, and everything she'd circled in the holiday catalogs. I'd get educational toys or practical gifts, like clothes, Because you're the responsible one. I have a vivid memory of one Christmas. Emma purchased a large dollhouse that cost more than most individuals spend on their entire holiday shopping. I was given a collection of science encyclopedias because they'll help with your studies. When I expressed interest in the dollhouse, Mom swiftly remarked, "Let Emma enjoy her special gift. You have books to read." Elementary school presented its own issues. Emma struggled with reading from an early age, so our parents hired several tutors and spent hours helping her practice. When I needed help with math, Mom would tell me to try harder. Emma joined every after-school activity she desired, including dance, gymnastics, and cheerleading. When I begged to join the science club, Dad answered, "Maybe next semester when we have more budget." But that semester never came. By middle school, I had learned to value my intellectual abilities. I pushed myself into my studies, obtaining consecutive A's and plaudits from teachers. However, this created another cause of tension. Emma had a meltdown after I won the school science fair in 7th grade because she wasn't getting any attention. At the family supper that night, instead of celebrating my accomplishment, Mom spent the evening soothing Emma, telling her, "Everyone has different talents." Dad just sat there, occasionally staring at me with discomfort rather than pride. The tendency became more pronounced during high school. I completed all advanced placement classes, joined academic clubs, and tutored other kids. Emma, on the other hand, prioritized popularity and social activities, achieving just passing marks while excelling at making social connections. During the college application season, I spent numerous hours improving my essays and applying to scholarships. Emma applied to 3 institutions, each with relatively simple admission standards. However, Emma's admittance into our state university's business school piqued our parents' interest more than my acceptance to many top-tier universities with hefty scholarships. When we both got employment at Stellaris Corporation after graduation, I figured things would finally change. I was accepted into their extremely competitive management training program after completing 6 rounds of interviews and tests. Emma was hired in sales after meeting the department head at one of Mom's real estate networking events. You'd think that working in the corporate world would level the playing field, yet our family dynamics followed us like a shadow. In my 9 months at Stellaris, I have routinely exceeded my analytics targets. I created a new reporting system that saved the organization more than $200,000 in the first quarter alone. My team leader has already suggested me for an early promotion. Emma, on the other hand, is well known for planning office social events and nurturing client ties. She hasn't fulfilled her sales targets yet, but she reminds our parents that building relationships takes time. Mom and Dad's reactions to our various job paths have been predictably biased. When Emma organizes a successful client lunch, Mom posts about it on all social media platforms with headlines such, "So proud of my baby girl making waves in the corporate world." When I earned an excellence award for my cost-saving ideas, Mom texted me a quick, "That's nice, honey," followed by 5 texts about assisting Emma with an impending client presentation. The office dynamic itself frequently feels like a rerun of our childhood. Emma's workstation is on the 15th floor, in the sales department, where she deals with a steady stream of visitors. My workstation is on the 12th level of analytics, where I spend the majority of my time working with data and creating reports. Emma is frequently the center of attention at business events, while I stay in the background, focusing on keeping our projects on track. Last month, I believed things might finally change. Our department bosses announced that they were choosing team members for a distinguished 2-week training session in our Singapore office. Both Emma and I were nominated as candidates. For 3 weeks straight, I worked late at the office, methodically preparing my presentation and project proposals. I examined previous successful applicants, studied the Singapore office's activities, and produced detailed proposals for possible cross-market projects. Emma, in her own style, concentrated on networking. She spent the same 3 weeks treating key decision-makers to lunch and organizing after-work social activities. I overheard her say to someone, "Why worry about presentations when you can build connections?" It was such a typical Emma attitude that I almost had to chuckle. Last Tuesday, we gave our last presentations for the Singapore program. The selection committee included senior executives from both administrations. I presented a full analysis and cross-market approach, including expected outcomes and execution deadlines. Emma pursued me, presenting what she called a people-first approach to international collaboration, which centered on team building and social activities. I felt confident in my chances. My presentation was robust, supported by statistics and concrete strategies. But deep down, I had a nagging suspicion that something would go wrong, as it often does when Emma and I compete for the same thing. The findings were released Tuesday morning. Our department head summoned us both to the conference room. Emma was selected for the Singapore program. What's the reason? Her natural ability to build relationships would be beneficial to international cooperation. I sat there, attempting to keep a professional demeanor as my gut twisted into knots. The saddest thing wasn't missing the opportunity, it was seeing Emma's perfected expression of phony modesty when she accepted the post. But that wasn't the actual blow to the gut. During my lunch break, I overheard Emma on the phone with Mom. Yes, it is for 2 weeks. No, I will not be alone. Really? Would you and Dad do that? That'd be wonderful. My heart plummeted before I really realized what was coming. Later that evening, during our monthly family meal, which Mom insists on keeping even though we're grown-ups, they dropped the bomb. Emma was not only going to Singapore, but her parents had decided to make it a family vacation. They'd purchased tickets to follow her, intending to support her throughout this significant career milestone before spending an additional week traveling Southeast Asia together. I sat there, pushing my food around on my plate, waiting for them to reveal my participation in these schemes. Instead, Mom turned to me and said, "Won't you take care of the house while we're away, honey? Make sure you water my plants. The expensive ones in the sunroom require special attention." Emma couldn't help but add her own spin. "Don't worry, sister, I'll send you plenty of photos. You can live vicariously via me." She chuckled as if it were a joke we were both in on. Dad merely kept eating and avoided eye contact, as he normally does in these situations. I excused myself from dinner early, claiming I had work to complete. As I drove home to my apartment, memories came flooding back. All the times I'd been excluded, disregarded, or dismissed. Emma had dance recitals, therefore they were unable to attend the science fair victories. Emma needed assistance with her college applications, so they scarcely ignored the scholarship announcements. The constant barrage of not nows, and maybe laters that defined my childhood. Emma was already telling everyone at work this morning about her great news. "It's going to be such an amazing family experience," she kept saying, apparently unaware of or purposefully ignoring the fact that not all of her family was present. I buried myself into my work, ignoring the congratulatory messages in Emma's inbox and the constant stream of coworkers who stopped by her desk. Our team leader sensed something was wrong and inquired whether I was all right. I flashed her my best professional smile and claimed I was all right, just thinking about our forthcoming project deadlines. During the afternoon meeting, Emma couldn't stop talking about her trip to Singapore. "I'm so grateful for this opportunity," she added, gazing right at me. "It's important to have family support during big career moments." The irony in her comment made me want to scream. Now I'm sitting here, watching my sister and dad plan their thrilling Asian excursion, while I'm supposed to stay behind and water the plants. The familiar sensation of being a family afterthought is devastating. But what hurts the most is understanding that nothing has changed. I'm still the little girl who got encyclopedias for Christmas while her sister got a playhouse. I have not informed anyone at work how I truly feel. What do I even say? My twin sister gets everything handed to her, while I work twice as hard for half the recognition. It sounds petty, but it's the fact I've known my entire life. Mom sent a group text tonight about a meeting this weekend to help Emma purchase acceptable work clothes in Singapore. I have not responded. I'm sick of playing my allocated role in the family performance, the dependable but forgettable supporting character in the Emma show. I don't know what to do now. Part of me wants to finally speak up and demand an explanation for years of being treated as an afterthought. But part of me knows it won't make a difference. They'll just call me theatrical or envious, like they always do when I try to confront inequality. So here I am, reaching out to strangers on the internet because I don't know anyone else to talk to. Is it crazy to feel like this? Am I overreacting to what they would presumably describe as just a family vacation? I've spent my entire life trying to prove my worth to people who refuse to recognize it, and I'm beginning to wonder whether I should give up. Update 1. Following my previous post, something unexpected occurred that dramatically altered things. I need to post this since I'm still trying to digest everything. The morning my family went to Singapore feels like it happened in a different lifetime. I felt like a ghost among my own family members as I watched them put their identical fancy baggage into Mom's Mercedes. Mom was worrying about Emma's carry-on luggage, Dad was checking their passports, and Emma was taking selfies for her Instagram story, which she had previously hashtagged with amazing family adventure. Mom turned to me just before they left, using her dismissive tone. "Remember to check the mail every day and water the plants. The orchids in the sunroom require extra maintenance. I have left instructions on the kitchen counter. We will be back in 3 weeks." That was it. No goodbye hugs. There's no "we'll miss you," just a list of duties. After they drove away, I sat in their empty house, surrounded by all of the exquisite furnishings in their immaculate rooms and feeling absolutely lost. Looking at the family portraits on the walls, most of which depict Emma's accomplishments, brought back memories. Years ago, I overheard Mom's furious phone discussion with her brother, Uncle Jack. She was telling him he was an embarrassment and should avoid her perfect family. Jack was never mentioned except as a hazy cautionary tale about poor life choices. But, sitting in that empty house, something clicked. Perhaps someone who has been kicked out of the perfect family can understand how it feels to never quite fit in. I got his address after a fast online search. He lived just a few miles away in a small area across town. His house was small but well kept, with a somewhat overgrown garden that seemed more alive than our pristine lawn ever did. An old motorcycle was sitting in the driveway. When he opened the door, I froze. He didn't resemble Mom's side of the family. He had kind eyes and laugh wrinkles around his mouth, and he was dressed in well-worn trousers and a faded band t-shirt. "Could I help you?" he inquired, seeming perplexed. "I'm Natalie," I managed to say. "Linda's daughter." His eyes widened with recognition before softening with understanding. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Little Natalie. The last time I saw you, you were barely walking. You resemble your granny." She was also the quiet rebel in the family. His home was messy, yet comfortable, stocked with books and classic vehicle models. Everything came spilling out over coffee and mismatched mugs, years of being second best, endless comparisons to Emma, the Singapore trip, and everything else. He listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding as if not shocked. "Your mother," he finally concluded, "has always cared about appearances. When we were kids, she was the ideal daughter, while I was the family disappointment since I opted to be a mechanic instead of attending college. Sounds familiar?" We spoke for hours. He told me about growing up with Mom, how she was always obsessed with creating the perfect image, and how she shut him out totally when he refused to give up his embarrassing vocation and pursue a career in finance, as she preferred. But you know what? He showed me pictures of his auto shops. Being excluded from her idea of perfection was the nicest thing that ever happened to me. I got to live my life on my own terms, start my business from scratch, and marry someone I love rather than someone who looked nice on paper. Before I left that first day, he inquired about my plans, employment, and dreams. Nobody in my family had ever expressed such real interest in my life. When I told him about my analytics work, he understood and appeared genuinely impressed with my accomplishments. Jack called a few days later and invited me to his house. When I arrived, he was standing in his driveway alongside a brand new BMW 3 Series. My heart almost stopped when he held up the keys and said, "It's yours." I looked at him as if he had lost his wits. "What? No, I cannot. This is too much." The car must have cost more than I earned in a year, but he simply smiled and placed the keys into my hand. "You earned it," he replied simply. "Someone needs to show you that your accomplishments are important. Consider it a graduation present. Late, but better than never. I've done well for myself over the years, and I currently operate 3 successful car shops. Let me do this for my niece, who has finally stood up for herself." The automobile was stunning, sleek black with leather seats and all the newest technology. As I sat in the driver's seat, stunned, Jack leaned against the door. "Drive it to work. Leave it where they can see it when they return." Sometimes the greatest way to respond to being excluded is to demonstrate that you no longer need their approval. Each time I drove it to work, I felt a little stronger and more confident. My colleagues sensed a shift in me. "There's something different about you," my team leader said. "You seem more assured." For once, I did not downplay my accomplishments. "It was a gift from my uncle," I explained proudly. "He believes in celebrating achievements." Today, I received another SMS from Emma. "Singapore is incredible. Mom and Dad are bringing me shopping in all of the designer stores. Send pictures so you don't feel left out." A year ago, such photos would have crushed me. Today, I grinned while looking at my new car keys. For once, I didn't feel excluded at all. But of course, this moment of calm could not endure. Mom called earlier. Apparently, one of her real estate clients noticed me visiting Jack. "What were you thinking?" she demanded, her voice tensed with rage. "He's not a member of this family anymore. Do you have any notion how it appears when you visit him? Stay away from him." When I didn't instantly agree, she said, "We'll talk about it properly when we get back tomorrow." They'll return from their trip tomorrow. I've parked the BMW in our driveway, so they can't miss it. I know there will be drama. Mom will be outraged about Jack, and Emma will undoubtedly be upset about not receiving an expensive gift herself. But, for once, I don't care how they react. Jack made me realize something vital. I've worked my entire life to earn a spot in their ideal family photo. Perhaps it's time to start taking my own images. Update 2. Everything burst just as I predicted, but not in the way I had hoped. A lot has transpired since my last update, and I need to explain how everything has altered. When my family returned from Singapore, I was sitting on Jack's porch when my phone began to buzz with texts. Emma had arrived home first and noticed the BMW in the driveway. "What the hell, Natalie? Where did you get the car?" This was followed by a series of progressively irate text messages. I drove home to confront them, feeling surprisingly calm. When I arrived, they were all standing in the driveway, Mom looking as if she had swallowed something unpleasant, Dad avoiding eye contact as usual, and Emma with her arms crossed, still dressed in her Singapore airport attire. "Who bought your car?" Mom demanded before I even stepped out. When I informed her it was from Uncle Jack, her face flushed an unusual shade of red. "Jack? That low-life mechanic who couldn't even complete college? Return it immediately?" Mom snapped. "No," I said, surprised by how calm my voice was. "I am not returning anything. Uncle Jack bought me this car because he is pleased with my accomplishments, which you would not comprehend." Emma stepped forward, hand out. "Please, Nat, don't be selfish. I know I'll look better driving it. I work in sales, and appearance is important in my position." I laughed. Actually, I laughed. "Unbelievable. You just returned from a luxury trip that I was not invited to, and now you want my car." Mom's expression tightened. "If you don't hand over those keys right now, you can find somewhere else to live." "Funny you should say that," I said, walking to my car and opening the trunk to display my packed baggage. I was planning on leaving anyway. The expression on their faces was priceless. Mom's mouth expanded and closed, like a fish out of water. Emma simply gazed, her perfect Instagram pose finally shattering. Dad shuffled uneasily but, as always, said nothing. "Don't worry," I murmured, getting back into the car. "I will send you photos. You can live vicariously via me for once." I drove directly to Jack's residence. He had already arranged the guest room, as if he knew exactly how things would play out. "Stay for as long as you need," he offered, helping me with my things. It's about time someone in this family stood up to Linda. The following few days were bizarre. I began preparing for my new life by transferring to a different department at work, one that had been attempting to attract me for months, and looking for my own apartment. But Emma couldn't let me enjoy a moment of peace. She began posting on social media about toxic family members and ungrateful sisters. The posts were always carefully phrased to make her appear as the victim while portraying me as the villain. "Some people can't handle others' success and lash out instead," she said beside a photo of my vacant childhood room. "Sad when jealousy ruins relationships." Our mutual high school acquaintances began to contact us, asking what was wrong with me and why I was causing problems with my family. Emma had always been the social media queen, meticulously constructing her image as the ideal daughter, and she was now utilizing the platform to dictate the narrative. But something unexpected occurred. My coworkers, who had seen me work twice as hard for half the accolades, began protecting me. My team leader celebrated genuine achievements by posting a photo of our department's success metrics, which I had helped enhance. Other coworkers told stories about my efforts to the organization. Then, last Friday, Mom arrived at my new office. She strode in as if she owned the place, swinging her luxury bags. "This has gone on long enough," she declared. "You have to come home and fix this. People are talking." I looked up from my computer, observing how quiet my coworkers had become while watching the scene unfold. "Good," I said calmly. "Let them chat. Maybe they'll finally understand what's been going on all these years." "You've changed," she replied, her tone stern. "And not for the best. This is not you, Natalie. This disobedience, this attention-seeking behavior, it's beneath you." "No, Mom," I responded, rising up. "This is who I am. You just didn't notice because you were too busy making sure Emma was in the spotlight," I explained. She attempted a different strategy, lowering her voice. "How about family loyalty? What would others think if they saw you living with Jack and driving his car? He's no longer really a member of our family." "That's where you're incorrect," I answered. "Jack has been more family to me in the last few weeks than you have in my entire life. He actually sees me, Mom. Mr. Not just Emma's shadow. He's using you to get back at me," she said. "You're just too naive to see it." I shake my head. "No, Mom. For the first time in my life, I can see everything clearly. You can leave now. I have work to do." She stayed there for a bit, evidently looking for anything else to say, and then turned and walked away without saying anything else. Later that day, Jack called to tell me something fascinating. Your mom showed up at my shop, he added, laughing. She wanted to talk about my will. I think she's concerned that I'm leaving everything to you. Linda is always thinking about what's in it for her. What have you told her? I asked. I told her not to worry about it, he added. But honestly, Natalie, her coming here isn't for the money. It's all about control. She's terrified of what I might reveal about the past. When I questioned what he meant, he paused. Let's not open that can of worms just yet. Focus on your future, youngster. You've got bigger things to worry about. And he's correct. I'm settling into my new life now, and my work is going great. It turns out that when you're not constantly trying to prove your worth to people who never acknowledge it, you have a lot more energy to actually do your job. I'll be looking at apartments next week, and I'm even thinking about going back to school for my MBA. Emma continues to post her passive-aggressive updates, but they no longer hurt. Mom continues to try to get me to see reason, and Dad continues to avoid conflict by saying nothing at all. But for the first time in my life, I feel free. Free from constant comparison, free from the never-ending need to earn their approval, and free from living in Emma's shadow. Sometimes I look at old family photos and feel a twinge of sadness for that little girl who worked so hard to be seen, but then I look at my life now, my career that's finally taking off, my supportive uncle who celebrates my accomplishments, my new friends who value me for who I am. And I realize that little girl finally got what she always wanted. Her approval, rather than her family's, was preferable. I'm not sure what the future contains, but for the first time, I'm looking forward to finding out. After all, some family stories must finish in order for new ones to begin. I worked 2 jobs and hired a nanny to support my wife, but on Father's Day, she mocked me, saying no woman would want me. I filed for divorce. I am 43, have always done my best to support my wife, F38, our 2 children, 3 and 5, and my mother-in-law. I'd like to think I've done a decent job. Over the years, I fought to better our family's living conditions. I not only finished another bachelor's degree and just received a master's degree in a STEM-related profession, but I also worked 2 full-time jobs while pursuing my second bachelor's degree. In addition, I helped my wife complete her education. She obtained a degree that allowed her to earn a good living, about $70,000 per year, in a healthcare profession with numerous career prospects. However, after the birth of our 2 children, she decided to give up her work and become a stay-at-home parent for the time being. Initially, it was difficult for us while I was finishing my master's degree. However, after finishing it and our youngest turning 3, my work expanded, and we were able to live comfortably as a single-income home. While we are far from wealthy, we make do with a household income of roughly $150,000, plus bonuses. This past year, things became hectic for my wife, so even though I now work 75% from home, I budgeted to hire a daytime nanny to help her around the house and with one child while the other is at school. My day begins every morning at 5:30 or 6 a.m. I get the house ready for the day before the nanny arrives at 8 a.m. I prepare our oldest for school, cook breakfast, and plan my day. I drop off our oldest at school and get back home in time to allow the nanny in. My professional duties have recently required me to work from home for the next 2 months, therefore I am now completely remote. While convenient, my days are full of meetings as I manage worldwide teams and oversee industry projects. After a month and a half of working from home, I realized that my wife's routine began considerably later than anticipated. She starts her day about 10 a.m. I asked my mother-in-law and the nanny if this was typical, and they both agreed that it was, with minor variations. My wife gets up, cooks briefly, glances through her phone, or purchases from home. While I'm delighted I can give her this lifestyle, because we both grew up with limited financial resources, it's becoming a source of irritation for me. I recognize the risk of postpartum depression, the burden of having children, and the likelihood that I am not a great husband. However, I have assured that everything is taken care of, and then some. She said she was too busy to manage the home finances, so I do. I pay all of the household payments, my personal bills, her personal bills, as well as my mother-in-law's medical bills and car debt. I also take care of the house, appliances, cars, and pets. Despite this, she often implies that my life is easier than hers. Whenever I try to decompress or express my troubles with her, she seems to feel the need to outdo me. If I had a horrible day, hers was far worse. My feet suffer from walking during work trips, but nothing compares to her standing and cooking as a toddler clings to her. For the past few years, she has frequently told me that I have ruined her life and possibilities. But when I remind her of these comments, she rejects them or avoids accountability. My mother-in-law has approached me and indicated that she has observed a difference in both myself and my wife. I've become closer to my children, And I've hugged the dogs and told them more about my life than I have to my wife. I feel like I'm in emotional survival mode. One step away from climbing the corporate ladder and finding love and comfort at the bottom of a whiskey bottle. I'm sure the manly men of Reddit will accuse me of being wimpy, but I'm not a machine. Apart from my children, all I want is to feel acknowledged and loved by someone I prioritize. I'm also confident I'll hear from stay-at-home mothers, which is fine. I understand their challenges because I grew up in a single-parent household. However, with the assistance of her mother and a babysitter 5 days a week for one toddler while the other attends school, can anyone honestly claim that my wife is facing the traditional problems of a stay-at-home parent? Neither my single-parent friends nor my colleagues would say that. I know the Reddit community will probably think this is poorly written fanfiction, but it is what it is. Thank you for your replies. To add some context, I've never cheated. I work in an industry with a huge female population, but I am very open about my profession. My wife has access to my work agendas and correspondence in case she needs to check. However, she still has no idea what I do for a living. We have tried as a family, including her parents and mine, to urge her to attend treatment, but she either refuses or finds ways to avoid it. Unlike me, who grew up in a single-mother environment with some interaction from my biological father, she grew up with both parents in an allegedly monogamous marriage spanning more than 40 years. I've tried to talk to her about everything, even my sentiments, but every conversation has devolved into one-upmanship. I've been questioning myself about what I'm getting out of this marriage. Aside from my 2 lovely children, there's very little. Our sex life is practically non-existent, especially since last year. I've tried to be compassionate, figuring it's due to sadness or other issues she's having, but it's difficult not to wonder if I'm unappealing to her or bad in bed. Despite temptations and possibilities, I've never given in because, as cliché as it may seem, I genuinely love my wife and want to be with her only. To her credit, I want to avoid being prejudiced, so I'll mention her efforts. She gets up and prepares meals for everyone in the house, myself, the kids, my mother-in-law, and even the nanny. Aside from breakfast, she prepares all other meals and snacks. She does both the kids and her own laundry, but she rarely folds or stores it. I do my own washing and send my work clothing to the dry cleaner. She keeps care of the pantry and fridge, while I buy goods and organize delivery. She cleans our bathrooms and house roughly half of the time. The remaining 50% is done by my mother-in-law, myself, or maybe the nanny if she feels like being especially helpful. Prior to hiring the nanny, my mother-in-law was my wife's primary supporter, but when she developed unanticipated medical issues, I opted to seek more aid. This was especially important when my mother-in-law was receiving treatment and recovering. Mini update. I'm not sure who will read this, but I want to thank everyone who has reached out and offered kind thoughts. I wanted to provide an update. The following weekend, I showed my wife this post and all of the comments, and she read them. Long story short, we had a disagreement. She left to live with her sister, and I have been a single parent ever since. Unfortunately, my pattern has remained largely unchanged, with the exception of saying goodnight to the kids. I don't have much else to say except a heartfelt thank you for your words of support. This post has gotten far more than I planned from what began as a vent, but I have still answered to a few comments. Thank you to everyone who offered kind thoughts and even joked about ruining your life. It's been the highlight of my day-night as I sit here drinking with my dog while everyone else is asleep. It's a little upsetting to realize that I'm looking to strangers on the internet for validation, yet here I am. Update 1. First and foremost, thank you for all of your comments and direct messages. I recognize my initial piece was emotionally charged because I wrote it right after another dispute. I would like to add additional context and clarification. Following the birth of both children, my wife underwent postpartum depression screenings at their pediatrician's office. She received great marks for both of her children and was advised to seek therapy. Her score improved much more after we had our second child. I made every effort to get her the assistance she required, but she refused. My mother-in-law and nanny stepped in to offer more assistance. I understand that others may blame me for staying in this scenario, but that is one of the reasons I am not ready to give up and file for divorce. I know that silently suffering isn't good, especially for our children, but I'm also concerned that a bitter, hate-filled divorce will leave lasting wounds. Some have compared it to taking off a bandage, claiming that while it will sting at first, the agony will pass. Still, I don't want my kids to believe that their parents hated each other because of them or some other mistake. I mentioned to a few individuals via DM that I've been prepared for every what-if situation. As a former project manager who has worked with teams and budgets, planning comes easy to me. As a result, I've consulted with 3 lawyers to better grasp our rights and entitlements. I even have a draft settlement ready and on hold, just in case. I know what I want and am willing to go above and beyond for the children's welfare, but I also have a backup plan in case we have to go to court. I realize it is entirely my fault that I am suffering in silence, but I am too stubborn to give up. I put up with this to make my children's lives as normal as possible, to guarantee that my mother-in-law's treatments continue uninterrupted, and to keep hoping that my wife will ultimately give therapy a chance and that we may all get to a better place together. Thank you again for your kindness and support. I just wanted to notify those who have contacted me via DMs and comments. I apologize in advance for the lengthy post. It is odd and coincidental that I am writing this follow-up during Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, but I desperately need an outlet other than my therapist. Please accept my apologies if this does not result in the dramatic storybook finale or relationship ruin that some may anticipate. To summarize, my wife left, returned as if nothing had occurred, centered everything around her, and nothing has changed. I'm still suffering mentally, knowing deep down that nothing will get better, but I'm trying to stay strong for the kids. There's been plenty of takeout and emotional weariness. My wife attempted to return the following day and take the children to her sister's residence. Naturally, I was against it, as was her entire family, including her sister. It wasn't fair to remove our children from their home, nor was it fair to inflict financial and housing burden on her family, especially because my wife doesn't work. Her sister already had a spouse and 3 children, so adding 2 more was not an option. Fortunately, the children stayed with me at the house they know. After a little more than a week, my wife appeared to have cooled off, and believed it was okay to simply walk back into the home with her luggage, as if she had just returned from a fast trip to Target. She came into my office when I was on a conference call with my colleagues. I couldn't immediately drop everything because it was such a busy period of the quarter, which annoyed her. After I concluded the call and closed my laptop, she started ranting at me about how much I don't care about her or her health. I could only gaze at her and shake my head. My mother-in-law heard the commotion and dragged her away, urging her to quit pestering me. Meanwhile, the nanny kept our smallest child out of the fight in another room of the house. That night, once the kids were sleeping, I sat alone in my office with a drink, like I had done most nights lately. My wife entered, and we spoke, argued, sobbed, and drank together. One thing led to another, and we found ourselves in bed. I wish I could say it was a time of reconciliation, but the following morning was sobering in more ways than one. As we lay there, she began talking, not about us, but about how terrible her absence had been. She discussed her difficulties staying at her family's home, in her old room, with her father and her sister's family. She went on to say how fortunate I am to be able to stay in our house, do what I do, and not be as stressed as she or her family. She compared her trials to everyone else's easy existence, despite the fact that we had identical childhoods. That morning, my head and heart broke, and I've been on a downward spiral ever since. In the last week, I attempted to reconcile and have a meaningful talk. I wanted to communicate my present stress and fears about life and job in general, but the conversation quickly turned into a shouting fight. My response was, "I'm struggling too. Doesn't my happiness, stress, or overall well-being matter to you?" Her response, "Do you know how hard this is for me? You're supposed to help me be happy." I replied, "So when it comes to my happiness, stress, and needs, I'm supposed to just get over it, right? My spouse? We all have our own problems. You need to figure it out and get over them. I don't recognize the woman I live with anymore. She is not the person I married or promised to spend my life with and raise our children with." Since that chat, I've become increasingly distant. I've been sleeping at my office, on the couch, or in my children's beds after putting one to sleep. Still, it doesn't change the reality that my wife starts her day at 10 a.m., talks on the phone with her mom groups, and cooks meals while my mother-in-law and nanny care for the kids. Nothing has changed, and I doubt that it ever will. Unfortunately, I believe that even if we divorced, nothing would change because my wife's departure caused little disruption other than more takeout meals. My biggest worry is not just losing my wife, but also losing my children in the process. It's sad to admit that, like many of the men and women I've spoken with here, I'll continue to smile and suffer in silence. Update number 2, I am done. At Father's Day dinner, my wife told the therapist and our family that I don't do enough. She was served with divorce papers right then and there. She's furious, of course, and is attempting to act flawless right now, while I continue to care for our children, my mother, and my mother-in-law. Ah well. If that means ruining her perfect existence, then so be it. Second, to clear up any confusion, I did not earn 2 bachelor's degrees and a master's degree while working 2 full-time jobs, as some readers have believed. Here's what truly happened. Bachelor's number 1, I graduated in the early 2000s. Bachelor's degree 2. I completed it later through online courses, Taking 2 classes every semester while working 2 full-time jobs, one at a hospital, 36 to 48 hours per week, and the other at a big box shop, 32 to 40 hours per week spread over 7 days. I took on these jobs to cover both my and my wife's tuition when she wanted to return to school before we had children. Master's degree. After earning my second bachelor's degree and entering my present industry, I worked one job while also pursuing my master's. No, I did not complete 3 degrees at once, and I'm amazed I even have to explain this. Working 2 jobs while in school is not uncommon, at least, I didn't believe it was. My wife prefers not to work, despite the fact that she technically has a job. She scarcely works, and we sometimes forget she has one. For example, she only worked one 8-hour shift around 5 months ago. Her manager, who is very supportive, gives her with flexible PRN scheduling and a list of days when she can pick up work. She simply chooses not to work anymore. Despite this, she constantly complains to our family about how her career is on hold for one reason or another, despite the fact that she has ample opportunities to work if she so desires. Considering everything, she has a strong network to rely on, whether it's our family, her career, or me. I've made several offers and taken considerable measures to facilitate her return to work, such as hiring a nanny, having my mother-in-law move in, and keeping a work-from-home schedule to accommodate her. Still, here we are. I am already in therapy for myself because my job can be psychologically and physically demanding. Since I can't receive the support I need at home, mentally or physically, I've chosen therapy over seeking consolation elsewhere or at the bottom of a bottle. I've tried to explain my concerns to my wife, but as I indicated in my earlier piece, she has a history of outperforming me. And here we are. My in-laws are still married. Given the conditions in our household, my mother-in-law moved in to help my wife, while my sister-in-law and her family returned to their parents' home for personal reasons. This agreement allows my sister-in-law and her family to save money as they rebuild their lives, and my wife and I benefit from my mother-in-law's assistance, allowing us to keep a closer eye on her while she receives her bi-monthly treatments. My wife is suspected of having postpartum depression, PPD, based on questionnaire results, as well as a history of symptomatic OCD and ADHD among other ailments. She has repeatedly declined evaluations and denied the outcomes. I knew what I was getting into when I married her, and I loved and accepted my wife's imperfections as much as she did mine, at least at the moment. Spare me the "I don't feel sorry for you," and "I pity you." I am just like any other man who fell in love and wanted to give his person the best of himself and the world he could provide. But again, here we are. There are many manly men out there or members of the so-called Red Pill Nation, who may blame me for remaining in this scenario. While I understand different points of view, I'll be honest, if this scenario had simply touched my life, I would have left long ago. But, as one Redditor once stated in a previous comment that remained with me, I am the kind of person who will take a bullet for his kids. Perhaps this was said in a different context, but to protect my children from harm, whether physical or mental, I would take the proverbial bullet if necessary. I'd like to think that other fathers feel the same responsibility to protect their children. That is why I have endured so much. For the time being, I'd rather my wife utilize me as an outlet for whatever her troubles are, rather than projecting her negativity onto our children. Thank you all for your comments and support. I've met a lot of strangers who've turned into excellent Reddit pen friends, and some of them have followed my adventure from start to finish. I'm shocked at how far this has spread across many subreddits and platforms. Whether you love me, loathe me, or think it's all a lie, thank you for all of your critical feedback and DMs. My children and I are going to be fine moving forward. Now for an update, the end of an era. This will be shorter than some of you imagined, as there isn't much left to say other than to answer lingering questions and give Reddit the "I told you so" moment. After a strong push from relatives and an intervention, my wife and I eventually tried marriage counseling. I'm sure many of you can predict how it went: blame, tears, regrets, and gaslighting, with a side of "I am the reason her life is ruined and horrible." This time, however, it happened in front of a certified therapist rather than her Redditor mom groups. Finally, whatever the therapist suggested or noted went over her head and was ignored because it contradicted her current situation. One thing to note is that the therapist asked my wife to recollect the last time she felt truly joyful. How did she respond? About 12 or so years ago. Let me point out that 12 years ago, she was still in her 20s, childless, and living with her ex. It was a very different period and situation in her life. I know it's petty of me, but if that's when she was last happy, it's not impossible for her to find happiness again, especially because her ex is still in the same apartment, job, and position in life as he was 12 years ago. That is okay if you choose to spend your life that way, but what about me? Going clubbing 3 to 4 days a week in my 40s, with kids, is no longer fun for me. Of course, I do not want my children to be around a mother and company who are obsessed with White Claws. To clarify, my wife has not physically cheated on me, as far as I know. However, I cannot say for certain whether she has been emotionally unfaithful, if that is the correct term. After the therapy session, I reviewed her phone records and found nothing strange, but I didn't bother checking applications like Instagram and Snapchat. I know I'm probably boring, but kudos to all the Costco parents that spend Sunday Funday making rounds with their kids for samples. The next weekend was Father's Day. As expected, it was not a grand celebration, as it is for many fathers out there. Our family gathered together for a cookout and some quality family time, but my wife treated it like any other day, sleeping in, cooking, shopping on her phone, and half-heartedly attempting to play with the kids. During the family barbecue, my wife complained of feeling poorly and hung about for the majority of the day while the rest of the family enjoyed themselves. When everything was set up and we were all seated at the table, her parents, her sister's family, my mother, and our children, it was a fantastic spread. Nothing extravagant, just a lovely supper for everybody. I was talking to my brother-in-law about our kids' school Father's Day events, and I believe my wife overheard me express how sad it was to see some kids sitting alone at the Breakfast with Dad event I attended. She burst out laughing. "It's not like you do anything anyway. I could have gone instead." I was surprised, embarrassed, and at a loss for words. The room became silent. My mother-in-law broke the awkward silence by saying, "Well, maybe if you feel that way, one of you should divorce the other." My wife looked at her mother, puzzled, and then chuckled mockingly in my direction. She pointed at me and said, "As if another woman would want a man like him. Just look at you." The room stayed silent. I felt angry, heartbroken, puzzled, and ashamed all at once. In classic manly man fashion, I nodded quietly, stood up, grabbed my keys, and exited the house. I drove away to fetch a drink, ignoring the pleas of my family and my children, who begged me to stay. I'm not sure what was said or done while I was away because I couldn't force myself to check the house cameras. When I returned early Monday morning, the house had a completely different atmosphere. As usual, I awoke at 6 a.m., prepared the house and our oldest for school drop-off, checked emails, and nothing seemed out of place. As I was getting ready to go, I noticed my wife lying in our bed, quietly snoring. All I could do was gaze at her and reflect on what we had and what we've lost. I've decided I'm finished. I can't do it anymore. That morning, I texted my lawyer to proceed with delivering her divorce papers. Fast forward to last week, and she was served in our home. I had no choice but to be there because I work from home. She had a mini meltdown, coming into my office and screaming, "How could you do this to me?" Her mother intervened, sparking charges that I had turned her entire family against her. I probably would have felt guilty if she hadn't immediately gone on to act like the perfect wife and mother for the remainder of the week. Sure, folks may say she's making an attempt, but this has always been fleeting, and we wind up right back where we started. For those who are curious, I intend to seek full or majority custody of our children. I've already committed to continuing to pay for their expenses, including insurance, tuition. Both kids will be attending private schools in the fall, medical bills, and more. My mother-in-law has been a rock of strength for me, supplementing my own mother's support during this journey. She has been the mother and wife that I wish my wife had been for me and our children. Out of respect for her and my mother's wishes, I will continue to supervise and contribute financially to her therapies. While some may believe I should cut off all contact with my wife's family, I am well aware of the difficulties associated with cancer and have direct experience as a caregiver. I'm willing to go to court if necessary, but all I want is a clean, simple divorce. My wife will not receive alimony, unlike what some Redditors and mommy groups believe. First, we live in a state where alimony is not frequently enforced. Second, she has the ability to find instant employment. Third, to avoid any problems, I will continue to pay her insurance and bills until the divorce is finalized or she gets full employment. So, that's it. I'm finished and waiting for the next steps to complete everything. Sorry if this wasn't the dramatic, twist-filled story you were expecting, but that's life. I'm not sure if I'll update until everything is finished, but it'll probably be a few months, depending on whether we go to court. For my 19th birthday, my grandparents gifted me a dream trip, but my parents made me give it to my sister, who then caused an accident en route. My 19th birthday was 2 weeks ago, and I'm still reeling from what happened. My grandparents, bless their hearts, gifted me a trip to Rome, complete with plane tickets and a substantial expense check. They handed me a beautiful envelope with the tickets, and I almost burst into tears. Rome, the place I had wanted to visit since I was a child, was finally within reach. But then my folks stepped in. They decided the trip would be more appropriate for my older sister, Amelia. She's 23, the golden child who can't do anything wrong. Apparently, since she is studying architecture, Rome would be an excellent opportunity for her to visit all of the famous buildings. I tried to reason with them. I plan to major in history, and Rome is historically significant. Furthermore, Amelia had the same opportunity when she turned 18. My grandparents had given her the same trip, but she accepted the money instead. Now it was my turn, and I wasn't going to give up. But the airline won't let us transfer the tickets, I told them. It's against their policy. My parents dismissed it as a small annoyance that might be easily resolved. Don't worry about that, Anna, they said. We'll figure it out. Figure it out ended up wearing me down. The disputes lasted for days. They began with, Amelia needs this for her resume, then moved on to you have plenty of time to travel later, and eventually nailed me with, we don't want this opportunity to go to waste. That last one hurt, as if they were implying I wouldn't enjoy it as much as Amelia would. I eventually broke down. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't take the struggle any longer. I told them they could do whatever they pleased with the tickets. At least I still had my check, which was a tiny consolation. I was used to being the less popular child. It came with benefits such as low expectations and a good dose of cynicism. But here's the kicker. They were able to get the ticket moved. I'm not sure how, given that the airline's policy was rather clear, but they did. Amelia grabbed my boarding pass yesterday, the day I was due to fly to Rome. A few hours later, we received a call from the police. Amelia had been in an accident on her way to the airport. She had grabbed the taxi driver's steering wheel, believing he was driving the wrong way. Yeah, she assumed she understood more than the person who drives for a living. The automobile crashed. Amelia escaped with a few scratches, but the cab driver was not so fortunate. He ended up with a fractured arm and a nasty gash on his forehead while pressing charges. My folks were freaking out. They would have to use their funds to settle with the driver and keep Amelia out of court. When I learned the news, I snapped. This is karma, I blurted. This is what you get for stealing my trip. It wasn't the most sensitive thing to say, but I hadn't been thinking straight. My folks were horrified. Anna, how could you say that? Your sister could have been killed. I tried to apologize, but the harm was already done. They accused me of being selfish and inconsiderate, along with other common allegations. It was infuriating. They were the selfish ones, taking my ideal trip to cater to Amelia. That's when I realized, why was I putting up with this? Why was I sacrificing my happiness for a family who did not appreciate me? Screw it, I thought. If they're going to dislike me, I might as well give them a valid cause. I got a taxi and went to the hospital. On the way, I made a decision. I would not let them win. I had my grandparents' check, my passport, and a strong desire to take charge of my life. At the hospital, I discovered my parents and Amelia on the same floor as the injured taxi driver. Amelia was still trying to convince the cops that the accident was not her fault. I didn't care. I walked up to her and requested the boarding permit. She looked at me as if I was insane, so I reached into her purse and took it myself. Then I ran. As if a band of wolves were chasing me. I rushed into a cab and instructed the driver to take me to the airport. I made it barely in time. I boarded the plane, heart racing, and did not look back. I did not check my phone till I arrived in Rome. My family was losing their minds, as one could imagine. My parents left a series of messages calling me every name in the book. They claimed I was callous, that I should have been there for Amelia, and that I was a shame to the family. Amelia sent even harsher messages. She accused me of stealing her trip, being envious, and destroying her life. Apparently, my parents were going to have to spend all of their savings to pay off the taxi driver, and it was all my fault. Yeah, right, as if it wasn't her fault to seize the steering wheel in the first place. The shame gnawed at me for a while. Perhaps I should have remained. Perhaps I should have apologized. But then I remembered all those years of being disregarded and treated as second best. I remember how they looked at me when they said they didn't want the vacation to be a waste. I deserved it. I deserved to do something for myself, to prioritize my needs. And Rome? It exceeded all of my expectations. The history, the art, the food, it was all magical. I spent my days exploring ancient ruins, admiring artworks, and eating my weight in spaghetti. I felt completely free for the first time in my life. I wasn't Anna, the overlooked daughter. I was just Anna, and it felt great. After a few wonderful days in Rome, I finally mustered the confidence to phone my grandparents. I told them everything, years of favoritism, disputes about the trip, the accident, and the escape. I poured out my emotions, tears flowing down my cheeks. They were stunned. They had no idea how horribly my parents had mistreated me. They were angry, upset, and, above all, concerned. My grandmother said, "Anna, you did the right thing." Her voice full with emotion. "You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved." They invited me to come live with them when I returned. They assured me that they would take care of me and that I did not need to worry about anything. For the first time in my life, I felt really seen and understood. When I returned from Rome, I went directly to their residence. They had already moved all of my belongings out of my parents' home. The guest room was ready for me, with clean linens and a vase of my favorite flowers on the nightstand. It felt like coming home. My grandparents told me that they had challenged my parents. They had put it all out and expressed their disappointment with their behavior. My parents, unsurprisingly, disputed everything. They claimed I was exaggerating, and that I was simply jealous of Amelia. They even had the audacity to claim I was selfish for abandoning them amid a family crisis. But my grandparents saw straight through them. They severed relations with my parents and stated that they had no more desire to interact with them. It was a terrible decision, but they knew it was the correct one. I haven't communicated with my parents or Amelia since. I blocked their phone numbers and removed their texts. I don't need that much negativity in my life. Life with my grandparents is calm. They treat me with love and respect. They urge me to follow my aspirations. They make me feel like I belong. I'm entering college in the fall, and my grandparents are covering all of my expenses, including tuition, books, and a new laptop. They claim they want to give me the possibilities I've been denied for so long. I still think about my parents. I wonder whether they regret what they did and if they ever think about me. But then I remember the freedom and love I now have in my life, and I realize I made the correct decision. I'm finally free. Free of expectations, comparisons, and the continual sense of not being good enough. I'm free to be myself and pursue my own path, which I understand is the best gift of all. It has been a couple years since I left my parents' place. I'm thriving in college, making new friends and pursuing new interests. My grandparents are my rock and biggest supports. They're getting older, yet they're still full of energy and love. I heard through the grapevine that my folks are struggling. They had to remortgage their home to pay for the taxi driver's lawsuit. Amelia is working, but her salary is insufficient to cover their expenses. They are caught in a cycle of debt and resentment. I do not feel sorry for them. They made their decisions, and now they must live with the consequences. I'm moving forward. I'm embracing my new life and family. I'm finally living the life I was destined to live, and it's stunning. I moved in with my sister and her husband, but his behavior became controlling and inappropriate, peaking when I mentioned I was dating someone. I'm Ashley, 17F. My sister Jess, 25F, and her husband Jake, 34M, have been married for 2 years. They met when she first started college and have been together ever since. As far as I know, they've never had an issue, and whenever they came around to visit, they appeared to have the perfect connection. My parents never really made the best decisions in life, so my sister practically raised me herself. I'm quite grateful to her for this, and I know she had to make numerous sacrifices to be able to do so. When she was in college, I called her at least 3 times a week to check in and see how she was doing. She'd chat about school, job, and her plans. Then she'd talk about Jake. She described him so well that it raised my own expectations of love. For example, she'd tell me about all the flowers she received, the lovely dates she went on, and how he treated her so well. After living with my parents, who should have divorced a long time ago, I didn't have a clear idea of what a good partnership looked like. So I became fairly close to Jess and Jake. Growing up, my sister and I were always together. So, when Mother introduced me to Jake, it felt like I had finally found an elder brother. Jess and Jake eventually moved in together, became engaged, and are now married. My parents kicked me out because I refused to pay the rent. I work at a luxury horse ranch, and there are a few perks. They'll let you practice on their horses, they give free lessons with a riding instructor, and overall, I just adore my job. I did not want to leave it. However, my pay isn't great, and for the amount my parents were asking for, I'd have to have a second job, or quit, to find one that pays well. So I found myself living with Jess and Jake. Jake works from home, so unless he's out with Jess or at the gym, he's at home. He makes enough money doing whatever he does. I'm not sure what he does, but Jess told me it's his family's firm, so that explains it. Recently, they approached me and informed me that they were expecting. Obviously, I was really excited for them, but my sister had a few miscarriages in the past, so we had to be extra cautious with her. Even in its early stages, my sister's pregnancy has proven to be extremely difficult, making it high risk. Hopefully, this is enough to give you a good picture of what's happening. My parents had an old automobile that I was allowed to drive to job and school, but once I was kicked out, I couldn't use it. This was disappointing because I had always enjoyed the independence that having a car provided. But whatever, I'll get over it. Jake insisted on taking me to school in the morning and then driving me to and from work. I was incredibly glad for this because it saved me from having to take the bus or walk. Jake would return home from the gym, shower, grab me a Starbucks, and drop me off at school. In the afternoon, he would pick me up at school and drive me to work. Jake was generally waiting outside or on his way by the conclusion of my shift. It was a huge assistance, and I was grateful that he took so much time out of his day to assist me. In the drive, we'd wind up conversing and having chats about Jess or the baby's plans. But he was often asking if I was dating or had a crush on somebody. He'd wink and say things like, "You're so stunning, it's impossible. There must be something you're hiding from me. Come on, tell me. You know I can keep a secret, so tell me." I mean, there was a guy, I will give him that, but it was too early to discuss. This resulted in my being unclear because I didn't want to lie to him. I'd basically just play coy and avoid answering any of his queries with too detailed an answer, as I didn't want to jinx myself. Finally, Alex, 19 million, the boy I was talking to, asked me out on a date. His family owned the ranch where I worked, so we spent a lot of time together while I was at work. Usually, during my shifts, he would come and assist me, or we'd go riding together. I was quite excited, and on my way home from work, I told Jake about it. He suddenly became cold. I'm not sure how else to explain it, but the familial warmth was gone. He began asking a lot of questions, very matter-of-factly, and I responded because I assumed it was just the protective older sibling thing. I figured he'd need some time to adjust. But when I informed him that Alex and I had been chatting for about a month, he freaked out and became very upset. I burst into tears as he began calling me a liar and accusing me of concealing this information from him. The fact that he literally said, "What about us?" has stuck with me ever since. That has left me completely perplexed because, what does he even mean? The worst part is that, because of how he acted, I'm overthinking everything that has happened since I moved in with them. Jake's house had a pool in the backyard, and I used to go there to swim or just lie out and tan. However, I've realized that whenever I went for a swim or tried to sunbathe, Jake would find an excuse to come and do anything outside. He'd fire up the grill, mow the lawn, or do anything else around the yard. I would have the impression that I was being observed. He even started swimming with me a few times, but I assumed he was simply trying to get in shape like me. After I came out of the pool, I'd go take a shower in the corridor. Jake and Jess have their own bathroom, which is connected to the master bedroom. After I finished my shower, I went to my room, changed, and went to bed. Jake would sometimes wait for me in the little space between the corridor and my room, even if I was only wearing a towel. He would say, "Good night," and I would respond. But now I'm wondering whether there was another motive behind it. I don't want to bring these worries up with my sister because she's been so delicate lately. This pregnancy is definitely hitting her hard, and I don't want to say anything because it could harm her or the kid. I just want to know if I'm overthinking things. More information. I didn't even contemplate the possibility that my sister would support him over mine. But after reading everything in the comments, I think I should start gathering evidence. Also, I will do my best to change the relationship between him and me without raising red flags. I'm more than prepared to inform my sister if I believe there is an urgent danger, but as I previously stated, I don't believe he is the type of guy who poses an actual concern. To be cautious, I'd rather wait till she's feeling better before trying to break the news to her. I want to be cautious since my sister could be gravely hurt, not just emotionally, but also due to pregnancy dangers. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the way he flew off the handle was terrifying. I believe he's simply been under too much stress. My sister's pregnancy is actually high risk, so he's had to care for her far more than usual. He's probably just afraid about what will happen to her. However, even if I give him the benefit of the doubt, I should set certain boundaries. When he had that outburst, it truly worried me, and I felt unsafe. I know I'll never be able to physically overcome him, so I'm going to ask a few of my friends if they'd want to carpool with me. I will also contact Alex to see if he can give me a lift to and from work. Worst case scenario, I'll locate a job I can walk to. In the meantime, I'll absolutely strive to highlight my brotherly relationship with him. I'm going to be friendly since I don't feel compelled to be nasty or create an aggressive environment. Aside from that, I'll take steps to see if I can improve my circumstances. Is my sister's spouse acting strangely, or am I overthinking? First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left a comment on my last post with suggestions. After reading all of the comments last night, I recognize that I am no longer secure in this environment and will make changes starting today. As much as I admire and love Jake, I don't believe the danger is worthwhile. I attempted to establish a conversation with him after posting and received some suggestions, simply to see if we could discuss this. But he was still in a nasty attitude, so I simply walked to my room. In the middle of the night, I felt the need to leave the house. I was feeling imprisoned, so I decided to take a trip to my usual smoking area to clear my mind. I wasn't even there for 15 minutes before Jake texted me, "Where are you?" Then my phone started blowing up. He kept calling. I'm not sure how to convey my fear. I just wanted to be left alone. I eventually took up the phone, which resulted in a storm of insults. Apparently, I am a effing princess who always gets her way, and deserve to be treated like the expletive I am. Then he told me to provide him my location, which was definitely not going to happen. I encouraged him to take a pause and reflect on what he had just said to me. After that, I contacted Alex, who happily answered, and I told everything to him. I'm not sure how much he comprehended at first, given that I was practically shaking and crying so hard. However, he ended up going over to my location and asking a few more questions about the scenario while attempting to calm me down. I was finally able to relax and tell him everything again, this time with a clearer mind. Throughout this, my phone was constantly ringing. Assuming it was Jake, I just let the calls continue. Eventually, I realized it was my sister's phone calling me. Despite the fact that I knew Jake may be on the other end, I answered the phone. Jake was the one who hurled another barrage of invective at me, loud enough for Alex to hear. Alex took the phone from my hand, ordered Jake to shut the fussing up, and that I was safe, and then hung up. After that, Alex assured me that everything would be fine and that I need not worry. He ended up taking me all the way to the ranch and informing his folks about what had transpired and my new circumstances. I'm grateful that they decided to take me in and let me stay in one of their spare rooms in exchange for a little additional work on the farm. After that, I cuddled with Alex and attempted to fall asleep. I ended up not going to school today since I needed to relax. However, after Jake's reaction and the comments I'd been reading entered my mind, I became quite concerned about my sister. I ended up contacting her and happily she answered. It was clear she had been crying. She inquired if I was safe and okay. Jess told me that the night before, she awoke to Jake yelling, which shocked her. She claimed to be still sleeping. She ended up hearing him return to their room and grab her phone off the charger. After that, she heard him ranting again and the front door slamming. Jake had apparently gone out to seek for me, carrying my sister's phone with him. She stated she had no idea what to do and was afraid he might actually hurt me. After approximately an hour, Jake returned home. He was clearly still in a terrible mood, because when she questioned where he had been and what had happened, he blew up at her for questioning him. She said she'd never seen him so angry before. He was literally destroying stuff. After a few minutes, he returned to his car and drove away, but fortunately, he left her phone on the counter. She checked the phone logs and saw every call he had made to me. While Jake was gone, she called a friend to pick her up and then tried to contact me. I was sleeping at the time, but she told me she was afraid Jake had discovered me. She apologized for not being able to protect me and for failing to notice what was happening. Jess wondered why I hadn't told her about Jake's actions. I emphasized that I did not want to worry her out about the pregnancy. We both ended up crying for a long time. Apparently, my parents are allowing her to return home rent-free since they want to help raise their grandchild. If this had been an option in the beginning, none of this would have occurred, but I digress. My sister and I ended up going out to dinner, and I showed her my post. We cried again. She said she had never been afraid of Jake before, but after witnessing his rage the night before, she was terrified. We both still need to go back to the house to grab our things. We'll contact you eventually and set a day to transfer everything out. My father and Alex will also be present, just in case Jake tries anything. According to my sister, Jake has tried to reach out and apologize numerous times, claiming that he was only concerned about my safety and that I shouldn't be out at night. He didn't realize she could hear exactly what he was yelling at me, so she knows he's lying. Jess informed Jake that she would be filing for divorce, and then hung up. I love my sister and wish her the best in life. I am confident she will heal from this and meet an incredible partner who loves her and only her. In other news, Alex and I are going on a date next week, which makes me quite happy. But, seriously, thank you to the Reddit commentators for making me so stressed out that I wanted to take a smoke break. I believe you may have saved me. I'm not sure what would have happened if I'd stayed in my room that night, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. My sister-in-law requested a house key. I refused. Then it vanished. When I went to her apartment to get it, I encountered something shocking. I recently married my boyfriend of 6 years. We are both 27. While COVID has set our careers back a little, we are figuring it out together. My husband is not particularly close to his family. He never said why he isn't close to them, but based on what I've gathered, my husband and sister-in-law have some issues. These concerns compelled the in-laws to choose sides. My spouse hasn't been close to them since they sided with my sister-in-law. To be honest, it didn't disturb me too much. However, because I come from a large family, my spouse was frequently invited to our family gatherings because we had been together so long. Following these incidents, I noticed my spouse becoming silent, melancholy, and dejected. When we tried to talk about it, he never truly opened up. He just told me he wishes he had a better family. I recognized that he desired a closer or better relationship with his family. However, I didn't want to do anything without his approval. When I volunteered to contact his family on his behalf, he said he didn't want to do anything yet. He kept saying that there would be a better moment, but I had no idea when that would be. At one time, I was certain it would happen at our wedding. However, we married in a small ceremony attended by only our closest friends and family. He had not invited anyone from his side. However, I did meet his parents and my sister-in-law. While our wedding ceremony was going on, his parents and sister attempted to enter the site, which my husband had clearly cautioned them against. When they were successful in entering the premises, they made a big deal out of it, casting my husband as the bad guy for never responding to messages, picking up calls, or visiting my mother-in-law when she was battling cancer. My husband firmly instructed them to leave, indicating they were not welcome. My sister-in-law stood in the corner, watching everything happen. When her eyes met mine, she offered me a little shrug, as if to say, "What else are we supposed to do?" Once they were booted out, the wedding went off without a hitch. Following that, we were content to get married despite the odds. When we were on our way to our honeymoon, I received a friend request notification on my phone. It came from my sister-in-law. It seemed odd, but I didn't mind because we were family. I added her, then forgot about it. When we returned from our honeymoon, my husband and I were joyfully settling into our new home and married life. That's when my sister-in-law returned to my life. She messaged me, stating she knew I came from a large family and understood the value of family, which she claimed my husband did not. She expressed her gratitude for my assistance in reuniting the family. She also discussed in detail how my husband could be a bit juvenile, but promised me that if we worked together, we would be able to fix everything quickly. I was naive and believed her. We began talking more or less regularly. She even came over to our house once or twice while my husband was away because she wanted to meet me. Because I worked from home and had health difficulties, I couldn't entirely avoid her. During one of these visits, my sister-in-law requested a copy of the keys to our house. This was an odd request. When I questioned why she wanted them, she stated she was concerned about me because I was at home all day working. She stated that if something occurred to me while my husband was gone, having a key would allow her to enter and assist me. Although I understood her argument in the context of a medical emergency, something about her request seemed odd. Her statements made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't understand why. I gently declined and promised her that if anything happened, I'd call my husband. However, my sister-in-law did not appear pleased with my refusal. She quickly ended the conversation and departed. Although she was smiling, it didn't reach her eyes, which worried me even more. Following the incident, I stopped inviting her over. Every time she wanted to visit, I would make excuses to keep her away from the house. But one day, my justifications were ineffective, and she came over anyhow. I was on high alert the entire time she was present. When she eventually departed after lingering for tea, I felt relieved, but not for long. A few days later, I couldn't find my house keys in the customary location. Panic ensued instantly. I decided to go to my sister-in-law's apartment to get them. In one of our early talks, she provided her address and invited me to tea. I couldn't go since I was ill, but I knew the spot. As soon as my husband arrived home, I jumped into my car and drove to her place. I knocked on the door, and a man answered. I inquired if I might talk with my sister-in-law. The man respectfully informed me that nobody by her name lived there. I stated that she had given me this address and even showed him her picture. He glanced at it and stated that my sister-in-law did not live there and that I must have entered the wrong address. This seemed really suspicious. I casually messaged her and asked for her address again. She replied with the same address as before. By this point, I was absolutely panicked. I arrived home, trying to act normal, but I could tell I was nervous. My husband realized right away that something was awry. He has been trying to ask me what is wrong and what has happened for the past 2 days, but I have no idea how to explain the issue to him. I don't want him to be disappointed in me, but I realize I should inform him. I kept wondering if it was my fault for initiating the entire conversation with my sister-in-law. If I hadn't done it, I would not have lost the keys in this manner. But I really wanted to help. I know I should inform my husband about the entire scenario. I read what you stated, and I agree that I was terribly stupid to keep things from him. I should have told him about it, anyhow. I understand why some of you are dubbing me the evil guy in this circumstance, and I also understand those who believe I am not fully to blame. Whatever happens, I'll do the right thing tonight and tell him everything. Do not fear, I will keep you updated. Regardless, I appreciate you being sincere and pointing out my mistakes. So the conversation went better than anticipated. When my husband arrived home from work, I told him I had something to discuss with him. He appeared relieved. When we were both comfortable, I told him everything. I described how his sister-in-law messaged me after our honeymoon, telling me that I could mend the family by remaining in touch with her and gradually reintroducing her and his parents into his life. I told him I didn't mean to hide anything or go against him, but I was afraid he'd stop me from doing anything. Since he was always refusing to tell me what was wrong with his family, I decided to try to heal the relationship myself. He listened to what I said without interrupting. When I was finished, my husband expressed his disappointment in me for keeping this from him for so long. He claimed I should have asked him what the problem was, and he would have told me everything now that we're married. He added that he didn't feel comfortable informing me before we got married since he didn't know when his family would try to turn my heart against him. When I told him I couldn't follow, he gave me all the facts. My father-in-law is a very egotistical and abusive man. He has always been like this, caring just about himself. My sister-in-law acquired this feature from him. She is a narcissistic yet charming lady who appears to be a very empathetic and sincere human being. However, in truth, she is selfish. My husband became aware of the hazardous atmosphere as soon as he matured enough to notice it. My mother-in-law and father-in-law both refused to divorce one another because they did not want to go through the inconvenience of court proceedings. When my sister-in-law's behavior got her into trouble at school, my mother-in-law exacerbated the situation by enabling her. Over time, my sister-in-law became more confrontational, harsh, and disrespectful. When she started college, she had a heated dispute with my mother-in-law and father-in-law. They were paying for her college tuition, but she was dissatisfied since they were also saving money for my husband's schooling rather than giving it all to her as pocket money. At first, my father-in-law and mother-in-law refused to give my sister-in-law any more money because she already had plenty. But then my sister-in-law pointed out that my husband could just work his way through university, as my father-in-law had done, especially since he was a guy. She said that she was far too fragile to perform such work alone. Following that, my husband's education fund began to diminish. He was not aware of this. All he knew was that there was money set aside for him. When it came time for admissions, he learned the truth. When my sister-in-law encouraged him to just work his way through college, my husband chose to avoid touch with them. He began going no contact when he moved out at 19, but the decision had become permanent by the time he was 23. Hearing all of this made me realize how silly I was to invite my sister-in-law into our home. My husband also said that his mother had repeatedly contacted him over the years to ask for money, despite the fact that my sister-in-law appeared to be wealthy. Later, he discovered from their relative that my sister-in-law was doing drugs. While she did not appear to have a drug problem, she had struggled with substance misuse for some time. That's when I realized what had happened with the lost keys. My spouse quickly instructed me to call a locksmith and have the locks changed as soon as possible. He was concerned about when or if my sister-in-law will try to enter our home. I immediately disabled my sister-in-law's contact information and social media sites, preventing her from contacting me. We had the locks replaced, and as I said in my previous report, I felt a lot better after that. As my job responsibilities changed, I had to return to the office to work on Wednesdays and Fridays. When I got home one Friday, I noticed that my spouse had already arrived. It turns out that our neighbor, a nice old lady, was outdoors in her garden when she observed a suspicious young woman attempting to enter our home. The woman's description was exactly like my sister-in-law. The neighbor phoned the cops, and they apprehended her. My husband has decided not to prosecute charges, but he will apply for a restraining order to safeguard our safety. Looking back, I understand how naive I was in trusting others so easily. While my objective was to aid my husband, I now realize that my actions were presumptuous. If you care so much about your husband's well-being, why don't you tell him everything rather than keeping things from him? I'm sure it would upset him more to find that you were keeping things from him than to learn that you were talking to his sister. ITA, in the wrong, but only for being arrogant. You are purposefully ignoring your husband's demands in order to accomplish your own, and you are keeping everything from him. He does not wish to communicate with his family. Why can't you respect that? Now, consider a different situation. In late October, my wife Karen, 78 years old, and I, 71 years old, leave for Florida and spend the summer in Connecticut. Our daughter Kara and her husband Sean live in Massachusetts. Kara is pregnant with their first child, who is due in March. In September, my stepson gave Kara and Sean new kitchen floors. I offered to help with the installation. Their home is nearly a century old. While I am not a contractor or carpenter, I am proficient in home repairs. I was simply intended to lay the floors, but during the demolition, I persuaded them to remove several cabinets so that the flooring could be installed properly. I agreed to help with prep work on weekends and returned from Florida in November to build and install the new cabinets. They agreed. Kara and Sean, as new homeowners, are not particularly handy, but they were eager to get started. However, as we started, we discovered that the walls were covered with decomposing horsehair plaster, which was an unpleasant surprise. By the conclusion of the weekend, there was no stove hookup, only 10% of the floors had been put, and the kitchen was disorganized. I told them to plaster the walls throughout the week, and I'd return the next weekend. Kara and Sean contacted in a panic on Tuesday, claiming the plaster was a catastrophe. Kara expressed worried about the burden of her pregnancy. I told them to wait. Kara, on the other hand, told me she felt misled, that the project had spiraled out of control, and that she wanted me to accept responsibility, not monetarily, but for my role in the issues. I informed them that they had taken the decision to demo the cabinets, and that it was not my home. They eventually compensated me for my services and hired a contractor. They stated I couldn't commit to a project of this scale, especially given I work full-time and assist my stepson with his house flip. They questioned whether I would return to assist after departing for Florida, and Kara was uneasy working during her pregnancy. I disagreed with their evaluation yet was devastated when they fired me. Since then, things have gotten odd. I haven't contacted them to inquire about the kitchen or the baby, despite receiving occasional updates. Karen has asked about the baby several times. Kara recently contacted us, stating that the situation has been dreadful. They had to obtain licenses from the town, and they have not had a stove or sink in months. Kara claims I don't care about her health or our grandchild since I haven't checked in and haven't taken charge of the situation. I chuckled and told her I would have finished it by now. She texted Karen and myself, instructing us not to speak to her and expressing her displeasure. Karen then said no to Kara's baby shower in January and canceled our visit without alerting them. Sean contacted us, urging us to reconsider, stating that they will only become first-time parents once. He added that Kara is 6.5 months pregnant and did not mean what she said. He even offered to pay for our visit tickets. Karen and I, on the other hand, have maintained our solid attitude. We advise them to notify us well in advance, and that we may visit in March, either before or after the baby is delivered. Kara is devastated, but Karen and I were just trying to satisfy her requests. Now I wonder whether I am the YTA on so many ways. First, as you mentioned, you are neither a contractor or carpenter but are skilled at house maintenance. You urged them to demolish their kitchen but barely completed 10% of the flooring before leaving. Kara has every right to be upset, and her feelings are valid. You made a mess of their place and then backed down, essentially saying, "Oh well, not my issue. I personally would not want anything to do with you, but they have invited you to their baby shower. Go and apologize." Now, consider a different situation. I have 3 children. My husband and I worked hard to raise them and help them become successful adults, and they have. I am proud of all 3. They were wonderful children who have grown into decent individuals, if I do say so myself. When my oldest daughter married a widower with a 2-year-old child, my husband and I established an education fund for that child, as we had for all of our biological grandchildren. We understand a little bit about investing in compound interest, and by starting early, we can invest a small sum every month. By the time they graduate from high school, we can present them with enough money to get them started in life. My oldest grandchild recently graduated from high school. After accounting for scholarships and other expenses, we were able to inform them that they would graduate debt-free. We do not give them money directly, rather, we pay for tuition, fees, and other expenditures. We acquired this lesson from our youngest child, our only son. We gave him the money directly, just as we had done with his 2 elder sisters. He got scholarships as well, but he spent the money we gave him and eventually decided to become a tradesperson instead. He is doing well now and has a great business. My son was married before, but it did not work out. He has 2 children from that marriage. Last year, he married a lovely woman who had a 15-year-old kid. She had her son quite early, which caused a schism in her family, and none of them attended the wedding. My son approached us about donating to his stepson's education. After some deliberation, my husband and I decided that we could afford to donate $5,000 to help, but that was it. My son was quite disappointed. He understands that all of our other grandchildren have enough money in their accounts to cover at least 2.5 years of in-state tuition and costs. While my son makes a fair living, he also enjoys spending it on toys and holidays. I don't believe he or my daughter-in-law had saved anything for his stepson's school, which is why we contributed $5,000. That money came from my personal fund to replace my car. My son and his wife are planning ahead for the stepson's graduation in June, but they continue to complain that I treat him differently than my other grandchildren. I understand we're treating him differently, but we didn't have nearly 2 decades to save for him. When I clarified this issue, I may not have worded it correctly. My son's lack of finances to pay for his stepson's schooling is due to his spending habits before marriage. I hope this is apparent now. I spoke with my husband and children about it. My son wants me to transfer money from all of the accounts we've set up for his biological children and open a new one for his stepson. We answered by offering to split the 2 accounts we already had for his biological children into 3, including the $5,000. We also agreed to continue contributing to these accounts until they are depleted. My youngster appears dissatisfied with that option. However, we did not have the same 15-year head start on saving for this grandson as we did for the previous ones. He can be disappointed that his stepson will not have the same head start, but he cannot be angry with us for not being able to offer more right now. Finally, it is up to him to provide for his family. My parents left me with my grandparents for my siblings' sake. Years later, I planned a special dinner, but they prioritized my brother's gift instead. I'd like to make it clearly obvious that I've never been the favorite child in my family. This is not an exaggeration or a fake idea that I made up. It is a very genuine and major component of my existence. Growing up, my parents never concealed the fact that my younger brother's life was more important to them than mine. For reference, my mother became pregnant with my brother only a year after I was born. While it was not a planned pregnancy, my parents were pleased with the prospect of expanding their family. However, their delight swiftly changed to dread when physicians did several tests and revealed that the baby may have major health difficulties. These were not trivial worries. They were serious enough that my parents had to make the sad decision to terminate the pregnancy. They eventually agreed to continue, fully aware of the potential hurdles. When my brother Jackson was born, their concerns were realized. He had serious heart abnormalities that necessitated prompt treatment. My folks were distraught. Jackson needed many procedures to survive and spent extensive time in the hospital. His health became the primary focus of my family's life, and this transition had a significant impact on everything, including how I was treated. My parents were obsessed with worry, love, and guilt about Jackson's health. While I recognized that they were dealing with a really tough situation, it also meant that I was largely marginalized. My parents were too worried with Jackson's medical demands, so I stayed with my grandparents while he was in the hospital. During this time, they paid me just occasional visits. Even at such a young age, I tried not to hold it against them. I recognized that Jackson's health came first, and my parents were trying their best. Besides, I really liked my time with my grandparents. They were nice and attentive. Every morning, my grandma made me breakfast, and we spent hours doing simple things around the house, like baking cookies or taking care of her garden. My grandfather used to take me to the park and read me stories. They filled in the gaps left by my parents' absence, becoming almost like a second set of parents for me. Jackson's condition gradually improved, and my parents were allowed to bring him home from the hospital. You'd assume this would be the point where my parents would come to get me, where they'd like to reconcile the family. But no, it was not the case. My mother, still burdened by the stress of Jackson's recuperation and the effort of caring for a sick child, decided she was not ready to take on the responsibility of 2 children. She informed my grandparents that they would need to continue caring for me for a bit longer. My father, who was preoccupied with work and attempting to balance Jackson's medical expenditures, also provided little assistance. My grandparents, who genuinely enjoyed having me around, didn't say anything when my parents opted to leave me with them for a longer period of time. They were delighted to keep me with them. While I was saddened to learn that I would not be returning home, I was not devastated. I was still in a location where I felt loved, which reassured me. The true issue arose when years passed and my parents still showed no desire to bring me back home. What was supposed to be a temporary arrangement lasted eternally. I could only visit them every other weekend, and that wasn't assured. My father was sometimes too busy at work, and other times they simply did not make an effort to visit. My grandparents were my primary caregivers, while my parents felt more like tourists than parents. When I first started school, My grandparents took care of everything. They dropped me off in the morning, picked me up in the afternoon, and were there from the moment I awoke until I was tucked into bed. They made sure I got my school materials, assisted me with my homework, and kept me healthy. In contrast, my parents never checked on me. They didn't care if I went to school every day or how well I did academically. If I was sick, my grandparents would look after me. My grandparents seemed to have taken on all of my parents' obligations. When my parents came to visit, they only talked about Jackson. They would tell my grandparents how amazing Jackson was, how brave he had been while recovering from his surgeries, and how far he had come. I don't think they ever asked my grandparents how I was doing, what was going on in my life, or how I felt. I started to feel totally invisible. I can't remember a single instance when my parents and I spent time together, just the three of us. There was no one-on-one time, and no attempt to repair any bond with me. It was always about Jackson. Then came the moment I'll never forget, Jackson's birthday celebration. My parents organized a great celebration for him because he was doing so well. They invited everyone, friends, family, and neighbors. My grandparents brought me along. Throughout the celebration, I couldn't get over my intense envy as I saw Jackson, so joyful, with my parents doting on him continuously. The entire celebration revolved around him, and while I understood it was his special day, I couldn't help but feel entirely excluded. I was a youngster as well, but my brother received all of the attention, love, and care that I craved. I'm not sure when or how, but the strong feelings of witnessing my parents around my younger brother surfaced. Before I knew it, I had broken into tears in front of everyone. I remember feeling so embarrassed in that moment, knowing that everyone could see me unraveling. My grandparents, bless their hearts, promptly brought me to a room and attempted to console me, but the pain and jealousy were too great. I believe some of the other visitors noticed and attempted to console me, but nothing genuinely improved my mood. It wasn't about the gifts or the party, it was about the attention and love I so desperately craved. Watching my parents lavish Jackson with attention and love was simply too much for me to stomach. Later, after the birthday party, my parents and grandparents had a heated argument. Apparently, my parents were embarrassed by my emotional outburst at the celebration. They thought it was foolish of me to cry in front of everyone, and they believed my actions had drawn unwanted attention to them. It wasn't simply that I was irritated, it had caused others to doubt my living circumstances. Guests began to question why I wasn't at home with my parents, why I was being raised by my grandparents, and if my parents were abandoning me. My parents were unhappy with the scrutiny and blamed me for forcing them to explain themselves. Following the disagreement, I made a decision. I would return home to live with my parents. This was something I had wanted for years, but when it finally happened, I didn't feel as excited as I had hoped. Instead, I felt apprehension. The first few days back home were incredibly awkward. The house felt foreign to me, and I frequently felt out of place, as if I were invading someone else's territory. My parents designed their routines totally on Jackson's wants and schedule. They rarely acknowledged me, and when they did, it was always in passing. I had imagined that moving back home would finally make my parents notice me, that they would care about me as much as they did about Jackson. However, it soon became evident that nothing had changed. Jackson was still the center of their universe, while I remained on the periphery, disregarded and forgotten. I was merely happy for have my own room. I spent the majority of my time there while I wasn't in school. I didn't want to be alone, yet being around my parents made me feel even more inconspicuous. At least in my room, I didn't have to watch their devotion for Jackson while I went unnoticed. I'd spend hours there, completing my homework or lying on my bed, trying to make sense of everything. Throughout my scholastic years, my parents exhibited no interest in my studies or accomplishments. They never asked about my schoolwork or attended any of my award ceremonies. Even when I participated in school plays or extracurricular activities, they didn't bother showing up or acknowledging my participation. It seemed like nothing I did mattered to them. Despite their utter contempt for my accomplishments, I made an effort to excel in school. My grandparents' limited attempts to intervene and remind my parents of my accomplishments were received with silence or plain disdain. They would push my parents to express their happiness or gratitude for me, but they either disregarded or scoffed, as if my accomplishments were unimportant. It stung so much to see how little they cared, especially given how they handled Jackson. Jackson never did well academically. He struggled in school and frequently got into trouble. He would bring home low grades, and his teachers would occasionally call home to discuss his behavior. But none of this seemed to bother my parents. They never held Jackson responsible for his lack of effort, and they certainly did not chastise him. If he ever managed to score even nearly average on a test or accomplish something minor, my parents would praise it as if it were a monumental feat. They would order pizza or take us out to his favorite restaurant, making it a huge family outing. When I finally finished high school and was accepted to college, I was fortunate to receive a partial scholarship. Even though it paid some of the fees, I was concerned about how I would handle the remaining bills. At the time, I asked my parents if they had set up a college fund for me. Part of me knew the answer, yet I felt compelled to inquire. As expected, they promptly informed me that all of the money they were saving was for Jackson. They stated he was the youngest and would need to be cared for in the future. My father openly informed me that as the oldest, I needed to learn to take care of myself. He did offer to assist me in applying for an education loan, which I would then be responsible for repaying once I found work. It was quite painful to learn that my own parents continued to disregard me. While most parents are delighted and proud to assist their children in their transition into adulthood, mine were practically telling me I was on my own. Fortunately, my grandparents saw this coming long before I did. They had been quietly planning for my future and had secretly established a trust fund for me years before. When they finally revealed this to me and told me that I didn't have to worry about college, I was completely surprised. I couldn't believe someone cared enough to do this for me. I cried with excitement because, for the first time, I felt truly supported. It was surreal. No one had ever gone to such lengths to protect me. My grandparents not only saw my talent, but they also took steps to ensure that I could attend college without financial constraints. However, when my parents learned about the trust fund that my grandparents had established for me, they did not share my excitement or relief. Instead of being delighted for me, they immediately turned the subject to Jackson. Their first query to my grandparents was if they had also established a trust fund for Jackson. My grandfather gently explained that they had intentionally chosen to care for me because my parents had always favored Jackson. They indicated that they had witnessed for years how I had been disregarded and wanted to give me a fair shot to thrive without being held back. Naturally, this did not sit well with my folks. They felt it as unfair and quickly got into a furious dispute with my grandparents about how both grandchildren should be treated equally. They accused my grandparents of favoritism and demanded that Jackson, as the youngest member of the family, deserved his share of the money. They couldn't believe my grandparents had chosen to help me because they saw how neglected I had been all these years. My parents seemed to be unaware that they had spent Jackson's entire life treating him as if he were the center of the universe. Despite the pressure and accusations, my grandparents held their stance. They refused to back down or let my parents manipulate the issue. They clarified that this was not about favoritism, rather, it was about ensuring that I have the same opportunities as Jackson, which my parents had previously provided. My grandparents made their decision out of love and fairness, knowing that I had not received the same attention and support that Jackson had. After failing to persuade my grandparents, my parents focused their efforts on me. They tried to persuade me to share some of the trust fund with them, claiming that I should invest in Jackson's future when he went to college. They portrayed it as if I was greedy for retaining the money for myself, despite the fact that it was not mine to give away. It was a gift from my grandparents. I refused. I informed them that it was not my obligation to care for Jackson's schooling, especially since they had always stated that their financial priority was with him. My parents were unhappy about my decision, but there was nothing they could do. For once, they did not have the upper hand. I wasn't going to give away what had been given to me out of love and care because they thought Jackson deserved it all. It was a heartbreaking realization that even in this situation, my parents could not be happy for me. But it was also powerful because I understood I needed to stand up for myself, even if it meant defying my parents. As a result, my connection with my parents deteriorated significantly after I departed for college. They cut off practically all touch with me, convinced that what I had done was selfish toward my brother. Jackson and I had never been close. He was content being the preferred child, and with me out of the house, he didn't have to compete for our parents' attention. He never contacted or visited me when I was at college. While it was unsurprising, it still stung. My grandparents were the only ones that actually cared and remained in my life. They were my emotional support system, always checking in on me, encouraging me, and ensuring I didn't feel completely abandoned. But then, in my third year of college, my life was turned upside down. My grandfather died unexpectedly from a heart attack in his sleep. His death left me shattered. It was, without a doubt, the darkest period of my life. I spent several days with my grandmother while we mourned together. It was a devastating loss for both of us. My grandfather had been a father figure to me in every manner that mattered, and losing him created a void in my heart. During this hard time, something unexpected happened. I bonded with my parents and Jackson. My grandfather's death shook all of us, and for the first time in years, we found ourselves connecting over our shared sadness. Despite my many unresolved issues for my parents, something about the incident brought us closer. For a brief moment it felt as if the barriers between us had fallen. My grandfather had even left a letter for my mother. In it, he begged her to stop ignoring me and to care for both of her children, not just Jackson. He reminded her of the value of family and how she couldn't afford to continue treating one child better than the other for all these years. I guess something changed after that. Perhaps for the first time, my parents appeared to be genuinely sorry for how they had treated me. They slowly began to make an effort to reconnect. They began calling me more regularly, inquired about my studies, and shown an interest in my life. It wasn't perfect, the anguish of the past couldn't be erased that easily, but it was something. I was still upset with them for all the years they had disregarded me and for not being there when I needed them. But, at the same time, I could see they were trying, which gave me a glimmer of optimism. I wanted to think that they could change, that perhaps, just maybe, they were beginning to recognize their mistakes. When I graduated from college, my parents actually attended the ceremony. They smiled proudly as they snapped pictures with me. It seemed odd to have them there after all those years when they hadn't even acknowledged my achievements. Following the ceremony, my parents, Jackson, my grandma, and I went out to lunch to celebrate. It was one of the few times I felt like we were a family, even if it was just for a short period. For once, I wasn't invisible to them, and that simple act of recognition meant more to me than words could describe. This year, after securing my first true high-paying job and earning my first big salary, I wanted to do something special to commemorate the occasion. I thought, why not share this moment with my family? I hadn't spent much time with my parents growing up, so I wanted to surprise them with something meaningful, a cruise excursion. Only the three of us. There were no distractions or obligations, simply quality time together to compensate for what we had missed over the years. Deep down, I knew I desired their attention, even after all these years of feeling overlooked. As for Jackson, I intended to get him something nice later so he wouldn't feel excluded. I wanted the cruise trip to be a surprise for my parents, so instead of notifying them over the phone, I made a reservation at a fine, costly restaurant where we could eat and celebrate. When I called to invite my parents, they appeared excited, even thrilled, to visit the restaurant. They promised to be there on time. But, when I arrived at the restaurant on time, my parents were unable to be seen. At first, I attempted to give them the benefit of doubt. Perhaps they were stuck in traffic or running a little late. However, after around 15, 20, and 30 minutes, I began to feel worried. I contacted them several times, and they did not answer until the sixth call. My father casually remarked that they were finishing up some last-minute errands and will be at the restaurant soon. Annoyed but hopeful, I remained at the table, waiting for them. The waiter kept coming by, asking if the rest of my group had come, and I became increasingly humiliated with each passing minute. I didn't want to look like I'd been stood up in a fine restaurant. I eventually ordered dinner for myself since I was hungry. I finished my dinner while sitting alone, glancing at the empty seats across from me. My calls to my parents remained unanswered after that. An hour passed, followed by nearly 2 hours. Finally, after my 15th effort, my father answered the phone. He began apologizing, but I was completely irritated by this point. I started yelling at him, wondering what they had been doing all this time and why they couldn't just tell me they weren't going to make it. "Oh, just stop complaining," he replied dismissively. "I apologize for the delay. Your mother and I were held up at the shop. We selected the ideal birthday present for your brother, but when we got to the counter, we discovered your mother had forgotten her card at home. So we had to drive back and grab it. Fortunately, the shop had our gift, which we were able to purchase just now. Jackson is going to be overjoyed with what we picked out for him. By the way, have you purchased anything for your brother yet? You do recall that his birthday is in 2 weeks, right?" At that point, I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. I was hoping to have a memorable moment with my parents to celebrate my accomplishments and bring us closer together, but once again, Jackson was all that mattered to them. They had spent the entire evening shopping for his birthday gift, completely ignoring the fact that I had been sitting alone at the restaurant waiting for them. Not only had they missed the dinner, but they had the audacity to inquire whether I had thought to get something for Jackson. I was livid, but I tried to remain calm as I reminded my father that they could have bought for Jackson any other day. They should have respected my time, especially because I went out of my way to prepare this for them. My father's response made matters worse. He dismissed my concerns, claiming they were on their way and that we could discuss it once they arrived. However, I did not want to stay there any longer. I was furious with my parents. I paid my bill, got up from the table and went. My phone began to vibrate as I drove back home. My parents were phoning and left voicemails, stating they had arrived at the restaurant but couldn't find me. I ignored their calls because I was too angry and hurt to even consider talking to them. Later that night, My mother sent me a series of SMS. She attacked me rather than apologizing or admitting that they had made mistakes. She labeled me impolite for not being present when they finally arrived, as if I had wasted their time. She had the gall to claim that this was why they didn't care about my irrelevant intentions in the first place. I was always so impulsive. According to her, their priorities were totally acceptable, and I was in the wrong for being furious with them. Reading her messages brought up memories of hurt and fury. I had put my heart and soul into planning something spectacular, and all I received in return was the same indifference I had felt my entire life. I simply couldn't deal with their cruel statements and frequent disregard for my sentiments. After everything I had done to make this moment memorable, I felt much more alone than before. I knew that no matter what I did, Jackson would always come first, leaving me as an afterthought. I blocked her without bothering to respond. Update number 1. The reason I bought the cruise tickets in the first place was that my parents' conduct had changed significantly following my grandfather's death. I felt they'd finally recognized me as a human being and their child. But I suppose I was mistaken again. I am delighted my eyes are awake now. Starting today, I'm done begging and crying for their attention. I will block both of them on my phone. Regarding the update, it appears that my parents have informed Jackson of the entire situation, and he phoned me this week to address it. My brother believes that our parents' actions were not improper, and that I should have respected them enough to wait for their arrival rather than fleeing at the last minute. He added that our parents were quite disappointed in me and had contacted him to protest about my activities. He invited me to his forthcoming birthday party so I could apologize to our parents. I declined his request, asking him to leave me alone for the time being. He tried to argue with me more, but I reminded him that my connection with our parents had nothing to do with him, and that he would never comprehend what I was going through. Update number 2. It's been a month since I last updated. For those who inquired, I did consider canceling my cruise reservations. But then I realized I'd spent a big portion of my paycheck on them, so I resolved to make better use of them. I chose to travel with my best friend and grandmother rather than my parents. To put it simply, the three of us had a fantastic time, and I quickly forgot about all of my parents' trouble. This trip provided a much-needed break for all of us. However, after the trip, when I shared a few photos from our cruise, I began receiving messages from my father on Facebook, accusing me of being selfish and ungrateful for taking grandma on the vacation without inviting them. I had forgotten to block my parents on Facebook because I assumed they rarely used it. My father's audacity to ask me to take him after everything he and mom had put me through was staggering. He also mentioned how upset my mother was when I blocked her, and how he wishes I would simply go to therapy and overcome my childish behavior, so I could stop torturing them for the rest of their life. Update number 3. Hello everyone, it has been 4 months since my previous update, and I am doing well. I've blocked both my parents and Jackson. I'll admit that since cutting them off, my life has become considerably more calm. I've learned to recognize that family isn't always what you're born into, it's what you choose. Surrounding yourself with supportive friends and loved ones has made a huge difference. My grandmother and I still have a terrific relationship, and I want to take her on additional vacations in the future. My stepmom forced my dad to make me break up with my girlfriend for my brother. I moved out. Years later, he blamed me for ruining his life. I, 32 male, have had no contact with my father's family in the past 12 years, and it all starts from his remarriage. My parents divorced when I was about 10 years old because they were no longer in love. At the age of 32, I understand what that means, but as a child, I was astonished and devastated. As a result, I frequently lashed out at my parents, and we attended family counseling together. However, it just felt like my mother was trying to comprehend my point of view, whereas my father had a strong attitude of simply accepting life as it comes to you. As a result, I was closer to my mother than to my father, and I only spent a few months with him at a time. However, when I was 14, my mother died in an accident, forcing me to move in with my father. Those were arguably the saddest days of my life, made worse by the fact that I was essentially the only one grieving. My father had been dating Beth, 49 female, for a few years, and they had become engaged around the same time my mother died. My father placed his future with Beth over my mother and their shared history, so he never showed any symptoms of sadness or grief. This made me feel even more alienated as an adolescent. Beth was also a handful at this time. Because I was an unexpected guest in their home, she expected me to follow her rules and even attempted to take over as a maternal figure. I was plainly reluctant to do this because she couldn't possibly replace my mother in a few months. Worse, she has always favored her prior relationship's son, Josh, 30 male. In true overbearing parent manners, she attempted to meddle, getting him a better spot on the football team, a bigger role in the school play, and so on. To his credit, Josh typically called his mother up on this behavior, but she continued to act like a smother regardless. And no matter how outraged he became by her actions, he still benefited from her string pulling. So my teen years were difficult, dealing with the death of my mother, my whipped father who never said anything negative about Beth, and a distant stepbrother who was always a little awkward around me. All I knew was that I needed to keep my head down and get out after college. I ended up attending UNC, which was in my home state, and to save money, I remained with my father and his family. This was something Dad and Beth had agreed on, and I wasn't freeloading. I paid a little rent and helped with food. However, things became really tense when I began dating this girl, Laura, 31 female, during my college years. I used to bring her home frequently, present her to the family, and it was obvious that Josh had feelings for her. I didn't like it and warned him in private to quit behaving creepy about Laura, but it was clear he still felt for her. At first, I assumed it was just a crush that would pass. But this guy had fallen hard. He was dropping grades in school, messing up his SAT prep, and acting like a lovesick puppy in general. To be honest, it was not my problem. I had attempted to be the responsible elder brother by not calling my girlfriend over, gritting my teeth about the fact that he was infatuated with her and making no attempt to hide it. He didn't understand it, and he probably didn't want to. According to what I know now, Beth had checked in with her son owing to his strange conduct, and he had poured all his girl woes to her. Beth, after some mental acrobatics of her own, decided that I was too responsible for Josh's condition and instructed my father to present an ultimatum. My father sat me down one day and told me, "Son, we had agreed that you would stay with us during your college years, but something has come up. Beth and I believe you are diverting Josh with your hobbies and the friends you invite over. As a result, we need to reach a new agreement." When I heard this from him, I was perplexed. Without knowing the context, I assumed he was talking to my friends who occasionally came over to play Wii games with me, or that I was playing music too loudly at night. I had no idea, so I asked him, "What do you mean, Dad? Are my buddies becoming a negative influence on Josh? I swear we haven't taught him anything bad, and we usually stay out of each other's way, correct?" He said, "Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about, OP. I think you and I are both aware that Josh has strong feelings for Laura. We were thinking that you could end your relationship with her to keep the family at peace. I mean, we don't think a female should be more important than your brother's health, right?" I laughed aloud when I heard this. It was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Still chuckling, I answered, "Sure, Dad, why don't I end a fantastic relationship because your child can't take no for an answer? I've already told him numerous times that he makes Laura uncomfortable, and I rarely invite her over anymore. What's the issue, anyway?" I knew he was skirting the issue, but I was beginning to suspect that Josh had gone overboard with the "if I can't have her, nobody can" attitude. Beth had undoubtedly requested Dad to talk to me about it to placate her son while also ensuring that he did not waste any more time on this girl. I'm not sure how they expected me to roll over on this. It escalated into a massive battle, and I decided to stay with Laura and move out of the house. I packed my bags one day and departed, changing my cell phone number in the process. I slept at a friend's apartment for a few days before moving in with my fiancée. Fortunately, I was in college on a scholarship, and my primary challenges were paying for rent and utilities. But I hustled and worked late to make it happen. At this point, all ties with my family had been severed, and the only people I consider family anymore are a few relatives on my mother's side. It's been 12 years since then, and guess what? Laura and I married, and we both like our professions and lives. In fact, we recently purchased our first home and are trying for a baby. I really believe that leaving my dysfunctional family was the finest decision I ever made. However, a few days ago, someone showed up at my home, causing me to spiral and reflect on my history. Josh found out where I lived and came over to see me, stating he needed to speak with me. I was too surprised to react, so I calmly allowed him in. We caught up a little once he settled down, but he already knew the overall essence of my life, which he had evidently discovered via social media. Then he told me why he was here. He revealed a lot about his obsession with Laura, including his mother's participation. However, he also stated that he never intended for me to leave the house. That was something Beth had designed entirely on her own. He added that when I left, Mom appeared almost relieved that I was gone, and the house seemed very cold and strange to him. The three of them ended up moving out of state a few months after I left, something I was unaware of. Josh did not know how to contact me back then. Throughout this period, he had been feeling bad about the way I had laughed at the scenario, and he had overcome his attraction to Laura. Surprise. However, due to his bad mental health, he ended up hanging out with the wrong crowd in college and eventually dropped out. The situation at home was also horrible. His mother was distraught at his lack of motivation and success, but she never bothered to investigate why he was so miserable. This eventually forced him to leave the house after 10 years, and he has been wandering from place to place ever since, performing odd jobs and hitchhiking. He approached me and asked if I could help him settle in this area, perhaps by getting him a foot in the door at the place where I work. This would be difficult for someone without a degree or other qualifications, as I said clearly. But Josh insisted that I owe him this for abandoning him with our terrible family. He maintained that despite our distance, we were still brothers. He left about an hour ago as I write this, and I am conflicted. I don't believe I owe him anything, yet it's awful to watch him like this. I spoke with Laura about it, and she would want to maintain no contact, NC, with all members of my family, including Josh, but she believes we should support him in some manner. Will I be the a-hole, WWEBTA, if I stop engaging with my stepbrother? Update 1. Based on feedback, I believe it's better to provide Josh with temporary housing and encourage him to look for work on his own. I'm not sure if we'll ever have a meaningful friendship, but you're right, I don't owe him anything for his own mental suffering. I did what was best for myself. Update 2. After a few months, Josh is doing well in our town. He has changed dramatically from who he was previously and has begun working as a junior manager at the local Walmart. The money we gave him has been beneficial, and he is attending night school to earn a degree. To be honest, seeing him now makes me want to be more engaged in his life, but I can't get over the notion that he believes I owe him something for moving out and making him feel terrible. I discussed it with my relatives, and they proposed confronting him. Update 3. I spoke with Josh why he shouldn't expect anything from me. However, I believe he has matured into a fine man who deserves my love. It took him some time to realize the nuances, but he eventually apologized for the unfair load and expressed gratitude for the support. Laura has also softened her feelings against him as he privately apologized for his previous suspicious behavior. I suppose he'll be welcome in our home from now on. I can't say the same for his mother and father, LOL, we both despise them. Not the a-hole, NTA, but in my opinion, neither is Josh right now. Yes, he was fascinated with Laura, but Beth is the actual a-hole for allowing such behavior. NTA, but I would still be cautious with your brother, not because he is doing anything wrong, but because both of you must work together to process the trauma of your narcissistic parents. I also feel like someone like Beth is difficult to cut off. So, is Josh in no contact, NC, with them right now? My best friend's baby shower turned into a nightmare when she announced that my husband was the father. What happened next shocked everyone. Yesterday, my husband, 32M, and I, 30F, went to my best friend Sarah's, 30F, baby shower. Sarah and I had been great friends since college. We first became roommates, but our connection got stronger as we realized our shared love of similar music. We went to concerts together and created innumerable memories. By our senior year of college, we were nearly inseparable, spending summers together in each other's houses whenever possible. After finishing our schooling, we pursued separate vocations. While I landed a highly sought-after position at a prestigious law firm, my ideal job, Sarah was unsure whether she wanted regular employment. Instead, she chose to look into social media as a source of income. Despite our dramatically different schedules, we made it a point to set aside weekends for each other. We always made time to connect, whether it was on a hike, at a new restaurant, out for drinks, or just staying home to watch movies. I first met Michael on one of our girls' evenings out. He was at his friend's bachelor celebration, and the moment I saw him, I knew he was the one for me. Although we often dispute over who fell in love first, the truth is that we both fell profoundly in love that same night. Fortunately, we've been blissfully married for 5 years, and it's been nothing short of ideal. I often tell Sarah how grateful I am that she invited me to the pub that night. Otherwise, I would not have met my beautiful spouse. Sarah was unmarried for a few years following my marriage before meeting her current spouse, Mark, and celebrating their second anniversary this year. 3 months ago, Sarah announced that she was pregnant, and I was overjoyed. I couldn't wait to watch my closest friend begin this new chapter in her life and hold her baby shortly. I was honored when Sarah entrusted me with organizing her baby shower because I would be the baby's godmother. After exploring numerous themes, we settled on yellow, Sarah's favorite hue. Throughout the planning process, I maintained regular contact with the caterer to ensure that everything was in order and that the cake arrived on schedule. As fate would have it, I had previously worked with the caterer for my brother's wedding, so it was easy to work with her again. On the day of the shower, we arrived early to ensure that everything was great. Mark met us at the door and informed us that Sarah was still getting ready. While setting up, I discovered that the cake was not centered on the table as Sarah requested, so I corrected it. Soon after, The visitors began to arrive, and I was delighted to see several of our old college pals. We hadn't seen one another in years, so we used the chance to catch up and discuss critical life updates. Sarah entered the room wearing a bright yellow outfit that matched her baby shower theme. Everyone congratulated her, and she smiled radiantly. As the ceremony progressed, we all sat down to eat a great lunch. Everything looked to be going well until Sarah called everyone's attention. She stood up and thanked us for attending her baby shower. Then she took a deep breath and said, "I'm thrilled to tell you that my husband, Mark, and I are expecting our first child, and I have someone very special to thank for that." Mark looked at Sarah with a bewildered expression, trying to figure out what was going on. Then, pointing directly at my husband, "Michael," she exclaimed. "Everyone, I'd like to introduce the father of our baby." I nearly choked on my dinner. The room was silent, and I could see everyone was surprised and unsure how to respond. My mind raced to make sense of what was going on. My husband, who dislikes attention and prefers to keep to himself, grabbed my hand hard under the table. I turned to look at him, and he seemed as perplexed as I was. All eyes were on us in an uncomfortable and awkward quiet. I looked to Sarah, looking for an answer. Just to give you some context, my husband and I have been trying to conceive for years with no success. Despite several testing, we have been unable to become pregnant owing to personal medical difficulties. I've only told a few family members and close friends about my difficulties, including Sarah. My husband and I eventually accepted that we might not be able to get pregnant. Rather than dwell on it, we decided to concentrate on our lives as a couple. Sarah openly referring to my husband as the father of her baby was a lie, but I couldn't help but be affected by her statements. My eyes welled up with tears, and I tried not to cry in front of everyone. Sarah jumped up laughing and playfully shoved her husband Mark, shouting, "I was just kidding, guys. This is all just a prank for my Instagram. I've put up cameras everywhere to capture all of your reactions." As everyone glanced around, puzzled, I couldn't help but be annoyed at Sarah for putting us on such an emotional roller coaster. I couldn't believe my best friend felt pointing out my spouse as the father of her child was humorous, especially given our past issues. I turned to look at my spouse and noticed that his face was flushed. He was still holding my hands, and I could sense he was ashamed at the time. Although a few visitors laughed nervously, the room was generally uncomfortable. I noted that Sarah's husband, Mark, did not join in the laughs. He appeared upset rather than amused, and even apologized to my husband. Mark and my husband had grown to be close friends over the years, and I believe he felt sorry for us at the time. I did not want to face Sarah right away and ruin her baby shower. As she continued with the festivities, I attempted to shake the dread that had crept in, but it persisted. After lunch, we played a few games before opening all the gifts. Sarah was the only one who appeared to be having fun, conversing with people and shooting images for social media. My husband had previously informed me privately that he intended to leave after the awful meal, but I urged him to stay. I didn't want the visitors to notice us leaving unexpectedly, so I told him I'd talk to Sarah about it later. I guess Mark, too, was uncomfortable continuing with the celebration since he immediately stood up with an angry expression. He asked Sarah if they could go outside for a bit, and I knew something was about to happen. We could all see and hear them plainly as they spoke, and it was clear that Sarah's joke had made the atmosphere in the room uncomfortable. I observed as their talk heated up, and Mark's motions became increasingly impassioned by the minute. Mark's voice increased, and his comments echoed across the room. "I can't believe you would do something like this. They are our closest friends, and this is not just a harmless prank. You made a mockery of our baby shower and humiliated me in front of everyone." Sarah kept saying she thought it was a harmless prank, but Mark was having none of it. He sternly advised her to grow up and stop making insensitive comments, especially since they were celebrating the birth of their child. The room had become uncomfortably silent. We could all hear their words plainly. My husband couldn't stand it any longer, so he got up and went, saying he'd wait for me in the car. Although my heart grieved for my friend, I recognized how hurt my husband was and could not blame him for leaving. Mark must have recognized the gravity of Sarah's actions as he watched my husband walk out. He glanced at Sarah and responded, "I'm done. I'm done with your immaturity. We're done. I will love this child, but I can't be with you for 1 second longer." When Sarah heard this, she burst into tears, and Mark departed the gathering. We all glanced at each other in surprise, unsure how to respond. My heart ached for my dearest buddy, but I knew my husband needed me more at the time. I did not want to approach Sarah after her painful chat with Mark, so I too left the baby shower without saying goodbye. When I arrived home, I noticed how upset my husband was. We couldn't believe Sarah had pulled such a nasty hoax on us. That evening, Mark texted us an apology, stating he had no idea she would perform such a hoax for a video and was sorry for all we had been through. We were delighted he reached out because we didn't want to have any ill will toward him and fully understood his point of view. Unfortunately, I awoke today to multiple messages from Sarah. She said that she pulled the prank out of stress from her pregnancy and simply wanted to make a viral video for her Instagram. She stated she didn't understand why we were unhappy and wondered why I left without saying goodbye. Then she requested me to meet her today so that I could take her to her gynecologist visit. Starting to get upset again, I told her that I didn't find her joke amusing at all. I told her that what she did was rude and had made both my husband and me very uncomfortable. I also informed her that I needed some time away from her and would be unable to accompany her to her appointment that day. Sarah retaliated by labeling me a shitty friend for abandoning her at such a vulnerable moment. This message truly bothered me. I couldn't believe she'd say something like that just because I needed space. When I told my husband about Sarah's message, he was just as outraged as I was. He urged that we avoid interacting with her until she comprehended the gravity of her conduct. I decided to send Sarah one final message, informing her that I would not be speaking with her until she apologized to both me and my husband for what she had done. I also made it plain that if she attempted to upload the prank film, I would take legal action against her. Rather than apologize, Sarah stated that she did not believe she had done anything wrong. She even suggested that I was jealous of her due to her pregnancy. When I read her response, I couldn't believe my eyes. This woman, who had been my best friend for over a decade, assumed I was jealous of her, despite the fact that I had gone above and beyond to provide her with the ultimate baby shower. Sarah assured me she would not be uploading the film, but she insisted that I put my sentiments aside and assist her at this difficult time. She stated that her husband hadn't returned home the night before and that she needed me more than before. As a non-confrontational person, I found myself in tears after reading her callous messages. Recognizing that I couldn't continue this conversation, I made the difficult decision to block her without further answer. Now I'm conflicted. Part of me regrets not being there for my pregnant best friend, but another part of me is relieved and even grateful that her husband dumped her after the trick she pulled on us. Update 1. It's been a week since my last update, and a lot has happened. First and foremost, I want to highlight that Sarah is not the type of person who likes to joke around. It took me completely by surprise when she pulled off this joke. I've known her for years, and she's never been the sort to perpetrate pranks on others. Anyway, Mark was serious about leaving Sarah. My spouse chatted with Mark over the weekend and discovered that he is actively looking for a divorce lawyer. Since that day, Sarah has been persistently phoning and texting Mark, insisting that he return to her and get over his feelings. However, Mark has entirely ignored her attempts to contact him. She even went so far as to accuse him of sleeping with me, which was absolutely unexpected. The truth is that Mark is simply sorry that his marriage is coming to an end because Sarah is gradually becoming someone he no longer recognizes. Sarah has been unable to reach me directly after I blocked her. Instead, she left a lengthy note for my husband. She accused him of attempting to destroy our friendship, even claiming that he isn't much of a man, because he can't get me pregnant. I was upset when my husband showed me the note when he returned from work yesterday. Until now, I had tried to ignore her unexpected change in behavior, figuring that it was caused by pregnant hormones. But her derogatory remarks to my spouse were utterly wrong. That was when I decided to teach her a lesson. I was in charge of both the baby shower and the baby registry. I had spent numerous hours with Sarah discussing her needs and compiling a list of important goods for the baby. However, Sarah insisted that we include ridiculously costly items on the list, things that not all attendees could buy. During the baby shower, I noted that while some guests followed the list, others presented her with practical goods that were not on the list but would still benefit a new mother. Sarah was genuinely upset about it. Originally, I intended to personally give her a handful of the pricey goods she desired. However, after she crossed the line by insulting my husband, I promptly canceled the order and erased the baby registry to ensure she could not access it. If she wanted one now, she'd have to start from scratch. Additionally, I received a message from the caterer about the baby shower a few days ago, but I was too consumed with dealing with Sarah to answer. As a surprise gift to Sarah, I had previously paid half of the catering service's booking fees and planned to pay the remaining balance after the baby shower. However, given everything that had transpired, I became distracted and entirely forgot about it. I called the caterer and explained the situation to Sarah. I informed her that given what had happened, I would not be paying the remaining sum. The caterer was very kind and advised me that because Sarah had booked the catering service under her own name and had communicated with them prior to the baby shower, the final payment would be sent to Sarah rather than me. I was happy that I wouldn't have to spend any more money on someone who had publicly insulted us and continued to cause us harm with her harsh text messages. I also told my spouse what happened, and he found it humorous. Although I had pondered contacting Sarah in the previous few days, once she sent that letter to my husband, I realized that I had gone beyond the point of forgiving. I'm grateful to everyone who backed me and helped me recognize how harmful her conduct was. Looking back, I can recall several occasions when she criticized me, but I never paid much heed to them, until now. Anyway, I'm going to remain positive and move on from this experience. I do not want to waste any more time or energy on her. Update 2, this woman is unashamed. Sarah sent me an email several days after I spoke with the caterer. As soon as her name appeared in my email, I knew she was back with her bullshit. In the email, she accused me of being cheap for not paying for the full food service, although knowing I could afford it. She stated I had always been arrogant because I was born into my family's wealth, and then she expressed her relief that I could never conceive. She went on to say that she had been using me for years to make her life easy. Then she repeatedly called me unattractive and implied that I was undeserving of my spouse. She also said that my husband married me just for my money because I was too ugly to be with him. She then called me an expletive for allegedly putting a wedge between her and her spouse. Throughout the email, she used explosive profanity, essentially calling me every foul name under the sun. I showed the email to my husband, who quickly deleted it. Over the years, we've both gone above and beyond to assist this woman. We were there for her when she was single and distraught over several breakups. We've brought her on vacation with us and even paid for her flight and hotel room on multiple occasions. My spouse had even assisted Sarah's parents by restoring their home and lending them money a while back. We'd always treated her like family. Furious, my husband immediately contacted Mark and invited him over for dinner to discuss the problem. When Mark came, we handed him the email, and his expression was utter contempt. He then gave us text conversations from Sarah, in which she used similar profanity and even accused him of cheating. We were deeply shocked by the gravity of the charge, as it was not something to be simply flung around or uttered in anger toward one's spouse. It was difficult to imagine that my former best buddy, whom I had just recently parted ways with, had changed so significantly. Mark told us that he was in contact with a reputable divorce lawyer. According to his lawyer's advice, he never responded to Sarah's texts, no matter how insane or cruel they were, and instead saved screenshots of everything she sent him. He also photographed the email she had sent me so he could show it to his lawyer. Since I wrote the original article, I've had a few DMs from folks who are concerned about Sarah, presuming she has neurological abnormalities as a result of her rapid change in behavior. I'd like to add that she's always had temper issues. Even while we were in college, I saw her lose her temper and use profanity toward others, even in public. Though I really doubt this is a medical issue, my husband and I will nevertheless contact her parents about the situation. We want to tell them everything and show them all of the messages and emails she has sent us. If they believe there is something wrong with her after that, it is their responsibility to take her for a medical checkup. Despite everything, I do not intend to unblock her or answer her email. I have gone above and above for this woman, and for her to continue mistreating, belittling, and disrespecting me is beyond disappointing. I intend to put this experience behind me and focus on enjoying life with my spouse and our dogs. The last few months have been a roller coaster of emotions, to say the least. I hope everyone is having a good start to the new year, just as my husband and I are. We're here in the Maldives, taking a much-needed break from our hectic careers. Given the events of the past year, we decided to take a break from work and unwind. So far, we've spent our days relaxing on the beach and sipping cool cocktails at the resort. Update. Several of you have requested an update, and as expected, Mark and Sarah have officially split. The court case was heated, with Mark's lawyer providing evidence as well as their previously agreed upon premarital agreement. Despite Sarah's best efforts, she and her lawyer were unable to win the case. However, both parties have been instructed to develop a co-parenting plan in the best interests of their child. When we contacted Sarah's parents about her erratic conduct, we discovered that she needed to move back in with them. Apparently, due to her pregnancy and lack of proper work experience, she was unable to support herself for long using only social media. She had no choice but to return to her parents' residence. I also discovered from our mutual friends that after the disastrous baby shower, everyone quickly distanced themselves from her. Nobody wanted to become involved in her drama. Mark did not visit Sarah after filing for divorce until she went into labor. He stayed in the delivery room all night to witness the birth of their daughter. He has since devoted himself to caring for the baby, spending as much time with her as possible, and providing financial support as agreed upon. He still meets up with my husband on weekends, whether to play golf or have drinks in the evening. Sarah was forced to pay the remaining bill for the baby shower caterer after he threatened legal action. Sarah has sent me several emails in which she blames me for her life's circumstances. Despite her parents subjecting her to numerous medical tests, she is completely healthy. As a result, there is no excuse for her immature behavior. Hopefully, for the sake of her daughter, she will strive to change and become a better person in the future. My husband and I did not let this situation affect our happy and healthy marriage. We moved on from it within a month and concentrated on our personal and professional lives. We still go on Sunday dates, just like when we first started dating. When I look at my husband, I still feel the same excitement and appreciation that I did when we first met. I'm grateful to be spending my life with him. I'd also like to express my sympathy to all of the couples who have expressed their difficulties with infertility. I want you to know that it's perfectly fine, life takes its own course, and we must trust the journey. If you genuinely love your partner, there are numerous other ways to become parents. However, my husband and I are content with each other's company and have decided to spend the rest of our lives happily together. My girlfriend wanted an open relationship. So I watched her drift away, found comfort in her best friend, and took control of my own happiness. Hey Reddit, I never thought I'd post about relationships, but I need to vent and maybe get some help. At 28, male, I thought my relationship with Sophie, 27, female, was secure until recently. After 3 years dating and 2 years living together, everything was great. Like I was covertly checking for engagement diamonds on my lunch break. Super normal story. Common friends introduced us at a board game night. She smiled at my stupid jokes, I enjoyed her Monopoly competitiveness, and we clicked. After dating for a year, it was natural to share an apartment as we were always at each other's houses. Our routines, you know? Sunday morning pancakes, park walks after work, watching her favorite dreadful reality shows while I play phone games, normal couple stuff. Sophie is a marketer, I handle building projects. Our families get along, we have wonderful careers, and friends. My mom adores her. Her dad regularly invites me to football games. We were that couple that gave others hope in relationships. Yeah. It sounds familiar now. Everything was normal until Tuesday. Dinner was served. Sophie was talking about a work project while I was eating my sandwich when she said, "Hey, what would you think about trying an open relationship?" I froze mid-bite, fork halfway to mouth. I assumed I misheard her, but she kept talking. She told me she had been reading about it online, that many couples were trying it, and that it may help us grow and strengthen our relationship. I asked, "Is there someone specific you want to date?" Because that was my initial instinct. Open relationships are only discussed when someone has someone in mind, right? Sophie became defensive. No, it's not about anyone else, I just think it would be good for us to explore ourselves more. We're still young, and I don't want us to wake up in 10 years wondering what we missed out on. Sitting there, I tried to understand what was happening. When a waitress smiled too much at me, this girl became upset. Her new dating advice is like proposing we try a different restaurant. I asked, "Have you been feeling unhappy?" In case I missed something, maybe I should have noticed indications. "Not at all," she answered, taking my hand across the table. "I love you. I love us. This isn't about being unhappy, it's about making our relationship even better. Think about it, we could both have new experiences but still come home to each other. Lots of couples say it makes their connection stronger." Not knowing what to say. My thinking froze between confusion and panic. My appetite was gone, the food in front of me could have been cardboard. Sophie, however, spoke animatedly, almost glowing. She kept talking about norms, boundaries, communication. But I kept thinking, where is this coming from? However, yes. I said, "Okay." I realize this sounds weak. Not because I wanted to. Not because I believed. But her desire in her eyes and the way she leaned in, virtually screaming for my approval, showed she had already decided. Saying no was like closing a door she didn't want to. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" she questioned, wide-eyed and anxious, like she was offering me a choice. "We don't have to if you're not comfortable." I saw her desperate for my approval. I knew this wasn't a decision in the back of my head. Something was changing between us, like it or not. To find out what was going on, I had to play along. "No, it's fine," I nodded. "If you think it'll be good for us, we can try it." I entered something I didn't believe in, knowing I was losing her. She became thrilled and started talking about how we might set up dating app profiles together and how we should notify each other of upcoming dates, all of which she seemed to have already considered. I'm sitting there wondering, how long did she plan this? Rest of the night was odd. We watched TV as usual, but my mind raced. Sophie was cuddling with me on the couch, acting like everything was fine, like she hadn't just suggested changing our relationship. I kept wanting to return it and tell her I wasn't happy. I had no idea how. Every time I saw her browsing through her phone with a smile, I felt like I had made a big mistake. That night in bed, I couldn't sleep. Sophie lay cold next to me, serene, while I glanced at the ceiling, wondering what I had done. Part of me wanted to wake her awake and tell her I didn't want to share her. Some part of me was afraid. I was afraid she would do it or leave me if I said no. As I laid there, I reviewed our recent conversations to see if I missed any indications. Is she bored? Was I insufficient? Was someone else there? I had no responses to the inquiries that kept coming. Little did I know, this was just the start of the chaos. Sophie asked me to assist pick photographs for her Tinder and Bumble profiles all evening, like a lover would. She asked me to take new photos of her. Yes, seriously. I took images of my girlfriend to make her look good to other males. I created my own profile to demonstrate my effort. My heart wasn't in it. Writing a bio felt awkward and false every time. What should I write? Looking for fun while dating? I felt awful all over. She probably knew I wouldn't meet anyone. I told her I'm not social and don't have time or energy to meet new people several times. Maybe she believed she could date and use me as backup. Sophie got matches fast. Her beauty and playfulness are obvious. I was most surprised by how quickly she met these guys. Within a week, she had 3 dates. 3. She showed me their profiles like we were discussing celebrity obsessions. She shoved her phone in my face. Look at this one. He's a personal trainer at that fancy gym downtown. We're getting coffee tomorrow. I nodded, pretending this was usual. I felt queasy the first time she got dressed for a date. I had never seen her black clothing before. For this, she bought new outfits. She did cosmetics for an hour. She twirled as she left our bedroom. How do I look? She exclaimed. I said, great, knowing that dress probably cost more than she spends on our date nights. She returned home late that night, laughing. I feigned to sleep when she went to bed, but I heard her texting for an hour. She hummed while preparing coffee the next morning and pretended everything was wonderful. I noticed her schedule. Monday involved coffee with the gym guy. Wednesday supper with a lawyer. A food truck owner and I had drinks Friday. The range was intriguing. She always came home looking like she had the time of her life. I checked the Instagram locations she tagged. Not my proudest moment, but I needed to know the truth. I drove by the restaurant where she stated she was eating one night. She was at the bar with a tall suit-clad man cracking up. She held his arm and looked at him like she did at me. Distance between us. Her change at home was worse than seeing her with these guys. She spent less time with me, no more cuddling. She texted constantly. Sunday pancake ritual? She was meeting the girls for brunch. I once discussed it with her. Don't you think you're going on a lot of dates? I asked casually. She looked at me like a fool. That's the whole point of an open relationship, isn't it? To meet new people and have experiences? You should try it too. I can help you with your profile if you want. But I didn't want profile aid. Please return my girlfriend. I wanted the person who used to love ordering pizza and watching lousy movies with me, not this new version who always dressed up and left. She was getting ready for date number 6 or 7 one night. I lost track. I couldn't stand it. I went on a walk to clear my brain and ended up at this picnic spot. I sat there for 2 hours contemplating how quickly everything had fallen apart. Sophie's messages buzzed my phone. Hope you're okay. Don't wait. Have such a great time. She twisted the knife with each message. She tried to tell me about her date the next day, how hilarious he was and how he took her to this great new restaurant. Standing, I left the room. Following me, she seemed bewildered. I thought you were okay with this? She asked, shocked. Yeah, maybe I'm not, I answered. But you could be dating too. You're choosing to stay home and be miserable. That's when I understood she didn't understand. She didn't get that I didn't want additional dates. I wanted her. Her old self. He liked our boring, normal existence together. 3 weeks had passed since she started this open relationship thing. 3 weeks of watching her dress up for other guys and lying awake wondering where she was, what she was doing, and who she was with. My thoughts went crazy for 3 weeks. I assumed she'd understand how foolish she sounded. I kept waiting for her to wake up and realize how ridiculous this was and what she was throwing away. But she didn't. Without hesitation. Not guilty. She took pride in it. She moved around like she had discovered a higher level of dating that we were too foolish to understand. Worst part? I couldn't comprehend why. It seemed she liked me. Why burn it all down? Why say we didn't have enough? It finally clicked. This was unfixable, no return. The end was irreversible. For once, I wasn't sure I cared. I was inspired by the thought of her living her life carefree while I was drowning in it. I wanted her to regret everything. Show her what she threw away. I had no plan yet. I knew I wouldn't suffer while she had fun. I didn't know what to do next, but I needed to chat. Someone who would realize how messed up this was. Emma started visiting more often. Emma, Sophie's best friend since college freshman year, was Emma. She came to movie nights, helped us move furniture, and brought soup when someone was sick. One of those genuine people, you know? Being a kindergarten teacher suits her because she makes everyone feel heard and important. I always saw her as Sophie's friend. Though pretty, long brown hair, green eyes, constantly smiling, I put her in the buddy zone. In addition, she had dated Mark for 2 years. However, they split months ago. She first came over after Sophie started her open relationship to borrow mixing bowls for a birthday cake. Sophie went out with a new guy, and Emma sensed something was up with me. "You look terrible," she stated directly. "What's going on?" Although I didn't intend to tell her everything, it happened. How Sophie announced open relationships to me. How she dated various males practically every night. I felt crazy witnessing it all. Emma sat, listening. Truly listening, not just waiting for her to speak. She shook her head after I finished. "Not an open relationship," she remarked. "That's just Sophie doing whatever she wants without caring how it affects you." Something about hearing it from someone else made me less insane. After that, Emma visited more often, generally while Sophie was dating. Watching movies, ordering takeout, just hanging around. Talking to someone was nice. Someone who understood us and the situation. Confession: Emma appeared concerned one night after Sophie had been exploring for a month. I saw her fiddle with her jewelry when she was concerned. "I need to tell you something," she whispered from across the couch. "And it might make things weird, but I can't keep pretending." My stomach flipped strangely. Maybe I knew what was coming. "I've had feelings for you for a long time," she replied, holding her hands. "Like, since before you and Sophie even got together. But you were with her, and she's my best friend, so I never said anything. I started dating Mark hoping it would help me get over it, but," she replied. "It didn't work." I sat there trying to comprehend. Emma, kind, funny, lovely, had affections for me. How could I miss that? She assisted me in Sophie's gift selection. Sophie, who was undecided about a meaningful relationship with me. Sophie seldom texted to check in, but Emma made me homemade chicken soup when I was unwell. Was I blind the whole time? "You don't have to say anything," she said hurriedly. "I just needed you to know. Watching Sophie treat you like this, seeing how much it's hurting you, it's been killing me. You deserve better than this." I regarded her. Really regarded her. Her eyes shone in that modest green sweater. Her hair was in an easy sloppy bun that made her seem prettier. I was puzzled how I hadn't noticed before. Still, Sophie's actions haunted me. She believed I'd wait like a devoted idiot while she walked around with multiple guys. Like I was a safety net. Available whenever she was bored. It was her biggest error. She was out there doing what she wanted, assuming I'd be there when she returned. Nah. For me, that chapter ended. I no longer followed her rules. My game was personal. I shot my shot. I breathed deeply, feeling that shift. The moment when I took charge. "Emma," I said, surprised by my steady voice. She sat closer on the couch. "I know this is complicated. I know I'm probably making everything worse by telling you this. But seeing you so unhappy these past few weeks, I just couldn't stay quiet anymore." She kissed me, leaning in, kissing me. Should have stopped. I should have considered Sophie, our friendship, and how complicated this would be. So I kissed her back. Not simply a kiss. We slept together. This was different. Emma noticed me. She liked me. She noticed my countenance shift, inquired what I was thinking, and cared. After resting in the dark, I processed it. This had gone far. How everything changed. Knowing I slept with my girlfriend's best friend. It should have felt like crossing a line. But all I could think about was how good that felt. This was no meaningless rebound, an impetuous mistake. She turned, raising herself on her elbow, looking at me. "What are we going to do?" she inquired quietly but steadily. Staring at the ceiling, I sighed. I should have replied. I should have felt guilt, conflict, etc. I only felt relief. After weeks of choking in Sophie's wreckage, I could breathe. "I don't know," I said. Emma paused, then asked. "I don't regret it." Do you? That insane thing? I didn't. Not even briefly. I saw things clearly for the first time since this open relationship tragedy began. Our demise wasn't my fault. I did not break trust. Maybe I deserve someone who wants me. Just me. Sophie's going to lose it when she finds out, remarked I. Probably, Emma said. But isn't it funny how she thinks it's perfectly fine for her to date other people, but the idea of you doing the same would drive her crazy? It was her point. And then I thought, maybe Sophie should take her medicine. I didn't tell Sophie about Emma immediately. Part of me wanted to watch her reaction to hints first. Maybe that was petty. After seeing her show off with different guys for weeks, I thought she deserved to experience that. After Emma left, Sophie returned from staying at Jessica's place. Jessica was probably Jason, but whatever. She chatted about her girlfriend's night while pouring coffee. The first hint was dropped then. Oh, Emma stopped by last night, I casually said. We had a really good talk. Sophie's coffee pot grasp froze. Emma was here? Yeah, we hung out for a while. She's really easy to talk to, you know? Sophie dropped her coffee mug too hard, spilling some on the counter. What did you guys talk about? Just stuff, I shrugged. Life, relationships, feelings, it was nice. Her expression was priceless. Her next hour was spent contacting someone, likely trying to gain specifics from Emma, while pretending to watch TV with me. She looked at me every few minutes, trying to figure out what occurred. Over the next 3 days, I mentioned Emma more. She was hilarious. Her genuine understanding. How we texted. Sophie would always have a tight look, like she was trying not to respond but couldn't. Sophie almost ran across the couch when I smiled at my phone while emailing Emma one morning. Who are you texting? She inquired, failing spectacularly at casualness. Just Emma, I said. She's really into this new show I recommended. Sophie tried to grin but seemed in anguish. You guys have been talking a lot lately. Yeah. She's great to talk to. Really gets me, you know. Sophie started checking my phone when I left it sitting around. She thought she was sneaking, but I caught her browsing through my texts when I was in the bathroom or kitchen. The amusing part? I removed all Emma-related evidence. I left enough pleasant text to make her suspicious and insane. Sophie began appearing at my known locations. I would mention getting coffee at this cafe near work, and she would simply show up. Or she would arrive an hour after I said I was meeting friends at a bar, saying she was in the neighborhood. Best part? Self-date cancellations began. She suddenly came home more. I want to watch movies. Cook dinner together. It was like witnessing someone mark their territory without acknowledging it. She came straight out with it after many attempts to get closer, which I always blocked. Are you seeing someone else? Isn't that kind of the point of an open relationship? I ask. To see other people, yeah. But who is it? Is it Emma? Are you sleeping with Emma? I only answered. I thought we weren't supposed to share details about our other partners. Isn't that what you said when I asked about your dates? Sophie faltered. She looked at my Instagram followers, likes, and online interactions. She obsessively read Emma's social media posts and stories. Emma's coffee shop selfie was the final blow. Coffee establishment where I have my morning coffee. Sophie rang me immediately. Are you with Emma right now? Sophie, I'm at work. But you always get coffee at that place in the morning. Did you meet her there? Let her panic, then said. That coffee shop has, like, 1,000 customers every day. People can go to the same coffee shop without it meaning anything. Sophie wasn't convinced. She often asked where I was heading. The person I saw. What I did. She demanded to know my every move after weeks of arriving home late from dates and never telling me who she was with. Emma laughed at Sophie's behavior when I told her. We met discreetly at her house so Sophie wouldn't see us. I quickly lost my doubts about hooking up with her and felt justified. She really can't handle not being in control, can she? Emma asked one night while we sat on her couch. Okay, nope, I said. And the best part? She can't even complain about it without admitting she never actually wanted an open relationship. She just wanted permission to cheat. Sophie switched tactics. One night at home, she dropped a bomb that changed everything. Closed relationship proposal. I think we should close the relationship again. I saw Sophie sit on our couch, appearing serious and anxious, telling me we should focus on us again. The same person who had been dating randomly for weeks was now sitting there, acting like she was helping me. I think we've explored enough, she murmured, taking my hand, pulling it away. We could go back to how things were before. Just you and me. It made me laugh. Just you and me? Like the past few weeks never happened? Well, yeah, she answered, confused by my response. Isn't that what you wanted? You haven't seemed happy with the open relationship. I quit playing games then. You're right, I haven't been happy. Watching my girlfriend go on dates with a new guy every other night while barely acknowledging my existence. Her face did this odd thing because she wanted to look empathetic but failed. I know it was hard for you, but that's why I'm saying we should close things up again. We can work on ourselves. Work on us, I repeated. Like how you've been working on getting to know half the guys in this city. That's not fair, she defended. You agreed to the open relationship. You could have been dating too. Oh, I have been, I responded, observing her look. I've been seeing someone. Sophie paled. Really pale. What? Who? Does it matter? Isn't that what you wanted? Both of us are exploring and having new experiences. She leapt from the couch. Of course it matters. Who the hell is it? How long? Her eyes expanded. It's Emma, isn't it? I sat and let her spiral. She ran her hands through her hair and paced our living room. It is Emma, isn't it? That's why you've been talking about her so much. That's why she's been avoiding my calls. My best friend? Leaning back. Really funny how you're allowed to sleep with whoever you want, but the moment I do the same, it's a problem. But it's Emma, she cried. She's my best friend. You can't sleep with my best friend. Standing, I looked her in the eye. Actually, I can. And I did. Sophie froze. She looked at me like she couldn't believe what she heard. What did you just say? I slept with Emma. Multiple times, actually. And you know what? It was great. She actually cares about my feelings, which is more than I can say for you lately. Sophie's face turned from disbelief to wrath in 2 seconds. You're lying. Emma would never do that to me. Really? Because she did. Want to know what else? She's had feelings for me for years. Even when she was dating Mark, she was thinking about me. You're lying to hurt me, Sophie remarked. I saw doubt in her eyes. I'm not. I witnessed realization. Remember last Thursday, when you were out with that startup guy? Sophie nodded slowly. Emma came over. We talked for hours. Then we slept together. She sees me as a person, not just some backup plan waiting at home while you live your best life. Sophie took out her phone, likely to call Emma. Not believing you? Emma would never? Check your texts with her, I encouraged. Notice her recent distance? Unresponsive to your messages? For that reason. She looked through her phone anxiously, possibly seeing Emma's ignored messages and short replies in a new light. This can't be happening, she said. This isn't how this was supposed to go. Really? How should it go? You party with other guys while I stay home as the loyal boyfriend? Was it impossible that I would find someone else? Not Emma. No, Emma, she shouted. You knew it would hurt. Lost it then. Do you hurt? How much have you wounded me? Did you ever consider how it felt to watch you dress up for other guys, come home late smelling like someone else's fragrance, and barely look at me? She protested. That was different. Those guys didn't mean anything. That improve it? While you had meaningless hookups, I developed serious affections for someone? I wanted to drop hints to make her feel the heat she gave me. Staring at me, she paused. Real feelings? Yeah. True sentiments. Emma and I go beyond physical. We chat, we chuckle, really care about each other. When was the last time we talked about something other than dating or new experiences? Sophie slumped defeated on the couch. What are you saying? Want to be with Emma? This open relationship situation revealed my true desires. This person doesn't ignore me. Then she cried. Big dramatic sobs would have worked on me a month ago, but all I could think about was how she hadn't cried over how much she'd wounded me. She sobbed. We can fix this. We can go back to how things were. Shaking my head. We can't. Because now I know what it's like to be valued. I won't settle for less. Sophie did something unexpected then. She stormed out with her keys. I'm going to Emma's place to sort this out once and for all. Sophie slammed the door, so I grabbed my phone to tell Emma. I told her Sophie was coming, and she said, let her come. Emma's always been serene, nothing shakes her. I offered support by coming over. No, Emma responded, I must handle this. 10 years as my best friend. I owe her a lot. I spent the next hour pacing around our apartment, checking my phone every 2 minutes. It felt uncomfortable, like when a storm is coming and the air gets thick. Emma called finally, shakily. She came screaming, Emma said. My neighbors undoubtedly heard everything. She kept screaming about how I betrayed her, was a bad friend, and planned this. You said what? He told her the truth. That I had feelings for you for years but never acted on them since she was my friend. Watching Mom treat you like garbage these last weeks made me realize she never deserved us. Our relationship wasn't intended, but I don't regret it. Sophie didn't like that. She tried to force into my apartment, stating she needed to see whether you were there. She accused me of hiding you when I blocked the door. She's completely lost it, Emma added. She listed all the random occasions we hung out to illustrate we'd been sneaking around for months. She even mentioned your couch moving help last year. Like when she was too busy working to help? Sophie seemed to think any encounter with Emma and I was evidence of an affair. Emma brought me soup when I had the flu, a cover for hooking up. Our group movie nights are just an opportunity to get close. She began crying, Emma said, like sliding down my doorframe crying. Claimed she never intended this. My neighbor checked on me. It was humiliating. After Mrs. Chen threatened to call the police over the disturbance, Sophie left. She told Emma she'd ruined everything and would never forgive her. Sophie returned to our house 20 minutes after my call with Emma. She looked awful. She entered and saw me sending Emma updates on my phone and lost it. Are you texting her now? Plan your next gathering? Since when have you two laughed at me behind my back? Sophie, no one's laughing at you. You harmed yourself. I did nothing. I suggested an open relationship to strengthen us, she cried, tossing her pocketbook across the room. I never told you to sleep with my best buddy. No, I said. You just wanted permission to sleep with whoever you wanted while keeping me as your backup plan. She grabbed our photos and gifts and put them in a box. I'm staying with Jessica. My true pal. Someone who wouldn't backstab me. Fine by me, I add. Take whatever you want. That paused her. Just that? Not even try to stop me? Would I? You've stated that you value something other than me or our relationship. She stopped packing and sat on the couch, visibly shrinking. I believed you would always be there. That no matter who I dated, you'd be there when I settled down. The truth ultimately emerged. She experimented without me, but I was her backup plan and promised a happy ending. Well, you guessed wrong, I informed her. I'm not a puppy waiting by the door while you have fun. I have emotions. I deserve more than second place. But you weren't my second pick. I adore you. No, Sophie, you adore having me around when convenient. Differences exist. Her wailing resumed, but I didn't feel anything. Not wanting to soothe her, not guilty, nothing, emptiness. I'll get the rest of my stuff tomorrow, she said, taking up her box. I can't be here right now. After she departed, I called Emma. Just hearing her voice calmed me. That night, we chatted about Sophie, ourselves, and the future for hours. Some of their mutual friends were already taking sides, with most dubbing Emma a backstabber without knowing the full tale. I don't care, she said. Think what you want. I know reality. In my half-empty apartment, I noticed Sophie's stuff were gone. I was relieved. Like I could breathe again. I urged Emma, come over. Settle with me. Yes, she agreed. I was done caring. The next morning Sophie picked up her items. She brought Jessica and 2 other unfamiliar pals. Sophie had told them her story, so they looked at me like I was the bad person while helping her pack. I bought your Xbox for your birthday, she remarked, unplugging it. Fine. Take it. I didn't care anymore. Emma arrived halfway through packing after reading between the lines when I texted her about coffee. Sophie's pals whispered when Emma entered, but Emma ignored them and offered me my coffee. Really? You'll show me this? Sophie snapped. Emma remarked, nobody's flaunting anything. I'm just here to support my boyfriend. Neither of us had used the word before. Sophie appeared slapped. Packing got faster after that. Sophie's companions rushed around, gathering belongings, likely to get her out before another meltdown. After finishing, Sophie stood in the doorway. I really loved you, she whispered. No, I said. You liked having me on call, differences exist. Emma helped tidy up after they departed. You okay? She questioned, watching me put Sophie's stuff in a donation box. Yeah. First time in months, I am. 2 weeks later. Life has changed since then. Better. Emma and I are doing things right but slowly. We had coffee at Sophie's favorite restaurant last weekend and saw other pals. Ignored us completely. Emma smiled and squeezed my hand. Sophie continues to tell everyone how I cheated. Emma betrayed her, and we always desired each other. Some believe her. Important people don't. Emma brought over her kindergartner's artwork to decorate my fridge yesterday. Too empty, she said. I noticed something in those crayon drawings. This is my wish. Someone who notices details. Who cares about warming my place? Who brings coffee because I didn't answer her text? Instead, I graded Emma's class papers while we watched her new favorite mystery show. Simple, normal, real. Looking back, Sophie's open relationship suggestion was almost helpful, because that wasn't a good idea. But because it revealed my ideal companion. Someone picks me first. Not just when convenient. The thing about life. The worst choices can lead to the best locations. For me, to the proper person. She was always there. Edit. Thanks Reddit for your support. Emma is reading this over my shoulder, chuckling at my description of her. She's constantly happy. By the way, she says hello. Am I the asshole for moving out knowing my fiancé can't afford it alone while his mother who refuses to work disrespects me in my own home? Me, F29, and my ex, fiancé, M27, have been living together for about 1.5 years. Fiancé got his undergraduate degree, worked for a couple years and then decided to get an MBA, which is how he ended up in our city. We moved in together after he finished his MBA program. Fiancé is from the Midwest and his mom has always wanted him to move back. When he told her he was staying here, she was heartbroken. I went to college and got my degree in a STEM field. After I graduated, I got a job with my current company and moved to the city where we currently live. It's a big international company with multiple locations in the US and internationally. I love my job, I like the company I work for, and the pay is pretty good. All in all, a pretty good deal. During COVID my office shut down and we all went WFH. After COVID they decided not to reopen this office, so I've been 100% WFH since early 2020. I currently make considerably more than him, mainly because I've been working for 7 years and I'm in tech. I had been living by myself in a 1-bedroom apartment and just had my office set up in the living room since it was just me. When we moved in together, we decided to get a 2-bedroom apartment so I could use the extra room as an office. Because of this I was paying 2/3 of the rent and he paid 1/3. We split everything else 50-50. So the problem started this past May. Fiancé's mom told him she wanted to move to our city to be closer to him. She asked if she could stay with us while she looked for a job and got settled. She's a teacher, so figured she'd be able to get a teaching job pretty quickly. Because of that I didn't really mind her staying with us, as I figured it would just be for a couple months over the summer. Since I thought it would only be for a couple months, I moved my office into a corner of our bedroom and my fiancé bought a bed to put in the second bedroom. The problem is she never applied for any teaching positions and has been living with us for 6 months now. She and I have really been struggling with each other since she moved in. I can't make her understand that I work full-time. She constantly interrupts while I'm working, which is bad enough, but she even interrupts when I'm on team calls. She always asks me to take her places because she doesn't like to drive in our city. She has pretty outdated views of gender roles and is constantly giving me a hard time for not doing more around the house and making fiancé help with chores, do his own laundry, etc. The constant criticism and insults are just really wearing me down. And I hate having my office shoved in a corner of the bedroom. Back in September I told my fiancé that since it looks like his mom is going to stay a while we should split the rent 3 ways. He told me she can't afford that since she has to conserve money until she gets a job. I told him I wasn't happy paying extra for a bedroom I can't use, so finally he said we could do a 50-50 split. I could afford to pay the extra, but I hate the idea of funding her lifestyle. Every time I complain about her or the situation he says he agrees but doesn't know what to do because he can't kick out his mom. And he won't talk to her about the way she treats me or how she behaves. When I ask what the long-term plan is, he just says he doesn't know. I've thought about giving him an ultimatum to tell her she has to leave, but I think he'd just end up resenting me for essentially putting him mom on the street. So one of my girlfriends is losing her roommate at the end of February. Our lease renews June 1st. I'm very strongly considering moving out of our current apartment and moving in with her. I can afford to pay part of the rent on our current apartment and also half the rent at my friend's apartment. It's not ideal, but I'm not a big spender, so it's doable. The issue is, if he and his mom aren't able to pay for 1/3 the rent each, there's no way they could cover the whole thing on their own. But I can't live like this anymore, so I'm pretty sure this is what I'll do, but I wanted to see if people thought I'd be the AH for leaving them like this. Comments. Comment 1. His mom is the biggest A because she specifically planned this. It isn't that she's had bad luck, she didn't even apply. Add in that she didn't respect your workplace and insults you. She's basically trying to be the matriarch of the house, while being a complete mooch. The biggest problem is your fiancé. This is just a glimpse of your future with a mama's boy. He's made it clear that he's okay with her walking all over you, and she's not leaving. You're going to end up as a third wheel in your own marriage. Comment 2, je suis d'accord. His mom is taking advantage, and your fiancé isn't setting boundaries. It's a big concern for the future. You deserve better. NTA. Comment 3, exactly this. OP, you're not leaving them, you're escaping a situation that was never fair to you in the first place. His mom didn't just end up staying, she chose not to apply for jobs, and your fiancé chose to let her. Meanwhile, you've been paying the majority of the rent, lost your office, and now you're stuck in your own home with someone who disrespects you daily. If he wanted to build a life with you, he would have had a plan for this months ago. Instead, you're the only one being asked to sacrifice. Time to choose yourself because they already have. Comment 4. And be prepared for them to be upset because they are losing their money bags. They were using you and had absolutely no respect for you or neither one of them. If you don't leave, you will be the AH. Comment 5. I'm a teacher. An old, retired teacher. I could substitute teach every day this week if I wanted to do so. I still get requests to app interview for both public school and private school jobs. MIL could work if she wanted to work. I'm in my late 60s and drive all over and in Mexico and Europe on vacation. She is needlessly helpless. Comment 6. Good news, you discovered your fiancé is a mama's boy before you got legally entangled. The price is 3 months of paying double rent. Sucks, but much cheaper than a divorce, alimony, child support and years of therapy because of dealing with that kind of miel. Mommy wanted to prove her darling boy would pick her and take care of her. So she moved in and proved it. He won't stand up to her. Sadly, unless he gets some serious therapy and figures out how to unmesh, he's never going to. So tell him flat out, Mommy wins. She gets her whittle boy back. You will find a grown man. You'll pay your portion of the rent for the next few months, but you're letting the landlord know you will not be renewing and do not use your income for renewal for him and Mommy. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. You did what you could, but unless he wants to grow up, you're going to spend decades hearing how you don't cook right, clean right, raise your kids, spend money, vacation wrong, and have bad values. She, of course, knows better. Don't do that to yourself. And maybe, just maybe, this will make him realize he's got to get off Mommy's titty if he ever wants a life of his own. Update, 5 days later. I posted here last week about the situation I'm in living with my soon-to-be ex-fiancé and his mom. I started off trying to reply to everyone's comments and keep up, but honestly I just got completely overwhelmed with all the comments. First off, I want to thank everyone for their feedback and comments, even the ones that were kind of harsh. Actually, probably especially the ones that were kind of harsh. I really needed some tough love to make me realize that I was letting my STBX and his mom take advantage of me. The more comments I read, the more pissed off I got. Honestly, I think I'm more pissed at myself for allowing this to happen and not advocating for myself more. This past weekend I got my STBX alone so we could talk, which was actually harder than it should have been. BC, his mom always tries to tag along when we do anything. Going through all the comments everyone left and the PMs people sent really helped me decide how to approach this. And also, brought up a lot of good questions I should have thought of myself. Back to the discussion with the ex, I wanted to give him one more chance to pick us over his mom, not because I thought he would, but I just wanted to be able to tell myself I give him the opportunity. I explained again about how unhappy I am with the situation, how it's affecting my work because of her constant interruptions and just being unhappy and uncomfortable that I'm forced to work out of a corner in our bedroom. And I reminded him that until a few months ago I was paying the majority of the rent, and being that I make so much more than him, it's really my salary that keeps us all afloat. And I also brought up, again, the way she treats me and talks to me. And he replied the same way he has been. He agrees it's not right how she acts and that it's really uncomfortable for us all. WTF, I don't care if she's uncomfortable. Previously I would have dropped it there. But this time I told him how angry and disappointed I was that he let me pay for 2/3 of the rent when she first moved, and how unfair it was that I'm still paying for half when there are 3 people living there and she is the only one with her own bedroom. It was the same story, she has to conserve money since she doesn't have any income currently. Which brought up the question of where all her stuff went when she moved. What money does she use for incidentals? So evidently, when she got divorced. She asked for the divorce after my ex went off to college. It doesn't sound like her husband, ex's dad, wanted the divorce. His dad bought her out of the equity in their house. Ex didn't have any idea how much that was or how much is left. But until she moved here she was working full-time as a teacher and living in a small apartment, so she should not have had to tap into the divorce settlement money very much. Other than that, ex didn't have much insight into her finances other than what she told him, that she has to conserve money. I told him straight up that I'm moving out before the end of the month. And from now on I'm only paying 25%. As some of the commenters pointed out, she has a whole bedroom while I have to share with a man-child. So she should have to pay twice as much. And after I move out I'm not paying for anything else. No utilities, no food, nothing other than rent. I have a pretty idea what his finances are like, and if he has to pay 75% of the rent all by himself it's going to take a huge chunk of his net income. And after he pays utilities and buys groceries there won't be anything left for incidentals. Rent was due on the 1st but it's not late until after the 5th, so he has 2 days to come up with the dollars. If he doesn't come up with it and I end up covering, then I'll reduce the amount I pay in future months. The only reason I'm going to keep paying any of the rent is even after I move out, I'm still on the hook. I talked to the leasing office and they explained that since X and I signed a single rental agreement together, e.g., one contract we both signed as opposed to 2 contracts we signed individually, we are both responsible for the rent. They don't care who actually pays as long as it gets paid. The only alternative would be if he agrees to sign a new lease by himself, or together with his mom. But in all likelihood he wouldn't be able to pass the credit check on his own, so I'm kinda stuck. I don't think he'll do anything stupid though because he's going to need to find some place to live after this and a collection on his credit report wouldn't be good. I also told him that I'm going to find some place to work during the day until I move so she can't bother me. My friend I'm moving in with said I could work there during the day since she and her current roommate have in-person 9 to 5s. I took her up on that for now. After living with his mom, I'm not about to overstay my welcome so I'm going to find some other options that I can rotate through. Someone suggested checking out the public library, or if it comes to it I'll get a membership at one of those WeWork kind of places. Just in case, I brought my important papers, files, valuables and my friend is storing them for me until I move in. He really didn't take it well. The surprising thing to me is that he was surprised by everything. He seemed really shocked that I wasn't prioritizing his mom. I really got the feeling that he sincerely believed I wanted to take care of her as much as him and he kept saying stuff like, "What about my mom? What am I going to tell her? That's how she is but we still need to help her," etc. He asked about our relationship and the engagement. I told him after I moved out I needed some space from him. In a few months when we've both had some time space to process what happened, if we both agree we can talk about the relationship. But he'd have to prove that he's going to have my back going forward and will set boundaries with his mom. I told him that just to avoid more drama, but I don't see a future in which we are together. I told him he needs to tell his mom because she's not my responsibility or problem and she'll know something when I start moving my stuff out. He hasn't told her what's going on yet, but this weekend I'm going to start moving things so he doesn't have much time. My friend's current roommate starts a new job in another state on the 3rd, so in reality I can probably move in 2 to 3 weeks, just depending on when she actually leaves. I don't expect him to do anything bad, other than sulk and complain, but if he does something stupid, or doesn't pay his part of the rent, the ace up my sleeve is I'll tell the leasing office his mom moved in, which is prohibited in the lease. Honestly, getting evicted would solve a lot of my problems right now, so it's a pretty valid threat I think. Now that I've mentally and emotionally separated myself from him and his mom, I'm looking forward to her reaction when he tells her what's going on. If it gets too ugly, I'll find a cheap Airbnb or hotel or something. I've had some friends, including the one I'm moving in with, offer to let me couch surf for a few weeks, but I just can't do that to someone else. So, that's it, I'm leaving and I really don't care how that affects them. Comments. Comment 1. You're at the end of a long and painful process, but I'm sure that you will be better for it. Good luck. Comment 2. Dude should really just marry his mom. Comment 3. Notify your landlord in writing that you are moving out and to take you off the lease after June 1st. You wouldn't want to do nothing and accidentally trigger an automatic renewal. Oop. Already did that. I did it before I went to talk to the front office and confirmed that they received it while I was down there. Am I the asshole for skipping my brother's wedding after his fiance's reckless prank on my husband led to false accusations and family conflict? Thinking about not attending my brother's wedding because his fiance's prank on my husband. I am a 25 female, my husband is 30 male, my brother 32 male and his fiance, 31 female recently came to visit us in our city. My partner and I are new homeowners and they were staying with us for the first time. My brother's fiance loves Halloween. She is also a Disney adult and has a childlike side to her which comes out sometimes. She's just super involved, absorbed, when it comes to her interests. Anyway, I'm just sharing this for context because my perspective is that she often gets carried away and I genuinely feel what I am going to describe was the result of one of those moments where she just took it too far and suffered some negative consequences. She is, however, taking it as a very personal attack. So we disagreed and the disagreement resulted in my husband cutting their visit short. AKA they were asked to leave. 31F has made comments more than a few times now since meeting him, that my husband gives off a dark vibe. She is always comparing him to characters from various books she reads. It's not necessarily criticism, she always explains that they are compliments. Well, I'm not sure anymore. Her reasons for these comparisons are based on his looks, the general vibe he gives off, and his tattoo. He only has one, but it's on his hand. During this recent visit, she mentioned she would love to see someone like him get scared because she can't imagine him getting startled, or letting out a scream. Scaring him became her goal during her stay with us. None of us knew about it, not even my brother. The incident causing all the trouble is that she tried to jump scare my husband in the garage. It was dark and she ambushed him in the garage while wearing a full outfit and mask when he was returning from a run. Well, he didn't let out the scream she wanted. He instinctively reacted by shoving her against the wall. She hit her head and was quite shaken up. Luckily, he realized very quickly by the sound she made that it likely wasn't an intruder. He switched the lights on and pulled her mask off. He told me he was very confused at the moment. Why would she attack him? My husband helped her inside, apologized, made her tea, and then called me. I was out with my brother. When we got home, I asked 31F if she was okay, and I said her prank was stupid to do because she could have gotten seriously hurt. I don't know if it was what I said that bothered her or if she was just waiting for her partner to come home, but she launched into crying about how my husband used an excessive amount of force, knowing it was most likely her just doing a harmless prank. In a nutshell, my husband asked her straightforwardly, "Are you implying I intentionally assaulted you?" She hesitated but chose to say yes, and my husband responded to that with, "Get out of my house." I tried to smooth it, but my husband was adamant if that's what she genuinely believes, she's not welcome to stay. 31F chose to stick to her accusation. I decided to side with my husband. My brother is angry with me. He thinks I should have tried to do damage control and let them stay by convincing my husband to lean more into apologizing and placating his fiancée who was just recovering from the situation. He thinks this whole thing would have blown over if I'd helped my husband fold. I find this unfair. My brother was counting on me to handle all this, yet he didn't speak up during the conversation or try to talk sense into his fiancée. My husband remained calm the entire time, but he obviously felt insulted by her remarks, and I think that's valid. Why should I have taken my brother's fiancé's side over my own husband? Especially when I feel like she was wrong for doing all that, then turning around and accusing my husband of wanting to hurt her. My brother says I was short-sighted and should think of their upcoming wedding, but I think he is the one who needs to get his fiancée to apologize to my husband. Editing to add the text below, in an attempt to answer some things that are getting lost in comments. I would like to clarify. When I meant I tried to smooth the situation, I was not taking 31F's side or doubting my husband in any way. I simply tried to get everyone to consider tabling this until emotions had cooled down. And by those emotions, I mean the hysterics of my brother's fiancée. My husband was calm throughout, although there was an obvious finality about his decision. He made his statement and disengaged. As mentioned, my brother looked to me hoping I'd persuade my husband, but I didn't, so they had to leave. The costume. I mentioned in a comment that I didn't get an opportunity to ask that night if she bought an outfit specifically for this prank or if it was my brother's Halloween costume. They go to adult Halloween parties, and we're attending one this weekend 2 hours from where we live. It was part of my brother's costume. A mask, like a golden masquerade one but more coverage. It reminded me of the gold jeweled animal masks from Squid Game, or something you'd wear to a Rothschild party in the 70s. And she had on a long robe, a cloak with a hood. People asked me to update. I will do that. Please look at my comments too in case I already answered a question you might have, but I think these two were the ones I saw pop up the most. I'm sorry I can't keep up with all the comments. I really tried. I will be showing this thread to my brother. Comments. Comment 1. If she hadn't hidden in the dark garage in a hooded costume, none of this would have happened. There's no way he would have known in the moment that it was her, and I believe anyone would have a similar reaction. Frankly, she's lucky she was not hurt more than she was. There's a direct cause effect here, yet she's not accepting responsibility. I think her behavior falls into the play stupid games category. Your husband doesn't have anything to apologize for, and it's offensive for them to try to obfuscate her responsibility. NTA comment 2. Exactly this. It's one thing to come out of a closet into a well-lighted room, and completely another to jump someone in a dark garage. She's lucky he didn't break her nose or her jaw. Comment 3. I live in Oklahoma. She's lucky she didn't get shot. Comment 4. Texas here. Getting shot is a real possibility. That's beyond stupid on her part. I can guarantee you that I will not be attacked again. Not funny. Comment 5. NTA. Your future SIL is deranged. She attacked someone coming into his own home. He reacted accordingly. How would he know it was her? She Fafo. Your brother should have told her it's her own fault. Be prepared for more dramatics once they are married and go LC now. Nothing will ever be her fault. Edited to add, call your family now and tell them what happened before they spin it and blame your husband for reacting appropriately. Comment 6. Their relationship dynamics are concerning. You might want to distance yourself from her drama. Update, 19 days later. I got a lot of messages requesting an update. I have never made one before, so I hope I am going about this correctly. To recap my previous post, my 25F brother's fiancé, 31F, decided to jump scare my husband, 30M, in our dark garage because she wanted to get a reaction from him and possibly hear him scream. As ridiculous as it sounds, this is the only motive we have been able to get out of her. My husband responded to her jump scare by instinctively shoving her against the wall. Luckily for her, he heard her voice and recognized that it wasn't an intruder. He apologized to her at that moment, helped her inside, and calmed her down. He told me he was gentle and understanding, but once she was seated and started to calm down, he made it very clear to her that her actions were reckless and could have led to serious harm. It's my personal opinion that she didn't like the change in his demeanor and being told off because it meant she was no longer the victim, but the transgressor. In a shitty attempt to get herself out of the hot seat, she decided to accuse my husband of using excessive force, implying that he intentionally assaulted her, even though she was the one who initiated the whole situation. This led to an emotional reaction from my brother, and heightened the tension between him and my husband. My husband was zero tolerance about the theatrics, facile in hysterics, and my brother getting riled up about it. He kicked them both out. You can read the details of the first post here. Update, I tried to talk to my brother multiple times after the incident, but each attempt ended in silence because I refused to give in to his demands. He wanted my husband and me to apologize to his fiancée, starting with me downplaying the whole situation so she wouldn't feel bad about her prank. I hesitated to send him the Reddit post I'd made. Initially, I thought it might work against us to make things worse. But his total inability to reason with me or see the situation for what it was became beyond frustrating. Since I couldn't physically deliver a cold hard slap to his face for asking me to be complacent and allowing my husband to be falsely accused of assault, I figured the next best thing would be for him to read all your comments. Following the advice I got here, I tried to get ahead of the situation by informing my parents. My dad, a reasonable and practical man, immediately sided with my husband. His comments were similar to what a lot of people here had said, focusing on how dangerous and reckless the prank was and the ramifications of being falsely accused of assault. My mom, who unfortunately has always favored my brother, suggested we at least hear her out, referring to my brother's fiancée. As vivid as I was about her reaction, I wasn't surprised by it. My dad did try to shut down her skepticism, but she remained on my brother's side for a few days, until I showed them footage from my brother's Tesla, which he had tried to delete. The Sentry thing, sorry if I'm using the terminology incorrectly, I'm not a Tesla owner, recorded part of the interaction in the garage, not the jump scare itself, but the aftermath, which IMO was more crucial. My husband's account was confirmed. He used a measured amount of force to immobilize her and was prepared to escalate if necessary, which is beyond generous for someone to do in a situation like that, and definitely not owed. Many of you speculated that she might have a fixation or even a crush on my husband, and I'm starting to reconsider some past interactions with that in mind. I also misunderstood what dark books she expressed she enjoyed, and compared my fiancé to. I learned from comments here that they are actually a subtype of the romance genre. I didn't know she was comparing him to characters in romance novels because one of the characters I recall her comparing my husband to was from a book about dragons. I genuinely wish I still remembered the names of various characters she's mentioned over the months so I could satisfy my own curiosity, but my brain glossed over the names during conversations. We have a group chat for the wedding, which includes my brother, my parents, my brother's fiancé, and her parents. In that chat, I addressed the incident but didn't share the Tesla footage, only mentioned that it exists. Her parents didn't respond in the chat, though I know they saw the message. Later, her mom called mine. Apparently, they had no idea about the prank. It's hard to say whether they believe me or if they've taken their daughter's side after speaking with her. My brother's fiancé, and my brother, have both extended apologies to my husband, and have requested our presence at their upcoming wedding. My parents, trying to keep the peace, have encouraged us to go, saying it's the honorable thing to do. So, for the sake of family formality, we've decided to attend. However, my husband has made it clear that we'll be there out of obligation. We will be keeping a distance from them going forward. We haven't explicitly stated it, but there will be no future invitations to our home, not even for the holiday dinner we had planned before all this happened. My husband is going to minimize all future interaction with my brother's fiancée. I don't think we'll ever trust her again. I'll try to spend some one-on-one time with my brother to gauge where we stand. Our relationship feels strained, and this incident has made me realize that I lost him to her long before this happened, something I hadn't fully recognized until now. Thanks to everyone for sharing your opinions. A reporter from a news outlet reached out to me, and I remember requesting that if anyone uses my story, I would like them to pass on the following sentiment. I hope that if you share my story, you can help highlight the dangers of ambush-style pranks. These types of pranks create a threatening environment and put everyone involved at risk of serious harm or injury. They are stupid and dangerous. No one should have to feel threatened or be put in a position where their safety is compromised for the sake of a prank. If that's the setup, then it's not a prank. Actions like these will always have consequences, some of which may be irreparable, and no prank is worth the risk of someone getting hurt. Editing to add a little footnote, I understand people get curious and invested, but please consider this my final update. If necessary, I will update again in the future, but it will be unlikely and I assure you it won't be anytime soon. I got a lot of DMs requesting updates on the previous post, so I thought I'd place this disclaimer here. And another edit to fix the formatting. I wrote this post in my notes app first, which was a dodo move apparently. Sorry, I suck at this. Comments. Comment 1. Still NTA, and your SIL is still lucky that all she got was a shove against the wall. Doing dumb shit tends to get people killed more often than not. Comment 2. Please make sure to keep a copy of that video and if possible a written statement from your future SIL. She can always backtrack and try to ruin your husband's life with a false accusation. Oop. We have a copy. Comment 3. That's good, I would still be very careful with your whole family. Your husband was attacked and it seems they are all very happy to keep it hush-hush. I know you are trying your best and I applaud you for it, but please never forget they are willing to appease that psycho no matter the consequences to your husband. Final update, 2 months later. I still get the odd message or notification on this account, which is surprising to me. I always feel bad because I can't feed the interest with a truly juicy update. TLDR, my brother and his partner got married, she is pregnant and we are no contact. This is the last one from me, guys. I did read, or try to read, some of the books I got recommended that would show me what my husband is being compared to. I mostly did this for entertainment purposes. I think some fans of these books will get mad, but I'll just be honest, these books are not for me. I got up to book 3 in Asotar, although my skimming increased with each book. I made it through a little bit of the 4th one and that's when my brain just couldn't take any more. I think my husband was supposed to be Rhysand. After reading 3 + 1 half-ish books, I don't quite see it. I found both Rhysand and Fair increasingly annoying as the books went on. I just DNF'd. They're not my people. If I had to pick, Asriel seemed a little more like my husband, maybe, based on just loose vibes that I got. I also read 4th Wing, just the one book, and I won't be reading the rest of the series. I think my husband was supposed to be Xaden. He's actually more of a Liam personality-wise. These were the main 2 books. Anyway, the actual update, my brother and his fiancée got married. She was pregnant. My mom had already suspected apparently, but the pregnancy was announced during the wedding. The pregnancy has made my parents kind of soften. My mom is distracted about becoming a grandma. It hasn't changed how I feel. I still think it's a mistake that he's marrying her, and I'm worried about him. But I also don't have any intense feelings. It's his life. My husband didn't have to attend the wedding. We all said he could skip it, but he wanted to accompany me. Nothing dramatic happened at the wedding. We did keep at a bit of a distance, so maybe we missed any drama if there was some. I did learn something disturbing from someone who has spent more time with my brother's wife. She had apparently made some disgusting comments about my husband in the past. She had said he looks like a Legend comics character. It feels nasty to direct quote her, so I will just paraphrase. She basically implied he is so essayable and or would be doing the essay or something. I don't know if any of this has to do with the context of these types of comics. This was all apparently said in a WhatsApp chat, but no proof of the conversation because the person who told me said she got a new phone and didn't back up her WhatsApp. I don't have any reason to believe she would make this up though. I didn't confront my brother's wife about this comment because it was said a long time ago and it just doesn't seem worth bringing up. We have just continued our no contact. Like I said, pretty boring update. But it's truly my final one now that the wedding is over. Comments. Comment 1. At this point I would go NC, the parents are useless, the husband's reputation is being tainted and there's nothing op and the family can do except just accept that's how it is. Loser if you'd ask me. There will be potentially more hideous incidents in future if the husband keeps attending op's family gathering where the SIL would be there and I'm afraid, It will affect ops marriage sooner or later if no NC at this point. YDK about you guys, but I prefer to prevent than repair. There are some things in life you cannot repair. Comment 2. Wow, that's crazy. Definitely keep your distance from SL and maybe put up some more cameras. I pity your brother because he's in for a rough ride with the person he chose to marry and procreate with, but then again he doubles down and backs her outrageous claims. Hopefully you can move on without any more issues with the crazy SIL. I would be wary of family dinners or holidays without recording them to protect yourselves. My wife hid that she's asexual. I asked for a divorce, she refused, and even tried to open the relationship by offering her best friend to me. My wife, 29F, and I, 34M, have been married for 4 years, and up until a year and a half ago, things were fantastic. Our marriage began to deteriorate after there was a significant drop in sex between us, not intimacy, just the actual sex part of the relationship. We would still cuddle and have deep intimate moments talking and just being around each other, but she kept rejecting my attempts at taking things further past kissing. Now we have had no problem communicating, so I made sure to address it early, and we talked and made adjustments. We both made sure to stay in shape, we tried being more adventurous, we went to couples therapy, joint counseling, and even tested both of our hormone levels. Everything was normal. Each solution would work for a little while and then we'd be back to having sex maybe once a month. I asked her several times if she was no longer attracted to me, to which she denied every time. I asked her if I was falling short in the relationship in any other way, to which she said no. Well, about a month ago, she got back from her therapy session and told me that she believes that she's asexual and that's the reason for her libido being non-existent as of late. I was definitely confused because we had such great sex for a while in the beginning of our relationship, but her telling me that she's now asexual was heartbreaking because everything else is great. Obviously I'm not going to force her to have sex, so we had a long conversation about our relationship and I came to the conclusion that we should get a divorce. I say I because she immediately rejected the idea and said we would figure something out and wouldn't talk to me about it anymore. I didn't know what to say, so I dropped it. Well, 3 weeks go by, without sex. And I decided that I have to do this for my own mental well-being, so I filed for divorce and had her served with the papers. Last week when I got home from work, she was going about the day like nothing was wrong. I asked her if she signed the papers and she flat out said, "We are not getting a divorce," and changed the subject and acted like things were normal. Obviously I thought this was crazy, so I stopped her and said I couldn't be in a marriage devoid of sex, and I mentioned that I was being incredibly fair with our divorce. She can keep the house that we bought and paid for with cash. She paid 1/3, I paid 2/3. I'd take all of the debt, which isn't much, we'd split our savings and investments in half, and she can keep 2 of our 3 paid off cars. I only wanted to keep my sports car. Thankfully we don't have kids. I love her and want her to be comfortable, and I have no problem starting over since I make a good income. But she won't budge or talk about the divorce. This brings us to 2 days ago. I get home and go to our bedroom and find my wife's friend, 27F, in our bed naked. I immediately shut the door, said sorry, and went looking for my wife. I found her in the kitchen and asked what her friend was doing here, and she said that she was here for me. I put 2 and 2 together and said that I'm not having sex with other women in place of the woman I chose to marry. She was adamant on saying that I could sleep with her whenever I wanted and that her friend agreed to it. I couldn't believe things would get this far, so I went back to our bedroom and asked her friend to leave. I packed a bag and I've been staying in a hotel nearby since that night. My wife, her mother, and her sister keep calling me, but I'm just not interested in hearing what they have to say. This feels like a trick. I just want this whole thing to be over. Does anyone have advice? Is this some kind of ploy for alimony? We do have a prenup? Should I just contact my lawyer and try to force the divorce? I'm really uncomfortable with this entire situation. Edit. We talked last night, I'll update when I get home from work. Edit 2. Here's the update if anyone's interested. I'll try to keep this as concise as possible. I feel overwhelmed, so I probably won't bother with another update after this one, I don't know. My wife came to my hotel last night and we talked about everything. She told me the full truth and what's going on in her mind. A few of you commented on this in the last post, so you were right. She has always been asexual. She and her whole family has known this since she was 16. Apparently this is the reason why her last long-term relationship of 3 years ended. He broke up with her after the sex between them diminished to being non-existent after the first year. She told me that sex is easier for her in the beginning when emotions are running high, but she still needs to force herself to have it. I knew they broke up due to unresolvable differences, but I didn't ask for details, nor did she tell me. After a lot of apologies and crying, she told me that I was the first person she was able to tolerate sex with for so long and that she did enjoy it a handful of times. But after a while she still felt like she was being raped. I broke down after hearing this and started kicking myself for not catching on to any of this. She said she tried her best to please me as much as she could. She still doesn't want a divorce and she doesn't want the house, cars, or the savings. She just wants me and is ready to do whatever it takes to keep me. She even said that she would sign a post-nup stating this. As for her friend, she was there during her last breakup and helped to support her through it. My wife went to her after I brought up divorce and talked things out. Her friend suggested that she open the relationship for me, but she said she didn't want me sleeping with strange women, so her friend volunteered herself to be the one that sleeps with me. My wife thought this was a great idea, which led to the fiasco at our house. I won't comment on her appearance because it doesn't matter, and I don't blame the friend. My lawyer got back to me. You were all right. I don't need her permission, but I will have to wait if I want to push it through. I asked her why she lied to me this entire time, and she said she was tired of being rejected after revealing she was asexual, so she convinced herself that she would be able to force herself to have sex during the relationship. The hormone testing, the sessions in couples therapy, and all of our solutions was just her buying time to find another way around sex or give herself enough time to build up the strength to start regularly having sex with me again. Our conversation ended with us holding each other in bed crying for a couple of hours. No, we didn't have sex. She pleaded with me to hold off on the divorce to look for a solution together and left my hotel room. I'm now sitting alone typing this fucking post. I guess I found out that we don't share everything with each other. Thank you to everyone who has messaged me directly. I'm still trying to get to all of them. I don't know what I'm going to do. Comments. Comment 1. You did right, bro. Let your attorney handle this. Do not have sex with anyone until your attorney says you're in the clear. Oop. That's my only course of action right now. I'm going to look for an apartment tomorrow. Comment 2. Also, why are you offering her so much? Split the marital property equitably and move on. If you even have the slightest inclination that she's trying to set you up, then don't just roll over and let her have everything, because that won't be enough for her and her attorney. Comment 3. This, OP. I don't see any reason that the judge wouldn't just divide the assets and liabilities 50-50. I understand wanting to offer her more to get her to sign, but if she's not willing to do that and you have to go to court about it, you're gonna want to tighten up so you have some leverage. OP. She has been wonderful to me otherwise. I don't feel like she should be punished for finding out who she is. I want her to be comfortable because she doesn't make nearly as much as I do. I can bounce back with no issue. She'll still have to work to provide for herself unless she marries another high earner or becomes one herself. A fresh start doesn't scare me at all. Comment 4. That's nice of you, but she's being manipulative and sketchy as hell with this latest stunt. You being so nice about it is fair enough. Comment 5. I don't know if she's being maliciously manipulative. Most likely she's terrified of him leaving her and is in denial or doing everything possible to get him to stay, or both. He says everything is perfect except for the lack of sex, so she sees this as they can stay together if she provides him someone to have sex with that isn't her. It's not a black and white situation. And while I agree the wife's actions are not appropriate, I think she's acting out of fear and love. Again, that doesn't make it okay, just that we don't have enough information to say that she 100% is trying to trap him in anything. Update. 2 weeks later, I don't think I can link my previous post, so just go to my profile I guess if you care to read the op. I've tried to read every comment, message and take to heart what most of you had to say. Also please stop messaging me. I can't respond to everyone, it's too much. I'll make this as short as possible. After my last update, my wife asked me to meet with her about a week later to discuss things with her. I've been staying at an extended stay since that night with her friend. We met at our house and talked for a few hours. She started off with a ton of apologies for how she acted, her lying about her sexuality, and not taking my sexual needs more seriously. Before I could say anything, she presented a signed post-nup agreement she had drafted with a lawyer stating that she doesn't want anything, the house, the cars, savings, everything. I felt like the biggest asshole for thinking that she was tricking me for more money. I asked her if she was serious and she told me to take the post-nup with me and sign it when I'm ready. I still haven't signed it, it's in my backpack. I told her that I still think divorce is our best course of action and that we both deserve to find someone who matches our needs. She still refused and borderline begged me to reconsider. She started crying and so did I. Seeing her like this was devastating. I told her that finding other women to sleep with me wasn't going to work. What if I develop feelings for them? What if I get one of them pregnant? Do we expect her to get an abortion? She said we'll figure it out as we go along, and to please give her more time to work on other solutions. She set up appointments for sex and hormone therapy, and it's seeing a sex guru. I said that it sounds like we're going through the same things again, but she was adamant and pleaded with me to wait. There were more apologies on both sides and we kissed for a while before ending the conversation, then I went back to my hotel that night. A few days later I tried texting her but she didn't respond, so I called her dad. I'm avoiding her mother and sister since they are saying the same things as my wife. Her dad told me that she moved back home and has been holed up in her room since our talk. She called out of work. He told me that she's barely eating, bathing, or talking to him or her mom. He asked me what I was going to do but I didn't have an answer for him. He just said he understands and said he would be here to talk anytime I wanted to. So I went back to our house and a good portion of her stuff was gone, the whole place feels empty. I've been sleeping in one of the spare rooms. I'm planning on flying to my mother's house in a couple weeks to spend time with my family to decompress from this entire situation. I'm still on the divorce side of the fence but I guess there's no rush. Thank you to everyone for your insight and concern. Seriously, I know we're all strangers but most of you have been a huge help to my mental health. Seriously, thank you. Also my cousin uses Reddit and reached out after he found my last post and asked me to shout him out if I made an update. Love you Virgil, thank you for being there for me. I think I'll just make a quick edit to this post once we reach a resolution for anyone that cares. Comments. Comment 1. It's a tough situation, but if having an intimate physical relationship with your wife is important, I think you know what needs to be done. Sucks for everyone involved. Godspeed. Comment 2. Sex in a relationship is like the toilet in your house, it's not the first thing you mention when talking about it, but if it's not working then it's immediately noticed. Update, 10 months later? Hey everyone, in hindsight I regret making these posts because I think I received too many pieces of advice. I keep thinking I should have just handled it internally with just family. I don't regret my decisions, I just wish I gave myself more time to think. Anyway, here's the update. I'll keep it short. The divorce was finalized months ago, our house was sold along with one of the cars, and my ex-wife is still living with her parents. I had a little more than 2/3 of the proceeds wired to her account but the last time I talked to her dad she hadn't touched a dime. I was informed that she checked into a mental health clinic but I don't know how long she was there or what her current state is. I changed my number but her dad has emailed me a few times to check on me throughout this last year, which breaks my heart because he's a great man. Him playing both sides of the fence like this really made everything go a lot smoother. Other than not warning me, which I honestly don't think it was his place to, he's been a huge help. I moved back to my home state to be closer to my family. I may leave to go to another state again. I don't know, I'm not sure yet. I feel numb from this whole thing. Not much of a drinker so I've been smoking a ton of pot and working out to occupy my mind. To everyone who didn't get a response from me in my messages, I'm sorry but there were just too many. I responded to as many as I could mentally handle. I think that's it. I can't imagine that there would be any additional questions, but I'll answer whatever I can. Comments. Comment 1. Wow. Hope you both find some type of lasting happiness. You move on. Your ex is hopefully finding some peace. Comment 2. I'm not so sympathetic to his ex-wife. She lied to him for years, misled him, and drew this out and took years of his life away trying to live her version of happiness at his expense. It's unfortunate she's taking it so hard, but what she did to him was cruel and selfish. Comment 3. Do you love her at all? I feel like men are all thinking with dicks like is there no love if there's no sex? Like how is being asexual worth a surprise divorce with no discussion, and how you are supported by people on Reddit is just a joke. Love does not equal to sex and if you're willing to dump the woman you made vows to based on sex then you don't understand love at all. You won't find love ever and anything you find going forward is not going to be more than lust. OOP. We tried to fix things for over a year. I understand where you're coming from, but I guess my question to you is, what can you live with and without in a relationship? Money, attraction, respect, intimacy, non-sexual, security? Which one of these are you comfortable with losing in your relationships? Am I the asshole for not wanting my husband to go away for the weekend to his best friend's bachelor party when I'm 37 weeks pregnant? Original post, Reddit March 25, 2019. My husband's best friend got engaged, and my husband is at the wedding party. He is not the best man, but is doing most of the planning for the bachelor party. In his friend group, they usually have a golf weekend. Also, this is likely the last bachelor party in the group as the rest of the guys are already married. However, we have a 2-year-old and I'm currently pregnant with our second child and due on August 25th. When he started planning the bachelor party, I told him that planning something earlier in the summer would give him a higher chance of going for the full weekend. I originally framed it as not wanting to be stuck watching our toddler by myself for a full weekend in my 3rd trimester while he's out golfing, which was a mistake. I should have framed it as not wanting him to go away for a weekend so close to my due date. They finally picked a date for the bachelor weekend. It's August 8th, so I'll be almost 38 weeks pregnant and considered full term. Technically I'll be 38 weeks the day he plans to get back. So it's about 2 weeks before my actual due date. The bachelor party will be about 2 hours away, without traffic. On previous golf weekends, he has been terrible about keeping his phone charged and it can be hard to get in touch with him. Also, while he doesn't drink, he does smoke pot, and would most likely be smoking the whole weekend. He thinks that as long as he gets someone to watch our toddler while he's gone, it's fine to go for the full weekend, 2 to 3 nights. This makes me incredibly nervous. I am willing to compromise and agree to an overnight plus a day of golf. I would also want him to keep his phone on and charged at all times, and ask that he stay sober in case I go into labor. He seemed to think this was an unreasonable compromise when I initially brought it up. Since then, he is unwilling to discuss it until they have finalized the plans for the weekend. I'm of the mindset that there are very few times in our marriage where my needs, wants, desires take priority over his, but that this is one of them. So, Reddit, am I the asshole for not wanting him to go to a bachelor party for 2 to 3 nights so close to my due date? Update. I tried to talk to my husband about the bachelor party, and specifically asked how they arrived at that weekend. My husband said the only requirement was that every groomsman be able to attend, and that he threw out 2 dates, one in July, and the one 2 weeks before my due date. The July date didn't work for some of the groomsmen, so he picked the August date. Those were the only 2 weekends discussed, and he apparently picked both. His argument is that if I went into labor when he was at work and happened to be on a long call, it could take him over 2 hours to get home, so why is it not okay to plan a trip that would take him the same distance away? I tried to explain that there's a difference between work, where, if you can't get home, it's because someone is seriously injured or something is burning down, and a bachelor party. He doesn't see it that way and just wants to be there for his friend. In his head the due date is August 25th, and there is no chance that the baby could possibly come 2 weeks early. We didn't get a chance to discuss the duration of the weekend or the possibility of not smoking before the conversation dissolved. He got pissed when I brought up that he has a poor track record at keeping in touch during these things, although he was pretty angry throughout the whole conversation tbh. I tried to remain calm throughout the conversation, but I did cry and I was the one to walk away first. After work today, I'm getting my son and we're going to stay with my parents. Top comments. Comment 1. Nah. I get that it's a big ask, but his best friend is getting married and he's only going to be 2 hours away. I think that as long as he keeps his phone charged and he stays sober enough to drive, it's not unreasonable that he wants to attend this event he planned. But I also get why you're nervous. Can he tentatively plan to attend and check in with your doctor to see how likely it is you're going to go into labor closer to the actual date? Comment 2. Doctors can guess but are frequently wrong. Lots of women are told they'll have their baby any day now at 36 weeks and go overdue. Or told there's no way the baby is coming yet and goes into labor within a week. 2 hours away is unlikely to be a huge deal, but if he's drinking and has to sober up first, or if she has precipitous labor, he could miss the birth entirely. Second babies often come faster too. Personally, I wouldn't be willing to risk that. Comment 3. NTA. The comments here are just so frustrating. Yes, OP's husband will have to make the immense sacrifice of staying sober at a bachelor party. Woe is him, how could he possibly survive? I am assuming that both parties made the decision to have another kid. In making that decision, OP has sacrificed 9 months of alcohol, getting high at parties, eating what she wants, and any number of other things. I don't care if he organized and could have planned it on another day. I don't care if it's the last bachelor party of the group. OP, and the baby, come first. Not just when it's easy and convenient, but all the time. If my husband went to something like this after I'd asked him not to, and he missed the birth of our child, or showed up drunk or high while I was in labor, it would be the end of my marriage. I honestly can't believe how many people are saying OP is unreasonable. If you can't stay sober for 1 weekend for your family, you have a problem. Update. Reddit August 11, 2019, 5 months later. So, the bachelor party was this weekend. My husband and I ultimately decided to wait until the doctor's appointment the week before the party to make a decision. If she said baby is coming any day now, he was going to go for the day. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law volunteered to watch our son for the weekend. And it turns out that my parents are moving and wound up moving to an apartment that is 5 minutes from our house, so they would be around in case I happened to go into labor. The OB said she didn't think the baby would come this weekend, so we decided that my husband would go to the bachelor party for 2 nights, with the stipulation that he remain sober and be ready to leave at a moment's notice. My husband told his friends that he would be up on Friday. We were all set. And then on Wednesday all hell broke loose. Our son got a rash on his hands and feet, and it turns out that someone at daycare had come down with hand, foot, and mouth disease. He wasn't showing any other symptoms, so we weren't sure if he actually had it or if it was just a random rash. We decided to see how he was on Thursday. If he had a fever, I was going to get a hotel, because if I came down with it, then I could pass it to the baby, and my husband was going to have to stay home. Our son woke up fever-free on Thursday morning, so we were still all set. Then on Thursday night, my mom went to the ER with stomach pains. Turns out, she was going to need surgery. My husband was supposed to leave at 6 a.m. on Friday, but I asked him to wait until we got an update on my mom. When I called her on Friday morning, apparently she was feeling better, so the doctor told her that she might be able to go home and schedule the surgery for a later date. I gave my husband the go-ahead to leave for the bachelor party. Except then the doctor changed his mind, and decided the surgery couldn't wait. My mom spent the weekend in the hospital waiting for a surgeon to be available. She finally was able to have the surgery on Sunday morning. In the meantime, I lined up a few friends just in case I happened to go into labor. My dad was also around, but had his hands full dealing with my mom and the move. So this weekend was stressful and it felt like everything that could go wrong did. But at least the baby stayed put. My husband got to go to 2 of the 3 nights of the bachelor party, my mom's surgery went well, and our son never actually got sick. And my husband was a lot more responsive to texts than he normally is because of the whole situation with my mom. I'm just glad that my husband is home and that this weekend is finally over. TLDR. My husband was able to go to most of the bachelor party and I didn't go into labor. But it was a very stressful weekend due to other factors. Top comments. Comment 1. I nearly got a panic attack reading this. It was extremely irresponsible of your husband to leave once potential HFM and your mother's surgery was in the picture. He shouldn't even ask you, because that puts pressure on you to not be the bitch. This could easily have gone a lot worse, and you just lucked out. I was a preemie from my mother stressing out. I've had really bad HFM as an adult, and when I gave birth myself, it went from low risk to life-threatening pretty fast, and 2 hours would definitely have made a big difference. He's a father, and that means he's got to be there for you, his son, and new baby-to-be. A multi-day bachelor party can't be a priority. It doesn't matter if you have family and friends, it's his child. I feel like you only got NAH because Reddit skews young enough and male enough that they don't quite internalize all the emotional labor that men pass to women, and how optional men find putting in the time to be a father. Would they think it's reasonable if, at 1 week postpartum, you decided to leave the baby behind and party it up with your friends? After all, there's breast pumps and formula, so other people can theoretically do newborn parenting. He owes you like all the 4 a.m. feedings at this point to make this up. Comment 2. Can you imagine if she had gone into birth? OP. It's just me today? Doc. You have someone you can call? Your mom? OP. She's in emergency surgery. Doc. Your dad? OP. He's taking care of her. Doc. Any friends? OP. Well, they're caring for my son who has HFM disease. Doc. Where's your husband again? OP. See, he really wanted 2 nights with his boys. Glad it worked out, but I hope this man grows up. Comment 3. This could be turned into a movie, so much drama with a good ending. Congrats, glad everything turned out okay. Mom okay. Son okay. You and baby okay. Hubby had a nice 2 days. Now sis is going to hit the fan when the baby comes. You're going to be busier than a one-armed paper hanger. Ope made a final edit to the update edit. Wow, I really wasn't expecting this to blow up like this. My husband and I were looking at the weekend with a sense of humor. As in, what else could go wrong? He's a great husband and father, and very helpful around the house. I understand that he wanted a last hurrah with the boys before the baby comes, and I thought that we did pretty well coming up with a compromise that was as stress-free as possible for everyone involved. Unfortunately, the best laid plans and all that crap. We're both just glad that he was able to have a great time with his friends, no one got HFM, my mom is okay, and he didn't miss the baby being born. I discovered that my fiancé had shared a room with his coworker, checked his phone, and was shocked to find out they had been cheating for months. Original post July 12, 2019. We've been engaged for 6 months. Together since 16. We knew and both realized that we were going to change as a person while growing up, and so communication has always been our #1 priority. We have a great relationship and our wedding is in October. I was seriously excited until now because I feel really uneasy. He went on a 2-day, 1-night work trip with his coworker, I'll call her F. I have met F once before at a company event and I didn't exactly like her. I'll be honest and say that she intimidated me and I feel insecure when I think about them spending time together. She's extremely bubbly and very attractive, also very flirty, but she's married. I didn't like that they were going on this work trip together, but what can I do? It would have been ridiculous if I told him he can't go because I don't like F. Anyways, I decided to pick him up at the airport. He was going to take a taxi, but I wanted to surprise him. They came out and F didn't look too pleased to see me. She kept talking about how much fun they had together, and at one point told me how lucky I was that my fiancé gives good massages. I was shocked and asked her how so, and it turns out he gave her a massage after the first day. I don't think this is okay and I wanted to confront him about it. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop here. Fiancé went straight to bed when we got home, so I didn't get the chance to really talk to him. I went through his bag, and I found the papers for the hotel they were staying at. One room is booked for 2 persons. 1 queen-size bed and a couch that can be turned into a bed. I don't even know how to feel. I don't know if this is okay or not. At the very least, I wish he would have told me. On the other hand, I didn't ask about his hotel room either. I just feel super uncomfortable. I'm trying to resist the urge to snoop on his phone and I feel terrible about it. I don't know what to do and I'm just feeling lost. Please help me out here. Top comments. Comment 1. If she made a comment about him giving her a massage right to your face, then she's trying to start shit between you and your so. Comment 2, and it worked. Comment 3, well, this is not surprising since it's fucking inappropriate behavior for parties and relationships to be doing. Comment 4. Just ask Marcellus Wallace. Comment 5. Would you give a man a foot massage? Update July 18th, 2019, 6 days later. Sorry for the late update. Didn't really have the time to write something. I decided to snoop, and I hit the jackpot right away. I unlocked it with his fingerprint. Should have been the first sign. He claimed it was convenient. I scrolled through their messages and it was obvious. They were even making fun of me together. They've been sleeping together for months. Don't know what got over me, but I wanted to read everything they ever said to each other and I did. Pretty sure they slept together just 2 days after he proposed. From what I could gather from their talk, she wants him to leave me, but he's hesitant. But sleeping with her for months is okay, right? Not proud of my reaction, but I went a little crazy. Been with this dude since I was 16. I packed and threw some of his stuff and called a friend over, and woke him up and told him he should leave. He confessed and begged for a second chance. I couldn't believe it, really. He left and only came back to grab more of his stuff. I blocked him everywhere and haven't spoken to him since, but obviously I'm going to need to be in contact with him to figure out the details about our finances. I don't know, I'm still hurt and upset, but not as much as I thought. Initially I felt like I was going crazy. And I feel so stupid for not noticing or finding out earlier. I wasted so much time with him. Somehow, because it's a full-blown affair, it hurts less. Oh, and there was no work trip. I mainly feel like an idiot for not asking more questions and blindly trusting him. My friend has been with me and she is always able to make me laugh. We went out together most nights and I've been feeling better. To top it off, I slept with one of his best buddies last night, and he told me not to tell him LOL. I was drunk and wanted revenge, and well, I guess I sorta got it, though I'll definitely be letting him now. Not much else to say. I guess I'm going to be single for a while and enjoy that. I seriously can't believe I was going to get married to this asshole. Turns out you never really know people. Top comments. Comment 1. Again, for everyone who might in the future have their spouse SO tell them that they shared a hotel with an opposite-sex co-worker on a business trip, no company would promote or insist on this kind of arrangement. Comment 2. The legal hassle is just too much risk. As I said in the original post, either there was no business trip or they were in charge of booking their own rooms and the company didn't know. I've worked for a few companies and sometimes I just had an expense account, so I got to book rooms for myself. So did my coworkers. But a company will never put 2, especially opposite-sex coworkers, in one room. My parents forced me to lose weight for my sister's wedding, but after my transformation, they couldn't handle my success. Growing up, I was always an overweight child. I've always been bigger than the majority of the other kindergarten students. While my peers were still figuring out what made them distinctive, my size had already stood out. As I grew older, the weight I carried became more visible. By high school, I was indisputably overweight, and my shape and girth served as a continuous reminder of my differences. College was not much different. While some of my peers began to find who they were or explore new aspects of themselves, I stayed stuck in the same identity, overweight and occasionally fighting with it. It wasn't easy being the bigger kid. It exposed me to continual ridicule, mockery, and nasty comments from people who didn't know or cared to understand me. Growing up, I was bullied more than I care to recall. Classmates teased me mercilessly. Their insults ate away at me, creating profound doubts and self-doubt that felt impossible to overcome. They'd call me names, tell cruel jokes, and I'd frequently be the punchline. I was always singled out, as if I were somehow unworthy of affection or companionship. I was continually excluded from games, parties, and gatherings. It felt like I was always on the outside, watching everyone else go through the regular ups and downs of childhood and adolescence from a distance I couldn't reach. These years of bullying influenced how I perceived myself and responded to the world. I felt out of place with others, so I sought sanctuary in books. I lost myself in literature and stories that helped me escape my daily troubles. Books did not judge me. They did not ridicule me. I became known as the nerd, and I didn't like it all that much. Bonnie, my younger sister, was very different from me. She was only a year younger than me and possessed an effortless charisma that drew others to her. Bonnie thrived in social situations, whereas I was shy and reserved. She had a fascinating personality. She could go into a room and instantly have everyone smiling, laughing, and absolutely fascinated by her. Bonnie didn't just make friends easily, she seemed to have an intrinsic ability to persuade people to support her, almost as if she were the sun around which everyone gravitated. Regardless of our differences, I adored her. I took my job as her older sister seriously, feeling fiercely protective whenever she needed it. When she began attending the same high school as mine, I was overjoyed. Initially, being Bonnie's older sister made me feel proud, as if I had a particular place in her life. However, as she grew older, things began to alter. As Bonnie settled into high school and began to create her own personality, I saw a difference in how she perceived me. She began to see how different we were, and how differently we were treated. Whereas I was the bookish, quiet kind, she was vivacious and popular, someone who rapidly established herself among the cool circle. I observed as she became aware of my eccentricities and insecurities, which had previously made me appear uncool. Bonnie began to distance herself from me as she found new pals. She would then try to actively ignore or avoid me in school. That hurt. It genuinely pained me that my own sibling saw me as inferior. Nonetheless, I did my best to accept her decision and give her the distance she appeared to require, even though it hurt to think I was losing not only my sister but also a friend. But, gradually, Bonnie stopped ignoring me and began to associate with others who made me feel like an outcast. Bonnie and her pals would take advantage of any opportunity to humiliate me whenever we met in the corridors or at lunch. They'd taunt me in front of other students or worse, try to trip me as I passed past with my lunch tray, just to make everyone laugh. It felt like I was losing her, not to new people, but to the same taunting and abusive conduct I'd been subjected to for so long. I was always on guard, attempting to avoid not just my peers' criticism but also the humiliation inflicted by my own sister. It hurt a lot, especially because it came from someone I had always admired and looked up to. When Bonnie invited her friends over, they would all gang up on me at home. They would rush into my room without knocking, then laugh and gesture to my body. They'd fling insults like geek and fatty at me like they were nothing. I felt like a zoo animal, as if I were their source of entertainment. When they entered my personal space in my room, I felt small and alone, as if I were an alien in my own home. I tried to explain it to my parents several times, hoping they would realize how tough it was for me to deal with Bonnie's conduct. But every time I brought it up, they dismissed my worries. They'd smile and defend her acts, claiming that this is how siblings bond, that Bonnie was only playing around with me. They told me it was harmless, even suggesting that I loosen up and stop taking everyone's taunts so seriously. They told me that I was older and should be more patient and resilient. So, not only did I face years of bullying from my peers, including my own sister, but my concerns were repeatedly rejected by my parents. It made me feel isolated, as if no one in my own family realized or understood how deeply it hurt. The only time I ever felt properly noticed by our parents was when I received my grades. Academics had always come effortlessly to me, and I became accustomed to receiving high grades. In a way, it was the one area where I felt superior to everyone else. It was also the one way I could make my parents proud, the one part of my life that they appeared to actually care about. My parents enjoyed bragging about my accomplishments to friends and relatives, portraying me as the family scholar, as if my grades were evidence of their parenting prowess. But Bonnie detested the analogies. She was not an academic overachiever, nor did she want to be, but our parents' repeated reminders of my accomplishments made her resentful. They put my grades up as an example, meaning that she needed to do the same. I could always tell she was frustrated and angry, which is probably why she did what she did to me. Bonnie would occasionally attempt to destroy my hard work in order to get back at me. She would sneak into my room in the middle of the night and grab my homework, often just before a major task was due. I'd wake up the next morning to find my perfectly completed work stolen. Panic would set in, and I'd feverishly hunt through my books, papers and files, becoming increasingly anxious with each passing minute. And there she'd be, smirking, watching me from the doorway, relishing every moment of my anxiety. To her, it was a minor victory, a way to bring me down a peg and remind me that I wasn't invincible. She understood how important my grades were to me, how much of my self-worth I had invested in them, and she enjoyed disturbing that aspect of my life. I only found out about her stealing my assignments years later, when she drunkenly admitted one evening. My relationship with Bonnie has softened over time, but we are still far from close. You could say we've matured a little, and some of the animosity from our youth has dissipated. However, the strong closeness that siblings often enjoy did not fully emerge between us. After graduation, I moved out and started a new life in a new city, with an interesting job and new chances, which meant I didn't see my family as much. As time passed, our communications became limited to occasional phone calls or texts. So, last year, when I scheduled a summer visit home, I was truly excited to see everyone. It had been a long time since we'd all gotten together as a family, and I was excited to catch up and reconnect. However, not everything went as planned. Our family lunch began well enough. Everyone appeared delighted to see me, and for a moment, it felt like old times. That changed, however, when Bonnie unexpectedly revealed her engagement. None of us saw it coming, and we initially assumed she was joking. However, it was instantly apparent that she was serious. She proudly put out her hand, displaying a gorgeous ring, and I couldn't help but remark how exquisite it was. I was genuinely happy for her, delighted that she had finally met someone she loved and who loved her back. Almost as soon as the congratulations subsided, Bonnie turned to me and inquired about my recent activities. I told her about my profession, my life, and how rewarding things had been for me. Before I could finish, she cut me off. "I can't help but say this," she started, smirking. "But why are you still fat? If your life is truly amazing, shouldn't you have shed weight by now?" Her remarks hit me like a slap, reawakening old insecurities that I thought I had overcome. The room became uncomfortably silent, and I could feel everyone's gaze on me, waiting to see how I would respond. I merely shrugged and tried to laugh awkwardly at her comment. But my parents immediately joined in to criticize me. They began discussing how I was still obese and unmarried, and how they were concerned I would never have children. I felt so mortified hearing them talk like that. My accomplishments, the work I was proud of, the life I had made for myself in another city, didn't seem to matter in their eyes. They were just concerned with my weight and the fact that I did not have my own family. As my parents and sister continued to talk about me, their comments wound deeper than I imagined. I had spent years eventually discovering myself, gaining confidence and freedom. But in those moments, I felt like the same nervous, awkward teenager I had always been, anxious for my family's acceptance and approval. My parents then applauded Bonnie for getting engaged before me and expressed their pride in her. To them, I was the inferior child, successful, but not quite enough. What was supposed to be a happy family reunion had swiftly turned into a heartbreaking reminder of old scars. At that point, I felt more like an outsider than ever. Bonnie did not stop. She continued to ask probing questions. "So, when are you getting married? I mean, do you even have a boyfriend?" She was blatantly mocking me in front of everyone by bringing up my romantic life. My parents soon jumped on the subject, agreeing with Bonnie that it was past time for me to find someone before it was too late. They pointed out how Bonnie, being younger, was settling down before me, whilst I, the older one, was wasting my life away at work. I attempted to argue that I liked my life the way it was, that my work and freedom provided me with fulfillment. My career paid well, and I was passionate about it, so why did I need to meet a spouse or have a child to be happy? "I am content just the way I am," I informed them. But my words didn't appear to register. My mother, especially, appeared contemptuous. She gave me a sharp look and taunted me. "What's the point of earning all that money if you don't have anyone to come home to?" It was as if she couldn't believe that happiness existed outside of marriage or family. Sitting there, I had the typical feeling of being misunderstood. That my life choices were disregarded. This was my family, and they were supposed to know me best. However, they appeared to be preoccupied with a different definition of happiness than mine. I had come home seeking connection and warmth, but instead got judgment and taunts. Bonnie then smirked and added, "I expect you to at least have a +1 by the time my wedding rolls around." She chuckled and kept going. "I don't want people thinking my sister is some old miserable woman all alone while I'm getting married." The comment stung. I simply shook my head and assured her I'd try. That's when my folks spoke out again, matter-of-factly. Bonnie's wedding is almost a year away. Even if you can't find a partner, you could at least try to lose weight and look more presentable for her wedding. They suggested that if I reduced weight, it would be simpler for me to attract a partner. Bonnie enthusiastically agreed with them. "Yeah, I want you to lose a few pounds at least," she remarked nonchalantly, as if she was doing me a favor. I sat there, astonished and humiliated, with an aching that I hadn't felt in years. How could my relatives talk to me like this? Did I truly deserve their hateful words simply because I was overweight? Was I not meant to have feelings because I was fat? I was a normal person, just like them. I functioned like everyone else. I never considered my weight as an impediment, so why did they? I'd even dated men who liked me just the way I was, but my parents and Bonnie made it sound like my weight was preventing me from finding love or men approaching me, which wasn't even true. I wanted to defend myself and tell them how terrible their statements were, but I felt frozen, unable to find the correct words. Their statements took me back to high school, to the agonizing times when my weight made me a target. I despised how nonchalantly my family brought up my deepest concerns without considering how they made me feel. So I sat there, holding in my pain, and let the topic go to anything else. When I returned home from my trip to see my family, I pushed myself into reducing weight with a zeal I had not realized I possessed. It began as a way to prove something to my family, but it gradually grew very personal. I joined a gym, followed a rigorous diet, and even hired a personal trainer. My trainer has been a lifesaver. After going through her own change from overweight to healthy weight, she knew just how to assist me through a path tailored particularly for me. She created a routine specific to my goals and encouraged me every step of the way, reminding me to give myself grace when I stumbled. This time, everything seemed to click. I started losing weight steadily, and as the pounds came off, I felt lighter. Not just physically, but also mentally. For the first time in my life, I began to feel and appear different. My confidence increased quickly. I used to assume that decreasing weight wouldn't have much of an influence, but it has. People see me differently today. Strangers are nicer and more attentive. Friends and colleagues see me with fresh respect. I can't deny that this seems like a validation I've never gotten before. It's as if I've suddenly become more noticeable than I was before. My new body brought a new sense of style. I overhauled my entire wardrobe, filling it with items I had only fantasized about wearing. I even opted for a full hair makeover, attempting a daring and trendy style that I would have been too afraid to try in the past. Perhaps it seems expensive, but I've never felt so good. I look in the mirror now and don't recognize the person staring back. It's like meeting a version of myself that I never knew existed. I'm proud of how far I've come, not just because I lost weight, but also because I gained confidence and self-assurance. With Bonnie's wedding just 2 weeks away, my family has invited me to fly down and join them for lunch next week to finalize the plans for her special day. But I don't feel like returning home. I don't want my family to ridicule me again or make me feel tiny, especially now that I'm finally feeling good about myself for the first time in a long time. I don't want to go to Bonnie's wedding anymore because of how she and my parents have treated me, but I know if I don't go, they'll be furious and give me a long lecture about how family is family and how, no matter how heartbroken I am, I must be present for Bonnie's big day. So, Aita, what happens if I do not attend my sister's wedding? Update 1. Wow, I'm overwhelmed by everyone's response. Some of your proposals are truly humorous. I can't believe you're encouraging me to show up and mess with my sister now that I've lost so much weight. Growing up as a fat kid had a negative impact on my self-esteem, particularly in terms of how I perceived myself. I struggled with self-doubt for a long time, always believing that I wasn't good enough or didn't measure up to others. But reading all of your responses has been a game changer. It's as if you've helped me see myself in a completely new light, and I'm finally starting to feel more confident than I ever have. In fact, I'm seriously considering turning up to my family's lunch and shocking them. They haven't seen me in a long time, and since I don't use social media, they have no idea how much weight I've dropped. It will be interesting to witness their reactions. Update 2. Okay, Reddit, you're not prepared for this upgrade. Grab some popcorn because things are about to get exciting. I decided to fly down to join my family for lunch. As I previously stated, I believed that when they saw me, they would be proud of the transformation I had undergone. After all, they were the ones who pushed me into it in the first place. Surely, they'd be overjoyed to see the positive improvements in me and finally recognize the effort I'd put in. When I walked into my parents' house, their jaws absolutely dropped. They looked at me, stunned. As if they couldn't believe I was the same person. After a time, they stammered, wondering if it was actually me. I gave them a big hug, thrilled with their reaction. They continually complimented my appearance, saying how beautiful I looked and how they couldn't believe it was me. However, when Bonnie came, the situation changed. She didn't notice me at first, disregarding me as if I were invisible, as she had done so many times before. But when I rose up to greet her, she did a double take, her eyes widening with surprise. She gave an odd, almost forced laugh before reaching over and pushing her fingers on my stomach, wide-eyed, as if she wanted proof that I had truly dropped all of that weight. My parents laughed at her reaction and explained that they too couldn't believe it at first. As we settled in for lunch, the subject turned to my makeover. Bonnie and my parents bombarded me with questions about how I had done it, marveling at how different I appeared. Their voices were full of surprise, as if they had never imagined I could look any other way. Bonnie, in particular, kept saying that she had never anticipated me to alter so dramatically after dropping weight. Then she dropped this gem. "When I first asked you to lose weight, I never expected you to look this pretty. I didn't even know you had that jawline. And those ankles beneath all that fat." I hesitated, attempting to maintain my cool, and smiled at her before reminding her. "Bonnie, I've always been pretty. Losing weight just enhanced my features." Bonnie, on the other hand, contended that there was something more about me that was distinct. Then she had the courage to ask, "Did you have some surgeries done on yourself? Because there's no way you look this good by yourself." I could feel my blood starting to boil. The hubris to believe that I required surgery to look attractive when, in fact, I had worked so hard to get my current appearance. I looked her directly in the eyes and replied, "Wow, Bonnie, it's amazing that you think that little of me. No surgery, just a lot of hard work and self-love. Something you might want to try sometime." Bonnie's expression changed from surprise to displeasure, but I didn't care. It felt amazing to finally say something and put her in her place. Before she could react, my parents jumped in, attempting to smooth things over in their own way. "You shouldn't be offended," my mother replied. "The three of us have just never seen you look this way before. Honestly, you look even more beautiful now than Bonnie does, and she's the one getting married." Bonnie appeared much angrier following Mom's remark. I simply ignored her and concentrated on my food, allowing my sister to seethe in her rage. Then my mother joined in. "You know, I was thinking, maybe you should go back to your original hair color. I think you'd look even better with your natural shade. This blonde look makes you stand out too much. Maybe you should just go back to your old look." Bonnie and my father quickly agreed with her. My dad concurred with my mom and said, "Bonnie has always been the blonde daughter of the family, and you were the brunette. So, it would be a good idea for you to go back to your original hair color. It might make you look more like yourself." Hearing their statements, I was taken aback. I suddenly felt like the three of them were ganging up on me, attempting to bring me down. My hairstylist had suggested that I change my hair color to blonde because it better matched my skin tone and complexion. It had nothing to do with attempting to outperform or overshadow my sister. I could see why Bonnie was jealous of me. I looked nice now, but I couldn't figure out why my folks were so unhappy with me. It was as if they wanted to transform me back into who I was, despite the fact that they had wanted me to be more acceptable for their darling daughter's forthcoming wedding in the first place. But now that I did, they couldn't accept who I had become. Instead of recognizing my progress, they sought to undermine me. I finally questioned my parents. "What's your problem? Why can't I be blonde too? Does my sister own that color or something?" I paused, annoyed. "No, she doesn't. I can be blonde or brunette. It's my choice. Why does it even matter to you so much?" I couldn't understand why they were so obsessed on my returning to my former self, as if my appearance had to match who I was. Before, my mother scoffed at me and claimed that I was purposefully attempting to undermine Bonnie's wedding by making an effort to stand out with my appearance. Bonnie joined in, stating, "With your weight loss, you're already going to stand out, so do you really need to take my hair color too?" My father, as usual, agreed with them, telling me that I was being difficult for no reason and that, as Bonnie's sister, I should be more tolerant. I couldn't believe what I heard. It was not about stealing anything, it was about having the ability to do whatever made me happy. But instead of supporting it, they were all concerned about how it would make Bonnie uncomfortable. "You know what? I'm done with this," I murmured, the words almost burning as they from my lips. "The three of you are so caught up in your own negativity that you can't even accept that I've changed. The truth is, I've always been amazing just the way I am, but none of you ever saw it. Now, even after I've lost weight, it's still not good enough for you. No matter what I do, it's never enough." I took time to process what I had just said. They only gazed at me, and it didn't matter. I was done with holding back. "Since you all have so much to say about me, I think it's time I gave you some unsolicited advice, just like you love to give me." I turned to my mother first, feeling the words surge inside me like a deluge. Mom, I really hate how loose the skin is around your eyes and your lips. They droop on one side when you laugh. I can't help but notice all your crooked teeth, and honestly, it's just disgusting to me. I just gave her a second to react before turning to my father. Dad, I said with a stern voice, you're bald. You really have no right to say anything about anyone's hair or their hair color. How are you going to criticize someone's looks when you can't even keep a full head of hair? I noticed his face stiffening, but I wasn't finished yet. Finally, I resorted to Bonnie. And you, don't ever talk down to me again. Between the two of us, I've always been the better looking sibling. But now, with all the weight I've lost, you look even fatter than me. Just look at those chubby arms of yours. Bonnie's face flushed with shame and she appeared to be about to burst into tears. I then hoisted my glass, downed my drink in one go, and walked out with a smirk, leaving everyone stunned and astonished. I had spoken everything I needed to say. I couldn't believe those words had come out of my mouth, but I didn't regret them one bit. They deserved to be humiliated after years of being criticized. After lunch, I flew directly back home. I did not want to stay behind and attend Bonnie's wedding. Since then, my phone has been overloaded with voicemails and texts from my parents and Bonnie. They've been calling me disrespectful and foul-mouthed for how I spoke to them and for simply leaving. Mom even insists that I fly back down to attend Bonnie's wedding because it won't look good to her in-laws if I don't. Update 3. So I ended up skipping Bonnie's wedding. Thanks to all of your suggestions, instead of returning home to attend, I decided to treat myself to an impromptu staycation at a 5-star resort. Honestly, it was one of the best moves I'd made in a long time. I spent the weekend doing whatever made me happy. No drama or pressure, just pure enjoyment. I treated myself to a spa day, binge-watched my favorite shows, and even visited some new places in the city I'd been longing to see. I've also blocked my relatives, so they can't contact me again. I'm weary of being bullied by them and want to avoid all of the poison and drama. Right now, my primary focus is on self-care. My mother abandoned me, took all my savings, then suddenly called asking me to pay $2,000 for her husband's stepdaughter's dorm room. My phone suddenly buzzed when I was in bed, minding my own business. It was my mother. I hadn't heard from her in months. So what did she have to say? She didn't say, "Hey, how are you doing?" Instead, she got right to the point. She needed $2,000 for my stepsister's dorm fees. Yes, you read it correctly. She didn't even check in, just made an abrupt demand for money. Backstory. Why this is a big deal. Before you pass judgment, please allow me to explain why this is such a significant event. This isn't a typical family request. When I was 16, my mother married Mark, her new husband, and it was brutally obvious that he had no interest in me. Mark had 2 children of his own. Noah, 14, Lily, now 17. They were treated like gold from the time they entered the picture. Almost immediately, my mother began acting as if I did not exist. I understand that mixing families can be difficult, but she didn't even attempt to make it work. The stolen college fund. When I graduated from high school, my grandparents graciously gave me $22,000 to help with my future. It was the first time I had truly felt free. On top of that, I had saved another $2,000 from my part-time work, giving me a $24,000 cushion for college or whatever came next. Then, one day, I looked into my bank account. Every single cent was gone. I confronted my mother, convinced that it must have been an error. She was still a co-owner of my account because I hadn't transferred it over yet. She looked me straight in the eyes, without a sign of guilt, and said she had taken everything. Her reason? It was my punishment for not respecting her new husband and their children. Or, at the very least, some ambiguous crap she cooked up on the moment. I lost it. She had treated my future as if it were nothing. That money was for college, my life, and she just took it. So I did the only sensible thing. I packed my bags and moved in with my grandparents, the only people who seemed to be concerned about what I was going through. What happens after that? I seldom spoke with my mother. Years later, she crawls back, move forward a few years. I just graduated college and am still trying to figure out my life. My mother called unexpectedly. Why? To ask for $2,000 to help Lily pay for her private dorm room. It appears that living with a roommate would be too difficult for her. Seriously. What 17-year-old wants a private dorm room? What happened to just coping with your roommate like everyone else? I did not even hesitate. No way. Not happening. The guilt trip begins. And how did she respond? No is not something you can say. We are family. Are you really going to refuse to help? She seldom asked how I was doing. We hadn't spoken in months, yet she treated me like I was some kind of ATM, just useful for money. I went straight to the monetary request, as if I owed her something. I simply hung up. I wasn't going to suffer through another guilt trip. The entitlement is unreal, to be honest. The entitlement shocks, but does not surprise me. This is not the first time she has done anything like this. I could have easily gone unnoticed after Mark entered the picture. She went above and beyond for him and his children, whilst I was there. Growing up, she wasn't always this way. But the moment she married him, it was as if I did not exist. She stopped asking how I was doing, stopped attending my school events, and stopped loving. She neglected to invite me over for Christmas after I had already moved in with my grandparents. However, guess what? She faxed the card. I hope you are doing well, Mom. Love is what it is. Nothing like we miss you or sorry for everything, just a simple card. Her interests were looks rather than true motherhood. Now she has the audacity to call out of nowhere and ask me to finance the dorm fees for her stepdaughter. After everything she's put me through? Not sure, not likely. To be honest, it's quite depressing. I owe them nothing after she stole my savings, left me to fend for myself, and prioritized her new family. I once wanted to be in a relationship with her. I tried to contact you back then, hoping we might work things out. Still, every time, it felt like I was talking to a brick wall. Her new family occupied her so much that she had no time for me. Despite our years of silence, she suddenly expects me to hand up $2,000 as if we're close. It's annoying, but I suppose I shouldn't be shocked. Some folks don't change. They simply take and take, claiming ownership over whatever you have. But I have learned my lesson. I'm no longer that defenseless child, letting her walk all over me. I've moved on, started my own life, and I'm not going to let her guilt trip me into paying for anything. Following that call, I blocked her from everything, and, to be honest, it feels as if a huge weight has been lifted. I cannot live with such negativity in my life. She will find out quickly if she tries to contact me again. I am done being courteous. After hanging up with my mother, I understood that was it. I had made myself very plain. Error. A few days later, I was just lying around, trying to enjoy my weekend, when my phone called. It was her once again. I almost disregarded it. What positive outcome may this have? But something piqued my interest, perhaps the faint hope that she had returned, ready for a normal chat. She hadn't. With a note of smugness, she remarked, "Listen, I talked to Mark, and we came up with a new arrangement." I could almost see her patting herself on the back, as if she were about to provide me with excellent service. She went on. Lily definitely needs a private dorm room since sharing with others would make her uncomfortable. She apparently can only deal with shared toilets and roommates. Their great scheme? Lily would receive a lovely 2-bedroom apartment with her own bathroom. And who would they like to help fund the cost? Exactly, me. What is the total for the semester? $3,800. They said I should donate $1,000 per month. For a stepsister who hardly remembers me? They asked me to pay $1,000 a month for a room I would never visit. It was so ridiculous, I almost laughed. I asked her directly, "Why is this my problem?" She immediately went into full guilt trip mode. "You never gave anything to this family. It's time you give back. You have to correct your errors." Whose mistakes? I have not even handled them in this manner. Then Mom yelled at me for living off my grandparents, as if I were a freeloader. First and foremost, my grandparents invited me to remain with them after everything I'd been through with her. They wanted to help me get back on my feet. Meanwhile, she has done far more for her real family than she has for me. In her perspective, I owe her for every little thing she has done for me. She kept underlining how much I owed them for not being a part of the family anymore, as if her driving me out was entirely my fault. She made me feel like I didn't belong, and now she's making me feel awful about leaving that mess behind. Yes. But no thanks. My rage was seething at this moment. But rather than allowing her to drag me down into this pit of guilt and manipulation, I asked her one thing. When are you planning to pay me back the $44,000 you took from me in high school? She flipped out the second I said it. She began screaming, calling me unappreciative and self-serving. I did everything for you? And this is how you pay me back? Looking at the past and throwing it away? You never even recognized what I did for you, I replied plainly. You never even apologized for stealing that money. You are the one who owes anything here. But she wasn't listening. She kept yelling about how I had abandoned the family and how my inaction was jeopardizing Lily's future. Apparently, Enrolling her at a public college with normal dorms would ruin her entire life. Sure. She will be completely fine. The truth is that she wasn't asking for aid. She demanded it. There was no please or could you help us out? It was simply an expectation that I would comply, as if it were my obligation to clean up after their actions. And let's not even get started on Lily acting as if she's too good for the standard college experience. I made it through college while sharing a tiny room with a stranger. I'd had enough. I'm not giving you a single penny, you can figure it out without me. Then I hung up. Once again, it felt like déjà vu. Not because of the money, but because of the overwhelming entitlement. A complete disregard for me, my life, and the limits I had established. My hands were shaking. I knew it was not over. Even as I hung up, I could see she wasn't going to let this go. My mother has always been the sort to persist until she gets her way. Later that evening, she confirmed me correct. She sent me a long guilt-ridden text, practically an essay, about how I was tearing the family apart, and how now that I'm generating money, I need to step up. As if I were some kind of prodigal child returning, expected to pay my dues. She kept insisting that I pay for my sins, and start contributing to the family? Honestly? That was ridiculous. But I didn't fall for it. Her capacity to manipulate reality and make me appear like the villain was nearly astounding. Years of dealing with her manipulative behavior had prepared me for this. I wasn't about to let her shame me into paying for something that had nothing to do with me. So I blocked her. Everything, telephone, social media, and email. She attempted to contact me in every manner possible. I just couldn't handle it anymore. I didn't want to wake up every day knowing when the next guilt trip was coming. Blocking her seemed like the only way to have some peace. It wasn't simple, however. I would like to say that blocking her felt like a clean break, as if I didn't care. But a part of me does. Part of me still wishes things had gone differently. That mom would one day truly consider me as a child rather than a walking financial account. I doubt it. I realize that's unlikely. She made her choice. I made mine. I still can't believe how brave she is. After everything she has put me through, she expects me to pay for her stepdaughter's expensive dorm room. After practically removing me from her life to focus on her real family. I will not allow her to bring me back into the circumstance. Right now, I'm living my own life and looking forward, not backward. I'm over the drama, the guilt trips, and acting as their financial safety net when money is tight. That is their problem. It is their responsibility if they cannot afford to pay their own costs. That is where I stand. I don't know if she will try to contact me again. But if she does, she'll immediately realize that I'm no longer playing along. I have more important things to think about than paying for someone else's pampered child to live in a fancy dorm. After blocking my mother, I thought that was it. My decision made obvious, and the continual strain from her calls and texts had vanished. Naturally, nothing is ever that simple for her. A few days later, just as I was feeling ready to move on, my phone lit up with a message from my Aunt Karen. Karen is the only member of Mom's family who has consistently been rational. So, I believed she was only checking in. Nope. Her message reads, "Hey, your mother has been calling me nonstop. She says you blocked her, and she's really upset. She wants to talk to you. I think you should hear her out." I about rolled my eyeballs out of my head. Hear her out? In actuality, my mother merely wanted money. But Karen has always been the sort to preserve the peace, so I wasn't surprised when she tried to mediate. What surprised me was how my mother had dragged her into this mess. I responded, "She's not offended, Karen. She's furious because I refused to give Lily money for her dorm." Karen tried to reason with me. "Maybe you should talk to her and set some boundaries." I told her unequivocally, the boundary is already set. I could tell she was uncomfortable being caught in the middle, so I tried not to vent my aggravation on her. "I'm not paying for anything. And I'm done with the guilt trips." She exhaled. "Just consider it, okay?" I assured her that I would think about it, but, honestly, there was nothing else to ponder. I was not about to give my mother the satisfaction of believing she could embarrass me into doing anything. I wasn't going to succumb. A few days later, I was walking home from work when I noticed her. My mother. Standing outside my apartment building, like a stalker. I had no idea how she discovered where I lived. Perhaps she hunted me down in another manner. Perhaps she received the address from Karen. Either way, she was present. She appeared irritated. As if she'd come to start a brawl. I paused in my tracks. What do you say when your mother shows up unexpectedly after you blocked her? I did not have time to sort it out. "We need to talk," she began, approaching me before I could pull out my keys. I exhaled. I was already fatigued by this confrontation before it began. I nearly laughed in her face. Fine, I said. But if this is about money, you're not getting a dime. She crossed her arms, obviously irritated by my tone. I didn't raise you to be so disrespectful. Respect? From the lady who took my money, put her new family ahead of me, and only called when she needed something? Is that what she's talking about? I informed her calmly. I owe you nothing, and I definitely don't owe Lily a private dorm room. Her expression contorted with rage, as if she couldn't believe I was standing up to her. Lily deserves this, she snapped. That is when I lost my temper. You think I should help? Because I'm doing well now? Are you serious? I was snickering. You took my college savings when I needed it. You didn't care about my future then. And now I'm supposed to care about hers? She tried to cut me off, but I continued. You hardly even invite me to family gatherings these days. You replaced me. And now you think I'm going to swoop in and save the day when things get tough? Absolutely not. Remember this? I am not a member of your new family. She just stood there silently. For a while, I believed I had finally reached her. That she would realize how ludicrous it all was. But no. Instead of responding, she said, You've always been selfish. I tried to offer you a better life, and all you've done is throw it back in my face. Selfish. After everything she had done, she had the arrogance to label me selfish. I was not going to let her alter history. I was not going to let her paint herself as a victim. You gave me nothing, I stated forcefully. You borrowed from me. You took my time, my money, my peace. You chose them over me. And now you're living with the consequences. Deal with it. She moved closer, attempting to scare me. But I did not back down. Her voice was chilly. You owe this family. Lily owes you, I replied. She is your daughter. Not mine. That was it. I owe them nothing. At that point, I realized that our relationship was beyond repair. It wasn't only about money. It was all about control. The idea that I had constructed a life apart from her, that I was no longer under her control, and that I no longer required her approval upset her. She was searching for anything to get me back in. When I turned to leave, she grabbed my arm. Before she could say anything else, I ripped my arm free, looked her in the eye and whispered, Goodbye. Then I stepped into my building, leaving her standing out in the cold. She should not expect to be welcomed back. As soon as I went inside, a surge of emotions hit me, relief, resentment, and grief. It felt like I'd finally let go of something that had been weighing on me for years. Nonetheless, my mother remained with me. The woman who raised me, even if she didn't do it perfectly. Despite knowing I had done the right thing, I felt guilty. Not because I had walked away, but because I hadn't acted sooner. The truth was that I had not left my family. They'd left me behind. Later that evening, Karen texted me. What happened? I gave her the shortened version. She responded, stating she hoped we might work things out someday, even though she understood, and disagreed with Mom's actions. I didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. I was done. That some huge reconciliation down the line was not going to occur. Instead, I simply said, Thanks. And that was all. For the first time, I acknowledged that there was nothing left to fix. For the first time in my life, I had fully prioritized myself. It was not easy. But that was the correct decision. I believed it had finally ended. That my fight with my mother outside of my flat had resolved things. That I had made it obvious. I had no intention of giving in, and I would not pay for anything. At the time, I assumed we had just had our final major blowout. Wrong. Things are never easy when you have a mother like mine. Approximately a week later, I received a call from an unknown number. Normally, I ignore them. But for some reason, I chose to respond this time. When I heard the voice on the other end, I recognized it as Mark, my stepfather. I hadn't heard from him in years, so I assumed he was trying to settle things. He was equally enraged as my mother. He did not waste time greeting people or making small talk. Instead, he launched right into accusations. So, I heard you've been disrespecting your mother. I felt my jaw tightening. My instinct was to hang up, but curiosity got the best of me. I wanted to see how far they would go with this. I kept my voice even and said, I'm not disrespecting her, I'm simply not giving her money. He gave a sarcastic laugh. I could almost hear him roll his eyes. You think this is about money? This is about family? Here we go again. You abandoned your family. And now you're neglecting Lily when she needs you. I could feel my patience slipping, but I kept my voice calm. Look, I didn't abandon anyone. You pushed me out years ago, and Lily is not my responsibility. There was a pause. For a brief moment I hoped he'd finally understand. Of course, he didn't. You're selfish, he said, his voice full of hate. We've done everything for you, and how do you repay us? By turning your back on Lily and your mother? I almost laughed aloud. Everything? When their lovely little family was complete, they rejected me. They stole from me, neglected me, and treated me as an afterthought. I'd had enough. You did nothing for me, I responded, my voice crisp and firm. You took from me. Once you had your new family, you both acted like I didn't exist. My mother stole my money, and now, suddenly, I'm the one who's supposed to make things right. Before I could finish, he cut me off. You're not a kid anymore. It's time to stop acting like one. Family is about sacrifice. You owe this family. That word, "owe," set me off. I owe them nothing. With my patience fraying, I shot out, "No, Mark. I don't owe you a damn thing." I could hear his fury increasing, but I didn't mind. They owed something. They treated me as if I were disposable for years. I was done playing nice. I was no longer that youngster who could be walked over. I was not going to sit there and let him or my mother guilt trip me into accepting responsibility for their problems. This isn't over, he added, his voice low and almost threatening, as if he hoped to terrify me into changing my decision. I did not even bother responding. We're family, he added. And we'll always be family, whether you like it or not. I hung up. And as soon as I did, I felt a sense of relief flood over me. It felt as if I'd finally closed the door on something toxic. I had drawn a line. There was no going back now. However, that was not the end of it. A few days later, I received an SMS. From Lily. She was now getting involved too. Though her message was less harsh than Mark's or my mother's, there was still a lot of guilt tripping. She wrote, "Hey, I know things have been tight, but I really need help with this dorm situation." I looked at the message and shook my head. Not sure why you're acting so tough about it. It's just money, and it's not like you can't afford it. It's only money. The entitlement was ridiculous. She believed I owed her something, as if I were some wealthy uncle who could afford to grant her every dream. For a time, I pondered responding. But, honestly, what was the point? They had never listened before. She was not going to listen now. They were all in their own little world, and I was the villain simply because I did not satisfy their standards. So I removed the message. I also blocked her. They were never going to view things my way. No matter what I did, they saw family as a one-way street. They took. They never gave. And when I refused to give, I suddenly became the terrible person. However, they were no longer my family. Not truly. Family should be based on mutual respect, love, and support. They had none of that for me. To them, I was just a tool, someone to manipulate with guilt until I gave them what they desired. And yes, it hurt. But I was not going to let the pain control me anymore. Once I would have done anything to get their acceptance. I just wanted to feel like I belonged. But the time has passed. I was no longer a desperate child. I'd created my own life. I did not need their approval. I did not need their approval. Over the next few days, I found myself thinking about what family really meant. It's easy to get caught up in the concept that family means everything. The blood is thicker than water. However, sometimes the people who share your DNA are the ones who harm you the most. And when that happens, you have to make a decision. Do you continue to let them damage you simply because they are family, or will you walk away? Even if it means severing ties with those who should love you unconditionally. I decided to walk away. And yeah, it was difficult. But that was the correct decision. I refused to allow them to pull me down any longer. That night, as I laid in bed, I experienced something I had not felt in a long time. Peace. For once, I wasn't awaiting the next phone call. The upcoming guilt trip. The next request for money. For the first time in years, I felt liberated. And to be honest, it felt fantastic. A few weeks passed without any further problems. I was working, going out with friends, and just living my life. For the first time in a long time, everything seemed normal. Then one day, after work, I discovered a note in my mailbox. There's no return address. Just my name on the front. At first, I considered tossing it. But something about it felt odd. So I opened it. And guess who it came from? My mother. But this wasn't a card. This is not an apology. Not even an ordinary letter. This was a legal notice. She actually attempted to take me to court. Over what, you ask? Familial responsibilities. Apparently, Mom had concluded that I was financially liable for Lily's college fees. Because we are a family. And she was attempting to present it as some type of legal responsibility. As if I was obligated by law to pay for Lily's dorm. I stood there and read it. And then, I laughed out loud as I stood in my living room, holding this absurd letter. It seemed like a joke. It was so outrageous, so absurd. But this was not a joke. She had indeed consulted a lawyer. She had them prepare a full document, claiming that I owed her money. The letter was full of legal language about how family must assist family and how I was morally required to step in, given my so-called success. Success? I was 23, fresh out of college, still sorting out my life, and barely able to pay my rent. She talked about me as if I was sitting on stacks of money. As if I had limitless resources and was being terrible by refusing to share them. But even if I were wealthy, if I had all the money in the world, that doesn't mean I owed them anything. Especially not after how they treated me. I immediately phoned my grandparents. They were as startled as I was. Grandfather was upset. "Don't you worry about anything," he said. They contacted a lawyer buddy, who informed me there was no legal basis for what my mother was attempting. "We'll take care of this. Courts don't enforce family guilt trips." After a few legal processes, the issue was settled. When my mother realized she had no case, she simply dropped the whole affair. Since then, I have not heard from her. Not from Mark. Not from Lily. And honestly, it seems like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. For years, I allowed them to control my life via guilt and manipulation. But now, for the first time, I'm completely free. Looking back, I am glad I stood my ground. Yes, it was hard. It was difficult for me to leave my own family. But that was the correct thing to do. Family is meant to be about love and support. Not about utilizing each other whenever it is convenient. I'm not sure what the future holds. But one thing is certain, I will never allow them back into my life, not after all they've done. Do I wish that things had turned out differently? Of course. But, at the end of the day, you must maintain your peace. And sometimes that entails walking away, even from those who are meant to love you most. And that's fine. On my own terms, I'm moving forward. I discovered my husband's secret family by chance. He had a double life, another child, and was stealing from us. It was a typical Saturday morning. I was in the grocery store, carrying my basket through the aisles, when I noticed him. Marcus, my husband, was standing in the produce area with a basket full of apples. But he was not alone. Next to him was a woman I'd never seen before, and between them was a young girl, no more than 5 years old, who called him Daddy. My heart has stopped. I stood there, motionless, as the scene unfolded in front of me. Marcus laughed at something the woman said, his hand resting on her lower back in a way that seemed all too familiar. The little girl tugged on his sleeve, pleading for a banana, and he beamed down at her as if she were the center of his universe. I felt as if I were witnessing a movie. This couldn't be genuine. But it was. And it crushed all I thought I understood about my marriage. I did not confront him there. I could not. Instead, I turned around and abandoned my cart in the middle of the aisle, dashing out of the store before anyone could see me cry. When I came home, my mind was racing. How long was this going on? Who was the woman? And who was the tiny girl? Marcus returned home a few hours later, acting quite normal. He kissed my cheek and asked about my day, as if nothing had happened. I wanted to yell and demand answers, but couldn't bring myself to do so. Instead, I smiled and said everything was good. But inwardly, I was collapsing. That night, while Marcus was sleeping, I checked his phone. I'd never done anything like this before, but I needed to know the truth. What I discovered was worse than I had imagined. Texts. Photos. Even a calendar with the woman from the business. Her name was Vanessa. And the little girl's name was Lily. According to the messages, she is Marcus' daughter. The next morning, I had a knot in my stomach. Marcus had already left, leaving a note on the kitchen counter indicating he had an early meeting. I knew better now. I checked his shared calendar and discovered that he was going to have breakfast with Vanessa and Lily at a diner across town. My hands shook as I dressed and walked out the door. I arrived at the diner right as they were being seated. I sat in my car, looking out the window while Marcus laughed with Vanessa and assisted Lily in cutting her pancakes. It was like watching the perfect small family. One I was not a part of. I experienced a range of feelings, including rage, betrayal, and a profound aching sadness. How could he accomplish this? To me? To us? I waited until they had left the diner before following them. Marcus dropped Vanessa and Lily off at a little house on the other side of town and drove to work as if everything was okay. I sat outside the house for hours, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I gathered the bravery to knock on the door. Vanessa responded, her look changing from astonishment to suspicion when she noticed me. "Can I help you?" she said, her voice wary. I took a deep breath. "I'm Marcus's wife," I explained, my voice quivering. Vanessa's eyes widened. For a minute, neither of us spoke. Then she stood aside, gesturing for me to enter. The house looked comfortable, with portraits of Vanessa, Lily, and, to my horror, Marcus. There were photos of them at the park, on vacation, and at what appeared to be a birthday party. It was like entering an alternate dimension in which Marcus lived a completely different life. Vanessa offered me a cup of coffee and we sat at the kitchen table. "How long have you known Marcus?" I inquired, my tone barely above a whisper. Vanessa hesitated before sighing. 5 years, she answered. "We met at work." He informed me that he was divorced. I felt as if the ground had been pulled out from beneath me. 5 years. That meant Marcus had been leading a double life for nearly half of our marriage. "What about Lily?" I inquired, my voice breaking. Vanessa gazed down at her hands. "She's his daughter," she replied gently. "He's been a part of her life since the day she was born." I wasn't sure what to say. My mind was racing as I tried to absorb what I had just learnt. Marcus wasn't simply having an affair, he had an entire other family. He had been keeping his family from me for years. As I sat at Vanessa's kitchen table, my head was filled with questions. "Marcus, how had you kept this a secret for so long? How hadn't I noticed?" But before I could ask any further questions, Vanessa spoke again. "There's something else you should know," she replied, her tone cautious. She stood up and exited the room, returning moments later with a folder. Inside were legal documents such as custody agreements, child support payments, and even a will. My hands shook as I paged through them. According to the papers, Marcus had been financially supporting Vanessa and Lily for several years. He had even designated Lily as his beneficiary in the event of his death. "He told me you knew," Vanessa said, her voice filled with shame. "He said you two had an arrangement, that you were okay with it as long as he didn't bring it up around you." I felt a flash of rage. "That's a lie," I replied, my voice quivering. I had no idea any of this was happening. Vanessa appeared shocked. "I'm very sorry," she said. "I had no idea he was lying to both of us." We sat in silence for a long time, digesting the severity of Marcus' betrayal. Vanessa then said something that stopped me cold. "There's something else," she explained. "Marcus has been discussing leaving you. He stated that he wants to be with me and Lily full time." I felt like I had been hit in the stomach. Marcus wasn't only hiding a secret family. He intended to leave me for them. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to face him, shout and cry for answers. But another part of me understood I had to be clever about this. If Marcus could lie to me for years, what else could he do? I chose to acquire proof. Over the next 3 weeks, I chronicled everything. Texts, images, and bank records. I even hired a private investigator to look further into Marcus's secret life. What I discovered was surprising. Marcus was not only helping Vanessa and Lily, but he was also transferring funds from our joint accounts into a hidden savings account in Vanessa's name. But the biggest surprise occurred when the investigator discovered something I had never imagined. Marcus has another child. A son. I live in a distant state with another woman. It turns out that Vanessa and Lily weren't his only secret family. Armed with all of the information, I decided to confront Marcus. I waited until he returned home from work one evening, his normal cheerful self, ignorant of the impending storm. I seated him down at the kitchen table with the packet of documents in front of him. "What's this?" he inquired, his tone light but his gaze watchful. "Open it," I murmured, my voice firm despite the rage building inside me. He stopped before flipping through the papers. His face turned pale when he understood what he was staring at. "Where did you get this?" he questioned, his voice raised. "I hired a private investigator," I said. "And I spoke to Vanessa. Marcus, I know everything. About her. About Lily. Regarding your son in another state, I know you've been stealing money from us. I know everything." Marcus looked at me, his expression a mix of shock and dread. For a little while, he said nothing. Then he began to explain, or, rather, make excuses. "It's not what you think," he replied. "I never intended to hurt you. I got in over my head, and I had no idea how to get out. I didn't purchase it." "You didn't know how to get out," I repeated, my voice quivering with rage. You have been lying to me for years, Marcus. You've been living a double, no, triple life and didn't think it would damage me? He tried to apologize and beg for forgiveness, but I wasn't having it. You don't get to apologize, I responded. You can't act like a victim here. You made your decisions, and now you have to deal with the consequences. I informed him that I filed for divorce and that I intended to take everything he had. He tried to reason and persuade me to give him another chance, but I was done. I grabbed a bag and departed that night, staying with a friend while I planned my future actions. The following few weeks were a blur of legal battles and mental misery. Marcus fought me every step of the way, but the evidence proved overwhelming. In the end, I received the property, the majority of our savings, and complete custody of our children. Marcus was ordered to pay child support and alimony, but I knew it wouldn't be enough to compensate for what he had done. The divorce was finalized 6 months later, but the emotional scars took far longer to heal. Marcus attempted to stay in touch, stating that he wanted to be a part of our children's life, but I couldn't trust him. How could I? After all he had done. I set stringent boundaries, only allowing him supervised visits. Vanessa contacted me several times, apologizing for her role in the issue. She admitted that she had no idea Marcus was married when they first met, and by the time she found out, she was already in too deep. I didn't really blame her. Marcus lied to both of us. I focused on reconstructing my life. I returned to school and earned a degree in counseling so that I might help others in similar situations. It was therapeutic in a way, transforming my misery into something positive. My children were my rock throughout it all, and their tenacity and love gave me the fortitude to keep going. It's been 5 years since that day in the grocery store, and while the anguish hasn't totally subsided, it's become more manageable. I've learned to trust again, both in myself and in others. I've even started dating, but I'm taking things slowly. Marcus, on the other hand, has not done as well. His lies caught up with him, and he not only lost me, but also Vanessa and his other family members. He's now alone. And, while I feel terrible for him, I know it's a bet he made for himself. If there's one thing I've learned from this, it's that you have no control over what other people do, but you can control how you respond. I opted to turn my anguish into strength, and by doing so, I discovered a new sense of purpose. This event taught me that life is unpredictable, and even those you trust the most can betray you in ways you never expected. But it also demonstrated how strong I am. How resilient we can all be when confronted with adversity. If you've ever been through something similar, please share your experience in the comments. How did you manage it? My stepmother had hidden my late father's will, stealing my inheritance. Now that she came begging for help, I refused. My name is Lily Andrews, and I am 28 years old. My stepmother and younger sister Rachel and I live in the house that my late father bequeathed to us. My life has never been easy in our family, but I've always tried to sort things out for the sake of peace. That night, everything changed. It was a large party. My stepmother, Gloria, enjoys arranging these costly occasions, despite her constant complaints about money. Guests packed the home, laughing, drinking, and flaunting their pricey outfits. I remained to myself, standing near the kitchen and avoiding the spotlight, like I normally do. Then something happened. Rachel, my 24-year-old sister, stood in the center of the living room, her voice loud enough to pique everyone's interest. "Oh, Lily is here? Look at her, always hiding in the shadows, as if she doesn't belong." Her words sliced into me like a knife. Some attendees laughed uneasily, unsure how to respond. My face flushed with shame, but I did not answer. Rachel understood how much I disliked confrontations. Gloria joined in before I could slip away. "Well, maybe Lily doesn't belong here after all," she joked. "She doesn't contribute to anything important around here, unlike Rachel." Gloria smiled at the audience, as if her comments were a joke. However, they weren't. I wanted to yell and protect myself, but I remained silent. No one knew I'd been surreptitiously paying Rachel's college tuition for the past 2 years. She wouldn't have had her expensive degree without me, and now she's disrespecting me in front of everyone. After the party, I returned to my room, hoping for some peace and quiet. But Gloria wasn't finished with me yet. She stormed in, her tone rough and cold. "You should pack your belongings and leave, Lily. This isn't your house anymore. You're just taking up space." I stood there, frozen. How could she say that? My father left the house to me. But Gloria had always acted as if she owned everything, and Rachel took her lead. For the first time in years, I did not fight or cry. I just looked at her and replied, "Fine, I'll leave." But in my heart, I knew it wasn't over. They were unaware of the sacrifices I had made for them. They had no idea that their remarks were pushing me to the point of no return, and they had no idea what I was going to do next. My mind raced as I packed my things. Every memory of Gloria and Rachel's mistreatment played back in my mind, the sarcastic remarks, the frequent comparisons, and the way they always took me for granted. As I closed up my luggage, I felt the weight of years of quiet sorrow lifted from my shoulders. This house might have been my father's gift to me, but it had become a prison. It was no longer a home. Before leaving, I went into my room and got the folder I'd concealed in the back of my closet. Inside were all of Rachel's college tuition receipts, proving all I had done for her. I was not going to let her forget it. As I approached the front door with my bag, Gloria and Rachel were seated in the living room, sipping wine and joking as if nothing had occurred. Rachel smirked when they spotted me. "Are you finally leaving?" "It took you too long," she replied, rolling her eyes. I paused in my tracks to look at her. My voice was calm but forceful. "You know, Rachel, I've always backed you. I funded your tuition when you couldn't afford it. So this is how you repay me? Mocking me in front of everyone?" Her face became pallid. "What are you talking about?" Rachel asked. I held up the folder and dropped it on the coffee table. "Here is the proof, every money I made to keep you in school. You didn't know, did you? Gloria told you that was her, right?" Rachel looked at Gloria, her uncertainty rising to rage. "You told me you were paying for it?" she shouted. Gloria stood up and tried to maintain her composure. "That is enough, Lily. Stop trying to create drama and simply leave." I shake my head. "Oh, I am leaving. But from now on, you are on your own. I will not pay another dime for either of you." With that, I walked out the door, leaving them to face the truth. For the first time in years, I felt liberated. The next morning, I moved into a small but comfortable apartment on the opposite side of town. It wasn't a lot, but it was mine. I began focusing on myself for a change, working harder at my career, meeting new people, and caring for my mental health. Meanwhile, things in the old house began to fall apart. Rachel was unable to keep up with her college expenses and had to quit. Gloria attempted to guilt me into assisting them, but I ignored her calls. One day, Rachel texted me. "Lily, I apologize for everything. Could we talk?" I looked at the message for a long time. Part of me wanted to forgive her, but another part of me understood that forgiveness did not imply returning to the way things were. I responded, "We can talk, but I won't let you take advantage of me again." When we eventually met, Rachel burst into tears. She stated that she had been jealous of me for many years. She thought Gloria's approval was all that counted, but she now realizes how toxic Gloria's influence was. "I know I've hurt you, Lily," she admitted, her voice shaking. "I don't expect you to forgive me, but I want to make things right." Rachel began working to repair our friendship. She really apologized and began working to pay her own way through school. For the first time in years, I recognized her as the sister I once cared about. Gloria attempted to persuade Rachel into turning against me again, but Rachel had finally seen her true colors. When Gloria realized she couldn't control us anymore, she fled town, leaving behind the toxic environment she had created. Rachel and I gradually rebuilt our relationship, this time based on respect and honesty. I maintained my distance, focusing on my own ambitions and pleasure, but I knew one thing for certain. I would never allow someone to take advantage of me again. Months passed before things felt normal again. I had settled into my new apartment, concentrating on my profession and creating a life that was not centered on my family's instability. Rachel and I were gradually restoring trust, and I admired her efforts, even if I wasn't ready to fully reintegrate her into my life. Then one evening, when I was preparing dinner, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. "Hello?" I responded hesitantly. "Is this Lily Andrews?" a forceful voice said. "Yes. Who is this?" "This is Margaret Gray with Greenfield Law Offices. I'm calling about your late father's estate." My heart skips a beat. "Estate? I thought everything was settled years ago." Margaret hesitated. "Not everything. A situation involving your father's will has lately come to light. Would you be available to meet tomorrow?" I agreed, but I couldn't shake the impression that this call was about more than paperwork. The next day, I sat in Margaret's office, nervous. She handed me a bundle of documents, her face stern. "Lily, your father left a second will, which was only recently discovered." Margaret's comments caused my heart to pound. "This will override the previous one and includes a significant inheritance, a trust fund intended for you." My thoughts raced. A trust fund? Why didn't this come up before? "It was deliberately hidden," Margaret explained. "We suspect Gloria hid it by claiming ignorance when the estate was first split. She probably didn't want you to use the money." I felt both angry and relieved. My stepmother had stolen from me, but now I had the opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Can I access it now? I asked. Yes, Margaret replied with a smile. And I believe you'll find the sum substantial. Your father wanted you to be financially secure. When I saw the numbers, my jaw sank. The trust fund had more than $500,000. The trust fund became widely known, and Gloria soon returned. She arrived unannounced at my apartment, looking untidy and desperate. Lily, we need to talk, she continued, her voice quivering. There's nothing to talk about, Gloria, I said, maintaining a chilly tone. I know about the trust fund, she blurted out. You don't understand how hard things have been for Rachel and me. We need help. I looked at her incredulously. You mean the same Rachel you duped into turning against me? The same Rachel who is finally learning to stand on her own without your toxic influence. Gloria's face flushed hot. I tried to safeguard this family. Everything I did was for Rachel's future. No, I replied firmly. You did everything for yourself. And you know what? I'm finished cleaning up your mess. Later that week, Rachel called me in tears. Gloria is furious with me, she continued. She thinks I betrayed her because I won't ask you for money. What do you want me to do, Rachel? I asked. Nothing, she said, her voice steady. I simply wanted to let you know that I am done with her. I'm moving out and starting a job. I do not want to be like her anymore. Her words astonished me. Rachel had finally accepted responsibility for her life. For the first time, I had a glimmer of optimism for our relationship. With Gloria out of my life, I focused on building a future I could be proud of. I used a portion of the trust fund to start my own business, which I had been dreaming about for years. It wasn't easy, but it was mine, and it gave me a sense of purpose that I hadn't experienced before. Rachel and I stayed in touch and met for coffee or supper on occasion. She was becoming a better version of herself, and I was proud of her. Gloria, I heard, left to another city, leaving behind the damage she caused. I did not feel sorry for her. She had reaped what she sowed. Looking back, I understand that being kicked out of my own home was the finest thing that could have happened to me. It encouraged me to stand up for myself and stop allowing others to take advantage of my goodwill. Now, I live a life full of peace, purpose, and the assurance that I am finally free of my stepmother's toxic control. Rachel is finally learning how to stand on her own 2 feet. And perhaps, just maybe, we'll be able to reconnect as sisters again. My husband left our kids home alone but denies it, even after footage showed a woman visiting. He still refuses to admit the truth. My husband is 43 and I'm 31. We've been married for 7 years and have a 5-year-old and a 9-month-old. My husband left our children alone and he refuses to admit to it or tell me where he was. I'm furious, enraged, and my husband keeps telling me I'm making a big deal about nothing. This just happened this weekend. I am on the board of directors for a local non-profit organization. I had to attend an event for that organization this past Saturday, and I was gone for most of the day. My husband was supposed to be home with our kids. I texted him a few times and he responded. When I called around midday he didn't respond, but that's not very unusual. Shortly after that, I got a call from my mom. She said my son had just called her and when she asked him what he and his sister were doing, he said they were both watching TV. When she asked where their dad was, he said his dad wasn't there. My mom asked him several other questions and from my son's responses she believed he was telling the truth and that my husband wasn't there and that there was no adult there at all. She said he didn't seem scared to be alone or worried about where his dad was at. He just called her to chat. He has a tablet designed for children, with pre-programmed contacts that he can call. It's only a few people, just family members. I left the event immediately and began texting and calling my husband repeatedly. He didn't respond to my first several attempts. It took him about 10 minutes, I was halfway home at that point, to respond. I was so confused, so worried, really mad, and I asked him where he was. He said he was at home. I told him our son had just told his grandmother that he was home alone with his baby sister watching TV about 15 minutes ago. My husband denied it and I told him I was too upset to talk and drive. When I got home, I checked on the kids right away and they were both fine. I asked my husband again, where was he? He said he was home the entire time. He didn't know what our son was talking about but he must have just been confused since he had gone to the basement to do some laundry. I ran down to the basement. It was the same load of laundry I'd thrown in the dryer the night before. He didn't do any laundry when I was gone. I asked my husband why my son would be confused about whether his dad was home or not. Where in our home would he have gone and for how long for our son to think his dad wasn't home? That doesn't make sense with a 5-year-old and a 9-month-old. You wouldn't leave them unattended that long. Why was he nowhere to be found when my mom asked my son to go check certain areas of the house? I begged my husband to just admit it, to stop treating me like an idiot and to stop accusing our son of lying. Just tell me the truth, because being lied to right to my face is so incredibly maddening. He insists he was home, but he can't come up with any believable story of where he was at or what he was doing during that time. The way he answers me when I ask him about this and demands truthful answers is so dismissive. When I tell him, "You left our children alone," he quickly says, "No, I didn't, so anyway." He says I'm overreacting and letting our son's imagination drive me crazy. I am convinced he was gone. We don't have a Ring camera, but at least one of our neighbors does. I'm so upset about this that I'm tempted to ask our neighbor for the Ring footage. I had to go out to my car and scream and cry because I got so upset. Of course, I didn't want my kids to see my reaction. I can't put into words how upset I am about the fact that I know he must have really left them alone but have no proof and am being treated like I'm just a paranoid nutcase of a mother-woman by him. Comments. Comment 1. When my now ex did this, it was drugs. I didn't know about it. He told me months later when I found out that he often left at night and out the kids in the living room together, so if the house burned down at least they'd be together. My youngest was under a year. The oldest was 5. Don't stop asking questions. Oop. This gives me chills. Comment 2. I haven't seen it anywhere, but will admit I haven't looked super deeply, so I'll add this to you. This is not the first time your husband has left your children alone. Your son's reaction to grandma is proof enough of that. He was calm, completely unbothered by the fact that he and the baby were alone. He would not react like that the first time. Comment 3. As someone who was constantly left alone with her younger brother at such a young age, you are so right. Update. 4 days later. Last weekend my husband left our 5-year-old and 9-month-old home alone while I was gone and then refused to admit it or provide a plausible explanation. Since then, we had many arguments about it. I've been living in a constant state of anger and frustration. I didn't want to fight about it anymore, but I couldn't help it and I kept bringing it up again and again. I couldn't lay low and pretend to get over it while I waited for him to do it again and catch him in whatever was going on. I also knew that demanding he tell me the truth wasn't going to get me anywhere, since he'd been refusing to talk and deflecting for days. All it was doing was making me enraged and feel like I was about to have a brain aneurysm. I told him to hand me his phone so I could check his location at the time. He refused. He said he wouldn't do it and that it was a violation of his privacy, he won't be treated that way, and refuses to give in to my delusions. You think I enjoy being in a situation where I have to beg my husband to show me his phone so I can see where he is? I hate it. I don't want to live that way. I told him it's simple, if he was really at home the entire time, just prove it. Why wouldn't he want to clear this whole thing up? I got so mad that he wouldn't turn over his phone that I told him I was going to the neighbors to get their doorbell footage. At first he was like, "Fine, go do it." He didn't think I actually would. He knows I don't like to air drama to others, so he probably figured I'd just swallow all of this crap he's been giving me. Luckily, I was totally being driven by anger at this point, so nothing was going to stop me from going to the neighbors. When I actually started to go out the door, he tried to stop me and followed me out the door. I felt pure anger rushing through my veins, nothing else. The neighbor, who I've probably said less than 10 words to in the entire time we've lived here, told me he'd send me the footage. I went home, told my husband that the neighbor didn't have the footage from that day anymore, and told him I just needed to go to the store and cool off. So I put the kids in the car and went and parked somewhere while I waited for the neighbor to send me the footage. I have the neighbor's number now too, and he told me if I need any more footage he will be happy to give it to me. The video shows a blue car that I don't recognize show up and park in our driveway. A blonde woman gets out of the car and goes towards my house. She walks on the outside of our garage toward the gate leading to our backyard. The gate is too far back and out of the way to be seen on the doorbell footage. She and her car were there for 23 minutes. Imagine that. The car leaves right around the time that my husband called me to say he was home and had been home the entire time, as I was rushing home in a panic and calling him on repeat. One of two possibilities as to where they went. She either came in through the side door of the house, which does provide direct access to the basement. Or, and what I think is more likely, is that they were in the backmost area of our yard, which is a gated pool area. Immediately behind our house is a grass lawn, then you step down a few steps and we have a patio, and then there is a fully gated area where the pool is. It's not like you think of when you picture a gated pool. It's a full, 6-foot wood fence all the way around, plus even taller landscaping for added privacy. You can't see into the area at all unless you're inside. I think it's more likely that they were back there because my son said his dad's keys were gone and we keep that gate locked with a key. The pool is closed for winter, but there is one small building back there, sort of like a shed we converted into a changing area, and there is a covered patio with furniture. I'm convinced that's where they were. So technically he was home, but in an area totally removed from the house and where he couldn't see or hear the kids if something happened. I asked him how he could explain this. What were they doing? I obviously don't need him to tell me what they were doing, but for some reason I still had hope that he'd finally be honest. He wasn't contrite. He showed no remorse. He was just like, yeah, she was here, but I obviously never left. Who is she? How long has this been going on? And if he's going to be such a disgusting, despicable excuse of a man, then why couldn't he at least have found any other time and any other lie or excuse other than when he was home alone with our kids? I told him I know this has happened before and I demanded to know how many times he's done this when he's been home alone with the kids. He swears this is the only time, but he still doesn't have the balls to confess to what they were doing. I don't believe him that this was the only time, FYI. I still have so many questions and I still feel like my heart is beating 200 times a minute. My blood pressure is through the roof. I've cried a lot, sobbed, begged for somebody to help me, yelled, screamed, ordered a bunch of books about divorce and custody. And you know what? The next day after our multiple explosive fights, him putting his hands on me, and me seeing the evidence, he acted like everything was totally normal and like none of that stuff ever happened. I woke up still seething, exhausted, broken, and he's acting like everything is totally normal. He said he was ordering breakfast to be delivered from our favorite breakfast place. He asked if I wanted to go to the store together later and try this new recipe for chili tonight. What? Why would I want to do any of these things with you now? Absolutely no acknowledgement of anything he's done or what's transpired between us in the past few days. He deserved an Oscar for how well he was able to act like none of that happened, completely comfortable and non-fazed. I know that it's a waste of my energy, but I just desperately want him to admit the full truth of what he did that day and any other day with this woman. I want to hear it from him. It won't change whatever he's done, but he could at least have the respect and decency to be honest now that he's been caught. That's a ridiculous thought though, right? How foolish of me to expect this man to show decency and honesty now. If he was a decent and honest man, then he wouldn't have had a strange woman over to our house and been out of sight from our kids for 23 minutes. His continued denial and refusal to admit to anything other than the bare minimum, his attitude like I'm somehow being controlling or infringing on his rights by asking for information. That's almost more hurtful than him cheating on me. Comments. Comment 1. OP, he has not been honest and won't be honest. Even if he is, what would that give you? Could you even believe it? OP, you know what he was doing. You don't need him to spell it out for you. Put yourself and your children first. OP. At the end of the day, him admitting to what he's done wouldn't really change anything. It certainly won't change anything he's done. It won't make it better. And I probably still wouldn't believe I was getting the full truth. Yet, I can't stop seething over the fact that he's refusing to give me any info. Comment 2. Because he is hoping that if he doesn't admit to it, there is a chance you will stay with him. He cheated. He endangered your children. He is selfish. Comment 3. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Unfortunately, you won't get anything for him. If I were you, I'd channel that anger into a plan to take your kids and leave. He will never say he left his kids in a dangerous situation to cheat on you. You know it's what happened. He knows it's what's happened. And it will continue, make no mistake. Am I the asshole for getting a co-worker fired after she repeatedly mocked me for my breast implants, unaware that I got them due to cancerous cells? Original post. I'm 28 and when I was 24 mom died of breast cancer, after both of my nanas also died of it. I got some tests done and found that I did have some potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue, and the doctor said I could either wait and see if they did turn harmful or I could get ahead of it and get a double mastectomy. I got a double mastectomy. I was warned about scarring but not the extent of it and wound up with scars an inch long and half an inch wide on my chest, and I hated the way it looked. It got to the stage where it was having a serious impact on my mental health. I felt sick seeing myself, and I wouldn't leave my flat. I went to a therapist, who did some CBT with me before she suggested seeing a plastic surgeon about scar reduction. The plastic surgeon said the scars could be hidden with implants. I was naturally big, an F-cup, before the mastectomy, so I opted to go with slightly smaller but still fairly large DD-sized implants. They hid the scars pretty well and I'm happy with them. My mental health improved and I felt comfortable in my own skin again. A few months ago I was at work having lunch with this friend of mine and we were planning a holiday. She made a joke about my boobs exploding on the plane. The friend knew me before the surgery and I knew she wasn't being mean, so I laughed. A coworker, Jill, overheard and, not knowing about the cancer thing, told everyone that I'd had a boob job. She hated me from then on out, and she made a bunch of jokes to other coworkers, calling me fake in 2 ways, and more plastic than Barbie, all when I was in earshot. I've asked her to stop more than once. We were all having lunch today. Me, Jill, and a few others. And a coworker, Bob, was talking about his daughter wanting to marry this guy who has nothing going for him. And I said that Bob was being a little shallow. Jill replied, "Well, you'd know all about being shallow," gesturing at my chest. I'd had enough and said, "Do you know why I have these? A few years ago the doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a double mastectomy by a doctor and was left with huge ugly scars on my chest. I went to see a therapist and cosmetic surgeon, who advised me to get implants to hide the scars, and I did just so I could look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was a mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. Someone from the lunchroom came to talk to me, saying Jill was just joking. I was being oversensitive and a bitch about it when Jill didn't know about the cancerous cells. I replied that maybe Jill shouldn't have been a bitch to begin with. It's the end of the day now and half the office seems to side with Jill and the other half with me. Relevant comments. Comment 1. NTA: Jill shouldn't be commenting on her coworkers' bodies. This could easily be seen as sexual harassment. Edit. OP, please mention to HR that you repeatedly asked Jill to stop commenting on your body and she refused. I don't see this ending well for Jill since she continuously commented on your body and pushed you to the point of feeling uncomfortable in the workplace. OP, I don't have any record of it, I only ever spoke to her about stopping in private. The 4 times I asked were in the lift, twice, the stairwell and the women's bathroom, all places without cameras, so the only person who can confirm I asked her is Jill herself. I can prove she's been making comments about my body by asking any coworkers she spoke to, but can't prove I asked her to stop. Edit. HR want to see me about creating a hostile work environment, so looks like someone reported either me or Jill or both. Update. HR wants to see me tomorrow, so I'll update after work. If they're dealing with it quickly, though, it can't be good. Update 2. Some coworkers have offered to write me letters of support for HR tomorrow, basically saying that they've seen Jill harass me completely with rough dates and times. Relevant comments. Who filed the HR complaint? Oop. Wouldn't be surprised if it turned out Jill was the one who reported me. She has a friend in HR. Would it count as sexual harassment? Commenter. She has a friend in HR. If the note is from that friend, or the meeting is with that friend, I would try to go over her head as fast as possible. Perhaps initiating a counterclaim, not sure if that is the right term. You may want to ask over at /r/legal advice or r/legal advice UK if you are in the UK as someone else guessed. OOP? I am in the UK. The email is from Jill's friend, so it looks like the friend will be overseeing the complaint, but there's something in my contract that basically says if HR ever gets involved I have the right to an unbiased overseer and can request a different one if I can prove the current one is biased. So if it is this woman and I can show she and Jill are friends, then I might be able to fix it or go above her head. Editor's note: edited out a rehash of the AITA post. For the rest of the day I had about 1/3 of my office come up to me and offer support, and the rest tell me that Jill was just joking around and I was being a bitch. I replied that Jill was being a bitch long before I was. I then got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day, and when I called for clarification they mentioned a hostile work environment. Note: this is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off the email and I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident on who had reported me. I realized that if this was already being sent to HR, I needed as much ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting my information. As Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me, and if that was true I was fucked. However, I vaguely remembered a section on complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract and there was a part in complaints section that said I was contractually allowed to request a change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. Then I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook, and said basically, HR have asked to see me. Do any of you remember Jill insulting me to your face, and are you willing to write and sign something saying what you heard and when? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill is somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending HR and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I guessed roughly when I'd asked Jill to stop previously. The 4 asks over the last few months, some timings were easy to guess as they'd happened on my break or when I'd first arrived at work, and I wrote them all down, along with a rough time of when the lunchroom confrontation happened and a list of names of who was there for the lunchroom confrontation. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went round everyone who had messaged me and most of them managed to give me a printed and signed letter, some didn't manage to write one but NBD. This isn't exact words as there's 16 letters to sum up here but the gist was, my name is their name. I work with Jill last name and OP. On date at time, approx, I spoke with Jill last name, during which she referred to OP as quoted insult. I felt this was inappropriate as it directly related to OP's appearance and am willing to go on record further to establish that Jill last name has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed their name, I wound up with about 16 letters, all from different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some even had bullet-pointed lists of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people. As it turns out, Jill has issues with a lot of people's appearances. She apparently made comments about one coworker's weight, and something anti-Semitic about a different coworker's nose, all of which were put in these letters. There are about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it's still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from coworkers, the photocopy of the page in my contract, and my dates and times in a little folder with me. I got there and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me into another room. I immediately turned to the other HR worker that was currently there and said, "So is my meeting with you then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer. And as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I wouldn't let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and said she could be impartial. I replied that I really didn't mean to be a pain, but I had it on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get supervisor. Supervisor asks how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell him that I have it on good authority that Jill, who is on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend of Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only replied, "I can be impartial." Supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the 4 of us all went to review the complaint. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoyed them. Debbie took out the complaint and all 3 of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the whole time the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommending me being fired. The interview went something like this. It took over half an hour and they kept asking me the same questions but phrased different ways, so this is a really drastically condensed version. Q. You said outside that you think Jill last name reported you. Why is this? A. Jill has had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Q. Why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue? A. I had no issue with her. Q. What issue does Jill have with you? A. 4 years ago a specialist identified potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I had surgery to remove my breast tissue, thereby removing the cells and the risk. After the surgery I was left with large scars on my chest. I went to a therapist for low self-esteem and depression. The therapist suggested a plastic surgeon who suggested breast implants to cover my scars. All of this is in my medical history, which you have a copy of in my file and my full permission to review. Jill found out about my breast implants but didn't know about the cancer. Jill had a problem with my breast implants, and decided to communicate this problem to our coworkers. Q. Why do you feel this is true? A. Here's 16 signed statements all from different coworkers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office I'd had breast implants on the day she found out and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes of what Jill said to them about it and rough dates and times. Q. Rough dates and times? A. No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as and when it happened. Q. What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment? A. For me, harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent, but as to the complaint placed against me, it would probably be what happened at about time yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breasts, and I replied by giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There are cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that conversation. I'll admit I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months I felt I had to put my foot down. Here's a list of names of people who were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of these people is also in those letters, and has written their account of the conversation and signed it. Q. Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you? A. Several, spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated to her that I felt uncomfortable and upset with these comments she was making and would appreciate it if she were to stop. Q. To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in this time? A. Number. It wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friend she overheard, and I didn't tell her because frankly it's none of her business, and I did not feel the need to detail my medical history to a coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. Supervisor stands up and says, "Well, I think we're done here." He shakes my hand and sends me back to my desk saying that I'd hear from them after they reviewed the evidence, letters, CCTV, medical history and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my CV, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by, then the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called for a meeting with HR. They come back 10-ish minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation get called one by one, except Jill. All of them are gone for about 10 minutes, then come back, find a coworker, and say that HR wants to see them. Then the people who wrote letters but weren't there yesterday are also called one by one and are each gone for about 10 minutes each, some longer, some shorter. By about 3:30 it looks like everyone who wrote a letter or was there in the lunchroom has been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. 4:30ish, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around, everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave, when Jill storms back into the office. She glares at me the whole time she packs up her desk. She then starts telling anyone who will listen that I got her fired before shoving her way onto the lift. An email comes in from HR. My case is closed. TLDR. Coworker harassed me over having implants, which I only got because I had cancerous cells. I called her out, she reported me to HR for calling her out. I got a bunch of people to write statements of all the times she harassed me and she got fired instead. Also, I've been told that isn't what a reverse Uno is, but I can't change it. Eat it. Just want to add that regardless of my reasons for getting implants, I still should not have been harassed over them. It just happened to be relevant here because it made Jill look like a real dick, which is probably why she reported me. Am I the asshole for telling my brother he'd never measure up to our late father after he lectured me about drinking and quitting soccer? Original post March 11, 2019. I have 3 older siblings, 2 sisters who are 28, and my older brother Chris, who is 26, I am the youngest, child at 16. 3 years ago our dad died of cancer, after a pretty rough battle. Being 11 when my dad got sick, I remember it being a pretty scary time, not always understanding what was happening, but the one thing I always knew was that Chris was there for me. Obviously it was also a very difficult time for Chris, but he really looked out for me during that time. And Chris has continued to be the same, great guy and awesome big brother to this day. So, 3 weekends ago I went to a party, drank too much, and I got drunk for the 3rd time in my life. I called Chris and asked him if he could come get me when I wanted to leave, and my friends, one of which was our designated driver who was sober, wanted to stay. Chris came to pick me up, worried that I was going to get in a car with a drunk driver if he didn't. The next day he lectured me on my drinking problem, and getting into cars with drunk drivers. Things got heated, because I felt like he was assuming a lot. Because I'm a junior in high school and I've only drank 3 times at parties, which I feel is pretty normal, and I wasn't going to get in a car with a drunk driver. My DD was completely sober, so I feel like I was more responsible than he was giving me credit for. But yes, I was drunk enough to think calling him at 10 p.m. out of the blue to pick me up because I was tired was a good idea. And then 2 weeks ago Chris found out I quit the soccer team. He started lecturing me on commitments, and talking about how I need to be doing an extracurricular for college, and I shouldn't just quit because of laziness. And then things got heated, and he started talking about my drinking problem again, and then talking about my room being messy, and then we were really arguing and he was accusing me of being disrespectful, and then I fucked up. I lost it and told Chris he wasn't my dad and I didn't need him lecturing me, and how he thinks he could replace dad, but he'll never be half the man dad was. I was mad and just looking for something mean to say. Chris left my room, and about 30 minutes later came back in and apologized for overstepping. It was clear that he had been crying, but I was still mad and couldn't bring myself to apologize even though I knew that I should and that I didn't mean what I said. Chris left and went back to his place and we didn't talk for 3 days. 3 days later I finally did the right thing and texted him a heartfelt apology for what I had done and said, thanked him for always caring enough to be there for me, and told him I spoke with the coach about rejoining the soccer team. He texted back hours later. Thank you, that means a lot. Since that time we've only spoken sporadically over text, whereas we used to speak all day. I've asked him if he wants to hang out, and he's always busy or he says maybe tomorrow, and then when I text him the next day he doesn't reply until it's too late. Chris has come to every soccer game I've had over the past couple of years, but he's missed the last two. I have apologized again by text. I would do it in person, but I haven't seen him since our fight, whereas normally I see him a couple times a week. One of our things has been going to see Marvel new releases together. I asked him if he wants to go next weekend and he said his girlfriend surprised him and took him this weekend. So I replied back, okay, maybe we can do something else together? I'd love to hang with you. I miss you. No reply yet. I know what I said was completely fucked up and wrong. Besides being a very mean thing to say, it's not true at all. He's great. I understand why he's upset, and I know it's my fault, but now I don't know how to make things better. Chris was overbearing at times, but I would give anything to go back to that right now. Is there anything more I can do to fix this? TLDR got into a fight with my older brother a couple of weeks ago because I felt like he was trying to parent me. We got into an argument and I told him that he'll never be the man our deceased father was. This hurt my brother's feelings, and things haven't been the same since. Relevant comments: you broke his heart. And I don't say that to make you feel guilty, I say that so you can understand that a text message apology is not remotely enough. You need to go to him, not wait for him to come over, you literally need to go to his place and apologize in person. OOP, you're absolutely right that a text apology is not enough for what I've done. I want to apologize in person because he deserves one. So should I just show up to his place uninvited? Because I've thought about doing that. I asked to come over before and he didn't reply until it was already late, saying he had just got home, but next time I could. Update May 23, 2019, 2 months later. I thought I would provide an update to my first post. Someone advised me to write my brother a letter apologizing, which I did. I apologized for being mean and hurtful, and that I was wrong for doing that. I also got him a separate card and wrote a message thanking him for everything he's done for me. I went to his house with my letter and card when I found out he was home to go talk to him, but unfortunately when I got there he was gone already, so I slid them under the door. When he got back home he found them and read them, and then he called me to arrange to come see me. He came over here and I apologized in person for what I said. He was very straightforward with me and honest about my actions. He explained that the reason he had been avoiding me lately is because he needed some time apart because he was beginning to not like me. He said loved me, but he didn't want to be around me sometimes. That was pretty hard to hear. He said that lately I've just not been very nice. The comment about our dad was by far the worst, but I make other snappy comments. He had tried to brush it off as me being just as a teenager, but had now decided it was best to let me know. Being a teenager is not an excuse to be a constant asshole to everybody at home, is how he put it. He gave a few examples and looking back he was absolutely right. It was pretty upsetting to hear. I know he wasn't saying it to upset me, and I was thankful that he was telling me, or at least I'm thankful now. I promised that I would check my attitude. He said a little more thoughtfulness was all I needed, and that even though sometimes I act like an asshole he knows I'm not one. After we finished talking we hugged. He told me not to forget that he loves me and that I'm great. Since then I've been trying to be more considerate. I really am trying to follow the advice he gave me. It's been a couple months now, and I'm happy to say that it's working. Our mom told me a couple weeks ago that I'm a joy to be around. In the car earlier today my brother told me that it's been really nice spending time with me lately. So that's good news. TLDR apologized to my brother for the terrible thing I said to him. He warned me that I was turning into someone that he didn't want to be around, even though he loved me. I've worked on fixing my attitude over the past 2 months, and today my brother told me it's nice to hang out with me these days. Edit. Wow, I wasn't expecting this to get big. Thanks for the advice, and for the gold. Much appreciated. At Thanksgiving, my sister discovered I had $12 million and my family demanded I give it to her claiming she deserved it more. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Using a throwaway for obvious reasons, with certain specifics modified to preserve anonymity. So I'm Sarah, 38, female, and I need to get this off my chest. Do you know those family dynamics in which one child can do no wrong while the other appears to be invisible? Yes, welcome to my life. Everything was very typical until I was 8. I was an only kid, and while my parents were not particularly warm and fuzzy, they were present, I suppose. Mom would help me with my homework, and Dad would occasionally take me fishing on Lake St. Clair. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but we were fine. Then came the night that would change everything. I recall my Aunt Kelly showing up at 2 a.m. and telling me to pack a suitcase because Mom was in the hospital. My sister, Rachel, was on her way, but something was wrong. She wasn't meant to arrive for another 2 months. The following few weeks were a flurry of hospital visits and hush chats. Rachel was really little. She looked like one of my baby dolls, but with all these tubes and cables, I wasn't allowed to touch her or get too close. That was the first time I felt it, an invisible wall forming between me and the rest of my family. When they eventually brought Rachel home, our house turned into a sterilized bubble. Mom had an obsession with germs. I'm talking industrial strength disinfection throughout, hand sanitizer stations in each room, and constant cleaning. The harsh odor of bleach still causes me distress to this day. But here's the bit that really messed me up. Whenever I showed the slightest symptom of illness, I was whisked off to either Grandma Marie's or Aunt Kelly's house. I mean every time. Sneeze once, pack your bags. A mild cough, you're off to see Grandma. At first, I thought it was enjoyable. Grandma Marie would make cookies, and Aunt Kelly had a fantastic collection of Nancy Drew books that I was working my way through. But children are not stupid. After a while, you begin to understand what is actually going on. You are not being sent away on adventures, you are being handled as a threat. As if your entire existence could damage your beloved sister. I tried everything to gain their attention in a healthier manner. Honestly, everything? Got all A's? Mom would scarcely look up from Rachel's most recent doctor's appointment calendar. Won first prize in the scientific fair with a project about renewable energy. Dad just asked if I could store the display board in the garage since Rachel is allergic to cardboard dust. Is this even a thing? The real kicker came when I was 12. For months, I'd been practicing for the school talent show, teaching myself to perform Bridge Over Troubled Water on the piano. I know it's a little too obvious. Rachel had a 99.1 degree Fahrenheit fever on the night of the show. Guess who did not have anyone in the audience? Meanwhile, 2 weeks later, the entire family, including both sets of grandparents, attended Rachel's 15-minute flute recital, during which she essentially killed hot cross buns. Rachel immediately learned how to use the system. By the age of 7, she had outgrown any real health difficulties, but that didn't stop her from performing. Headache? Must remain home from school. Feeling tired? Someone else, guess who, should perform her tasks. Worried about a test? Mom would literally call the school to have the deadline extended. I began spending more and more time in my room, immersed in books about art history and antiques. It's funny how life works out sometimes. My room became my sanctuary, mostly because Rachel claimed she was allergic to my lavender air freshener, so it was the only place she wouldn't go. Do you know what is actually wrong? When she pretended to be sick, a part of me felt grateful. At the very least, I'd be taken to Grandma Marie's, where someone would ask about my day or be interested in what I was about. Grandma was the one who sparked my interest in vintage jewelry. She had an incredible collection of costume pieces that she let me organize and catalog. I suppose I should have regarded it as prophetic. The worst thing wasn't even the clear favoritism. It was how they rewrote history to excuse their actions. Rachel just needs more attention because she had such a rough start. Sarah's always been so independent. Sarah understands that her sister has special needs. Number I did not comprehend. I was a child who didn't understand why having a good immune system made me less deserving of love. Looking back, I can see how these years shaped me. The persistent message that I was somehow unsafe or inconvenient to be around doesn't just go away. But hey, at least it taught me to be self-sufficient. When no one checks your homework or cares about your triumphs, you quickly learn to be your own cheerleader. High school, the majority of people either loved or loathed it. Me, I regarded it as a ticket out. While Rachel was establishing her drama empire in middle school, I was laying the groundwork for my own escape. And let me tell you, nothing inspires you to accomplish more than knowing that no one will do it for you. Remember how I said I spent hours sorting Grandma Marie's jewelry collection? That taught me a valuable lesson, the need for systematic organization and attention to detail. In high school, I approached everything with the same perspective. My desk at home resembled something out of an organization magazine. Color-coded notes, meticulously organized study plans, and everything had its place. Rachel teased me about it, calling me Rain Man. Very great, sis. But here's the thing about being invisible, No one is monitoring your failures or successes. So do whatever the heck you want. I joined every club that would not interfere with my part-time employment at Carson's Diner. Thank you to Carol, the owner, for remembering my birthday when my own parents had forgotten. Debate team? Check. Who is the National Honor Society president? Check. Who is the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper? Check. The debate team was when I truly found my voice. There's something quite rewarding about shattering someone's argument while maintaining complete composure. It also taught me how to negotiate, which I didn't realize at the time but would be useful later. I've won states twice. Rachel had major soccer games, therefore my parents were unable to attend both competitions. She was on the C team, did not even play. The game changer the junior year was when things truly became interesting. I took the SAT and received a flawless score. Not like, oh, pretty good, perfect. I mean, perfect. 1600. You know how many people receive that? Less than 1%. I remember staring at the results screen for almost 20 minutes, convinced it was an error. I rushed home to tell my parents. I realized this is stupid. Mom was in the kitchen assisting Rachel with her English homework. The conversation went something like this. My reaction. Mom. Look, I got a perfect SAT score. Mama. That's nice, honey, but can you keep it down? Rachel's trying to concentrate. She has a big test tomorrow. Rachel, you're correct. Yeah, some of us actually have to study, Miss Perfect. She said. Rachel, sweetie, don't stress. You're just a different kind of learner. I still have the hard copy of those SAT results someplace. Never got pinned on the fridge. But Rachel's C+ in English? That infant received primo refrigerator real estate, complete with a "we're so proud of you" magnet. College applications. The college application procedure was interesting. I applied to 15 schools without informing anyone. I wrote all of my own essays, gathered my own recommendations, and handled all of the financial assistance paperwork myself. My guidance advisor, Mr. Chen, was the true MVP. My parents were too busy to help me with the FAFSA, so I stayed late after school. Then acceptances began to arrive. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Michigan, and each one comes with a scholarship offer. I stored them all in a locked box under my bed, knowing what would happen if Rachel discovered them. They'd suddenly shifted their focus entirely to her. But if Sarah goes to Harvard, I'll be all alone. Or some nonsense like that. The day I received my full ride offer from UMich, Rachel joined JV cheerleading. Guess which one was celebrated with a family feast? Hint, I had microwave mac and cheese in my room while they went to Olive Garden. But, you know what? The scholarship was my golden ticket. Tuition, lodging and board are all included, as is a book allowance. I could finally leave that house, where I was either invisible or inconvenient. The day I received my acceptance package, I went to my favorite spot in the local library, a fourth-floor window seat overlooking the park, and grieved for an hour. Not sad tears. There were tears of relief. When I told my parents at supper that I was going to UMich, they were ecstatic. He said, Michigan? But that's so far. What if Rachel needs you? She replied, I hope you're not expecting us to help with expenses. Rachel's cheerleading competitions are very costly. Rachel is crying. Oh my God, finally. Can I have your room? I need space for my TikTok videos. The summer before college I worked double shifts at Carson's Diner to save money. Carol, bless her heart, always gave me additional tips and made sure I got to take home leftover pie at the conclusion of my shifts. She also taught me a vital skill, how to recognize genuine people in a society full of fakes. Baby, she'd tell me, in diners and in life, the ones making the most noise usually have the least to say. Move-in day at Michigan? My folks couldn't attend because, surprise, Rachel had a cheerleading competition. Aunt Kelly drove me instead, helped me set up my dorm room, and gave me a $500 envelope. Your Grandma Marie wanted you to have this, she told me. She's so proud of you. Later, I learned that Grandma had been saving that money from her Social Security checks for months. That first night in my dorm room, I promised myself, I was going to create such a wonderful life that being overlooked would be inconceivable. Not for vengeance. Nothing to prove to my family. But what about the 8-year-old girl who used to get sent to Grandma's house for sneezing? College and the beginning of something new. College went by in a flurry of all-nighters, instant ramen, and heavenly independence. I graduated summa cum laude from the University of Michigan. Not that my folks noticed. They were too busy helping Rachel transfer to her third college in 2 years. But this is where the plot takes an unexpected turn. I got an entry-level job at Everett and Phillips Auction House in Detroit. I won't use the real name for obvious reasons, but if you're in the business, you probably know who I'm talking about. A genuine high-end establishment, many old money clients, that type of transaction. I began with their estate sales business, which involved documenting the belongings of wealthy individuals after their deaths. Not exactly glamorous, but it paid the bills. The breakthrough. My first several months were very standard, logging countless china sets, categorizing vintage furniture, and so on. Next followed the Kingston estate. Mrs. Kingston was an elderly widow who had died with no children, leaving behind what everyone assumed was a huge collection of costume jewelry. Rooms filled with the material? This is where those hours at Grandma Marie's came in useful. I'm looking through this stack of jewelry when something catches my attention. It's an Art Deco brooch. Nothing really showy, yet something about it felt different. The weight was unsuitable for costume jewelry. The clasping mechanism was far too complex for a copycat. I believe I spent my whole lunch break that day researching old jewelry markers and signatures. I ended up staying late at the office to use the company's membership to several antique jewelry databases. The more I looked, the more certain I got that this was not costume jewelry. It was the real stuff. Problem was, I was the new girl. Nobody would believe me if I claimed we had a potential treasure on our hands. So I did what the debate team taught me. I meticulously prepared my argument. I spent 2 weeks during lunch breaks and evenings learning everything I could about Art Deco jewelry authentication. I even used some of my pitiful excuse for savings to pay for an online gemology course. Finally mustered the guts to approach my boss, Mr. Harrison. I brought the entire presentation, which included comparative images, historical documentation, and the works. The conversation went something like this. My response: "Sir, I think we might have something significant in the Kingston collection." Harrison, scarcely looking up from his phone, says, "Sarah, we've already cataloged those as costume pieces." "You are correct. I know, but look at these maker's marks. They match perfectly with Cartier's 1925 signatures." Harrison, finally paying attention: "Where did you learn all of this?" My reply was, I did some research." Long story short, the costume brooch sold for $47,000 at auction. It turns out that it was part of a limited collection created for some European set in the 1920s. But here's the real kicker. Harrison started to trust me after that. He began giving me other artifacts to authenticate. Suddenly, my pointless pastime of sorting antique jewels acquired real significance. I devoted myself to learning everything I could about vintage jewelry. I took every online course I could afford. I spent weekends at estate sales, researching items. Even began a small notepad to document various authentication procedures. My apartment looked like a jewelry scholar's fever dream, with walls covered with printouts of vintage hallmarks and certification guidelines. The auction house started getting results. I was discovering important items that others had overlooked, developing contacts with collectors, and knowing the market. My commission checks became larger. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving, I was also saving money. Family? Still remarkably uninterested. At Sunday dinners, which I still went to like a fool, the discourse went like this: "Mom, Sarah's still at that antique shop, right? This is me. Auction house, and yes. Actually, I just authenticated a rare Tiffany piece." Rachel interrupts. "Oh my God, speaking of jewelry. You guys have to see this charm bracelet I bought at the mall." But I didn't care anymore. For once in my life, I had discovered something wholly mine. Something I was actually excellent at. Something unrelated to being Rachel's sister or family disappointment. The Rothschild collection. Then came the Rothschild collection. This was about 2 years into my employment at the auction business. A massive estate. Old money family. There's a lot of buzz in the industry. I was part of the team that cataloged their jewelry collection. And that's when I noticed it. A fairly commonplace Art Nouveau piece that everyone else had missed. I spent 3 days investigating it. I barely slept. It turned out to be a piece from a famous French jeweler's private collection, which was supposed to have been lost during World War II. When it sold at auction for $238,000, Harrison summoned me to his office. I believed I was being promoted. Instead, he said something that completely changed the situation. "Sarah, you're wasting your talent here. You should be running your own authentication business." Initially, I shrugged it off. Me? Start a business? With what money? However, the notion took root. I began doing modest freelance authentication projects on the side. Word spread that I had a terrific site. Private collectors began contacting us directly. One night, I was sitting in my modest apartment, surrounded by jewelry manuals and authentication tools that I had gradually accumulated, when I had an epiphany. This is something I could actually do. I could create anything on my own. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I took out a large debt against my car. I emptied my savings account. I rented a small office space in a less desirable area of town. People believed I was insane. Perhaps I was. I transformed a storage room above a Chinese restaurant that was about the size of a college dorm room. The rent was low because it always smelled like Kung Pao chicken, and the Wi-Fi only functioned if you sat in the corner by the window. But it was mine. The struggle. The first few months were interesting, and by interesting, I mean scary. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. with cold sweats, calculating how many months till my savings ran out. Loan payments felt like a rope around my neck. My office furnishings comprised of, I purchased a card table from Goodwill. A chair I literally found on the curb. Don't worry, it was thoroughly cleaned. However, in the world of high-end jewelry, reputation and contacts are everything. And my experience at the auction house provided me with both. I started small by doing authentication work for local antique dealers. My fees were lower than the larger organizations, but my attention to detail was becoming known. Word spread. 6 months later, a watershed moment occurred. A dealer I had dealt with at the auction house inquired about a collection of Victorian-era brooches. The owner requested confirmation before selling. It turned out to be a massive collection, with pieces from 3 generations of families. I worked on it for 2 weeks straight, rarely sleeping and documenting everything. I discovered 2 extremely rare pieces that had been misinterpreted as later replicas. The owner was so delighted with my detailed analysis that she not only paid my fee, but also offered me a 10% commission when the piece sold. Was that a commission? $86,000. More money than I had earned in the preceding 2 years combined. Suddenly, my phone rang. A lot. Private collectors have heard about my knack for finding missed pieces. Estate lawyers seeking advice on inherited jewelry. Even my previous auction house began sending me authentication work. I'm quite sure Harrison was secretly helping spread the news. Thanks, boss. Scaling up. By year 2, I'd hired my first employee, Jenny, a fresh gemology graduate who reminded me much too much of myself at that age. She was extremely intelligent, yet she was neglected since she was quiet. She is now my head of authentication and is well worth her weight in gold. The firm expanded quicker than I could have predicted. Moved to a proper office downtown, goodbye, Kung Pao chicken odor. Created a team of specialists. I've earned a reputation for finding misplaced items. You wouldn't believe how many important historical jewelry items get misinterpreted as costume jewelry in people's attics. Keeping it secret from my family. However, success came with its own set of obstacles. The bigger we became, the harder it became to keep it a secret from my family. They still thought I worked in an antique shop. Rachel would make these sarcastic remarks during family dinners. Rachel asks, Sarah, I have some old jewelry I was going to donate to Goodwill. Maybe your little shop would want it? Me, having just authenticated a $1.2 million Fabergé item that morning. Sure, I'll look into it. Mom continues to introduce me to everyone as my other daughter. She works with old jewelry or something. Meanwhile, I was quoted in Forbes, luckily under my company name, and we had recently built our 3rd office. What's strange about it? Keeping the secret became almost enjoyable, like this private joke with myself. I'd sit at Sunday dinner in my Target discount outfit, really Chanel, listening to Rachel speak about her entry-level marketing job, knowing I'd just closed a deal for more than her annual income. I even started playing tiny games with myself, such as wearing authentic Harry Winston pieces to family gatherings and seeing whether anyone noticed. They never did. Rachel once spent 20 minutes showing off her expensive $200 Michael Kors watch. I was wearing a vintage Patek Philippe that cost more than her automobile. Managing growth. However, the real challenge was managing growth. By year 5, we'd established offices in Detroit, Chicago, and New York. I spent more time on airplanes than in my own bed. We built a reputation for discretion. It turns out that many wealthy people want their jewels verified without the rest of the world knowing. The money was enormous. For example, we needed to hire a large team of financial advisors. Nonetheless, I maintained a relatively modest lifestyle. I purchased a nice, but not flashy house in a desirable neighborhood. I drove a high-end, but not obvious car. The only place I truly splurged? My home office. Advanced authentication equipment. The most effective security system money can buy. A custom-built vault to make Fort Knox envy. What's with the irony? They believed I was being frugal by aiding them. Mom would remark things like, "It's so sweet of Sarah to help out. She must be eating nothing but ramen to manage it." Meanwhile, I had just validated a collection, which earned me a commission greater than their mortgage. You know what's strange about success? The more you have, the more difficult it is to explain to others who have always perceived you as inferior. It's like explaining color to someone who has only seen black and white. They lack the necessary context. By this stage, my company was doing really well. We had the Midwest's high-end jewelry authentication industry cornered, and our reputation was solid gold, pun intended. But every Sunday, I'd travel to my parents' house for dinner, playing Sarah, the modest antique shop worker. The cognitive dissonance was becoming ludicrous. I'd spend my mornings on conference calls with Dubai collectors, my afternoons authenticating million-dollar pieces, and my evenings at my parents' house in carefully chosen normal clothes, eating Mom's overcooked pot roast while Rachel dominated the conversation with stories about her latest marketing triumph. Usually something like bringing her boss's coffee without spilling it. A defining moment. One Sunday is very memorable in my mind. I had just completed a huge transaction, authenticating a missing Cartier piece that had been resting in someone's safe deposit box for 40 years. Was it just the commission? 7 figures. I drove directly from the meeting to my parents' place, still euphoric from the successful authentication. She said, "Sarah, honey, is everything okay? Your clothes are looking a bit worn." "Oh, trying to save money," I said, wearing a $3,000 cashmere sweater that I had purposefully chosen for its subtle appearance. Rachel responded, "Well, if you'd gotten a real job instead of playing with old jewelry." "Your dad." "Rachel, be nice, not everyone can be as successful as you." I almost choked on my pot roast, trying not to laugh. The anonymous transfers monthly payments to my parents began about this time. Aunt Kelly informed me that they were struggling to pay Rachel's educational loans and medical bills. Mom casually stated that they might have to sell the house. I couldn't let that happen. Despite everything, it was still the home I grew up in. So I initiated an anonymous monthly transfer of $5,000 to their account. When asked, I said I was giving $1,000 by living on rice and beans. They imagined the rest came from Aunt Kelly or another family. Rachel, of course, claimed responsibility for inspiring family members to help. Watching Rachel spend my money. The money was helpful, but it also had unexpected consequences. My parents began treating me with a strange combination of sorrow and patronizing pride. As if I were some kind of noble poverty case, sacrificing everything to support the family. Meanwhile, Rachel's spending became more extravagant. She'd arrive for dinner with new expensive bags, claiming they were outlet finds. They weren't. I can recognize a genuine Gucci at 20 paces. She began taking extravagant vacations and bragging on Instagram about her fortunate life. I'm very convinced she used my support money for shopping sprees. However, I remained silent. The irony was simply wonderful. The MBA drama. Then came the college fund drama. Rachel revealed that she wants to return to school for her MBA. Another private university, of course. Only the best for the golden child. Mom contacted me in tears, explaining how they couldn't afford it. I say, maybe Rachel could look at state schools? They have good programs too. My mother. Oh honey, you don't understand? Your sister needs to maintain certain standards. But, speaking of assisting, may I increase my monthly contribution for a few years? I increased it to $7,000 per month. My accounts were unaffected. But witnessing them compliment Rachel for taking initiative with her education, while presuming I was living on ramen to help out, that stung a little. The actual kicker? I was giving a guest seminar at the same business school Rachel wanted to attend. My family didn't know that. The dean personally invited me to give a lecture on luxury goods authenticity and business growth. I had to come up with an excuse as to why I couldn't attend Sunday dinner that week. My own achievement started to feel like a distinct life. As if I were some kind of corporate superhero with a hidden identity. By day, I was running a multi-million-dollar authentication business. By night, well, on Sunday evenings, I was just Sarah, the disappointed daughter who worked at an antique shop. The breaking point, Thanksgiving. The weight of the untruth was becoming heavier. Rachel made rude remarks about my career on multiple occasions. Each time Mom apologized to her friends for my modest lifestyle. Every time Dad suggested I get a real job. I believe I always knew it would end dramatically. I just didn't expect it to implode so spectacularly on Thanksgiving. It began 2 weeks before the holiday. Mom called, weeping about her back discomfort. She had been diagnosed with a herniated disc, and the notion of cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 guests overwhelmed her. Now, I'd like to tell you that I offered to help purely out of goodwill. But really? I became tired of pretending her dried turkey was appetizing. My response: why don't I handle the food this year? I can have it catered. She replied: oh honey, we can't afford a caterer. My response: don't worry about the cost. I've been saving up. Mom, concerned: you're not taking out a loan, are you? I coordinated everything with a high-end catering firm that I use for business gatherings. They do incredible work, the kind of food that makes you wonder why you ever bothered to prepare yourself. It cost more than my folks thought I earned in 2 months, but whatever. Thanksgiving morning dawned, and I was feeling quite good. I had my laptop with me because I needed to monitor a major online auction in Hong Kong. This magnificent Art Nouveau necklace was for sale, and I had a customer who was interested in authentication if they won the bid. The lunch arrived on schedule, and everything was properly prepared. Rachel, of course, had to respond. Rachel inquired: store-bought stuffing? Really, Sarah, Mom's is so much better. This is from the girl who once set off the smoke alarm while making toast. Mom was apologizing to everyone for not cooking herself, but you could tell they were enjoying the meal. Rachel shut up after tasting the maple-glazed Brussels sprouts, which, by the way, cost more per plate than her weekly grocery budget. I stepped away from supper and dessert to check my laptop. The auction was getting intriguing, and I needed to be prepared in case my client won. I set up in my old bedroom, which Mom had kept the same since high school. In the meantime, Rachel's room had undergone 3 renovations. That's when everything went wrong. I had left my authentication program running, with many tabs open that displayed various accounts and current agreements. Rachel came in without knocking, some things never change, to borrow my phone charger. She saw my laptop screen and realized this was her chance to finally expose how pathetic her older sister was. Rachel, smirking: let's show everyone what Sarah's really been up to. Before I could stop her, she took my laptop and walked into the dining room. The big reveal: picture this: 20 people, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents, filled with gourmet turkey and half drunk on pricey wine, which they mistook for Trader Joe's. Rachel's reaction: time to see what kind of important work Sarah's doing on Thanksgiving. She flipped the laptop around triumphantly, apparently intending to disgrace me with whatever minor antique transactions she assumed I was working on. The room went completely silent. Like, you could hear the fancy clock I got Mom for Christmas ticking silently. She believed it was a reproduction. My screen displayed: current account balance, $12.4 million, pending authentication contract, $485,000. Recent transaction, $1.2 million, Hong Kong auction, company's quarterly profit report, $4.2 million. Rachel's face shifted through 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. The final one landed somewhere between astonishment and nausea. She actually swayed slightly on her feet. Rachel whispers: this cannot be right. She said. Rachel, honey, what is it? Rachel, voice cracking: She's rich. Sarah's rich. Chaos ensues. If it was possible, the hush deepened even farther. Then Mom began giggling, like, really laughing. She said: don't be silly. Sarah works at that little antique shop. I rose up carefully, straightening out my basic cashmere sweater, which cost more than their monthly mortgage. Me? Yes. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. For years. Those antique shop comments? I authenticate pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? It has offices in 3 cities. Dad choked on the liquor. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Mike began coughing terribly. Then Mom's laughing transformed into something else. Her face turned red, then purple. She stood up so quickly that her chair tumbled over. Mom screams: you have millions, and you let us struggle? My response: struggle? I send you $7,000 every month. She replied: while sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans. So there it was. Instead, congratulations. Not, wow, we're so proud. Just outraged that I hadn't given them more money. Rachel began to cry. Surprising, I know. Sobbing about how she deserved to know, and how I had betrayed the family. Dad joined in. My dad. How could you be so selfish? We're your parents. We raised you. That was when I lost it. Years of being disregarded. Years of dismissal. Years of being considered as a family disappointment. Everything poured forth. My response: raised me? You shipped me off to grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement, every award, every milestone, because Rachel might feel left out. You never saved a penny for my college but took out loans for her private school. And now, you're mad that I built something for myself. The following 5 minutes were chaotic. Mom screamed about family obligations. Dad is yelling about ungrateful children. Rachel alternated between sobbing and demanding to know just how much money I had. Meanwhile, the fancy catering team attempted to serve dessert while seeming exceedingly uncomfortable. I grabbed my laptop, took my Hermes bag, which Mom had previously commended as a nice replica, and walked out. Behind me, I could hear Mom discussing how to spend my money, something about Rachel's MBA and a new car. As I went home in my sensible automobile, a limited edition BMW, my phone started filling up with texts. The family group chat burst. Rachel began posting on Facebook about hidden family wealth and selfish siblings. The aftermath. The days after Thanksgiving were like watching a cyclone hit in slow motion. Except that the hurricane represented my family and the debris symbolized my sanity. Let's start with SMS messaging. Within 1 hour of leaving supper, my phone had 47 missed calls. More than 200 messages. Mom followed this intriguing progression. 7:42 p.m. How dare you walk out on family? 8:15 p.m. We need to talk about this like adults. 9:03 p.m. Your sister deserves a share of your success. 10:30 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. 11:45 p.m. Why aren't you answering? This is your mother. Meanwhile, Rachel had become a full-fledged social media fighter. Rachel, on the other hand, had fully embraced social networking. She wrote an enormous rant on Facebook about how her millionaire sister had been hoarding wealth while watching her beloved family struggle. The comments section was insane. Distant cousins and former high school classmates, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly formed strong ideas about my moral character. But this is the bit that really grabbed me. Rachel actually posted, all those years of me trying to help Sarah's career, giving her advice about moving up from that little antique shop, and she was secretly wealthy. The betrayal hurt so much I nearly threw my phone across the room. What was the only career advice she ever gave me? I suggest I try selling jewelry on Etsy. If you're unfamiliar with the term, flying monkeys occur when toxic family members send others to guilt trip you. Aunt Susan, whom I saw maybe once every 3 years, called to inform me that family is everything. Uncle Bob, who I'm pretty sure still believes I'm 12, emailed me a lengthy lecture on the importance of sharing wealth. Even my third cousin's wife's sister, how did she acquire my number, felt compelled to express her thoughts on family obligation. But the real fun began when they arrived at my workplace. I arrived in on Monday morning to find Mom, Dad, and Rachel sitting in our reception area. They informed Jenny, my receptionist, that they had an appointment for authenticating services. Rachel clutched her Michael Kors bag as if it was genuinely worth something. The conversation went about as well as one would expect. Your mother. We've discussed it as a family. I said. A family discussion, without the family member you're discussing. Mom, ignoring me. And we think it's only fair that you set up trust funds for everyone. Rachel responds. I need at least $2 million to start my new life properly. Dad said. And your mother and I would like to retire. We're thinking a beach house in Florida. This is me. Did you miss the part where I've been sending you $7,000 monthly? Rachel responds. That's nothing compared to what you have. You owe us. You're thinking, I owe you? For what, exactly? The years of being ignored? The missed graduations? The constant comparisons? Mama. Don't be dramatic, Sarah. We gave you everything. My response. No. I gave myself everything, and you know what? I'm done. Right there in my own office lobby, I took out my phone and canceled the monthly transfers to their account. Mom gasped as if I'd slapped her. Rachel began her phony crying performance, but quickly stopped when she saw it wasn't working. Then things became ugly. They refused to leave. I had to contact security. Seeing my 60-year-old mother being dragged out while yelling about ungrateful children was bizarre. Jenny asked whether I wanted to press charges. I said no. However, I did have their names placed on the building's do not admit list. The harassment lasted for weeks. New telephone numbers. Fake email addresses. Even tried to contact me through my company's customer service. I finally had to issue a formal legal notice, threatening harassment charges. Mom then played her final card. She called Grandma Marie, but here's the thing about Grandma Marie, she is wiser than all of them together. How did she respond? Good for Sarah. About time someone in this family succeeded on their own terms. Mom did not speak with her for 2 months after that. It has been 6 months since Thanksgiving. I relocated to a new home, with better security. I changed all of my numbers. What about the company? We are doing better than ever. It turns out that my family problems attracted several high-profile clients who respected my caution in the circumstance. Rachel continues to write passive-aggressive updates about toxic wealth and family betrayal. According to what I've heard, she is beginning her own jewelry authentication firm. Good luck on that. Mom and Dad finally stopped trying to contact me when my lawyer wrote them an official letter outlining how the harassment charges would affect their lives. They're now informing everyone that they never wanted my money anyway, and that they're praying for my salvation. What's the best part? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. No more Sunday dinners full of sly insults. No more downplaying my accomplishments to spare their feelings. No longer financing for the Rachel show. My therapist believes I am finally establishing healthy limits. I say, I am finally living authentically. So, that is my story. Reddit? Thanks for allowing me to share it. Special thanks to the catering firm, who sent me a Christmas letter stating that the Thanksgiving meal was the highlight of their year. Edit, responses to common questions. Yes, I am still in treatment. No, I do not regret cutting them off. Yes, Grandma Marie is doing well. She's coming to visit next month to help me catalog a new collection. One last thing. To Rachel. I know you're probably reading this. What about the Cartier bracelet you're wearing in your most recent Instagram post? Definitely a fake. Just saying.